In July 2015, under the blazing sun of Croatia's coastal city, Rijeka, the atmosphere within the Mlado Stadium was electrifying, filled with deafening cheers that elevated the ambience to its zenith. This venue was hosting the final group match of the UEFA U17 Championship, featuring Croatia's U17 team against their formidable opponents from Spain. Croatia, not among the top contenders in the group, faced the daunting task of overcoming Spain to secure a place in the knockout stage. Time flowed relentlessly, and the score stood at 0-1, with Croatia trailing on home ground. The match was drawing to a close, and both teams engaged in fierce competition, the tempo quickening and possession shifting frequently. Every young player yearned for victory, and the stands erupted with fervent cries of encouragement. Yet, Croatian fans were gripped with anxiety for their young athletes. In the 80th minute, Croatia's head coach made a challenging decision. With the assistance of his staff, a young boy with dark hair and a yellow jersey stood at the sideline, patiently awaiting his turn. The whistle blew as the ball crossed the sideline, signaling a substitution. Substitution for Croatia, U17. Number 9, bells off number 21, Xing on. The boy, adorned in the number 21 jersey, calmly acknowledged his teammates with a gesture of camaraderie. He then bent down to touch the grass before sprinting onto the pitch, taking his position as a forward. This moment stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Who is this Asian player? Why have I never seen him compete for the national team before? Can an Asian even play football? He doesn't deserve to wear the national team's number 21 jersey. Our coach must see something in him to field him at such a crucial moment. Why not trust our Croatian boys? It seems more complicated than that. There are indeed talented players from Asia, but judging by the letters on his jersey, he appears to be of Chinese descent, hailing from a footballing desert. A footballing desert? What kind of substitution is this? With only 10 minutes left, bringing in a Chinese forward seems like conceding defeat. I suggest an investigation into the coach. He might be involved in match fixing. The vitriol from the stands deepened the coach's frown, yet the match continued. Upon entering the game, Xing did not exhibit the exuberance typical of substitutes eager to showcase their energy. Instead, he moved slowly in the attacking half, maintaining the team's formation. Occasionally, he connected with his teammates, displaying a keen awareness of the Spanish U17 defense's vulnerabilities, delivering precise through balls. However, to the Croatian fans, his performance was akin to that of a traitor. In this critical juncture, they yearned for a talented forward to seize the moment and turn the tide, rather than a mere pivot in the penalty area, lacking even basic enthusiasm in his movements. What is he doing? Is this how a professional player should perform? Get off the pitch. You don't deserve to wear that national jersey. How did such a useless player make it onto the national team? Amidst the anger and frustration from the Croatian supporters, the tide of the match began to shift. Within the penalty area, Xing received the ball and passed it to a winger in a better position. The winger surged forward and struck the ball. It was a golden opportunity for Croatia, but alas, the Spanish goalkeeper made a brilliant save, leaving the Croatian fans momentarily disheartened. Yet in the next heartbeat, their hearts raced anew. With uncanny agility, Xing positioned himself perfectly to intercept the ball as it fell from the goalkeeper's grasp and decisively shot it into the net. In that instant, the stadium fell into stunned silence, soon shattered by the furious shouts of the Spanish U17 coach. "What are you doing? We cannot falter in the group stage." In his eyes, Spain was a tournament favorite, and losing to Croatia in Mlado Stadium was unacceptable. The match resumed swiftly, and with a commanding gesture, the coach urged his players forward. "Push up." The Spanish U17 squad pressed aggressively, aiming to equalize in the dying moments and seal Croatia's fate. However, such reckless offense often bears significant risk. The Spanish formation left ample space behind for the Croatian players to exploit. After withstanding several waves of Spanish attacks, Croatia launched a counteroffensive. Xing, after a long sprint, skillfully evaded two defenders and surged into the penalty area. It was a clear chance. He was like a blade, charging towards the heart of the Spanish defense. Damn, this Chinese player is incredibly fast. The Spanish backline is practically his playground. I take back my earlier judgments. Let's hope he scores. God bless. As the ball viciously found the back corner of the net, the stands erupted with an uproar of jubilation from Croatian fans. Croatia U17 had turned the score to 2-1. On the other side, in the Spanish coaching area, The U17 coach wore an expression of utter disbelief. What the hell? This 17-year-old has such remarkable instincts for goal scoring. 2 goals in 10 minutes. How could Croatia U17 have such a remarkable talent? Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the stands, several middle-aged men, serious in demeanor and clutching notebooks or tablets, remained silent. They were scouts, roaming the world in search of promising young talent for their clubs, and they diligently noted down observations, affirming their identities. As the referee blew the final whistle, the stadium erupted into a frenzy of celebration among the Croatians. Yet, the young Chinese player, Xing, who had contributed 2 crucial goals, did not join in the exuberance. Instead, he sat on the field, breathless and drained, wearing a calm expression. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. First appearance for the national team. And with a debut brace, you have exceeded the task. Reward level elevated to Golden Star Skill Card. Reward acquired. Klinsmann's Golden Bomber Skill Card. Meanwhile, far across the Mediterranean on the Iberian Peninsula, within the administrative building of the Spanish football club, a middle-aged man, clad in an exquisite suit, furiously hurled the television remote control to the floor. Has the Croatian U17 team truly descended to a point where there are no viable players left? Wasn't it agreed that his call-up was merely for training? Why then must he take the field in the UEFA European Under-19 Championship? This will inevitably mean that Xing will forfeit the qualification plan by the Chinese Football Association, resulting in a loss of several million euros for the club. Seated beside him on the sofa, the youth training coach, Upton, shook his head, his voice laden with uncertainty. Mr. Chester, Xing's performance in the European Championship has demonstrated his considerable talent. Why not retain him within the team for future first-team competitions? Upon hearing this, Chester scoffed, his face, etched with deep lines, contorted into an expression of profound discontent. Upton, are you jesting? I believe a player with a chaotic personal life, whose physical condition can only be described as abysmal, is utterly unworthy of playing in Europe. The murky waters of the Chinese Super League are truly where he belongs. But Upton attempted to voice his thoughts, yet Chester immediately rose to his feet, interrupting him. Upton, refrain from saying another word. Let this matter proceed as I have instructed. Promptly notify the Croatian Football Association to have Xing return to the club. Chapter 2. The olive branch from a German second division club in this year and AMP. Opos. UEFA European Under-17 Championship. Croatia triumphed over Spain in the group stage, but did not progress far in the knockout rounds. Succumbing to France and Opos, SU17 team with a score of 3-1 in the first round. Xing, naturally, did not feature in that match and returned early to his club, Espanyol. However, during his limited playing time, he showcased notable performances that attracted the attention of certain Western clubs. Among them was Duisburg, a club located in the Ruhr Valley region of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. At that moment, within the administrative building of Duisburg, a fierce argument erupted. Chairman Abuli, are you joking? What do you hope to achieve by bringing such an average Chinese player to our youth training camp? The sporting director, Marcus, spoke with escalating emotion, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm. Have you even looked at his match statistics from Espanyol and Opos, Youth Academy? In the few matches he played, he barely covered 5 kilometers. As a forward, how pitiful is that? Upon hearing this, the data analysts in the office began to voice their criticisms of the young player. Abuli furrowed his brow as he listened to the remarks of his colleagues. He rapped his fingers sharply against the desk, silencing the room. Duisburg is still under my authority. His exceptional instinct in front of the goal is precisely why I chose him. Such talent cannot be cultivated. It is innate. I firmly believe that with proper training, he will become a world-class player. After expressing his views, Abuli decisively commanded the staff, enough of the chatter. Let's make an offer to Espanyol. As a historically significant player for Duisburg, Abuli had earned the admiration of the club and AMP. Opos, fans since becoming chairman, holding considerable influence within the team. His unique insights into player potential were the reason behind his stubborn decision to acquire Xing. Meanwhile, at Espanyol's youth training facility, Xing had packed his belongings and made his way to the club and AMP. Opos, administrative building. He was well aware of Espanyol and AMP. Opos' intentions even before returning from Croatia. Like many protagonists in online literature, Xing's soul originated from a post-World Cup era in Qatar. In his previous life, financially independent. He had resolutely attended a match where the national team faced Malaysia. To his dismay, the Grand Nation failed to defeat a Southeast Asian island team for the first time in 43 years. Unable to bear the disappointment, Xing suffered a heart attack and fainted in the stadium. When he awoke, he found himself in the body of a 16-year-old Croatian Chinese youth player in 2014. His mother, a Hong Kong native, and his father, a Singaporean of Chinese descent, had met and fallen in love in Croatia, eventually giving birth to Xing and settling there. Influenced by the local culture, Xing developed a passion for football from a young age, aspiring to become an exceptional professional player. He was bolder and more earnest than many of his peers. However, the outcome seemed little different, ultimately. It was only through considerable financial support from his father that he was able to join a youth academy in Barcelona, not the renowned La Masia, but a lesser-known football training center due to his initially poor skills. Yet, with Xing's arrival, things took a turn. He had awakened a unique footballing talent within himself. However, this talent came at a cost. Activating it required him to lock one aspect of his physical ability at 50, rendering it incapable of further enhancement. After much contemplation, driven by his fervor for football and the opportunity to reclaim his destiny, he resolved to seize the chance to rise to the pinnacle of the sport and savor the joy football brought him. After careful consideration, he chose to fix his stamina at 50, activating the system that granted him the Inzaghi poacher talent card, allowing him to gradually showcase his abilities in the youth academy, garnering the attention of the coaches. Soon after turning 17, he was selected for the U17 squad of Espanyol and recently represented Croatia in the U17 European Championship. Unfortunately, due to his stamina issues, he had limited opportunities to start in the team. The swift recall from Croatia by Espanyol made Xing realize the truth. The club was not primarily interested in his talent, but rather in the lucrative Chinese market. They aimed to capitalize on the burgeoning financial investment in Chinese football and sell him to a Chinese Super League team for substantial profit. Upon arriving at the administrative building of Espanyol, Xing received permission to enter the office. The sporting director, Chester, nodded slightly upon seeing him. Regret evident in his voice as he spoke in English. "Su, you may not be able to remain in the Espanyol Youth Academy any longer. The Duisburg club has formally made an offer." Xing nodded, slightly taken aback. He had initially thought he would be cast out by Espanyol, left to search for another team across Europe. However, Duisburg extending an olive branch surprised him. After a brief pause, he asserted confidently, "Very well, Mr. Chester. I understand your perspective, and I am eager to join Duisburg." Chester's face registered confusion at Xing's unwavering gaze. He had imagined Xing would plead to stay, considering Espanyol a prestigious team in La Liga, where countless young players yearned to compete. This opportunity seemed far more promising than joining a team struggling in the second division of Germany. You realize La Liga is the pinnacle of the top 5 leagues, showcasing the highest level of competition and attracting global attention. Chester scoffed, deriding the second division as an insignificant league. "And do you really believe that moving to Duisburg will grant you more opportunities?" Xing shook his head, his expression cool as he responded, "No. I simply believe that at Duisburg, I will at least receive the fundamental respect I deserve, rather than being treated as a mere tool for profit derived from the Chinese market." As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office plummeted to a freezing point. Chades could not fathom how this 17-year-old boy could peer into his thoughts. Yet, what did it matter? Chades had never been at a disadvantage in his conversations with players. How absurd. Respect is always reciprocal. Surely you do not believe that your current abilities warrant my esteem? Chades exclaimed with indignation, simultaneously retrieving a data report from his desk and forcefully slamming it before Xing. "Look at your pitiful statistics. Do you have a record of running over 5,000 meters in a match during the youth league? If I didn't see the document and Oppos, S title, I would think it belonged to a 10-year-old. At this point, rage etched itself across Chades and Oppos' face as he reclined in his chair, lighting a cigarette. Exhaling slowly, he continued, "Moreover, I hear you have a penchant for frequenting nightclubs? I truly do not understand how such behavior befits a professional athlete. Duisburg must be quite the fool to spend money acquiring you. Otherwise, I would have dismissed you from the team, sparing the club the expense of nurturing your talents." Upon hearing the training director Chades express his intention to terminate him, Xing could finally no longer endure the insults. After all, being trapped in a youth training contract with the Spaniards would be a considerable nuisance. as it seemed unlikely that any club would be willing to pay a hefty buyout for a 17-year-old like him. Mr. Chades, I believe that as long as a forward can score goals, he is an exceptional player. As for other statistics, in comparison to goal-scoring ability, I find them hardly worth considering. At this point, Xing paused for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over Chades. However, Mr. Chades, I believe there is little need for us to continue this discussion. With that, Xing had no intention of lingering in the office any longer and turned to walk towards the door. Bang! The vast room was left echoing with the sound of the door slamming and Chades and Apos' enraged curses. Chapter 3 Farewell to Barcelona. Upon exiting the administrative building of the Espanyol Football Club, Xing received a call from a representative of Duisburg Football Club. After a brief confirmation of his intention to transfer, Duisburg assured him that staff would arrive on the Iberian Peninsula the following day to finalize the transfer process and escort him back to Germany. With this news, Xing packed his belongings and took up temporary residence at a hotel near the club. Given his current relationship with Espanyol, he felt too embarrassed to remain in the players' dormitory. That day, Xing had no obligation to participate in the regular training sessions. Thus, he arrived early at a nearby nightclub. "Su, why are you finishing training so early today?" greeted the owner from behind the bar as Xing entered the nightclub. It was evident that he was a regular patron, having developed a friendly rapport with the owner. "Zach, this might be my last visit here," Xing replied. "Oh? What is going on?" Xing shook his head, opting not to answer. He took a drink and settled into a quieter corner of the nightclub, alone, without any companions or snacks, consuming bottle after bottle of wine. As he became increasingly inebriated, two figures began to materialize in his mind, one clad in the AC Milan number 9 jersey, and the other in the Inter Milan number 18 jersey. Indeed, they were Inzaghi and Klinsmann. Whenever Xing drank to the point of intoxication in the nightclub, he could subconsciously follow the techniques of these iconic players, learning their skills. This was his unique method of enhancing his abilities. Consequently, rumors circulated about Xing frequently lingering in nightclubs during his time at the Espanyol youth training camp. As he focused his consciousness on these two football legends, corresponding white lights began to emanate from Inzaghi and Klinsmann. Inzaghi and Apos' poaching, LV211234, 30000. Klinsmann and Apos' Golden Bomber, LV1107 Star skills and talent cards not only differ in quality, white, gold, and black, but also possess individual proficiency levels. Each skill card has 3 tiers, and once proficiency reaches level 3, Xing would be able to flawlessly replicate the movements and talents of these stars on the pitch. Under the influence of alcohol, each time he trained and grasped a skill, he would gain a point of proficiency. Fortunately, Xing did not feel excessively fatigued after training each morning. A few hours of rest sufficed, allowing him to feel as refreshed as if he had slept for 9 hours. Otherwise, he would not dare to spend an entire night intoxicated in a nightclub, as it would hinder his normal training the following day. At present, his Inzaghi's poaching card had reached level 2, granting him approximately 60% mastery of Inzaghi and Apos' skill. Thus, he decided to focus on training Klinsmann and Apos' Golden Bomber that night. Upon making his selection, he found himself on a lush green pitch, surrounded by teammates donned in Inter Milan jerseys reminiscent of Klinsmann's era. In this environment, he could tirelessly engage and practice matches alongside star players, which proved immensely beneficial for his development. Soon, the practice match commenced. Klinsmann's understanding of the game gradually influenced Xing's movements. During each aerial duel, he instinctively executed actions as envisioned by Klinsmann. Before long, half an hour had passed, and Xing had replicated Klinsmann's Golden Bomber ability 4 times. As this was merely the beginning, Xing was still unfamiliar with Klinsmann and Apos' capabilities, and not every pass or reception necessitated its application. Consequently, his progress was rather slow. Yet, what mattered was steady improvement. In the early hours of the following day, the streets of Barcelona remained vibrant and dazzling. Stars and lights intermingled, illuminating the streets as if victory lay just ahead. At 4:00 and Apos' clock, Xing concluded a night of training. Exiting the mental training ground, he opened his system panel to review his training results. Host, Xing, age, 17 years and 182 days, height, 183 centimeters, shooting ability, 62, long shot, 63, volley, 62, header, 68, curve, 60. Penalty, 58. Technical ability, 63. Ball control, 68. Dribbling, 63. Control, 66. Short pass, 62. Long pass, 55. Physical ability, 61. Strength, 65. Speed, 69. Coordination, 64. Reaction, 65. Stamina, 50. Talent, Inzaghi and Amp, Oppos, S. Poaching, LV 211234, 30000. Skill, Klinsmann and Amp, Oppos, S. Golden Bomber, LV 1161 10000. Excellent. Klinsmann and Amp, Oppos, S. Golden Bomber increased by 54 points of proficiency overnight. A man should take his time. After returning to the hotel and resting for 3 hours, Su Xing received a call from a representative in Germany, instructing him to gather his belongings and wait at the local airport. Upon arriving at the airport entrance, he immediately spotted a middle-aged man leaning against a pillar, dressed in an old black suit, sporting a bushy beard, and holding aloft a Duisburg club flag. Oh, this gentleman must be the one who called earlier to pick him up. Hello, are you Su? The middle-aged man, clearly recognizing Su Xing, approached him, rolled up the flag, and took the backpack from Su Xing and Oppos' shoulder. Yes, hello. You must be Mr. Benjamin? Indeed, that's me. Benjamin chuckled heartily. Turning to head toward the airport while continuing with an air of urgency, Su, there's a flight to Duisburg in an hour. We must hurry to complete your check-in. Barcelona is indeed a beautiful city. However, I never anticipated leaving so hastily on my first visit. Yet, I must say, the airport is incredibly crowded. It was evident that Benjamin was quite the chatterbox. Since picking up Su Xing, he hadn't ceased speaking. Su Xing did not mind such loquacity. Rather, he found it enjoyable to engage with someone so talkative. Yet, there was still one matter he did not quite comprehend. Wait, Mr. Benjamin. Don't you need to go to Espanyol to sign my transfer contract? Upon hearing this, Benjamin paused momentarily. Haha, child. Do you honestly think I'm a legal representative of Duisburg? Su Xing's pupils dilated in surprise, gazing quizzically at Benjamin, who walked ahead. I'm merely your assistant, responsible for your initial months in Duisburg. Of course, my primary task will be teaching you German. As for signing the contract with Espanyol, the legal team from Duisburg has already rushed to the club the moment we landed. However, given the traffic around Barcelona airport, they likely haven't reached Espanyol yet. Having uttered these words, Benjamin waved his hand, signaling Su Xing to hasten his pace and follow closely. Once Su Xing grasped the entirety of the situation, he felt at ease and trailed closely behind Benjamin. It was undoubtedly clear that the Spaniard, eager to recoup the so-called training expenses, had agreed to Duisburg and Oppos' request for purchase. Hence, there was no need for him to fret over this matter. At present, his hope rested on the possibility that the head coach of the Duisburg youth training camp would appreciate his playing style. Chapter 4. The first training match. As a loquacious figure, Uncle Benjamin scarcely paused in his chatter, save for a brief moment of repose on the airplane. Their conversation traversed myriad topics, from which Su Xing gleaned that Uncle Benjamin could only be regarded as an ancillary member of the Duisburg club. He was not particularly adept at playing football. Rather, his familiarity with the Spanish language and his status as a seasoned fan allowed him to scrape by at the club, often stepping in as an assistant for Spanish-speaking players, patiently teaching them German. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Su Xing would soon find himself in a similar position. The distance from Barcelona to Duisburg, Germany, was not significant. By 1:00 and Oppos' clock in the afternoon, Uncle Benjamin had already arrived at the airport in his well-worn Volkswagen, transporting Su Xing back to the Duisburg training facility. Su, have you seen the new pitch over there? It was refurbished just last year, Benjamin remarked as he led Su Xing along the path to the training grounds, providing him with an overview of the club's situation. The youth training director, Amir, is quite a character, always fixated on the first team, neglecting the youth squads entirely. He has no idea how dilapidated the training grounds for the youth academy have become. Nevertheless, Su, I have high hopes for you. I believe it won in Oppos, TB long before you joined the first team of Duisburg. Chatty Benjamin eventually escorted Su Xing to a small, dilapidated two-story building situated not far behind the training grounds. Judging by its worn condition, the structure appeared to be a relic from the late 20th century, serving as Benjamin's residence. Due to Benjamin's penchant for tending to flowers in the yard on the first floor, Su Xing would reside on the second. Typically, youth players live collectively in dormitories at the facility, but as Su Xing did not comprehend German, he was unable to stay in the dormitories and had to temporarily share accommodations with Benjamin until he mastered the language. It was uncertain how many players had occupied the guest room on the second floor, but an unyielding odor of sweat lingered, making Su Xing feel slightly nauseous. After settling these matters, Benjamin escorted Su Xing to the medical center for the requisite post-transfer physical examination. By the time they completed this process, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Undoubtedly, the youth team and Oppo's training session had yet to conclude. Benjamin was expected to introduce Su Xing to the head coach of the Duisburg youth team. "Hello, Mr. DeWitt. I've brought your new player." Upon arriving at the youth training facility, Benjamin beamed with a smile as he approached Coach DeWitt warmly. "Old friend, your speed remains impressive." They exchanged pleasantries, but Su Xing, not yet fluent in German, understood little of the conversation. However, soon enough, Coach DeWitt waved to Benjamin, turning to extend his hand towards Su Xing. "You must be Su, correct? I'm Wooly DeWitt. Since you are now one of my players, feel free to call me Coach." DeWitt's fluent English momentarily stunned Su Xing, but he quickly regained his composure and shook the coach's hand. "Yes, that's me. It is a great honor to join Duisburg U17, and I will need your guidance moving forward." In response, DeWitt offered a gentlemanly smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He had previously viewed footage of Su Xing and Oppo's matches, yet it was not enough for him to form a definitive opinion based solely on a few minutes of video. In competitive sports, coaches typically favor two types of individuals: those endowed with extraordinary talent and those who combine such talent with diligence. As for the rest, they are often Chapter 5, doubt, beep. As both teams took their positions, the temporary referee, D. White, blew the whistle to commence the match. The more formidable red team took the initiative and kicked off. Following the kickoff, Brooks surged forward, charging into the heart of the yellow team's territory. Despite their technical shortcomings, the yellow team's defenders displayed no sign of trepidation as they boldly advanced to apply pressure, unwilling to concede any ground. For these players, every match held significant importance. Although this was merely a simple training match within the team, it could determine their standing in the upcoming youth league. Observing this scene, head coach D. White nodded with satisfaction. Within a competitive team, rivalry drives players to improve, and this flourishing atmosphere was precisely what he wished to witness. However, as his gaze shifted, the actions of one player in the foreground left him perplexed. Xavier, was this individual truly acquired by the president from the Spanish Youth Academy? D. White turned to his assistant coach, who was younger yet already balding, and voiced his confusion. At that moment, Su Xing, positioned on the weaker side, ambled slowly in the front, applying pressure on the red team's defenders with no intention of retreating to defend or receive the ball. Such behavior could be deemed utterly inept within the youth training camp. Indeed, it was the president who brought him to Duisburg. Xavier managed a faint, awkward smile. "I've seen Su's matches. His playing style has consistently been like this. However, he possesses a high football IQ, often scoring crucial goals. Recently, in the European U19 Championship group stage, he substituted for Croatia's U17 team and, within just over 10 minutes, netted 2 goals, leading his team to victory. I believe he is a talented young player. The match has just begun. Perhaps you should observe a bit longer." Xavier's words held merit, although he was not entirely familiar with Su Xing's overall capabilities. The information he had indicated that Su Xing was indeed a player of considerable talent and should not be hastily judged based on a single training match. D. White merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing instead to focus intently on the unfolding game. On the field, the red team exuded an undeniable sense of dominance. They maintained possession with a tight passing rhythm, rarely relinquishing control of the ball. Even when the yellow team managed to gain possession, they struggled to advance towards the penalty area, consistently thwarted by the red team's players who intercepted the ball to reorganize their offensive strategy. Su Xing, stationed as the team's center forward, remained committed to preserving the team's formation, executing simple movements while patiently awaiting the ball's arrival at his feet. Su Xing's performance was not indicative of poor professional qualities. He harbored aspirations of becoming a renowned football star. However, his physical attributes would forever be limited, compelling him to adopt a more graceful style on the field. This graceful approach mirrored that of Bulgarian football legend Berbatov, who, renowned for his elegant play and minimal movement, won the affectionate nickname of the Stylish One. Due to his limited stamina, Su Xing needed to meticulously manage his running distance to endure the full match. Consequently, The already disadvantaged yellow team effectively played with one less player in defense. Under these circumstances, within a mere 10 minutes, Duisburg U17 captain Brandon from the red team unleashed a powerful long-range shot that pierced through the yellow team's goal. The red team led 1-0. The scoring player from the red team exhibited no joy in his goal. It seemed to them that dominating the substitutes was merely expected. In contrast, the yellow team's players displayed visible signs of disappointment. Soon, the yellow team resumed play, and Su Xing passed the ball back before slowly retreating towards the red team's defensive area. The remaining yellow team players, fueled with determination, refused to concede easily. Thanks to their relentless efforts, the yellow team's offensive organization remained relatively orderly, reflecting the recent emphasis in German youth training toward nurturing intelligent players. Before long, the yellow team players, through continuous attempts, created a promising opportunity. 3 midfielders executed a rare sequence of flawless interplay, advancing the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Here. Noticing the opening, Su Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he raised his right hand, calling out in halting German. The midfielder in possession glanced up, only to feel a surge of frustration upon realizing the player calling for the ball was the newly joined Chinese recruit. How could he possibly assist such a lethargic player? Without an assist, how could he stand out in this training match? As these thoughts flickered through his mind, the midfielder instinctively shifted his gaze to the wings. But the sight that met him further darkened his expression. Undoubtedly, the yellow team's 2 wingers were tightly marked by the stronger opposing players, leaving them with no opportunity to receive the ball, let alone initiate an attack. With no other options, the yellow team's midfielder reluctantly opted to loft the ball. Thud. A long pass sailed towards Su Xing's position, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Yet, regrettably, the landing was far from ideal. Landing well outside Su Xing's vicinity, a red team defender, positioned near the landing spot, effortlessly leapt to intercept the ball. The football soared back into the sky. In the penalty area, players lifted their heads, tracking the ball's descent. However, Su Xing merely glanced once before slowly repositioning himself. As the ball fell, everyone suddenly realized that Su Xing, who had just contested the ball in front of the goal, had mysteriously appeared at the second ball's landing spot. "Stop him!" shouted Laba, a red team fullback, urgently directing his teammates. Yet, by the time the other defenders reacted, Su Xing had already leapt high, claiming the ball with precision. The football landed squarely in an unguarded area before he swiftly seized control. With a graceful turn, he evaded the trailing red defender and charged towards the red team's penalty area. Sensing the defensive lapse, the red defenders scrambled to recover, but it was too late. After cutting in and adjusting his angle, Su Xing swiftly shifted his weight, slightly leaning back as his right leg swung into action, thud, striking the ball with force. It shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards the red team's goal. The angle was not particularly acute, yet it was a low strike, and the speed was remarkable. Just as the red team's goalkeeper extended his hands to make a save, the football whizzed past him, ruffling his hair. Thud! A dull sound resonated as the ball struck the net. The disadvantaged yellow team has successfully reclaimed a point. Chapter 6. The confrontation with Brook. Instantly, the defenders of the red team, stationed in their own half, were left utterly astounded, their gazes towards Su Xing now infused with a touch of disbelief. They had witnessed the entire sequence of Su Xing's goal firsthand. The timely positioning, the deft dribbling, the forward thrust, and the decisive strike, all executed with remarkable elegance. Could this truly be the prowess of a mere 17-year-old youth academy player? As the field fell into silence, the shout from a yellow team player, who had barely managed to provide an assist moments earlier, shattered the stillness. "My goodness, your positioning and dribbling were simply spectacular." The yellow team's midfielder, who had delivered the cross, was taken aback to find himself credited with an assist so effortlessly. This realization obliterated his previous disdain for Su Xing, morphing it into admiration. However, being a native German, he struggled with the Spanish language. Faced with this communication barrier, he could only raise both thumbs high and exclaim in halting English, "Good. Your performance is simply wonderful." Su Xing, who had just scored, appeared surprisingly composed. After all, he had previously scored on the stage of the European Under-19 Championship. How exhilarating could a mere training match in the U17 team be? Nevertheless, after scoring, he slightly clenched his fist and waved his arm, joining the jubilant yellow team players in celebration. That was magnificent. Was he not the starting mainstay of the Espanyol Youth Academy? The other yellow team players, astonished by how quickly they had equalized, were filled with exhilaration. After all, throughout previous internal training matches, their substitute lineup had always been overwhelmed by the starters. In stark contrast to the yellow team's celebration, the faces of most red team players were etched with disappointment. The fact that a recently trialed Chinese player, whom they had largely dismissed, had scored was indeed a source of great embarrassment. As the yellow team reveled in their celebration, red team forward Brook raised his hands in exasperation and jogged towards his defensive line, his face flushed with anger. Are you all blind? How could you let their striker get to the ball alone? It and Oppo's one thing to lose the ball, but to fail to contain the follow-up is unacceptable. Brook, what do you mean? Retorted the chastised red team defenders, their displeasure evident. You blame us for their goal? If they can bypass our entire defense, can you do any better? Stop acting so superior. If you think you can do it, why not defend? Brook, stung by their retort, clicked his silver teeth in frustration. You want me to defend him? Fine, just watch me. Despite knowing he lacked the skill to single-handedly navigate past the entire defensive line, the obstinate Brook furrowed his brow and spoke bravado. He then waved dismissively and stormed off towards the midfield in a huff. On the sidelines, the astute coach David observed the match intently. He nodded in approval and remarked to his assistant coach, Xavier, his instinct in front of the goal is remarkably keen, displaying an innate offensive awareness and solid heading ability, yet he lacks in physical duels. His ball control and dribbling skills are commendable, and his creativity is striking. But his defensive awareness is severely lacking. However, most concerning is his apparent lack of effort on the field. Why is he so disinclined to run? As Devitt pondered this, his furrowed brow revealed his incredulity. In modern football philosophy, every professional striker is expected to actively move to create offensive space, often even retreating to defend, with an average running distance exceeding 10 kilometers per match. Su Xing's current performance seemed to starkly contradict these principles. Coach. Xavier scratched his bald head slowly. I am not entirely sure about this, but it seems Su exhibited similar behavior during his time at Espanyol and Oppo's SU-17. Xavier's response did not satisfy him, leading him to retreat into contemplation. Meanwhile, Devitt, the head coach, wore a thoughtful expression, redirecting his gaze back to the pitch. As the yellow team's celebration concluded, the match resumed, now tied at 1 goal apiece. However, the disparity between the players was evident. The red team comprised the main squad of Duisburg's U17. If they could not secure a decisive victory in this ordinary training match, it might necessitate a reshuffling of the starting lineup for the upcoming German Youth League. Naturally, none of the current starters wished to be sidelined. Quickly, as the red team resumed play, they launched a fierce offensive. Yet, buoyed by Su Xing's recent goal, every yellow team player surged forward with renewed vigor, fiercely contesting the red players. They spread out and targeted the flanks. Duisburg's U17 captain, Brandon, calmly orchestrated the attack from the midfield. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, under the tight coordination of the red team players, the yellow team and Oppo's defenders found themselves beleaguered, scrambling across the penalty area. At that moment, a yellow team defender successfully intervened, disrupting the red team and Oppo's advance and regaining possession of the ball. A swift counterattack. The yellow team seized the opportunity, launching a long pass for the counter. As the yellow team raced back to defend, Su Xing keenly recognized the chance and sprinted forward. However, the yellow team's wingers, clearly faster, quickly advanced. The ball was swiftly played to the left winger by the midfield player. At this juncture, the red team's defensive zone was alarmingly vacant, allowing the ball-carrying winger to advance toward the edge of the penalty area. Here, Su Xing, already poised within the penalty area, could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash a strike into the opponent and Oppo's net. He raised both hands and vocally called for the ball. Upon seeing Su Xing demanding the ball again, the red team defenders rushed to close in, aiming to restrict his positioning. Bang! Just then, the yellow team and Oppo's winger delivered a cross into the penalty area. Su Xing evaded physical confrontation with the defenders, gracefully maneuvering out of their grasp. Just as he prepared to leap again for a header, an unexpected gust of wind swept by. It was Brook, who had been biding his time. Eager to apply pressure on Su Xing, he had hastily crossed half the field to return to defense when he saw the yellow team launching a counterattack. Realizing the impending challenge, Su Xing glanced back at Brook, a slight smile curving his lips, and leapt into the air to contest the ball, undeterred by Brook's presence. Brooke followed closely, leaping alongside Su Xing. It appears that there is no content provided for me to edit and translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 7. Excelling in 1 and Amp, Oppos, S role. Brooke and Oppos, S firm position as the starting center forward for Duisburg U17 is no accident. It stems from his exceptional abilities. His speed and leaping prowess are what he prides himself on most. However, the ensuing scene left Brooke utterly astonished and somewhat incredulous. Su Xing, nearly identical in height, managed to outjump him by a significant margin. What in the world? Brooke exclaimed inwardly. Damn it. Realizing his disadvantage in the aerial duel, Brooke cursed under his breath. As he descended, he urgently shouted towards his own goal, Baldwin, Don and Oppos, let that kid score. Simultaneously, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Thwack! Su Xing and Oppos' jumping ability and hang time far exceeded Brooke and Oppos' S. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Klinsmann Golden Bomber, he was virtually guaranteed to connect with the ball. A backward header. Before the astounded eyes of everyone present, the powerfully struck ball altered its trajectory, hurtling towards the red team's goal. Baldwin. The red team and Oppos' goalkeeper, who had been alerted by Brooke and Oppos' shout, was initially composed, but the sudden yell from his team and Oppos' troublesome striker had unsettled him. After estimating the ball's path, Baldwin dove towards it without hesitation. However, this header was more deceptive than he anticipated. The ball struck the ground just before the goal line, ricocheting off the turf and slipping beneath Baldwin into the far corner of the net. Swish! The sound of the ball hitting the back of the net shattered the red team and Oppos' last hope. 2-1. The yellow team, composed of substitutes, took the lead for the first time in a training match. Incredible. I can't believe it. How is this guy so good? He's definitely going to be the team's starting center forward. What are you even saying? I bet he'll be in the first team before the season's over. The yellow team players, ecstatic, waved their arms and rushed towards Su Xing. They were all captivated by his skill. His presence allowed these players, who often found themselves on the bench, to experience a sense of elation in front of the starters. In stark contrast to the yellow team and Oppos' jubilation, a conflict erupted on the red team's side. Brooke, what the hell are you doing? After the goal, the red team's goalkeeper, Baldwin, gritted his teeth, stood up, and immediately berated Brooke. I could have saved that header if you hadn't yelled and disrupted my focus. Brooke, unwilling to take any blame, retorted, instead of blaming others. Maybe you should look at your own shortcomings. What good did you do running back to defend? I thought you could win the ball. But all you did was distract me. Your yelling also interfered with my judgment of where the ball would land. Baldwin, infuriated by Brooke and Oppos' lack of remorse, grew increasingly agitated and was on the verge of charging at Brooke. If you had Oppos' sprinted back to challenge for the header, I could have focused solely on Su Xing. And I wouldn't have had someone yelling at me at the critical moment of the save. If you were going to defend, you should have focused on preventing the connection between the midfield and the wings, not just Su Xing. Your actions were completely misguided. Seeing Baldwin about to confront Brooke, who stood his ground with clenched fists, the captain of Duisburg U17, Brandon, intervened, rushing over with a frown. Everyone stop it. This is a football field, where skill with your feet matters, not your fists. If you have any unresolved issues, settle them after the game. Upon seeing Brandon, the two antagonists immediately calmed down. And you, Brooke, Brandon said, turning to Brooke with displeasure, your position on the field is center forward. Focus on your primary role. Leave the defending to your teammates. ISN and Oppos' helping the team score goals a more valuable contribution than trying to defend? Brooke, speechless, nodded and turned towards the center circle, suppressing his anger. After comforting Baldwin, Brandon approached Su Xing, who was celebrating with the yellow team. Captain, the yellow team players greeted Brandon as he approached. These gestures impressed Su Xing. In youth training squads, where players often have inflated egos, it was rare to see a player who commanded the respect of the entire team. It was clear that Brandon possessed a unique charisma that earned him the trust of his teammates. Su, hello. Your performance on the field was truly impressive, Brandon said with a smile, speaking in broken English. I believe you and Oppos' quickly integrate into the team, with a player like you in the attack. I and Oppos' am sure we can achieve great things this season. Before Su Xing could gather his thoughts, Brandon engaged him in conversation in English. Su Xing had joined this team to play matches and, through his performances in the youth league, to catch the attention of larger clubs and compete at a higher level. To achieve this goal, it was essential to maintain a positive relationship with the captain. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Xavier, standing next to head coach DeWitt, clapped his hands excitedly. "Old friend, we may have struck gold this time. This could and amp Oppos' heading ability is outstanding. He could become a major weapon in our attack." "Xavier, don't jump to conclusions," DeWitt cautioned, his expression complex. His goal-scoring instincts are sharp, and he often displays moments of brilliance on the field. However, when selecting youth players, we can end Oppos' focus solely on highlights. We need to consider the overall picture. Look at his attitude on the field. Why is he so passive? Could it be due to poor stamina, making it difficult for him to run? If that's the case, DeWitt continued, to put it bluntly, he's not suited for football. A 17-year-old who doesn't enjoy running on the pitch? Anyone who aspires to be a professional footballer must love the game. The only explanation is that Su Xing's stamina is severely lacking. In fact, DeWitt added, it's not just lacking, it's abysmal. Given this situation, I and Oppos am not sure if we should even give him a chance to prove himself. In the realm of football, there is never a shortage of exceptionally gifted newcomers. What justification exists for investing in a young player who possesses frail physicality and nearly negligible competitive prowess? The aim of his training is not solely to participate in the German Youth League. Rather, it is to cultivate reserve talent for the Duisburg first team. Such players appear to have little chance of breaking into the senior squad. Moreover, Duisburg is currently competing in the second tier of German football, making the prospect of the Bundesliga, the pinnacle of German football, even more distant. Chapter 8. The Revelation DeWitt? Have you lost your senses? Assistant coach Xavier exclaimed, casting a scornful glance at DeWitt. Have you forgotten our purpose? We are youth coaches, tasked with refining players and Oppos' imperfections and instilling in them modern football tactics. He may possess subpar stamina, but he is young. With diligent training, the lad could effortlessly cover 8 or 9 kilometers per game, which should suffice. I believe that under our tutelage, with unwavering dedication, he could evolve into the next Cristiano Ronaldo. DeWitt and Oppos' eyes gleamed upon hearing these words. Indeed, youth coaches nurture young talents. How could I have overlooked this? Furthermore, the Duisburg chairman has already brought Su Xing to the club. Even if I harbor reservations, I cannot simply dismiss him from the youth academy. As DeWitt pondered, Xavier continued to stoke the flames. Old friend, imagine the acclaim we would garner in the global football arena if we were to mold this lad into a future star. Prestigious clubs like Barcelona and Real Madrid might extend offers, or at the very least, we would become youth coaches for such esteemed teams. This is not only an opportunity for the Chinese boy, but also a golden chance for us. DeWitt, already swayed, found the lines on his forehead smoothing out. What you say makes perfect sense. Discovering a prodigious talent would be the crowning achievement of my coaching career, a passport to coaching at elite clubs. Wooden and Oppos' aspire to showcase their abilities on a grander stage, were it not for a lack of credentials. Lost in reverie, DeWitt envisioned a future where, in 2015, Su Xing, a Croatian Chinese prodigy, discarded by Espanyol, found himself at Duisburg where he encountered his mentor, DeWitt, the U17 youth coach who single-handedly transformed Su Xing into a footballing icon, propelling him to the highest echelons of the sport. DeWitt abruptly ceased his train of thought. Exhaling a breath of air, composing himself, he adopted a serious demeanor. Xavier, you raise valid points. I recall Su undergoing comprehensive physical assessments earlier today. After training, let us review the reports together in the medical room. Xavier, elated by DeWitt and Oppos' agreement, nodded enthusiastically. For some inexplicable reason, Xavier felt an overwhelming excitement after witnessing Su Xing and Oppos' performance on the field. He sensed that Su Xing possessed a rare talent, akin to his own youthful self. He never had a coach to appreciate his talent, and now that he was a youth coach himself, he wanted to give talented young players a chance. However, these were mere rationalizations. He was captivated by the Chinese youth and Oppos' skills. Back on the training pitch, the trailing red team appeared determined to reverse their fortunes. Every player displayed unwavering resolve, sprinting across the field. The midfielders, led by Captain Brandon, made frequent forays forward, while even the fullbacks joined the attack, engaging in passing combinations. Faced with the red team and Oppos' relentless assault, the yellow team and Oppos' defense crumbled. The two wingers were forced to retreat to midfield to press and defend. The red team and Oppos' defense comprised only two center backs and Xing, positioned offside. Thump. Capitalizing on an opportune moment, Captain Brandon delivered a through ball into the penalty area. Elton. The red team and Oppos, winger, raced onto the ball and slotted it past the goalkeeper. Sue, could you move around more? It would make it easier to pass to you. A yellow team midfielder said to Xing, with some reservations. No problem. Xing gestured okay and jogged toward midfield with the others, awaiting the restart. Xing readily agreed to his teammate and Oppos' suggestion. However, he had no intention of increasing his movement. His two goals had already demonstrated his abilities to the coach, and frantic running would only expose his poor stamina. Moreover, collapsing on the field due to exhaustion would detract from his graceful style and diminish his handsome image. Such behavior was unnecessary in a training match. As the red team celebrated, the game resumed. The yellow team and Oppos' inherent weaknesses became apparent once more. They struggled to create opportunities for Xing. As dusk approached, the sun cast a golden hue across the sky. Coach DeWitt glanced at his watch and said, Xavier, it is time. Let us conclude today and Oppos' training session. Xavier nodded and blew the final whistle. Duisburg and Oppos' training matches typically lasted only 45 minutes, about the duration of a half of a professional match. As a result, the players exerted themselves fully in the limited time available. The match ended with a score of 4-2, with the red team winning. However, their faces betrayed a sense of dissatisfaction. In previous training sessions, they had often won by larger margins. The difference today was the new young Chinese player. After the match, the players gathered at the sidelines, awaiting DeWitt and Oppos' instructions. After a few words, DeWitt left the other players to assistant coach Xavier and approached Xing. Your performance today was impressive. You are a talented player. However, DeWitt paused, wearing a puzzled look. I must ask, why were you so passive in your movements? A striker must make runs to create opportunities. Upon hearing these words, Xing's expression abruptly stiffened. He was at a loss as to how to articulate this matter to the team and Oppos' head coach, D. White. After a brief pause, Xing exhaled deeply and slowly replied, All right. Coach, I shall speak candidly. The reason for my limited movement is my poor physical condition. Chapter 9. Saving the talented player. Within the youth training camp of a Spanish club, Xing and Oppos' poor physical condition was well known among the coaches. However, rather than placing him in a starting position, the youth coach opted to deploy him as a secret weapon in the final minutes of matches. Only on rare occasions, due to injuries among key players, was he reluctantly elevated to the starting lineup. Initially, Xing accepted this outcome. Yet, subsequent events left him utterly disillusioned with the Espanyol club. Their intention for retaining him was solely to profit from his transfer to the Chinese Super League. Such a club was hardly worthy of his dedication. In stark contrast, Duisburg offered a different atmosphere. The club promptly arranged for a German teacher to assist him in mastering the language, clearly indicating their desire for him to remain and contribute to the team. Thus, Xing felt compelled to confront head coach DeWitt, revealing the truth about his inadequate fitness. Nonetheless, the fact of his poor condition was hardly a secret. Once the physical test results were released, DeWitt would inevitably discover the truth. Yet, there existed a significant difference between voluntarily informing the coach and him learning it independently. Upon hearing Xing's confession, DeWitt did not display any surprise. After all, this was within his expectations. It seems my assumptions were correct, he remarked, nodding impassively. Sue, your fitness is not a concern. At just 17, with proper training, you will undoubtedly enhance your stamina in no time. At this, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Xing's face. Logically, a player who had undergone formal training from a young age should not exhibit such poor physicality, especially given his remarkable technical skills. Even if he fell short of the basic requirements, specialized fitness training should yield improvements. However, Xing found himself constrained. His stamina had been fixed at 50 due to the activation of a system, failing to even meet the passing threshold of 60. Previously, in the Espanyol youth camp, he had undergone specialized fitness training, but it had only resulted in a significant waste of time, with no discernible improvement in his condition. I fear my fitness issues may be hereditary. No amount of training seems to help. He half-truthfully attributed his predicament to genetic factors. DeWitt, however, would surely not accept such an excuse, given his background in sports and training. This young man is simply lazy, he mused, contemplating future rigorous fitness training for Xing. With this, The notion of saving a talented player began to take root into Wit and Appos' mind. He proceeded to introduce Su Xing to certain unique regulations of the Duisburg U17 team, which included daily training schedules. Once these discussions concluded, De Witt announced the end of the day's training session. At that moment, Uncle Benjamin appeared at the training ground's periphery, waiting for Su Xing. After exchanging pleasantries with a few players who greeted him, Su Xing suggested they depart. Most players spoke only German, and the few who could converse in English, like team captain Brandon, could only manage simple exchanges. Otherwise, Su Xing would have relished the opportunity to engage in lengthy conversations with them. Upon leaving the field, Uncle Benjamin wore a bright smile. "So, how was today's training?" he inquired. For a moment, Su Xing felt a sense of confusion, as Benjamin's gaze resembled that of parents waiting at the school gate to greet their children. "Ah, Uncle Benjamin, the training match was quite satisfactory. Mr. De Witt seems to have a favorable impression of me and is planning to conduct individual training sessions." As they walked, Benjamin chattered amiably. "Haha, indeed. I have known De Witt for quite some time. When he first joined the Duisburg youth team, I helped him move into his dormitory. It and Appos, it's only natural that he treats you well. Once you acclimate to the team and Appos, as tactics, I will certainly advocate for you to receive playing opportunities. Make sure to showcase your talents in Duisburg." Listening to Benjamin and Appos' words, Su Xing felt increasingly validated in his earlier thoughts. Upon returning to Benjamin and Appos' cozy two-story residence, Su Xing took a brief hot shower. Prompted by Benjamin, he soon found himself seated at his desk, embarking on his German studies. The language proved more challenging than he had anticipated. The basic grammar was quite flexible, which posed a challenge for Su Xing, who was accustomed to the rigidity of English grammar. At 7 in the evening, after dinner, Su Xing resumed his studies at the desk. However, the rhythmic sounds of football being kicked nearby kept distracting him. Noticing Su Xing's curiosity about the noise, Benjamin patiently explained, "That must be Brandon and a few other players practicing on the field. You young ones are full of energy, still finding the strength to train after regular practice. Meanwhile, my old bones ache just from sitting through a flight. Once you grasp the fundamentals of German, I believe you and Appos, I'll be eager to join them for extra training." At this remark, Su Xing chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. "No, not really. I prefer to engage in my own activities during my downtime to unwind." Benjamin nodded knowingly, murmuring, "De Witt mentioned that talented players are incredibly disciplined and love extra training. Given your impressive skills, I assume you didn't and Appos practice much as a child?" This comment triggered memories for Su Xing, recalling the original owner's tireless, mechanical training on the field during his youth. While hard work and sweat could indeed pave the way to victory, it was undeniable that Su Xing lacked inherent talent. Despite years of effort, his football skills remained abysmal. Thus, when compared to those with natural gifts, sheer hard work sometimes fell short. One could only surpass oneself. Fortunately, Su Xing, having traversed into this world, had now acquired a golden opportunity. Otherwise, he would have harbored little confidence in his ability to excel in the highest level leagues and stand upon the grandest podiums in the future. Chapter 10. Malicious contract. Having completed his German studies, Su Xing retired early to bed. Initially, he had contemplated taking a stroll nearby, perhaps to visit a nightclub and indulge in a lively evening, practicing his newly acquired skills with the Klinsmann Golden Bomber. However, with only a handful of basic German words at his disposal, engaging in conversation would inevitably lead to awkward gestures. Unable to endure such an embarrassing predicament, Su Xing decided to allow himself a few days of rest to familiarize himself with the surroundings of the club. Furthermore, Uncle Benjamin had informed him that the next day he would need to visit the office of the sporting director in Duisburg to sign a new contract, and punctuality was paramount. Thus, granting himself a day off seemed entirely reasonable. Most importantly, given his current rating of 60. Competing in the youth league felt akin to a walk in the park. With his skill level, it would be effortless to join a mid-tier team in the second division. The following day, at 8 in the morning, after breakfast, Su Xing, under Benjamin and Appos' guidance, arrived at the sporting director's office in the Duisburg administrative building. Inside, Marcus, impeccably dressed in a suit and sipping coffee, was engrossed in his work. Upon noticing Benjamin and Su Xing entering, the beaming smile on Marcus and Appos' face abruptly vanished. As a high-ranking official within the Duisburg club, it was unnecessary for him to direct his disdain toward a young player. However, the very fact that the club's president, Aubrey, had taken an interest in Su Xing complicated matters. The discord between Marcus and President Aubry was well known throughout Duisburg. Marcus had long sought to undermine Aubry, aspiring to seize his position. Yet, due to Aubry and Oppos' past as a club legend and his successful coaching tenure that endeared him to fans, Marcus found himself thwarted for the time being. Consequently, he resorted to subtle sabotage within his sphere of influence. Xing was merely a pawn in Marcus and Oppos' game against Aubry. You must be Su, correct? I assume you are well aware of the matters concerning the youth training contract, Marcus said, glancing at the two before retrieving the pre-prepared youth contract from his desk. Xing, oblivious to the underlying tension in Marcus and Oppos' condescension, regarded the situation with indifference. After all, it was natural for a sporting director to maintain a level of detachment from an unheralded youth player. A hint of arrogance was to be expected. He believed that once he joined the first team and led Duisburg into the Bundesliga, Marcus would inevitably change his tune. As Xing perused the first page of the contract, his expression shifted from neutrality to uncontainable excitement. The dormant system had finally activated a new task. Ding. System task triggered. Task objective: win any league championship this season. Task reward: star skill card treasure chest. Note: any officially sanctioned league is valid. The German Youth League is included. Finally, the system had issued a new task after a lengthy hiatus since the European Championship task. Without new tasks, Xing could not acquire fresh skills or talent cards. To pursue a flamboyant style on the field, he needed to possess a repertoire of extraordinary skills. Otherwise, he would be as immobile as a lamppost. Thus, it was imperative for Xing to exert every effort to fulfill this task. Moreover, the system had clearly stated that the German Youth League was included. Given Xing's current abilities, leading the Duisburg youth team to victory posed no significant challenge. He merely needed to foster good relationships with his teammates and earn their trust to receive passes. Suppressing his exuberance, Xing refocused on the contract. The initial youth training clauses presented no issues, but the final provisions caused him to furrow his brow. Mr. Marcus, I recall that when the Duisburg staff contacted me, they mentioned that the youth training contract would be similar to that of the Espanyol training camp. However, why does this contract include a clause stating that if I fail to break into the first team within 2 years, the club will terminate my contract? Marcus appeared to have anticipated this query. He spread his hands, maintaining a neutral expression and a tone tinged with sincerity. Su, you must understand that the club brought you back from the Espanyol training camp because they recognized your talent and wished to cultivate you as a future core player of the first team. Therefore, this clause is necessary to motivate your development. With a slight chuckle, Marcus continued, nevertheless, all senior management has high hopes that you will join the first team within 2 years. What do you think? This dialogue was clearly crafted by Marcus to manipulate Xing. He even lowered his pride to display a confident smile. In Marcus's eyes, Xing, a player who barely moved on the field, had little promise. Duisburg and Oppos' decision to recruit him was a mistake. Just imagine. This clause could ultimately serve as leverage for Marcus to undermine Aubry should Xing be dismissed from the club. After hearing Marcus's explanation, Xing pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, Mr. Marcus. He then picked up the pen from the table and signed his name on the contract. Behind him, Uncle Benjamin, having overheard the discussion regarding the contract, gestured subtly to Xing, trying to convey something significant. However, Xing remained oblivious to the implications. Once the contract was finalized and stamped with the club and Oppos' seal, Marcus handed Xing his copy. Su, may our collaboration be fruitful. Following a handshake, the brief and informal signing ceremony concluded. Xing and Benjamin departed the office at Marcus and Oppos' behest. As they stepped outside, Benjamin, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Why didn't Oppos' you pay attention to my expressions in the office? If Duisburg were to terminate your contract, it would profoundly impact your future career. Clearly, that scoundrel Marcus is setting you up." Benjamin, in a fervent state, divulged all he knew about the situation, including the rift between Marcus and Aubry. After hearing Benjamin's account, Xing understood that Marcus's aloofness was not mere arrogance. He had harbored outright hostility. However, both Marcus and Benjamin shared a lack of faith in Xing and Oppos' ability to ascend to the first team within 2 years. Yet, Xing remained confident in his capabilities. According to the system and Oppos' assessment, he possesses the capability to compete in the second Bundesliga. However, He must first demonstrate his skills in the youth league to capture the attention of the first-team coach, which would facilitate his seamless transition into the senior squad. This process should require no more than a single season, and certainly not exceed 2 years. Hence, Xing harbors no fear regarding the clause in his contract that permits his dismissal from Duisburg. After all, Marcus lacks the authority to influence player selections. Otherwise, it would be a contract fraught with malice. Uncle Benjamin, trust me, just 1 season is all it will take for me to secure a place in the first team. Xing remarked with a smile, gently patting Uncle Benjamin and Appos' shoulder in an effort to ease his evident agitation. Yet, Marcus and Appos' actions are indeed excessively arrogant. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly inform President Aubrey of this matter. Uncle Benjamin, visibly frustrated, appeared to be more supportive of President Aubrey. During their journey to the training ground, Uncle Benjamin incessantly criticized Marcus. While he was aware that Xing had not played extensively in the youth team, he understood that not every player who excels at that level is granted the privilege of ascending to the first team. Therefore, he hoped Xing could, on this day of signing the contract, approach President Aubrey to amend the malicious terms of the agreement. However, Xing tactfully declined the suggestion. In dealing with such individuals, the most effective strategy is to let one and Appos' performance on the field serve as a powerful rebuttal, to impress him with sheer skill. This, indeed, embodies the essence of resolving conflicts through football. Nevertheless, despite his loquacious nature, Uncle Benjamin remains someone Xing holds in some esteem. Chapter 11. Physical training in the ensuing days. After attending to all the formalities of joining the new club, Xing integrated himself into the team's regular training regimen. The lives of youth players are often characterized by a monotonous routine, yet residing at Uncle Benjamin's house, where his incessant chatter provided a lively backdrop, rendered the experience anything but dull. Moreover, during these days of immersion, Xing's proficiency in German notably improved, allowing him to engage in casual conversations with his teammates, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. The vibrancy of the youth team was palpable, and with the common language bridge established, they discovered various topics to discuss. At this age, these young players idolized technically gifted prodigies, and Xing evidently held this esteemed position within the team. However, with admiration comes envy. Brooke, who occupied the same center-forward position, harbored considerable animosity towards him. Xing's technical prowess during training had almost entirely overshadowed Brooke's presence. The starting center-forward position in the youth league was of paramount importance. Every player dreams of catching the eye of the first-team coach and being promoted to compete in professional matches. Achieving this requires exceptional performance in Germany's youth league. Yet if one cannot even make it onto the pitch, no coach will recognize their talent. Fortunately, Germany's youth training system has matured significantly in recent years, and given Xing and Appos' current trajectory, he was likely to earn his chance. Furthermore, he knew that this weekend marked the commencement of the youth league for the season, presenting him with the opportunity to don the blue and white striped number 23 jersey. Friday afternoon in Duisburg, where the Ruhr and Rhine rivers converge, the sun shone brightly. At the Duisburg Football Club Training Center, the U17 training field was filled with players winding down their training session, lounging on the grass, and engaging in light conversation. However, the most diligent captain, Brandon, continued to oversee training with several disciplined teammates. The early conclusion of today and Appos' practice was twofold. First, the head coach, DeWitt, had devised a rigorous physical training regimen for the newly joined Xing, personally supervising his training after each afternoon session while the other youth players opted to rest. Second, the youth league was set to officially commence on Saturday, and as per tradition, Coach DeWitt would announce the starting lineup at the end of today's training. Brooke, do you think that Chinese kid will make it onto the roster for the first youth league match? Questioned the curly-haired Barrow, who sat on the grass, adjusting his sweat-soaked hair with a hint of concern. He and Brooke were both locals from Duisburg, having entered the youth training camp together, and he was apprehensive about anyone usurping his friend's position on the team. Brooke's gaze shifted to Xing, who was jogging on the track. To be honest, he replied, his expression growing somber. That kid and Appos' skills are indeed superior to mine, but his physical fitness is a significant concern. As it stands, he will likely be included in the roster, but may only appear as a substitute in the second half. However, if he manages to improve his fitness, it's not impossible for him to replace me as the team starter. Barrow playfully draped an arm around Brooke's shoulder and chuckled. Seems you're unaware of that kid's recent training results. I heard from assistant coach Xavier that Su's physical training has shown no improvement over the past week. In fact, his endurance has decreased, and he has been running slower each day. Brooke and Oppo's face registered shock at this revelation. After all, it was his first encounter with such an extraordinary contradiction of scientific principles. His forehead relaxed slightly as he pondered aloud. Is that really the case? If so, I doubt DeWitt would include him in the starting lineup. Naturally, Barrow agreed enthusiastically. Even if he does get on the pitch, as long as he doesn't gel with the other players and fails to make an impact, he won't stay on for long. With that, both Brooke and Barrow exchanged mischievous smiles, contemplating the possibility of Su Xing faltering during his debut, perhaps mishandling the ball in the backfield or failing to deliver accurate long passes, thus denying him any opportunity to shine. While these actions could indeed affect the team and Oppo's performance, they paled in comparison to the significance of Brooke and Oppo's starting position. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the field, Su Xing was laboriously jogging, though jogging seemed a misnomer as his pace had dwindled to nearly a brisk walk. What is going on? Why do I feel like I'm running slower today than I did yesterday? DeWitt furrowed his brow as he observed the exhausted Su Xing. Glancing at his wristwatch, a surge of anger coursed through him as he noted the time. He had only completed 10 laps. Yet his time was 2 minutes slower than the previous day. Damn it, he really is slower than yesterday. I must teach him a lesson. With that, DeWitt strode forward a few steps and shouted towards Su Xing, "You've only run 10 laps. What with that pace? Are you taking a leisurely stroll in the park? Even a random U15 player from Duisburg could outrun you. I don't know where you think you can hide your face." Just as DeWitt was about to continue his tirade, Xavier tugged on his sleeve, signaling him to desist. "Hey, calm down. You need to establish a good rapport with the players. Don't let Su think you're a tyrant." DeWitt sighed, turning to Xavier with an exasperated expression. "Do you think I don't understand these fundamental principles? But have you not noticed that his physical fitness has hardly improved this week? Moreover, his speed has worsened compared to a few days ago. I simply cannot accept that. The desires of individuals are often insatiable, and as the head coach of the Duisburg U17 youth team, DeWitt and Oppo's aspirations were no different. When you possess a technically gifted center forward in your ranks, you naturally wish for him to evolve into an Ibrahimovic or even a peak Ibrahimovic. You strive for perfection, not for a player relegated to the last 10 minutes of a match. Su is only 17. He has ample room for growth and doesn't need to rush," Xavier interjected, spreading his hands in a gesture of patience. "Besides, tomorrow marks the first Youth League match. Are you not planning to let Su adapt to the team and Oppo's game tempo and the intensity of the German Youth League? His physical condition is already subpar. If he endures such rigorous training today, what will happen if he is unable to perform tomorrow during the competition?" Chapter 12, The First Battle of the Youth League. D. White had initially intended to declare that Su Xing would not participate in the match. However, the words faltered on his lips, caught in a moment of indecision. This season, Duisburg Club held exceedingly high expectations for the Youth League, given the club's precarious financial situation. The first team needed to scout exceptional talent from the youth squad to bolster their ranks in competitive play. This strategy would not only alleviate financial strain, but also invigorate the first team with fresh talent, aiming for superior results. Yet, should the U17 youth team falter spectacularly, Chairman Aubrey and Oppo's vision would unravel entirely. Nevertheless, setting aside the harsh reality, Su Xing, despite his lack of stamina, could indeed produce unexpected outcomes if brought on during the critical moments of the second half. His instinctive positioning and remarkable heading ability might enable the team to triumph over their imminent adversary, Bochum U17. Bochum had established itself as a formidable force in the second division in recent years, exhibiting strong youth training capabilities. Facing Bochum in their inaugural Youth League match, Duisburg found themselves in an unfavorable predicament, likely to endure a harrowing defeat as the new season commenced. Yet, as D. White reflected on Su Xing's recent training performances, a compelling intuition surged within him. If Su Xing were allowed to play in the second half, he might very well secure a goal or provide an assist. With a deep exhale, D. White released a breath of resignation, continuing, "All right, I concede that our front line is currently riddled with issues. Su's skills may alter this predicament. However, given his present condition, I cannot justify placing him on the field immediately." Whether this statement would translate into action remained uncertain even to D. White himself. The more he pondered, the greater the inner conflict grew. In a moment of bewilderment, D. White ultimately acquiesced to the advice of his old comrade, Xavier. and turned to summon Xing with a whistle. "That will be all for today. You may rest." Laughter erupted from the Duisburg U17 players seated by the field, mockingly deriding Xing and Amp Oppo's lackluster fitness. Yet, to some extent, this served as a self-soothing mechanism. After all, during Xing and Amp Oppo's first week with the team, all the players had witnessed his exceptional skills, elevating him to the status of a star within the squad. Ironically, this very star was both admired for his technical prowess and ridiculed for his stamina. This contradiction provided ample amusement for the other players. As D. White stepped into the locker room, the day's training session concluded. The Duisburg U17 players rose to head to the cafeteria for dinner, while Xing lay exhausted on the grass, feeling utterly drained. His week at Duisburg had been grueling. Coach D. White, intent on enhancing his physical fitness, had subjected him to rigorous training sessions daily, relentlessly pushing his limits. If Xing's stamina could indeed improve, he would willingly embrace such training. However, due to systemic constraints, his stamina was capped at 50, leaving him powerless to enhance it. This meant that the high-intensity workouts were merely torturous trials for both his body and spirit, yielding no tangible benefits. Yet, as a newcomer to the team, he had no grounds to request a reprieve from Coach D. White's relentless demands. He could only wait until he had proven himself on the field, demonstrating exceptional performance before approaching D. White with such a request. Yet, that day felt distant. He would have to endure this grueling regimen for quite some time longer. Additionally, his German lessons with Uncle Benjamin had progressed sufficiently for him to engage in basic conversations. It was also imperative to schedule his specialized training at the nightclub, lest his innate talents stagnate. As the day of the Youth League and Oppo's inaugural match dawned, Xing was unlikely to require further stamina training. He had ample time to revel in the nightlife, perhaps losing himself in the ambience of the club until dawn. The following day, the previously quiet Duisburg youth training base became lively as fans in blue and white striped jerseys began to arrive in droves. Some accompanied children, while others carried popcorn and beer, all wearing expressions of leisure and enjoyment. In many Western workplaces, a two-day weekend is customary, granting people ample free time on Saturdays and Sundays. Given that Duisburg is home to only one team competing in the second division, it was a delightful diversion for families to attend a youth league match with friends and loved ones before the official start of the season. Furthermore, matches in the German Youth League are free of charge, as clubs encourage their supporters to cheer for the young talents, fostering the development of their youth academies. Fans also had the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the promising players from their youth setup. In the future, as these talented individuals progressed to the first team, witnessing their growth would be a gratifying experience. Go Duisburg! 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 Amidst the jubilant cheers of Duisburg supporters, both teams' players stepped onto the field. The home team, donned in blue and white stripes, faced off against Bochum U17, who sported deep gray uniforms. After donning their gear, the players commenced their warm-up on the verdant pitch. "Sue, I have something to inform you." Assistant coach Xavier approached Xing as he was juggling the ball during warm-ups. "Although you have participated in matches in both the Spanish Youth League and the European U21 Championship, you will not be starting in this game. We, the coaching staff, have noted your training success and technical skills, and we hold you in high regard. However, as this is your first time with the team, you will need to gradually adjust to the intensity of German Youth League matches in the team and Amp Oppo's style of play. The difference between German football and Spanish football is quite pronounced." Xavier spoke with a hint of regret in his eyes as he patted Xing and Amp Oppo's shoulder, adding, "You should observe the first half from the bench. Depending on the situation, you may come on as a substitute in the second half." Having partnered with D. White for many years, he trusted that D. White would provide Xing the chance to acclimate to the game. Moreover, Xavier genuinely admired Xing and Amp Oppo's exceptional talent. Had he been the head coach, he would have ensured Xing had the opportunity to showcase his abilities and foster communication, nurturing him into a key player poised to lead the team towards championship glory. Alas, he was not the head coach, and the stubbornly traditional D. White was unlikely to adopt such an approach. "Understood, Mr. Xavier," Xing nodded, smiling in response before redirecting his focus back to warm-ups. He was not the type to be so arrogant as to assume he deserved a starting position solely based on his past accomplishments. During his tenure with Espanyol and the Croatian national team, he had spent a significant amount of time as a rotational player. Now, as he joined Duisburg, he recognized that starting from the bench was a natural progression, allowing him to gradually adapt to the competitive intensity of the German Youth League and the team and Oppo's unique style of play. Thus, Xing harbored no feelings of discontent. What he yearned for was simply an opportunity to exhibit his capabilities. He surmised that this contest against Bochum U17 would furnish such a chance. Chapter 13. A disastrous defeat. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the youth league match commenced. Duisburg U17 kicked off the first half, with the tall player clad in the number 9 jersey, Brook, leading the charge into the heart of Bochum U17 and Appos' territory. Under the guidance of coach David, Duisburg employed a 4-3-3 formation, featuring a single playmaker supported by 2 midfielders. In contrast, Bochum U17 lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. This tactical arrangement is quite prevalent in German youth training, emphasizing player cooperation and proving to be particularly conducive to developing young athletes and Appos' technical and tactical skills. From the onset of the match, it became evident that the more formidable Bochum U17 held the upper hand, firmly controlling the game and Appos' tempo. Their players showcased remarkable positional flexibility and proactive movement, excelling in ball possession and consistently threading passes into Duisburg and Appos' defensive third, effectively unsettling their backline. Even when Duisburg managed to intercept the ball, Bochum's players swiftly pressed forward, making passing exceedingly uncomfortable for their opponents. This superior tactical acumen left Duisburg gasping for breath in the first 10 minutes, predominantly trapped in a defensive posture. Had it not been for the vigilant performance of Duisburg and Appos' goalkeeper, Bochum might have breached their defenses within that time frame. Observing the unfolding situation with furrowed brows, David gestured emphatically, swiftly adjusting the team's strategy. Do not hold possession in the back. Launch long passes directly to the flanks. Faced with Bochum's high pressing, Duisburg could no longer afford to linger in their own half, slowly building their attack. Such a sluggish approach posed no threat to the goal and merely allowed Bochum to seize control. If Bochum capitalized on just one opportunity, they could alter the scoreline. This stark disparity in strength necessitated that Duisburg adopt a more audacious approach to secure victory. Instead of laboriously defending in their own half, they should aim to send long passes forward and seize any available chances. However, David and Appos' strategy was, to be frank, a desperate measure. By relinquishing possession and directing the ball forward, he inadvertently gifted Bochum with increased opportunities to attack. At this juncture, fortune clearly did not favor Duisburg. In the 37th minute, after a Duisburg defender intercepted a diagonal pass from Bochum and Appos' midfielder, he promptly executed David and Appos' instructions, sending a long ball into the forward area. Although the defender and Appos' technique was respectable, the defensive personnel of Bochum outnumbered Duisburg's efforts. As the ball soared, 2 Bochum defenders swiftly converged on its landing spot, effectively winning the duel for possession. The second ball landed in the sweeping area of Bochum and Appos' holding midfielder, who skillfully controlled it before turning and advancing. Bochum and Appos' rapid counterattack unfolded with precision. Through a series of passes, they effortlessly exploited the gaps in Duisburg and Appos' defense. A Bochum midfielder, positioned just outside the penalty arc, astutely identified a vulnerability in Duisburg and Appos' backline. A deft through ball sliced into the vacant space along Duisburg's flank, where a Bochum winger surged forward and unleashed a powerful shot. The resounding crack echoed as the ball soared, finding the top corner of the net, narrowly evading Duisburg's goalkeeper's outstretched hands. The score was now 1-0. With Bochum U17 taking the lead on enemy territory, Bochum's swift counterattack was undeniably spectacular. Yet, the modest crowd of a few hundred, primarily Duisburg supporters, offered scant applause for the visiting team's triumph. As play resumed, the Bochum players remained undeterred by the external circumstances, growing increasingly emboldened. In the closing minutes of the first half, they continued to pose threats to Duisburg's defense. Soon after, the referee and Appos' whistle signaled the end of the first half, prompting both teams to retreat for a brief respite. In stark contrast to Bochum and Appos' relaxed demeanor, Duisburg and Appos' atmosphere was tinged with anxiety. Coach David wore a troubled expression, standing among his starting players as he urgently communicated strategies for the second half. Meanwhile, Xing remained seated on the bench, observing the unfolding drama. Clearly, David had no immediate plans to substitute him into the match. However, Xing felt no urgency. His experiences at Barcelona's youth academy had accustomed him to long spells on the sidelines. During his time at Espanyol's youth program, he often found himself waiting until the final minutes of matches for playing opportunities, even against formidable La Liga youth teams. With the second half and Appos' 15-minute intermission quickly passing. The players returned to the pitch. After Bochum kicked off, they immediately launched another fierce assault on Duisburg's backline. It was evident that Bochum had received orders from their coach, as numerous players surged forward, with both fullbacks crossing into Duisburg's half. This overwhelming offensive pressure was tormenting for Duisburg, compelling even their striker, Bruck, to drop back and assist in defense. Yet, the situation showed no signs of improvement for Duisburg. In the 60th minute, Bochum earned a corner kick, and their striker successfully connected with the ball, sending a header crashing into Duisburg's net. The second half had begun with a further deterioration of Duisburg and Appos, as circumstances. Bochum led 2-0. On the sidelines, Coach Devitt wore a bitter expression, throwing his hands up in frustration as he complained to his assistant, Xavier. In our first match of the season, we face a powerhouse like Bochum's youth team. It and Appos, utterly infuriating. If we leave the pitch without scoring at home, the impact on these young players and Appos morale could be devastating, potentially affecting their performance in subsequent matches. Hearing Devitt and Appos' lament, Xavier and Appos' expression mirrored his distress. His dedication to Duisburg U17 was evident from his many years of commitment, and he too wished to see the team succeed. However, given Duisburg's current predicament against a strong opponent like Bochum, the odds were grim. Even Devitt's tactical adjustments in the first half had yielded no results, leaving Xavier feeling helpless. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Xavier. He recalled a new player. Yes, it was Xing, who had recently joined the youth academy. Indeed, the team and Appos' chances of victory are rather slim at present. Why not allow Xu to take the field for a trial? Xavier lifted his gaze, locking eyes with DeWitt. Even if Xu were unable to score in this match, his presence could facilitate a quicker adaptation to the team and Appos' rhythm, thereby aiding in future victories. What do you think? However, even in Xavier and Appos' optimistic view of Xing, he did not believe that Xu could turn the tide and secure a win for the team while trailing by 2 goals. Yet, just because this match may not be the right opportunity does not imply that the next one will be the same. Upon hearing Xing's name, DeWitt momentarily paused, but quickly regained his composure. How could I have forgotten him? He exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his tone. Hurry and notify Xu to prepare for warm-up. He is to replace Bruck on the field. Chapter 14. The debut under scrutiny. Xu, warm up quickly. You and Appos' LLB on the field soon, Xavier urged as he approached the substitute bench, calling out to Xing before turning to prepare the substitution board with the fourth official. Acknowledging with a slight nod, Xing rose from the bench and began his warm-up exercises along the sidelines. The other Duisburg substitutes nearby could not help but display a glimmer of envy at the prospect of this newcomer getting his first league appearance. Yet, reflecting on Xing's recent training performances, they felt he indeed deserved this opportunity. After all, he had become the most technically gifted player among the Duisburg U17 squad. Soon, finishing his warm-up, Xing joined assistant coach Xavier at the fourth official's side, awaiting the moment the game would pause for the substitution process. Xu, don't feel nervous when you get on, Xavier patted Xing's shoulder, intending to offer some comfort before his debut. However, as the words left his lips, he realized they might be somewhat misplaced. Xing was a player who had participated in the European U19 championships. How could he possibly feel anxious in a youth league match? Nevertheless, Xing did not reveal his thoughts, merely smiling and nodding in response. The moment he had longed for since joining Duisburg was finally at hand. Truth be told, Xing yearned for the thrill of competition on the pitch. He looked forward to earning the trust of the head coach, aspiring for a championship in the youth league to gain system rewards, and dreaming of conquering the youth league to ascend to the second division. He anticipated, step by step, progressing toward the higher echelons of football and achieving the sport's utmost glory. Before long, as a Duisburg defender cleared the ball out of play in response to a Bochum attack, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Off went Duisburg's number 9, striker Bruck, and on came Xing, donned in the striped number 23 jersey. Bruck, engaged in defense, displayed a hint of displeasure upon seeing the substitution, even gesturing in confusion towards the head coach, Devitt. However, Devitt, wearing a stern expression, signaled for Bruck to exit the field immediately. Only then did Bruck lower his head, trudging off with a dejected demeanor. Truthfully, Bruck had anticipated that Coach Devitt would grant Xing a chance to play, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. With merely 60 minutes into the first match, Allowing Xing to enter seemed excessively generous for him to adapt to the game. Yet, considering the formidable opponent in Bochum, he wondered what a wandering forward like Xing could contribute to the team's defense. It would likely only exacerbate Duisburg's defensive woes. If that were the case, Devitt would undoubtedly harbor dissatisfaction with Xing's performance. As for scoring a goal, that seemed utterly impossible, no matter how skilled Xing might be. Duisburg had no possession of the ball. What could he possibly do? With this thought, a smirk crossed Brook and Appos' face as he casually patted Xing on the shoulder before making his way to the bench. Xing clearly sensed Brook and Appos' cold and even malicious demeanor, yet he chose to remain silent. On the football field, one's abilities should speak for themselves. Conflicts, whether physical or verbal, merely reveal immaturity. At the referee's signal, Xing stepped onto the pitch, a familiar yet strange expanse of green. Following the substitution, the match resumed quickly, with a Bochum player attempting a quick throw-in to catch Duisburg off guard. However, the Duisburg players displayed remarkable resilience, successfully defending against this threatening attack. Meanwhile, in the stands, spectato compared to engaging in verbal disputes, the prowess displayed through one and Appos' footwork is far more convincing. This exhilarating sensation is one that can only be truly appreciated by players who have experienced the game firsthand. As our gaze returns to the pitch, the introduction of Xing initially fails to alter Duisburg and Appos' fortune significantly. Instead, it exacerbates the already precarious state of their defense. However, this predicament had been anticipated by head coach DeWitt and assistant coach Xavier. The playing styles of Brook and Xing are starkly different. In moments of defensive peril, Brook diligently strives to reinforce the backline, which does alleviate some pressure. Yet, with Duisburg trailing by 2 goals, DeWitt does not require a defensive fortress. He yearns for a more offensive approach. At the very least, they must score to reclaim a semblance of dignity at home, preventing a shadow from looming over the players after their inaugural match of the new season. Unfortunately, during Xing and Appos' few minutes on the field, Duisburg failed to seize any opportunities, and even Xing did not manage to touch the ball. He found himself merely shadowing Bochum and Appos' central defenders, ensuring he remained onside. Bochum relentlessly pressed Duisburg, with their defenders lingering around the center circle, leaving Xing with little room to maneuver, creating an impression that he was merely strolling on the field. This situation ignited the frustrations of the sparse Duisburg fans in attendance. Chapter 15. Ups and downs. What on earth is player number 23 doing? Why does he remain stagnant in the midfield, failing to engage in even the most basic of tackles? Is he merely waiting for the ball to miraculously find his feet? Undoubtedly. DeWitt must have lost his mind today. Such a ludicrous substitution could not be rational otherwise. What Duisburg requires is the seasoned striker, Brooks, not this newcomer. The Chinese forward. DeWitt, are you even aware? Are you prepared to face dismissal from the club? The spectators in the stands promptly unleashed their collective dissatisfaction regarding the match, directing their ire towards the recently introduced player number 23, Xing, as well as the head coach, DeWitt. Given that this match is part of the youth league, the turnout of fans is not particularly large. Consequently, most fans have chosen to occupy the prime central seats in the VIP section, which is in close proximity to Duisburg and Appos' coaching area. This means that the vehement criticisms from the more zealous fans have reached both the players on the substitutes bench and coach DeWitt himself. On the substitutes bench, Brooks, hydrating, could not help but smirk at the remarks. It was clear that the fans favored the familiar face of Brooks over the newcomer, Xing. Under such public scrutiny, if Xing fails to perform admirably in this match, his opportunities to play will undoubtedly diminish in the near future. This buoyed Brooks and Appos' spirits, causing his smile to shine through even the disappointment of the match. Conversely, DeWitt was quite disheartened. He had not anticipated that Xing's entrance would provoke such fury among the fans. However, to be honest, he understood that the current state of the game was not Xing's doing and was, in fact, entirely unrelated. Yet, if Xing does not deliver a remarkable performance, both he and DeWitt would find themselves at the mercy of the Duisburg supporters and Appos' wrath. Old buddy, Don and Appos' Fred. How long has Sue been on the pitch? With nearly 20 minutes left in the match, perhaps this lad will surprise us with something miraculous, Xavier said, patting DeWitt on the shoulder in an attempt to lighten his mood. DeWitt nodded, and, casting a glance at the fervent fans, turned his attention back to the field. At that moment, a surge of excitement erupted on the field, igniting a spark in DeWitt and Appos' eyes. Duisburg and Appos, center back stepped up, successfully intercepting a pass intended for a Bochum player. Immediately, he executed a swift short pass to the retreating playmaker and captain, Brandon. A rapid counterattack ensued. In an instant, Duisburg seized a prime offensive opportunity. The players were filled with adrenaline and enthusiasm, charging forward. In contrast, Bochum had overcommit their forces forward, leaving only 3 defenders at the back. This was undoubtedly the finest counterattack opportunity for Duisburg since Su Xing's entrance. Upon receiving the ball, Brandon turned and advanced, deftly maneuvering through Bochum's defenders. However, the defenders remained composed and quickly closed in from the flanks, prepared to intercept the ball from the advancing Brandon. Recognizing the opening, Su Xing swiftly repositioned himself, raising his hand to signal for the ball. He had now entered Bochum's half, where, aside from the watchful center back, the path was clear. Even without Su Xing and Appos' signal, Brandon, firmly established as Duisburg and Appos' captain and orchestrator of the attack, would undoubtedly spot him in his line of sight. Without hesitation, Brandon delivered a precise diagonal pass towards Su Xing before the Bochum defender could close in. Yet, the Bochum defender, lulled by Su Xing's apparent nonchalance, had underestimated him. Only when Brandon's pass was made did the defender track the ball, but it was too late. Su Xing had already successfully timed his run, sprinting ahead, with the ball trailing closely behind him. "Stop him!" shouted Bochum's captain, positioned as a defensive midfielder, trying to alert his teammates. However, in the next moment, Su Xing's performance shattered the preconceived notions of Bochum's defenders. His long strides propelled him forward rapidly, already several meters ahead of the defenders. Brandon's pass was of high quality, allowing Su Xing to receive it effortlessly in front of him. What followed was a masterclass in simplicity. With the ball at his feet, Su Xing surged towards Bochum and Appos' goal. The trio of Bochum defenders, whether the 2 flanking players or the lagging center back, found themselves trailing behind him. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and all eyes in the stands were fixated on the once-derided Chinese player. Soon enough, Su Xing had penetrated the penalty area. Bochum's goalkeeper, instead of rushing out recklessly, chose to remain composed, awaiting the impending confrontation. It wasn't Appos' that he lacked skill. Rather, he had been unchallenged for much of the match, even perspiring little. However, now faced with the one-on-one situation against the opposing forward, a sense of apprehension began to creep in. As Su Xing approached, he did not opt for a straightforward shot into the far corner. Instead, he slowed his pace within the box, executing a feint that successfully deceived the Bochum goalkeeper. With a swift follow-up, he sent the ball towards the far corner. Without a doubt, this shot was executed with such finesse that the Bochum goalkeeper failed to mount any effective defense, resulting in what felt like a mere tap into an empty net. The ball found the back of the net. Su Xing, upon his first touch since entering the match, had assisted Duisburg in equalizing. In the stands, the Duisburg fans, who had eagerly anticipated this goal, fell into an astonishing silence for several seconds following Su Xing and Appos' remarkable strike. Their disbelief stemmed from the fact that this player, whom they had initially underestimated, had executed a flawless series of plays upon receiving the ball. "Oh, he actually scored. It's utterly unbelievable." Finally, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, realizing that the player who had helped Duisburg equalize was the very same Chinese forward they had previously scorned. The irony was palpable. I take back what I said earlier. This player possesses undeniable talent. He may very well be a prodigy among billions in China. Many fans who had mocked Su Xing moments before began to apologize for their earlier remarks, though dissenting voices persisted. No, how can this goal be attributed solely to him? Was and Appos' at Brandon and Appos' keen vision that identified his position and delivered the pass? Any striker in that position could have scored. Let and Appos' give the applause to Brandon. Exactly. A player who displayed such a lackluster attitude on the field does not deserve our cheers. Chapter 16. The dawn of victory. The disputes in the stands did not dampen the exuberant cheers resonating within the stadium. Su Xing, who netted the goal, radiated joy as he waved his hands in celebration. "Fantastic. Su, you are the savior of Duisburg. I always believed you could score." The coach and Appos' decision to bring you on was indeed perfect. Following the goal, a wave of liberation washed over all the Duisburg players. After nearly 70 minutes of play, during which they had struggled against Bochum, conceding 2 goals, the weight of despair had nearly suffocated them. At long last, Duisburg had found the net, serving as a profound morale boost for the entire squad. "Thank you so much, Su," exclaimed the captain, Brandon, who had delivered the exquisite through ball, rushing to embrace Xing with uncontainable excitement. Truth be told, Su had only recently joined Duisburg and had merely participated in practice matches. This was his debut. It is rare in football history for a player to score in their first match, particularly one who has yet to fully adapt to the team's tactics and style of play. This made Brandon admire Su even more. Haha, Captain. The credit for this goal primarily belongs to your brilliant pass. Su patted Brandon and Oppo's shoulder in acknowledgement, but as Brandon was about to say more, Su turned towards the goal with determination and added, I believe we still have a chance to win. Captain, let us celebrate again after we score the next goal. Brandon paused, momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Su igniting with newfound brilliance. As the team's captain, he was undoubtedly the most driven player among Duisburg's 11. Yet, in this moment of relief, he found himself strangely at ease, not immediately thinking to resume play and launch a new attack. You're right, Su. Brandon quickly released Su, seizing the moment to call out to his fellow celebrating teammates. Hold off on the celebrations, let us return to the midfield and get ready to restart. At Brandon's words, all Duisburg players snapped to attention, urging their Bochum counterparts to return to their positions. In the coaching area, after the goal, head coach De Witt was elated, waving his arms and even leaping to demonstrate a farmer's punch. Wonderful! This goal has ignited the fighting spirit of all the players. Xavier nodded in agreement, sharing in the excitement and embracing De Witt after his celebration. Didn't Ti say Su would definitely score? Are there still fans who think substituting him was a mistake? Xavier's words jolted De Witt into realization. Indeed, Xing's goal is a direct rebuttal to those who question my substitution. He turned towards the fans in the stands, spreading his arms wide and shouting, Do you see? My substitutions have never been wrong. Is there anyone still doubting my decisions? The fans in the stands reacted to De Witt's proclamation. Some hung their heads in silence, while others stood defiantly. De Witt, don't let your triumph blind you. This goal is entirely Brandon's doing. What does the 23rd player have to do with it? Yes, let us see if he can score again. The dissenting voices made De Witt's expression darken, and his outstretched arms instinctively withdrew. He had intended to engage in a debate with these fans, but Xavier intervened just in time. De Witt, don't get angry. The fans come to support the team, and their initial doubts about Su are a positive thing. It can motivate him. Once Su scores again for the team, no one will question him anymore. Taking in Xavier's counsel, De Witt's glare at the dissenting fans softened, and he turned his attention back to the field, though he still huffed in irritation. These fans, what do they do other than heap pressure on the team? Young players require encouragement, not blatant skepticism. Xavier nodded, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation further, and instead shifted the focus back to the match. It could be said that the fans' words, aside from adding pressure on Xing and Coach De Witt, were little else. Sometimes, pressure indeed propels progress, but at other times, mindless pressure could become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. However, the comments did provide a slight comfort to Brooke, who sat on the bench. The view from the substitutes area was excellent, and he had just witnessed the entirety of the goal. Reflecting inwardly, he recognized that had he been in Xing's position, he might not have been able to carve out a clear opportunity due to his own limitations. Yet, the fans remained unaware, attributing all the credit to Brandon, which allowed Brooke to bask in self-satisfaction within his own world. On the field, Xing swiftly brought the ball to midfield, urging the Bochum players to take their positions so the referee could resume play. This was a commendable move. Duisburg's morale was soaring, and most players could envision a victory or at least a draw. If they did not seize this momentum, they risked missing opportunities in the following minutes. Once play resumed, both teams quickly fell back into a competitive rhythm. The match progressed with exchanged attacks. Bochum sought to extend their lead, while Duisburg aimed to level the score, resulting in a rapidly accelerating tempo and frequent changes in possession. The Bochum coach appeared anxious on the sidelines. Push forward, spread out, and attack from the flanks. Keep an eye on that number 23. Do not give him any chances. Observing Duisburg's relentless assaults, a sense of foreboding gripped the Bochum coach. He found himself compelled to amplify his on-the-fly directives, repeatedly reminding his players. However, to some extent, such intense sideline coaching could heighten the players' emotions, leading to mistakes in passing and receiving. In the 82nd minute, Bochum's passing tempo slowed, and a lateral pass was intercepted by Duisburg's diligent defensive midfielder. After regaining possession, this player swiftly passed the ball to Duisburg's left back, Barlow. Launch it long. Find Su. De Witt could no longer remain seated. He leaped up, directing Barlow. This interception effectively stifled Bochum's advance. If executed quickly, this counterattack could very well equalize the match. This is nothing short of the dawn of Duisburg's victory. However, what followed left all the fans astonished. Chapter 17. The immature young players at this moment. Duisburg's fullback Barlow, in possession of the ball, should have executed a direct long pass to find his teammates in the attacking front. However, as Duisburg had just transitioned from defense to offense, many players had yet to position themselves adequately to receive the ball. The most opportune position was occupied by the unengaged Xing. Nevertheless, since Barlow and Appos' promotion from the various youth tiers of Duisburg, he had developed a close rapport with his teammate Brook. Currently, Brook's position was usurped by Xing, and Barlow was reluctant to pass the ball to Xing, allowing him another potential goal-scoring opportunity. Had Brook occupied Xing's position, he would have undoubtedly made the pass without hesitation. Thus unfolded a perplexing scene that left all the spectators in attendance bewildered. Barlow, instead of passing, opted to carry the ball forward, inevitably facing a barrage of Bochum defenders. What was Barlow doing? Why not pass the ball? This swift counterattack opportunity was squandered solely by his actions. Duisburg and Appos' coach, De Witt, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding situation. His face contorted with fury. Yet, as the second half resumed, the Duisburg coaching area was situated at a distance, rendering his shouts ineffective in awakening Barlow's awareness on the field. However, in a football match, it is impossible for all tactical decisions to rest solely with the head coach. On the field, there are also spirited leaders and organizational cores. In the Duisburg U17 team, this responsibility naturally fell upon the captain, Brandon. Brandon had also recognized Barlow and Appos' mishandling of the ball. He sprinted a short distance into the attacking area before turning back to shout at Barlow, "What are you waiting for? Pass the ball already." Perhaps spurred by Brandon and Appos' call, or perhaps due to Barlow and Appos' lack of proficiency in dribbling, he found himself unable to maintain control of the ball amidst the Bochum defenders and Appos' encroachment. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to pass the ball from his current position. After a brief collaboration, the ball reached Captain Brandon's feet. Yet even so, Duisburg's aspirations for a rapid counterattack were shattered. Most of Bochum's defenders had nearly returned to their positions. Attempting another pass to breach Bochum's defense seemed akin to chasing a mirage. With a taut expression, Brandon surveyed the field after advancing into Bochum's half and identified a gap in their defense, delivering a precise through ball towards the wing. It must be noted that Brandon and Appos' vision in the youth league was exceptionally outstanding. Otherwise, Duisburg and Appos' U17 lineup would indeed be stagnant. Within the penalty area, Xing observed the ball being played to the flanks and gradually moved toward its direction, patiently awaiting an opportunity. Barlow's perplexing maneuver had not gone unnoticed by Xing. However, after days of training, he could not be oblivious to the palpable animosity that Brook and Barlow harbored towards him. Yet, he never anticipated that at the tender age of 17, the rivalry would manifest on the field, resulting in his exclusion from receiving the ball. Such a maturity. This was a clear instance of allowing personal feelings to overshadow one's professional future. Could the team's overall success be eclipsed by individual selfishness? Xing found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend the mindset of a young Western player through the lens of his own modern Chinese perspective. Soon, Brandon's pass enabled Duisburg's winger to comfortably receive the ball. Bochum's defensive intensity was largely concentrated in the central area, a testament to their coach's wariness of young Xing. This, in turn, resulted in numerous gaps along the flanks for Bochum and Appos' defense. Duisburg and Appos' winger easily advanced toward the baseline. However, in this position, he struggled to cut inside and execute a quality shot on goal against Bochum and Appos' defense. Reluctantly, he opted to create some space along the flank and delivered a high cross into the center. The ball's landing point was near the penalty spot. To be frank, this cross was of commendable quality. Had the central players managed to assertively seize it, a goal could have been imminent. This, to some extent, reflected the winger's trust in Xing. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Xing was tightly marked by two Bochum defenders. Even Bochum and Appos' holding midfielder had retreated into the penalty area, prepared to contest the aerial ball during Duisburg and Appos' winger and Appos' cross. The ball soared high into the air, gradually descending. In that moment, players from both teams within the penalty area braced themselves, vying for the ball's landing spot. Another Duisburg winger also sought an opportunity at the back post as the ball traveled through the air. Undoubtedly, the cross was successfully contested by Bochum and Amp, Oppos, two towering defenders, who leaped in anticipation. However, the ball was not cleared out of bounds. Rather, it landed on the periphery of the penalty area. For Bochum, this outcome was still acceptable, as they had thwarted Duisburg and Oppos' best chance to equalize. If they could hold on for a few more minutes, Bochum would secure victory in this away match. With a smug expression, a Bochum player descended from his jump, turning to mock the Duisburg striker who had previously evaded him and scored. Yet, the next moment, his smile froze. Xing, who had been behind him, had mysteriously vanished. A wave of dread washed over the Bochum defender as he quickly scanned the area, searching for Xing and Amp, Oppos' presence. As anticipated, he spotted Xing on the outskirts of the penalty area. However, he was now adjusting his strategy to contest the second ball. Realizing he had little chance of winning the initial header, Xing had swiftly altered his approach, opting to forego jumping for the first ball. Instead, he took a few steps back, preparing to observe the trajectory of the second ball. Fortune favored him, as the second ball did not fly out of bounds, but instead veered toward the penalty area. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. "Quick, stop him!" exclaimed the Bochum defender, his voice tinged with shock. Other Bochum defenders followed his gaze, also spotting Xing, who was poised to contest the second ball. Yet it was too late. With keen instincts, Xing had already positioned himself. As the ball descended, he expertly controlled it with his chest, then charged forward, driving the ball into the penalty area. With his right foot raised, Xing's body elegantly unfolded, and he unleashed a powerful shot. Thud! The ball, struck with tremendous force, soared into the air, hurtling toward the Bochum goal. The two Bochum defenders, sensing imminent danger, instinctively shielded their bodies to block the ball. However, their efforts proved futile. The ball slipped through the gap between them, hurtling straight toward the Bochum goalkeeper. Chapter 18. The furious coaches. The goalkeeper of Bochum U17, a seasoned veteran, ascended from the position of the second-choice keeper to that of the first-choice starter during the latter half of the previous season's youth league. Undoubtedly, his prowess in the youth league garnered the recognition of Bochum U17's head coach. However, the chaos in Bochum's penalty area was palpable. Not only were Bochum's defenders caught off guard, but several Duisburg attackers were also present, severely compromising his judgment. As the ball surged forth from the throng, it was a mere 3 or 4 meters away from him. At such a proximity, he was rendered incapable of executing any meaningful save. Nevertheless, as a goalkeeper, his reflexes were sharper than those of players in other positions. Anticipating the trajectory of the swiftly approaching ball, he managed to divert it with a desperate dive. Alas, although he had correctly predicted the direction, the ball decisively struck the net, creating a pronounced bulge in the fabric. Simultaneously, the referee blew the whistle, pointing towards the center circle, signaling that the goal counted. The ball had found the back of the net. In the dying moments of the match, Xing once again emerged as a hero, helping his team level the score. Following the goal, Captain Brandon rushed towards him, leaping onto his back. "Su, you are Duisburg's hero, safeguarding our honor." Other players soon surrounded Xing, showering him with praise. The clouds of doubt that had hung over him dissipated, and he raised his arms and challenged towards the spectators who had questioned him. Damn it, how could Carter and Maxi make such foolish mistakes? The Bochum U17 head coach, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation, clasped his head in despair and berated the two center-backs who had failed to defend against Xing. Does contesting for the ball require 2 players? If so, should you not pay attention to Duisburg and Oppos' number 23 striker? Why, despite being of similar age, do you lack his flair? If you cannot manage that, can you not at least clear the ball out of play? What on earth are you doing? The Bochum head coach, losing control of his emotions, uttered increasingly harsh words. Yet, the two center-backs dared not retort. Their failure to adequately handle the ball was evident. How else could Duisburg and Amp, Oppos' striker have capitalized on the opportunity? Acknowledging their mistake, they chose to endure the coach's wrath while promptly seeking to amend their errors. This exemplified the attitude and awareness expected of young players. Conversely, the atmosphere in the Duisburg coaching area was somewhat peculiar. "David, I told you Sue was an exceptionally gifted player," Xavier exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, addressing David. Scoring 2 goals on his debut and helping the team level the score, I can hardly fathom the heights he might reach. Xavier and Oppos' enthusiasm was palpable, but he noticed David and Oppos' expression remained grim. "Old friend, the team has equalized. Why the long face?" Upon hearing Xavier and Oppos' query, David scoffed, his brow furrowed in concentration. I have far more pressing matters to attend to than merely celebrating the equalizer. With a serious demeanor, Devitt turned to Xavier. This was a familiar sight to Xavier. Devitt was now in work mode. Notify Hilbert to substitute Barlow. Additionally, inform Brandon to instruct the team to retreat defensively for the final 10 minutes. Even if we cannot score, we must not allow Bochum to score. Xavier furrowed his brow, but chose not to challenge Devitt in his current state. He understood that Devitt was a stubborn and extreme individual. When the team encountered a situation he could not accept, he would act immediately. Clearly, Barlow and Oppo's recent performance had struck a nerve with him. As an assistant coach, Xavier was well aware of the dynamics within the locker room. However, the players were merely 17 or 18 years old, still maturing, and while honing their skills, they should also be guided to develop the right values and sense of teamwork. Yet, Xavier's philosophy was to allow them to grow freely, believing that healthy competition was encouraged by the team. Devitt, however, was intolerant of any shortcomings. In due course, Xavier seized the moment when Duisburg players were celebrating to conduct the substitution. Barlow, visibly anxious, exited the field, evidently unprepared to face Devitt and Oppo's reprimand. In contrast, Hilbert, who had long been a substitute, could not conceal his excitement at the opportunity to play. "What were you doing out there, Barlow?" As soon as Barlow left the pitch, Devitt confronted him, his gaze piercing. Barlow stammered, struggling to find the words to explain himself. "I couldn't and amp, Oppo's, see the positioning of the other players. I had to take the ball myself." Devitt and amp, Oppo's anger flared upon hearing Barlow and amp, Oppo's ludicrous excuse. "Barlow, do you take me for a fool? How can you have the audacity to present such a ridiculous excuse? You are capable enough to secure a position as the starting fullback. Do you think I am unaware of your tactical abilities?" As Devitt's agitation grew, he pointed a finger directly at Barlow's nose, continuing his tirade. "You were 17th. If circumstances permit, you might even join the first team next season for training. Yet, your performance today has utterly disappointed me. If you cannot separate locker room conflicts from the match, I doubt you will ever make it to the first team." Under the weight of Devitt and amp, Oppo's scorn, Barlow hung his head, not daring to breathe. Having established himself as the primary fullback for Duisburg U17, he was well aware that should the first team require fresh talent, he would be a strong contender. Yet, Devitt and Oppo's words made him acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. Observing Barlow's hesitation, Devitt lost interest in confronting him further, especially with the match still in progress. "Think it over carefully and write a report for my desk," he declared curtly before turning his attention back to the field. At that moment, the match clock ticked to 86 minutes, with only 4 minutes remaining in regulation time, and even with stoppage time, it was unlikely that more than 10 minutes remained. The score stood at 2-2. For Devitt, whose team lacked the physical prowess to dominate, this outcome was within the realm of acceptability. Thus, as he resumed watching the game, his expression softened considerably. In stark contrast, Bochum and Oppo's head coach was visibly distressed, nearing a state of frenzy as he vociferously berated his players on the field. The Bochum U17 squad was capable, likely to secure a commendable position in the Youth League this season. However, losing the opening match to a weaker opponent was a scenario that the entire Bochum staff found intolerable. Soon, the fourth official raised the board, announcing 4 minutes of stoppage time. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Chapter 19 unexpected with 3 long whistles echoing through the air. The inaugural match of the new season of the German Youth League came to a close. The Duisburg U17 team faced the formidable Bochum U17 and managed to secure a draw at home, earning a valuable point. For the relatively weaker Duisburg, this was an exceptionally favorable outcome. No one wished to suffer a crushing defeat in their first match of the season. On the pitch, the Duisburg U17 players wore relaxed expressions as they heard the final whistle. Their satisfaction stemmed from having met the objective set by their coach, DeWitt, marking a promising start to the new season. In contrast, the Bochum U17 players appeared somewhat haggard. The realm of sports is merciless. There can only be one victor in each contest, while the other is destined to taste defeat. Although the match ended in a 2-2 stalemate, each team harbored different aspirations for the season ahead. Bochum, as a traditional powerhouse in German youth training, expected to confidently claim 3 points against a Duisburg team that had languished at the bottom of the standings in recent years. Yet, they were left with the humiliating single point. as he observed the dejected faces of his players. Bochum's coach struggled to contain his frustration and began to reflect on the reasons for their unexpected outcome. His gaze swept across the field and ultimately settled on the number 23 player of Duisburg, indeed, the hero who had helped level the score. Where had this player emerged from? The coach, who had managed to stabilize his emotions, found himself erupting once again upon seeing Xing, unleashing a torrent of expletives at his assistant coach. Had it not been for this young lad's sudden entrance in the second half, Duisburg would never have had the opportunity to equalize. He resolved to investigate Duisburg's youth training situation thoroughly. How could they have unearthed such a talented player? The Bochum coach gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Today, they had not merely drawn, they had been bested by that number 23 player from Duisburg. However, the match was over, and his outburst could only serve as a release for his pent-up emotions. Soon, the Bochum U17 players approached the sidelines. Recognizing that they had squandered a match they should have won and were thus unworthy of any celebration, the Bochum coach waved his hand, uttering no words, as he led his players away from the field, heading to the club bus waiting at the training base. In the stands, the remaining Duisburg fans fervently chanted the name of their team. This is the essence of Western football culture. They expressed their affection for the team in such passionate ways. The fans who attended the youth league match were die-hard supporters, deeply invested in the fortunes of their team. They understood the significance of Duisburg U17 and Appos' achievement in drawing with Bochum U17, which warranted their applause and encouragement. "Sue, thank you so much for today and Appos' match," Captain Brandon exclaimed after celebrating with the other players, choosing to remain by Xing and Appos' side. Truly, as a product of the Barcelona Youth Academy, his skills were remarkable. Xing nodded and broke into a hearty laugh. Despite being of a more mature age, he still relished the praise and admiration from his peers. "Just to clarify, I did not come from La Masia. I trained at Espanyol's Youth Academy," Xing corrected him. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Brandon's face, but he quickly embraced Xing, shifting the topic. "Haha, it doesn't matter where you're from. You're an undeniable football prodigy." Indeed. Making his debut as a substitute and contributing 2 goals to equalize the score was simply astounding. "Sue, are there any differences in training between Espanyol and Appos' Academy and our team and Appos' daily routine? We wish to learn from you," other Duisburg U17 players chimed in, eager to glean insights from Xing's training experiences, as his performance on the field had left a profound impression on them. "It seems that the training at Espanyol isn't too different from ours." Xing scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding candidly. "They simply place a greater emphasis on ball possession." This revelation was evidently not what the Bochum players wished to hear, and they began to engage in spirited discussions. Surely, it and Appos' because of Sue and Appos' immense talent and his unique understanding of football, they mused. "Sue, do you typically engage in extra training?" In response to their inquiries, Xing contemplated briefly before nodding and stating, "Of course. While we all possess talent, diligent training will inevitably lead us to play in the top leagues one day." Hearing these words warmed the hearts of those present. While Xing undoubtedly possessed great talent, he acknowledged the importance of hard work, inspiring many players to commit to rigorous practice and shun shortcuts in honing their skills. In truth, Xing and Appos' assertion posed no contradiction. It merely highlighted the distinction in their training methods. While they exerted themselves on the pitch, Xing often found himself reveling in nightlife. Though their approaches differed, they all pursued a common goal. As the Duisburg fans concluded their jubilant celebrations and gradually departed, Coach De Witt called all players into the locker room for a post-match debrief. Although Duisburg had managed to draw with Bochum, it was evident to any discerning observer that they had been largely outplayed for the first 70 minutes, struggling to breathe under their opponent's pressure. This issue was not solely the fault of the defenders. The forwards also bore responsibility. If the attacking players could pose a significant threat, Bochum would not have felt emboldened to commit more players forward. De Witt and his assistant, Xavier, took about 20 minutes to summarize the match. Each brought their own insights to the table, with Xavier even supplementing De Witt's analysis, resulting in a thorough assessment of Duisburg's shortcomings. "All right, that's all for today," De Witt announced, surveying the players before continuing. "Everyone should take the time to rest tomorrow. There will be no training. However, remember the rules. Know what you can and cannot do." Given the unexpected draw, De Witt's tone was less severe, which lightened the mood for the Duisburg players. As Xing exited the training facility, Uncle Benjamin emerged from the shadows, excitedly patting him on the shoulder. "Good lad, I knew I was right about you. Scoring 2 goals in your debut means you and Amp, Oppos, redestined for the top leagues. Ha ha ha. Benjamin and Amp, Oppos' sudden appearance startled Su Xing momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Scoring 2 goals today involved a fair bit of luck. The defenders of Bochum seemed somewhat complacent. Had they kept a steadfast watch on me, I would certainly have been unable to score those goals. Benjamin grinned widely, pondering whether luck was not merely a facet of skill. Who would have thought you, young lad, could be so modest? Were it me, I would have already boasted about it to the entire club. Not long after, as if a thought struck him, Benjamin abruptly shifted the conversation. Su, you shouldn't and Oppos, have training tomorrow, right? You and Oppos, been in Duisburg for quite some time now, and with your debut goal today, we must take you out for a splendid meal. My cooking is utterly dreadful. You must be yearning for a change of palate. Su stifled a laugh, yet replied, Not at all, Uncle Benjamin. Your cooking is truly commendable. Keep spinning your tales. If only I weren't short on funds, I would have no qualms about cooking at home. Even a dog would turn its nose up at my culinary attempts. Oh, Su, I may not have articulated myself clearly. I did not imply that you were a dog. I merely meant that even dogs would refuse to eat the meals I prepare. Chapter 20. A new training session. Duisburg, as a significant industrial hub within the Ruhr area, has seen its urban landscape expand continuously in recent years due to the refinement of its industrial framework. Benjamin drove Su Xing to a local hotel, which, despite its lavish decor, did not quite reach the pinnacle of luxury. Perhaps sensing Su Xing and Oppos as potential misgivings, Benjamin patiently clarified as soon as they were seated. Su, do not be misled by the hotel and Amp, Oppos' understated elegance. The cuisine here is exceptionally delightful. Most people wouldn't discover this gem without having lived in Duisburg for several years. Upon hearing this, Su Xing nodded but chose not to prolong the discussion. As he grew familiar with Benjamin, he became aware of his financial circumstances. Benjamin worked a menial job at the Duisburg Football Club, earning a modest salary each month while also supporting a son back in his hometown, rendering his financial situation rather strained. Nonetheless, after Duisburg and Amp, Oppos' victory today, he still opted to treat Su Xing to a sumptuous meal, an act that deeply touched Su Xing. In his past life, he had experienced the hardships of life in the streets and was no oblivious youth shielded from the realities of the world. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes savored, Su Xing shared some of his own stories with Benjamin, the most intriguing of which revolved around how Benjamin secured his position at the Duisburg Football Club. From their conversation, Su Xing learned that Benjamin had pursued a degree in law, qualifying him as an educated individual. However, his loquacious nature hindered him from landing a desirable job after graduation, ultimately leading to a serendipitous encounter with Mr. Aubrey, the current president of the club. Years later, when Aubrey ascended to the presidency, he invited Benjamin, who was struggling to make ends meet, to join the club in a support role. Though the pay was not substantial, the work was relatively relaxed, and more importantly, it allowed Benjamin to indulge in his passion for football, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. By 7:00 and Oppos' clock, Benjamin and Su Xing had concluded their delightful meal. True to Benjamin and Oppos' words, the hotel's culinary offerings were indeed superb, causing Su Xing to develop a newfound appreciation for German gastronomy. Su, I trust there are no pressing matters to attend to? Let us return. You can still practice your German for a while, Benjamin suggested, disregarding his own image as he stepped outside the hotel and wiped his mouth with his hand. Benjamin, is it permissible for me to stay out tonight? Su Xing hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he posed the question. The youth league had concluded for the day, and with the next day being a rest day, it was an opportune moment for Su Xing to engage in some nocturnal training at a nightclub. Having already arrived at the club and Oppos' exterior, he no longer needed to sneak out. Ah? Benjamin turned back to Su Xing, his expression laden with confusion. You plan to stay out tonight? Su, do you perhaps have other engagements? Or is there an event you wish to attend? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Benjamin became, scratching his head in disbelief. What could possibly compel someone to remain out at night? Recognizing the bewildered look on Benjamin's face, Su Xing knew he had to clarify the situation to avoid any misconceptions that might hinder his future enjoyment of such outings. It and Oppos, not that I can and Oppos, return home. I might just be a bit late, around 3 or 4 in the morning. As soon as Su Xing uttered these words, Benjamin's demeanor shifted dramatically. No, Su. I understand you are young and brimming with hormones, but you must recognize that you are also a professional athlete. How can you afford to squander your time frivolously? If your health deteriorates, you will never become a competent football player. Furthermore, I heard from Mr. DeWitt that your stamina is lacking. Could this be the reason? Listening to Benjamin's admonishment, Xing felt a sense of foreboding. It was clear that Benjamin had misconstrued his intentions, imagining him as a wayward youth with no ambition. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. He merely sought to train at a nightclub. Benjamin, it is not as you perceive. I merely wish to explore some personal interests and unwind a little. It is not as you suggest, indulging in frivolous escapades, Xing insisted. For once, Benjamin fell silent. He scrutinized Xing and Apos' eyes, searching for some hint of dishonesty, but Xing and Apos' clear gaze revealed nothing amiss. Very well, Benjamin sighed. He understood that he was neither the team's head coach nor did he possess the authority to impose restrictions on Xing. His primary responsibility was to teach Xing German and little else. However, I hope you are being truthful. Please return early. I will leave the door open for you. With that, Benjamin turned towards the parking lot, waving goodbye to Xing. Watching Benjamin and Apos' retreating figure, Xing felt an indescribable mixture of emotions. The notion of training at a nightclub seemed absurd and was not something he could easily share with others. Moreover, the existence of the system ensured that no one else would ever know. As he observed Benjamin's car depart from the hotel entrance, Xing retrieved his phone and opened the map, searching for nightclubs in proximity to the training center. Chapter 21. Back now? As Xing arrived at the nightclub, he was enveloped by an intense atmosphere. The pulsating beats, dazzling lights, and the cacophony of voices created a vibrant scene. With the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and alcohol, the Western ideology celebrates freedom, and the ambiguous tones of the nightclub permeate their souls, allowing them to unconsciously relax amid such an environment. Yet, Xing found no comfort in it. Perhaps he was still accustomed to the values of his homeland, where hard work and perseverance are revered, rather than succumbing to fleeting pleasures in such a place. If not for his training needs, he might never have set foot in such an establishment. After a brief exchange, Xing entered a private room alone. Having no financial constraints, he preferred to keep his drunken state concealed from others, avoiding the embarrassment of lying on the bar counter for the night. After a few glasses of wine, his consciousness began to blur. Gradually, the figures of Inzaghi and Klinsmann reappeared in his mind. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to train Klinsmann's Golden Bomber. His future ambitions lay in ascending to higher leagues, and while he enjoyed a certain freedom in the youth league, he knew that once he joined a first team in one of the top 5 leagues, he would be under the scrutiny of countless fans and media regarding his private life. If the media were to discover a chaotic personal life filled with nights spent in nightclubs, he would face immense public pressure. Thus, he realized that he must seize these easier moments in the youth league to swiftly enhance his innate skills. As Xing made his choice, a vivid virtual figure began to materialize beside him. These were the players from Klinsmann's time at Inter Milan, now occupying Klinsmann's position. Xing gradually began to move on the field, participating in the internal training matches of Inter. The Golden Bomber was just beginning to take shape. Once Xing elevated it to level 2, it would signify a qualitative leap. Time drifted slowly, and soon it was 2 in the morning. While Xing engaged in monotonous training in his mind, Uncle Benjamin, waiting at home, grew increasingly anxious. As Xing's assistant and mentor, Benjamin held a deep fondness for the young man. He harbored his own football dreams, but reality was often cruel, and not everyone possessed the requisite talent. Those lacking such gifts often projected their dreams onto others, fans and parents alike. Witnessing Xing, a young football prodigy, Benjamin unconsciously placed his hopes for football glory upon him, wishing for his ascent to Duisburg's first team and ultimately to the pinnacle of the sport. Therefore, he could not bear to see Xing falter. Football is a sport that demands both talent and diligent effort. A young player who succumbs to indulgence risks poor physical condition at a tender age. Teetering on the edge of a precipice, Benjamin felt it was his duty to help guide Xing back to solid ground. This night felt particularly long. After a night of training, Xing had successfully increased his proficiency with Klinsmann and Apos' Golden Bomber by 168 points. 2 factors contributed to this significant improvement. First, he had arrived at the nightclub early, allowing for nearly 10 hours of training. Second, the previous training session had provided him with some foundational understanding, making his practice more fluid and effective. Opening the skill panel, he murmured, and the data regarding Klinsmann and Apos' Golden Bomber appeared in his mind. Skill: Klinsmann's Golden Bomber, LV1 329 10,000. Training with skill cards and talent cards begins slowly, But as proficiency increases, the process becomes considerably easier. In essence, proficiency growth becomes exponential. Once Klinsmann's Golden Bomber reaches level 2, Su Xing's heading ability would likely dominate in the German 2nd Division. After muttering to himself, he splashed cold water on his face in the restroom to awaken his senses, then settled the bill and returned to the Duisburg Youth Training Base. Meanwhile, Uncle Benjamin had lost track of the time he fell asleep, only recalling Su Xing opening the gate to the courtyard. Rising from his bed in a peculiar manner, he made his way outside. "Su, why have you returned now?" Uncle Benjamin, still in his clothes, swiftly opened the front door. Su Xing stood awkwardly in the courtyard, his gaze meeting Benjamin and Appos, as with a hint of embarrassment, even guilt. He had promised Benjamin he would return home that night, albeit a bit late. Yet, the faint light of dawn hinted at the truth of the matter. Su Xing and Appos' mind raced. "Uncle Benjamin, I may have overindulged and lost track of time." As he spoke, Benjamin slowly approached him, the strong scent of alcohol wafting towards him, causing him to instinctively pinch his nose. "You rascal, where exactly did you go? Why do you reek of alcohol?" Benjamin furrowed his brow, his tone shifting from curiosity to anger. "You must have spent the entire night at a nearby nightclub. You youngsters love this kind of escapade. But do you not realize you are a professional footballer? You have a future on the pitch. Why squander your body and prospects, my child? Look at your current physical condition. It has deteriorated significantly. Why continue to waste your health? Alcohol will only decay your body." Benjamin grew increasingly agitated, his heartfelt admonitions reminiscent of a concerned parent scolding a wayward child. "Wait, Uncle Benjamin." Unable to endure any longer, Su Xing waved his hands in protest. "I really did not spend all night out. I merely had a few drinks with some new friends at the bar. My alcohol tolerance is low. I got tipsy after a few glasses and only just woke up. I and Appos am completely sober now. I did not stay out late." Benjamin blinked in disbelief. "How could that be? I refuse to believe you just slept through the night." He paused, seemingly recalling something. "Wait, who are these new friends you met?" Su Xing chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "ISN and Appos. The crux of the matter whether I truly spent the night out? Shuden and Appos. The focus be on whether or not I stayed out late." Benjamin nodded, indicating that Su Xing had a point. "All right then, to prove my innocence, I and Appos head to the training ground for extra practice right now. Let me show you that I did not spend the entire night out." With that, Su Xing turned, walking confidently towards the training field, while Uncle Benjamin followed closely behind. Chapter 22. Fury as dawn broke, a cascade of white light illuminated the eastern sky. The towering administrative building of the Duisburg Club cast a shadow over the training grounds. However, unlike other training facilities, the training fields belonging to the Duisburg U17 team appeared exceptionally bright. This was not merely a matter of angle or the sun and Appos' rays fortuitously streaming in. The lights beside the training ground had been turned on. Under this illumination, a figure clad in the blue and white of Duisburg stood out remarkably. Upon entering the training area, Su Xing was swiftly noticed by Brandon, who was already engaged in practice. "Su?" Brandon turned around, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I can't believe I'm seeing you here at 6 in the morning on a day off. This is truly unbelievable." Su Xing felt equally surprised. He had not anticipated encountering a Duisburg U17 player training so early on a day off. Rumors had circulated within the team about their captain, Brandon, being exceptionally diligent. Even after an intense afternoon training session, he would often remain behind to practice alone or rally his teammates for additional drills. Yet, there had been no whispers of him coming in early on his day off to train. This was astonishingly industrious. "Oh, I didn't expect to run into the captain here," Su Xing thought, quickly regaining his composure. "Does the captain come to train every morning on his day off?" Brandon shook his head with a rueful smile. "Actually, I don't have this habit. However, the last match revealed numerous shortcomings in my performance, making me realize that my skills still need improvement. So, I decided to seize the opportunity of a day off to train a little more." As he spoke, Brandon and Appos' gaze inadvertently shifted towards Su Xing, his eyes betraying an unmistakable admiration and envy. "I never imagined I would bump into you here, Su. You are quite young yet possess such remarkable skills. It must be due to your hard work in the Espanyol Youth Academy. It seems I should learn from you and dedicate more time to training if I wish to keep pace with you and strive for the Youth League Championship together." Observing the determination in Brandon's eyes, Su Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who would have thought that a young prince, who spent his nights reveling in nightclubs in Spain, could someday become someone else and Oppo's idol. Clearly, he hadn't had enough sleep. Captain, I believe you can lead the team to victory in the Youth League Championship. Keep it up. Xing, possessing a high emotional intelligence, shared his thoughts candidly. He even encouraged Brandon further in response to his words. Subsequently, at Brandon and Oppo's invitation, Xing joined him for training. Fortunately, Duisburg had only taken notice of Xing from the Espanyol Youth Academy. Otherwise, rumors of his nightlife as the nightclub prince would have spread like wildfire through the club. After a while, both Brandon and Xing began to feel fatigued and took a seat on the sidelines to rest. At that moment, Benjamin, who had accompanied Xing to the training ground, quietly approached with 2 breakfast servings in hand. Brandon, Sue, you're here training so early. And the players' cafeteria isn't open yet. I figured you might not have had a proper breakfast, so I picked up a little something for you both. Benjamin had bought them steak sandwiches and milk from a nearby shop. The 2 youth players, lacking strict dietary oversight from a nutritionist, could indulge in such fare occasionally without concern. Brandon and Xing, genuinely hungry, expressed their gratitude and eagerly dug in. Brandon looked at Benjamin with a hint of longing. He had always trained alone in the mornings. When had anyone ever treated him to breakfast? Sue, I overheard your conversation with Brandon earlier. I had no idea you worked so hard at the Espanyol Youth Academy, Benjamin remarked as he sat down beside Xing. I misjudged you. I thought your lack of stamina was due to your frequent drinking. In the future, let me know if you have any issues, as your assistant. It's my responsibility to look after your well-being. This time, I want to tell Coach D. White, but next time you stay out all night, I might have to report you. Benjamin chuckled as he spoke. Having listened to Brandon and Xing and Oppo's exchange, he was now aware of Xing and Oppo's diligent training regimen. This revelation dramatically shifted Benjamin's perception of Xing from a player with a chaotic personal life to a dedicated prodigy. Unbeknownst to Xing, he had done nothing to provoke this change in Benjamin's attitude. He hadn't even elaborated much to Brandon, merely responding succinctly to his inquiries. Indeed, at times, people and Oppo's assumptions arise solely from their vivid imaginations. Meanwhile, at the Duisburg Administrative Building, it was a Monday, and the Duisburg U17 team was afforded a day of rest after their recent match. The other staff members, however, continued their regular work. The sports director, Marcus, arrived early at the office but found little to occupy his time. He brewed himself a cup of coffee and reclined in his chair, listening to music. Suddenly, the door to Marcus and Oppo's office swung open violently, causing him to spill coffee onto his desk. Who on earth? Marcus and Oppo's pleasant demeanor evaporated, and he was about to unleash a torrent of anger. But upon seeing the club president, Aubrey, burst in, he swallowed the rest of his words. Aubrey, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Why didn't you knock before entering? Marcus's tone softened somewhat, though his irritation still lingered. Aubrey, who authorized you to unilaterally alter Sue's youth training contract? Chapter 23. The unveiling. Marcus murmured in confusion, his mind racing to recall any memories of Sue. Within the Duisburg club and Oppo's various youth teams, there were numerous talented footballers, and to identify someone solely by their name was quite a challenge. Yet, how many players could have prompted Chairman Aubrey to personally inquire about them? You must be referring to the Croatian Chinese player Xing, who transferred from the Espanyol club, right? After a brief moment, Marcus responded with a nonchalant tone, as if he had anticipated that Aubrey would one day address this matter. As long as you remember. Despite his formal attire, the aged Aubrey could not conceal the weariness etched upon his face. So, tell me, why did you include a clause in the youth contract stating that if he does not join the first team within 2 years, he will be dismissed from the club? The management had already made a decision regarding Sue and Oppo's contract. Who gave you the authority to act independently? Faced with Aubrey and Oppo's pressing inquiries, Marcus calmly retrieved a napkin from the table and began to wipe away the remnants of coffee. Aubrey, do you not believe this player can make it to the first team within 2 years? Aubrey replied without hesitation. No. I certainly believe he has the potential to join the first team and lead Duisburg back to its former glory. Then, aside from motivating him to train harder, what harm could this clause possibly bring? As Marcus spoke, he rose from his seat, spreading his arms wide with a smirk on his face. Furthermore, I have not altered any terms of the youth contract. The addition merely serves as encouragement. As the sporting director of Duisburg, do I not possess that authority? Aubrey, understand this. You are merely the chairman elected by the fans and the board. Duisburg is neither your family business nor a dictatorship. Aubrey's face flushed with anger. Yet Marcus and Oppos' words were undeniably truthful. He was indeed the esteemed chairman elected by Duisburg, yet he remained constrained by Marcus, the sporting director, in certain respects. Noticing Aubrey and Oppos' silence, Marcus approached him, further stoking the flames. Rather than fixating on a youth player and Oppos' contract, shouldn't you concentrate on the performance of the first team? This weekend, the season of the two Bundesliga will officially commence. Do you wish to see Duisburg relegated to the 3 Liga next season? A mocking smile appeared on Marcus and Oppos' face. The 2013 to 2014 season had been a dismal affair for Duisburg, culminating in their first relegation to the 3 Liga. The following season, they barely managed to secure promotion back to the 2 Bundesliga, finishing second in the 3 Liga. In the early days of the Bundesliga, Duisburg had been one of the 16 founding teams. However, as the 21st century unfolded, Duisburg's performance waned, relegating them to a club that frequently lingered in the 2 Bundesliga. Having only recently escaped the clutches of the 3 Liga, this was also the reason why Chester, the youth training director from Espanyol, looked down upon Duisburg. Should Duisburg fail to secure their status this season, it could very well signify the end of Aubrey and Oppos' tenure as club chairman. Marcus, mark my words. One day, you shall pay for your mistakes. Aubrey exclaimed in fury before turning on his heel and storming out of Marcus's office. Marcus chuckled softly, returning to his seat to relish the morning's tranquility. When the sky falls, it is always the tall ones who bear the brunt. The club's tribulations naturally rested upon the shoulders of the management. As for the coaches of the other teams, their sole responsibility lay in the league's results. Moreover, Xing, the newly arrived U17 player, had no need to concern himself with these matters. His focus should solely be on honing his abilities and pursuing his aspirations. That afternoon, Xing concluded his additional training on his day off and returned to Uncle Benjamin's home. He diligently studied German in the afternoon and retired to his room for an early night and Oppos' rest. However, his slumber was far from peaceful. At 2 in the morning, awakened by his alarm, Xing stealthily slipped out of the Duisburg youth training base once more, heading to the nearby nightclub for a night of revelry. Were others to discover his nocturnal excursions, they would undoubtedly link it to his poor physical condition. Naturally, Benjamin, upon learning of this from Xu, shared the same sentiment. Is everything you've said true? Is Xu really such a player? In the office of Duisburg's U17 head coach, Devitt wore a troubled expression as he regarded Benjamin. The cigarette in his hand nearly burnt down to the filter, yet he was too preoccupied to notice. Devitt, do you truly believe I would deceive you regarding this matter? Benjamin's demeanor was grave. Given his rapport with Chairman Aubrey, he could easily relay Xing's nightclub visits to him with a simple phone call. However, being well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships, he knew that such a breach of protocol would likely earn him the disdain of mid-level managers like Devitt. Nevertheless, Xing's tactical prowess indicated that he must have dedicated himself during his formative years. Moreover, during the morning training session, Xing displayed no signs of abnormality, performing impressively in header drills and demonstrating rapid improvement. Devitt found himself at a loss, seemingly attempting to convince himself that this was all a fabrication. Yet, after 2 consecutive nights of returning home reeking of alcohol, what do you think he was doing? Benjamin continued earnestly. I harbor no personal grievances against Xing, nor do I intend to slander him. It is precisely because I care for this boy that I feel compelled to speak up. He is still young and lacks the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. How can he aspire to be a competent professional footballer if he spends all his time in debauchery? His talent is exceptional, which is why I wish to see him stay on the right path. I lack the authority to impose restrictions on him, yet I hope that, as his head coach, you can help correct his daily habits. Upon hearing Benjamin's words, Devitt nodded and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Xavier, what is your perspective on this matter? Devitt turned to Xavier, seeking his opinion. I believe this situation must be reported to Chairman Aubrey for a final decision. Xavier pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed. Xing was personally selected by Chairman Aubrey when he was scouting for talented players. Given that he has now committed such a serious offense, it would not be unreasonable to suspend him from training and demote him to the reserves according to team regulations. However, what will Chairman Aubrey think? Chapter 24. Suspension Warning. D. White solemnly nodded, and without any hesitation, picked up the phone on the table to call Chairman Aubrey. The phone rang for a brief moment before being answered by Aubrey, whose voice conveyed a hint of impatience. D. White, what is it? I and Oppos' "I'm rather busy at the moment, if it and Oppos, that's not urgent. Could you call back later?" As the new season of the German second division approached, Aubrey found himself grappling with significant concerns regarding Duisburg club. The team and Oppos' summer transfer budget was limited, leaving the first team's roster somewhat incomplete. To address the personnel issues, the head coach submitted a list of players for loan. He hoped Aubrey could select a few capable players to temporarily bolster Duisburg for the season. While a few players would be manageable, the head coach and Oppos' list was excessively lengthy. Aubrey needed to consider the club's financial constraints and the feasibility of acquiring desired players from other teams. "Aubrey, I believe this matter is quite serious and requires my immediate report to you." Although it could wait until Aubrey was less occupied, D. White felt an urgency he could not ignore. This situation had been corroborated by Benjamin and was nearly a foregone conclusion. He struggled to accept that a player within their ranks exhibited such chaotic personal conduct. "All right, get to the point," Aubrey replied, granting permission for D. White to proceed. D. White swiftly recounted the troubling incident involving Su Xing. Upon hearing the details, Aubrey fell into deep contemplation. To be candid, after reviewing Su Xing's performance statistics and highlights from his time at Espanyol, Aubrey had held great confidence in him. He believed that apart from his slight lack of stamina, Su Xing possessed exceptional talent at the youth training level. With proper nurturing, he could evolve into a world-class star. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? A remarkable player with an impressive goal-scoring ability is indeed commendable. However, a player at the pinnacle of their career may occasionally have their indiscretions overlooked by club executives. But what of Su Xing? He was merely a fledgling youth player, only 17. This was a critical period for his development, yet he squandered his time in nightclubs. Even on training days. With a heavy sigh, Aubrey felt his mind clouded and instinctively began to massage his temples. "D. White, you must find a way to correct Su's bad habits. Firm ideological guidance is necessary. You may impose a temporary suspension to emphasize the gravity of this situation." After outlining these instructions, Aubrey elaborated on Su Xing's potential future. Should he perform well in the youth league this season, the club would promote him to the first team next season. This was a special arrangement for Su Xing, as few players received such treatment upon joining the youth academy. Naturally, this was also a reflection of the first team and Oppos' current predicament. To ensure Duisburg and Oppos' survival in the second division, Aubrey had to place greater reliance on young talents. Soon after receiving Aubrey and Oppos' consent, D. White immediately began preparing the suspension notice for Su Xing alongside Xavier. When the Duisburg U17 team gathered that afternoon, D. White publicly announced the disciplinary action against Su Xing, explicitly stating his violation of club regulations. "Su, come with me to the locker room." Amidst the astonishment of the other players, D. White's stern expression directed this command at Su Xing before he turned and strode towards the locker room. "Brandon, why are you following me?" Xavier, still occupied with arranging the afternoon training, did not accompany D. White to the locker room. However, as soon as D. White left, Brandon made his way towards it as well. "Coach Xavier, I believe that even if Su has indeed violated the club and Oppos' discipline, he should not be punished with a 3-match suspension." Brandon paused, his gaze resolute as he explained. "You are aware that Su scored twice in our last match against Bochum U17. The team needs him. Without him, our chances of victory in the upcoming 3 matches are slim. Moreover, I trained with him early on a rest day. I know he is not that kind of person. There must be a misunderstanding. Su and Oppos' nocturnal escapades are indeed true." Xavier and Oppos' words were tinged with reluctance. After witnessing Su Xing's performance as a substitute in the previous match, he had already recognized the potential in the young player. Achieving success in the youth league this season was contingent upon Su Xing and Oppos' participation. However, as an assistant coach, despite having considerable influence, Xavier knew that the obstinate D. White would not heed his counsel. Brandon, however, was different. As a prodigy from Duisburg's youth academy, he was destined to rise to the first team and contribute significantly. His words often resonated with the sentiments of the other players, reflecting the voice of the team. With this thought, Xavier sighed. "All right, when you speak to D. White, be mindful of your words." Brandon nodded in gratitude and promptly made his way to the locker room. Meanwhile, Xavier continued to arrange the afternoon training session. "Brooke, I never imagined Su could be such a player," Barrow remarked as he mingled with his close friend Brooke during practice. Brooke chuckled lightly, his eyes betraying disdain. "This is self-inflicted. Who else can he blame? At such a young age." Does he really think that participating in a single match for Duisburg places him above the club and Oppo's regulations? This 3-match suspension will certainly temper his arrogance. Otherwise, he might forget his place within the team. Barrow nodded in agreement. Indeed, with a 3-match suspension and a warning, his playing time this season will likely dwindle. Even if he does play, I doubt he can outshine you. While Barrow and Oppo's earlier comments pleased Brooke, the mention of competition suddenly made him uneasy. He had sat on the bench during the last match and was acutely aware of Xing and Oppo's performance on the field. If Su adapted to the team and Oppo's rhythm and developed chemistry with the other players, Brooke realized he would have little chance of competing against him. Yet, with Xing not present, Brooke puffed out his chest defiantly and retorted, "Of course. Unless I make it to the first team, he will forever be relegated to the bench behind me. However, you young lad, next time during the match, do not deliberately refrain from passing to him, lest you find yourself benched by that old fellow Devitt." Baylor felt a warmth in his heart, nodded in acknowledgement, and quickened his training pace. Chapter 25. Another tough battle in the locker room. Head coach Devitt sat at the table with a furrowed brow, smoking furiously. The swirling smoke a testament to his evident displeasure. However, he refrained from an immediate outburst, patiently finishing his cigarette before addressing Xing. "Do you have any thoughts on the club and Oppo's disciplinary action against you?" Xing met Devitt and Oppo's gaze without an ounce of trepidation, responding in a measured tone. "I believe the club and Oppo's decision to suspend me for 3 matches is excessive. The new season presents a grim outlook for Duisburg, with a significant gap between our team and those of greater prowess. If I am sidelined, losing these points at the season's outset could severely impact our chances for the championship." Upon hearing Xing's ambition for the title, Devitt seemed incredulous, almost amused. "I never anticipated that your objective this season would be to claim the championship. Do you genuinely consider yourself worthy of being a competent footballer based on your recent performances?" As his agitation grew, he abruptly rose from his seat. Once a player himself, his stature matched that of Xing, yet the authority that accompanied his position was palpable. Devitt expected Xing to feel a twinge of guilt or regret under his intense scrutiny. Instead, Xing's next words only fanned the flames. "Mr. Devitt, I do not believe I have erred in any regard." Shaking his head, his tone resolute, he continued, "My visits to nightclubs are merely a personal interest and have not interfered with my training or performance. Am I not entitled to a private life as a youth player?" At this juncture, Devitt could not help but spread his arms in exasperation, interrupting Xing and Oppo's defense. "Not affecting your performance? Look at your dismal fitness. You barely managed to cover 5 kilometers in the entire match. Is this not indicative of your prolonged indulgence in alcohol? You are merely an inconspicuous youth player, not a celebrated star. My tactical design requires that the center forward participates in defense. Do you understand?" Devitt laid bare his thoughts, revealing the influence of Chairman Aubrey's directives. Modern football emphasizes player collaboration, with many forwards retreating to their half to assist in defense due to tactical demands. Only a select few renowned stars can afford to eschew such responsibilities, often tolerated by coaches due to their fame. In essence, Devitt did not yet regard Xing's capabilities as sufficient to warrant a tactical focus from the entire Duisburg U17 team. This realization dawned on Xing. To flourish on the pitch in the future, he must possess the requisite skills to impress the coach through his goal-scoring efficiency. "Mr. Devitt, I comprehend your perspective. However, should a center forward not be evaluated based on their goal-scoring ability?" Exhaling a heavy breath, he remained steadfast. "I may not contribute defensively, but I can score for the team. At times, offense serves as the most effective defense." Seeing Xing's obstinacy, Devitt grew weary of the debate. Just as he prepared to reiterate his concerns regarding Xing and Oppo's personal life, the locker room door swung open once more. "Brandon, why aren't you training with the other players? What brings you to the locker room?" Upon recognizing his protege Brandon, Devitt moderated his tone, refraining from further ire. Brandon approached Xing, glanced at him, and addressed Devitt. "Coach, I believe the 3-match suspension is excessively harsh. The team critically needs Su. I am confident that once he becomes more familiar with the other players, his goal-scoring efficiency could even lead him to become the top scorer in the youth league." Brandon and Oppo's sincerity was evident in his earnest gaze, reflecting his trust in Xing. He sensed that if the team could successfully link the midfield with him, they would ascend to the pinnacle of the youth league. "Brandon, you have no authority to speak on Su's punishment." Devitt dismissed Brandon's plea outright. Without stringent discipline in the youth academy, we cannot cultivate competent players. I must establish absolute authority within the team. Had it not been for his favored protege Brandon, any other player advocating for Xing would likely have faced a harsh reprimand. However, Devitt interrupted Brandon before he could continue. Silence, Brandon. You need only comply with the head coach and Oppo's directives. Now, leave at once and run 5 laps on the field as punishment. Brandon sighed, understanding the futility of further argument. Having followed Devitt for nearly 2 years, he was well acquainted with his coach's temperament. The stubborn Devitt often disregarded others' opinions, even when his judgments were questionable. Realizing there was no hope of changing Devitt and Oppo's mind, Brandon turned to Xing, offering an awkward yet apologetic smile before exiting the locker room. Mr. Devitt, I believe one day you will regret your decision today, Xing remarked as he too made his exit, ignoring Devitt and Oppo's calls and leaving without a backward glance. Who gave these insolent youths the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Devitt seethed, delivering a forceful blow to the table in frustration. Coach, I heard everything they just said. Ultimately, aren't we all striving for the team's success? At that moment, assistant coach Xavier entered. Amused by Devitt's agitation at the two youths. For the team's benefit? Devitt scoffed, raising his head to meet Xavier's gaze. If it were truly for the team, they would adhere to my directives. That is the path to a successful career. Now, don't let this upset you, Xavier said, placing a reassuring hand on Devitt and Oppo's shoulder, concern lacing his voice. This weekend, we will face Hamburg U17 away. Which players do you plan to start? As Xavier shifted the conversation towards the upcoming match, Devitt settled back down, gradually calming his frayed nerves. After a moment of contemplation, the anger on Devitt's face diminished, though traces of displeasure lingered. The Hamburg U17 program had excelled in recent years, producing several players on the verge of stardom, attracting attention from numerous clubs. This would indeed be another formidable challenge. After speaking, Devitt felt a slight throb in his temples, instinctively rubbing his forehead. Indeed, he conceded. Xavier nodded, acknowledging that the team's most pressing issue was their lack of offensive prowess, despite Brooks' commendable skills within the youth ranks. Yet, he consistently fails to convert those final touches into goals, diminishing our chances of triumphing over Hamburg U17 considerably. DeWitt paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward Xavier. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He pondered whether Xavier intentionally broached this subject to highlight Xing as the finest striker in Duisburg U17. But was this not akin to opening a can of worms? Could it be that Xavier sought to advocate for Xing? Xavier, what do you mean by this? DeWitt scrutinized Xavier intently, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Chapter 26, a dual-line defeat? What significance could I possibly hold? Xavier did not anticipate that his subtle intentions would be immediately discerned by Devitt, who hastily waved his hand in denial. I am merely concerned about the team's performance. As for the punishment regarding Sue, you may deliberate on that matter yourself. Devitt nodded, choosing not to prolong the discussion on this topic. To be frank, he was no fool and could certainly see that Xing was more suited for Duisburg than Brooke. However, now was not the time for such considerations. Allowing Xing to continue his decline would mean losing a player of remarkable talent, an outcome that could not be compared to the 3 matches of the Youth League. Moreover, Xing had only come off the bench for 1 game and had yet to acclimate to the team's rhythm. Observing a few more matches from the sidelines would not be amiss. The club had merely stated that Xing should be suspended, without indicating he would be excluded from the substitute list, allowing him to witness the match in person. Subsequently, Devitt, along with Xavier and several other assistant coaches, began watching the footage of the recent Hamburg U17 match, preparing for the upcoming Youth League encounter. Meanwhile, the other players, under the leadership of Captain Brandon, engaged in off-the-ball training. In response to Brandon's goodwill, Xing expressed his gratitude during the training sessions, which significantly deepened their friendship. Frequently, the two would share meals at the cafeteria, inseparable during lunchtime. This, however, irked Brooke into small clique. Before long, the match day on Sunday quietly approached amidst the routine training sessions. During this time, Xing had once again ventured to the nightclub for training, despite his caution. He was still discovered by Uncle Benjamin, who caught wind of some clues. Upon learning of this, Devitt was furiously angered, wishing to extend Xing's suspension. Fortunately, with Xavier and others persuading him, he refrained from doing so, though he still imposed other forms of punishment on Xing. Consequently, Xing found his days increasingly arduous, enduring a state of mental and physical exhaustion for 24 hours without respite. Furthermore, On Sunday, while heading to watch the Hamburg U17 match, he was excluded from the substitute list, remaining at the club to observe the game online. On Sunday afternoon, Duisburg's training facility was unusually desolate, devoid of fans. With only a few training players who had traveled for the away match, including members of the first team. Unfortunately, the day's results were disheartening. The first team lost 1-2 to RB Leipzig, a slight disappointment for the traveling fans. In contrast, Duisburg U17 suffered a brutal 0-4 defeat to Hamburg U17. Being dominated throughout the match without ever threatening the opponent's goal, it was a sight to behold, a dismal performance. The following morning, Chairman Aubry arrived at the office to address the team's affairs. Aware of the first team and Oppo's humiliating defeat, he had hardly slept the previous night and wore a grim expression. Regardless of circumstances, losing the first match of the two Bundesliga to RB Leipzig filled him with concern for the team's condition. Duisburg had indeed returned to the two Bundesliga this season, yet it was a well-established club, and its legacy should still hold weight. However, the outcome of the inaugural match left him starkly aware of the first team's shortcomings, transforming his initial hopes for a commendable season into a mere desire for survival. Yet, maintaining that survival was not an easy task. Surveying the entirety of the two Bundesliga, Aubry found it challenging to identify a team against which they could secure a guaranteed victory. In an instant, the beleaguered Aubry recalled the youth players from the training academy, contemplating whether they could alleviate the first team's deficiencies. Naturally, the prodigious talent, Xing, brought back from the Spanish training academy, came to mind. With this thought, he hurriedly sifted through the documents on his desk to find the weekly youth training report provided by his assistant. Soon enough, he located the report and eagerly opened it. Duisburg and Oppo's youth training system was relatively comprehensive, with each age group possessing its own team. The earlier reports concerning the younger squads did not address Duisburg and Oppo's pressing needs, prompting Aubry to skip ahead to the concluding U17 report. What met his eyes was the disheartening result of Duisburg U17's 0-4 defeat to Hamburg U17. What on earth was Devitt doing? Aubry's anger erupted, slamming his fists onto the desk. This result nearly extinguished any hope he had left. After a brief pause, Aubry furrowed his brow and calmed himself to continue reading the youth training report. A glance at the starting lineup revealed Xing's absence, reminding him that Su had been suspended due to personal issues. This meant that Xing had not participated in the previous match at all. If only this young man had been on the field, would victory have been within reach? Aubry exhaled wearily, sinking into his chair while staring at the ceiling, unconsciously murmuring to himself. Yet, in the emptiness of the office, no one responded to his query. Having held the position of club chairman for many years, Aubry possessed his own remarkable qualities. At the very least, he was as dedicated as the elite clubs in the West. Henceforth, he devoted considerable time to reviewing the footage of the two Duisburg matches from the previous day, meticulously analyzing the issues and contemplating potential improvements. Upon concluding this task, he promptly summoned the two head coaches to his office for a discussion. In his tone, Aubry could hardly conceal his ire. While he had faith in the coaches and Oppo's capabilities, he understood that without occasional motivation, they might become complacent. Among the two coaches, Devitt's management of the U17 team particularly incensed him. With one draw and one humiliating defeat across two matches, their performance was grossly disproportionate to the investment made in Duisburg's youth training. To build a robust youth training system, both the club and Aubry had exerted considerable effort, yet the results had left them disheartened. Chairman Aubry, please trust me once more. I assure you that this season will yield commendable results, Devitt declared during the meeting, patting his chest as he made this promise. His words carried an almost military oath-like quality. It was precisely this pressure from Chairman Aubry that led Devitt to make a decision for the next match that even he found hard to believe. Chapter 27. The goal is in peril. This Saturday, at 9 in the morning, the Duisburg youth training base was unusually devoid of players on the training field. After completing their warm-up, they all gathered in front of the locker room, awaiting the head coach, D. White, to emerge and announce the starting lineup for the afternoon match against Borussia Mönchengladbach U17. As calm as ever, D. White surveyed all the players before leisurely making his announcement. Unsurprisingly, Brook once again secured his position as the starting center forward, while Xing found himself on the substitutes bench. Isn't Su suspended by the club? Why is he still on the substitute list? Brook, standing at the front, immediately grimaced and voiced his discontent. According to the club and Oppo's suspension regulations, Xing should indeed be ineligible for the match roster for these 3 games. Yet, in this home match, White made an exception by including him on the substitutes list. Even though he could not take the field, it seemed a waste to occupy a spot on the bench. It was evident that one unfortunate player would be unceremoniously bumped from the substitutes list during the match against Borussia Mönchengladbach U17. Su, remaining on the bench during this home game, would have a clearer view of the match. White, with a stoic expression, explained to the players present, "I can still communicate with him, which will help him grasp the overall tactics and rhythm of the game more swiftly." This statement effectively silenced the other players and Oppo's speculations. However, it also hinted that once Su and Oppo's suspension concluded, he would undoubtedly return to the pitch, which could potentially jeopardize Brook and Oppo's position. Some might wonder why Brook could not vie for another position, such as a winger. Both the head coach of the first team in Duisburg and coach White of the U17 team preferred a 4-3-3 formation. This meant that only one target forward was necessary within the team. Brook, despite his imposing stature, exhibited a certain lack of finesse and ball control, rendering him incapable of playing as a winger. As for a dual striker formation, it required a combination of height and speed, which Su did not possess either. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, there could only be one main center forward in the squad. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun cast a warm glow upon the verdant field of the Duisburg youth training base. The crowd of fans attending the Duisburg U17 match was relatively sparse, numbering around 300. This was likely due to the team's recent underwhelming performance, which had disheartened many supporters from coming to watch the youth squad play. Moreover, facing a Bundesliga powerhouse like Borussia Mönchengladbach left little hope for victory, who would willingly witness their home team endure a thrashing. Only a handful of die-hard fans with ample time on their hands would show up. Soon, after both teams completed their warm-up routines, they took their positions on the field. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the commencement of the match, marking the official start of the 3rd round of the Youth League. Duisburg kicked off, with center forward Brook solemnly passing the ball back to captain Brandon before turning to sprint towards the heart of Borussia Mönchengladbach's territory. This match held immense significance not only for Duisburg, but particularly for Brook, who needed an exceptional performance to solidify his starting position within the team. Following the kickoff, Duisburg players swiftly began orchestrating play from the midfield, seeking opportunities to mount an attack. The paper strength of Borussia Mönchengladbach U17 far surpassed that of Duisburg U17. Consequently, coach White opted against a defensive strategy, instead encouraging his players to launch an aggressive offensive in the first half. Rather than passively defending and allowing their goal to be breached, it was preferable to take a bold gamble and score before Mönchengladbach could. This approach might at least provide a psychological edge and unveil a glimmer of opportunity for victory. However, the players from Borussia Mönchengladbach were not to be underestimated. They immediately initiated a high-pressing strategy, unwilling to allow their opponents to advance the ball into the penalty area easily. In youth matches, most players lacked refined technical skills, making such high pressing an effective means to force turnovers. Observing this, Duisburg's captain, Brandon, astutely organized the defenders to maintain possession and control. In the 13th minute of the match, Duisburg surprisingly found an opportunity on the flanks. Brandon executed a well-timed overlap with the advancing fullback, successfully pushing the ball into the ribs of Borussia Mönchengladbach's defense. Subsequently, Brandon attempted a through ball to the right winger. However, the Duisburg supporters in the stands gasped in astonishment as a Mönchengladbach defensive midfielder had anticipated Brandon and Oppo's pass, executing a sliding tackle to reclaim possession. It was evident that, in this confrontation, the Mönchengladbach midfielder had outclassed Brandon. The Mönchengladbach fullback, receiving the ball, swiftly transitioned into a counterattack. Brandon, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, waved his arm in frustration. Yet, with the match and Oppo's dynamics shifting against them, he dared not waste time and quickly turned to defend. On the sidelines, Coach White and Oppo's expression mirrored that of disappointment. Had Brandon and Oppo's pass succeeded, Duisburg and Oppo's winger could have capitalized on the vacant space in the ribs to advance. Whether he chose to cut in for a shot or execute a back pass, it would have posed a significant threat to Mönchengladbach and Oppo's goal. But alas, there were no what-ifs. In the ensuing moments, Duisburg found themselves on the back foot. Mönchengladbach and Oppo's players gradually found their rhythm, their teamwork becoming increasingly cohesive. This left Duisburg, who once enjoyed a fair share of possession, with less than 30% of the ball. Unlike Duisburg, Mönchengladbach and Amp, Oppos, S forwards possessed a remarkable ability to capitalize on opportunities. They consistently exploited Duisburg's weaknesses, taking shots at goal. Although many of these attempts lacked quality or were thwarted by Duisburg's goalkeeper, the momentum had undeniably shifted in their favor. By the 30th minute, Mönchengladbach seized another opportunity. Their midfielder executed a precise through ball that pierced through Duisburg and Oppos' defense. The arriving winger, without pausing, advanced the ball directly into Duisburg and Oppos' penalty area with ease. Duisburg and Oppos' goal was in imminent peril. Chapter 28. How to adjust. As the winger from Borussia Mönchengladbach surged into the penalty area, the defenders from Duisburg could only watch in despair, placing their hopes on their goalkeeper. After a slight adjustment of his angle, the Mönchengladbach winger unleashed a shot. Yet, the Duisburg goalkeeper displayed remarkable prowess, managing to parry the attempt. However, he merely deflected the ball away rather than securely catching it. This allowed the Mönchengladbach striker, following closely behind, to rush in and score with a swift follow-up. Alas, the Duisburg goalkeeper had yet to rise from the ground, meaning he could not make any attempt to save this second shot. The ball found its way into the net. The referee, positioned not far away, immediately signaled the goal was valid, pointing towards the center circle. A wave of boos erupted from the stands. Duisburg, during this segment of the first half, had shown little hope of scoring apart from an early offensive organization. They posed no further threat to Mönchengladbach. Soon after the restart, the match continued with both sides embroiled in persistent pressing, yet Mönchengladbach clearly held the upper hand. Numerous attempts by the Duisburg midfield to connect with their forwards were thwarted by Mönchengladbach's resolute defenders. The lack of attacking power became an insurmountable chasm for Duisburg as they sought victory. In the following minutes of the first half, Mönchengladbach continued to bombard the Duisburg goal. However, fortune eluded them, as several on-target shots were expertly dealt with by the Duisburg goalkeeper and his most steadfast ally, the goalpost. Otherwise, the scoreline would surely not have remained at 1-0. It could have easily been 3-0 or even 4-0. Conversely, apart from a long-range shot from Captain Brandon just outside the penalty area that startled the Mönchengladbach keeper, Duisburg and Oppos' other attacks failed to elicit even a furrowed brow from him. De Witt, we must adjust our strategy in the second half, otherwise we will be mercilessly trounced by our opponents. During the dying moments of the first half, assistant coach Xavier approached De Witt to discuss changes for the second half. De Witt sighed, spreading his hands in despair. What can I do? You see the gap in strength between our team and Mönchengladbach. We cannot threaten them at all. How can we adjust in the second half? Are we to resort to a defensive counterattack? If so, we will undoubtedly crumble under Mönchengladbach's onslaught. Upon hearing De Witt and Oppos' words, Xavier lowered his head, momentarily at a loss. As the assistant coach, he excelled in data analysis, but when it came to training, tactics, and in-game adjustments, he could not rival head coach De Witt. Otherwise, he would not be the head coach of Duisburg's U17 team. In his moment of confusion, Xavier began to think wildly about improvements. Sometimes, one can only stumble into brilliance when pushed to the brink. I've got it, Xavier suddenly exclaimed, a spark igniting in his eyes as he excitedly turned to De Witt. We can make substitutions in the second half. Initially, De Witt thought Xavier might have conceived a brilliant plan, but upon hearing about substitutions, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Substitutions? Xavier, this is not a time for jokes. All our key players are on the field. Who do you propose we bring on? Sighing, Xavier shook his head. Have you forgotten that Sue is seated on the bench? We can bring him on. His enthusiasm grew, and he began to gesticulate animatedly. We have all witnessed his prowess on the front line. If he takes the field, he will surely alter our attacking woes. We can completely restructure our offensive strategy around him, and goals will follow. Listening to Xavier's suggestion, De Witt felt a flicker of intrigue. Following his proposed adjustment to introduce Sue, Duisburg would likely avoid a humiliating defeat at the hands of Mönchengladbach. Even in loss, they could at least claim to have scored. In that case, when confronted by Chairman Aubry, he could argue it was merely due to Mönchengladbach's overwhelming strength. Yet, a significant issue loomed. Sue was currently serving a suspension, and according to the club's disciplinary regulations, he could not participate in the match. The only reason he sat on the bench was so De Witt could help him better observe the game and familiarize himself with the team's style, preparing him for when his suspension ended. However, Sue remained under the club and Oppos' as suspension punishment. After a moment's pause, DeWitt shook his head, furrowing his brow. Oh, old friend, Xavier urged with determination. Why was Sue suspended by Chairman Aubrey? It was to ensure he rectified his personal conduct and devoted himself fully to the team, helping us achieve better results. If Duisburg suffers another crushing defeat, how will we explain that to Chairman Aubrey? Moreover, should Sue perform well if given the chance? Would not Chairman Aubrey be pleased? Surely he would not pursue the matter further then. Exhaling slowly, DeWitt lit a cigarette on the sidelines. After taking a deep drag, he solemnly explained to Xavier, it's not as simple as you think. If we violate the rules and allow Sue to play, we risk drawing the ire of other club management. They would accuse us of undermining the club's decisions and failing to consider the players and Oppo's future development. We cannot bear that kind of reproach. As the first half neared its end with time running out, Xavier pounded his chest excitedly, urging, do not hesitate any longer. The reason Sue has not corrected his personal issues is largely due to your failure to communicate effectively with him. Let him play in the second half. I assure you, I will have a serious talk with him post-match to help him amend his faults. We can easily say it was Sue who changed his attitude. And only then did we allow him to play. In that moment, DeWitt did not respond immediately to Xavier, but continued to silently smoke his cigarette. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half after 4 minutes of stoppage time. Players from both sides began to make their way towards the substitutes bench. DeWitt looked up and surveyed the Duisburg players, but he could see no glimmer of hope in their eyes, only despondency. He could not allow these young men, who desperately needed a victory, to continue losing. It would crush their competitive spirit. Very well, Xavier. DeWitt turned, his gaze intense and urgent as he looked at Xavier. Let us proceed as you suggested and inform Sue to prepare for the warm-up. Chapter 29. A call to action, Sue. Make sure to warm up during halftime. You'll be taking the field in the second half. As soon as David expressed his intention to let Xing play, Xavier promptly dashed to the bench to relay the news to him. What? Mr. Xavier, I must have misheard, Xing replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. Am I not still under suspension? I can actually play in the second half? While watching the match from the substitutes and Oppo's bench, Xing had felt a sense of helplessness. The situation on the field was dire for Duisburg, and he longed to assist his team in turning the tide. However, due to his suspension, he had never entertained the notion that he might have a chance to play in this match. You heard correctly. You've seen the team's performance. Borussia Mönchengladbach has dominated the first half. Mr. Devitt intends to substitute you in the second half. If you can help the team secure a victory, he will petition the club to lift your suspension, Xavier said, placing a reassuring hand on Xing's shoulder. I believe in you. Show your worth in the second half. Xing nodded, rising to the sidelines to commence his warm-up. Xavier's words, however, left him feeling somewhat like a pawn in a game. The notion that his ability to help Duisburg win could lead to the revocation of his suspension was perplexing. What would happen later if he wished to visit a nightclub? Would the punishment still stand? Despite his slight irritation with Devitt and Oppo's arrangement, Xing recognized that if Duisburg were to lose all 3 matches during his suspension, their aspirations of clinching the Youth League title would become exceedingly challenging. The Youth League was not akin to the 3rd Division, where disparities in team strength were glaringly apparent. The stronger teams seldom lost more than a couple of matches. Thus, even if Xing could lead Duisburg to victory subsequently, the initial 10-point deficit would be insurmountable. For the sake of fulfilling the system and Oppo's task, he decided to endure the situation for the moment. After this match, once he had helped turn the tide for Duisburg, he would discuss his personal circumstances with Coach Devitt, a prudent choice indeed. Seeing Xing agree to warm up, Xavier sighed and hurried to the 4th official. Meanwhile, the starting players for Duisburg U17 gathered at the sidelines. Coach Devitt immediately began summarizing the issues that had arisen during the first half and outlined the strategy for the second half. He meticulously communicated tactical adjustments to each player, except for Brooke, who sensed that while the strategy revolved around him, it was fundamentally incompatible with his skill set. With his less than refined ball control, how could he possibly maneuver in the opponent's penalty area? While he could manage a few aerial passes, he was not particularly adept with his head. The idea of frequently passing to the center and attempting to break through seemed excessive. Brooke had planned to question Devitt about the apparent oversight, but before he could, Devitt announced that Xing would take his place as the center forward in the second half. Wait, ISN and Oppo's Sue suspended? How can he play? Brooke and Oppo's pupils dilated in disbelief. You Don and Oppo's need to concern yourself with that, Devitt curtly replied, dismissing Brooke and Oppo's confusion with a single sentence. This response left Brook feeling disgruntled, and with the realization that he would not be playing, he made his way to the bench. The halftime break soon concluded, and both teams walked toward the field. The fourth official raised the substitution board, indicating that Brook, the starting number 9, would be replaced by Xing, number 23. As it was a halftime substitution, Brook remained seated on the bench, his expression one of frustration. He had hoped to regain the coach's trust through his performance, but now that opportunity had been stripped away. All he could do was hope that Xing would falter, thus diverting the club's scrutiny toward him, the player who had been suspended yet still took the field. If no one spread the word, he could assume the role of the scapegoat. On the field, Xing inhaled deeply. It had been nearly half a month since he last played. Truth be told, he relished the thrill of running on the green pitch. "Su, I can't believe the coach has put you in," Brandon exclaimed, giving Xing a friendly pat on the shoulder as he stepped onto the field. "Give it your all. Show the coach that the team can't do without you." Xing smiled and nodded, acknowledging Brandon's encouragement. The other players, upon witnessing his entry, felt a renewed sense of hope for victory. They greeted him warmly, and he Chapter 30, Air Dominance. With the entrance of Xing, the Duisburg fans seated in the stands were taken aback. This marked the third match for Duisburg U17 in the Youth League this season. However, Xing had only made a substitute appearance in the first match, and aside from the veteran fans who recognized this Chinese player, others wore expressions of bewilderment. At this juncture, substituting in an unfamiliar player hailing from a football-barren land seemed rather rash. With 45 minutes of regular time remaining, could this young athlete shoulder such a significant responsibility? He had performed commendably in his debut match, where he came off the bench and scored twice. Observing the confusion on some fans and Oppos faces, a seasoned supporter stood up to clarify. He had indeed scored twice, helping Duisburg equalize, yet curiously, he had not even made the substitute list in the previous match. This meant that all of Duisburg U17's current goals had been netted by this very Chinese striker. Why, then, had he been omitted from the last match's roster? This left those unfamiliar with Xing even more perplexed. Nonetheless, they refrained from voicing their opinions immediately, their gazes instinctively drawn to Xing, seemingly eager to gauge the prowess of this new Chinese player through his performance on the field. The second half commenced with an intensity that remained palpable. Players from both sides exhibited unwavering resolve, engaging in fierce pressing, and the ball changed possession rapidly. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Duisburg had a few opportunities to orchestrate attacks, but all were in vain. The central figure, Brandon, was tightly marked by the defenders from Borussia Mönchengladbach, leaving no chance for the ball to reach Xing's feet. The spectators observed this unfolding drama, and many began to furrow their brows. Undoubtedly, Xing's performance was inciting discontent among the fans. "I rarely follow youth league matches. Surely you jest? He hardly moves on the pitch, and you claim he scored twice in his first appearance." Indeed, when the offensive struggled to penetrate the opponent's box, he exhibited no inclination to drop back. For those minutes, he seemed to be merely strolling the field. What kind of center forward is this? Chinese players are indeed overrated. I could perform better than him. Once again, a chorus of jeers erupted from the sidelines directed at Xing, until he showcased an exceptional performance. The fans could not accept his style of play. On the pitch, Duisburg squandered several opportunities, allowing Borussia Mönchengladbach to frequently threaten their goal. In the short term, Xing and Oppos' lack of movement had made Duisburg and Oppos' attacking organization even worse than in the first half. This realization sent a chill down the spine of Xavier, who had been closely monitoring the match's dynamics. In contrast, his companion, David, remained expressionless, fixated on the game. Having chosen to trust Xing and field him in the second half, David had undoubtedly contemplated the worst possible outcomes. Yet, until the final whistle blew, anything was conceivable, and he held on to hope for a favorable turn of events. In the 67th minute, the urgency of the trailing Duisburg players was palpable, yet their captain, Brandon, maintained his composure. Observing the team's inability to capitalize on their advantages, he began issuing instructions for his teammates to exploit the flanks. Swiftly, the left midfielder, receiving Brandon and Oppos' pass, executed a precise through ball to the winger. In the rapid transition between attack and defense, the Mönchengladbach midfielders were forced to retreat and press forward, causing their defensive formation to become disordered. This through ball exacerbated Mönchengladbach and Oppos' troubles. "I will mark him. You focus on blocking his passing lanes," shouted the Mönchengladbach captain. the left back, as he charged toward Duisburg and Appos, winger. In such critical moments, a leader from the back line must step up to reassure the entire team. With the Mönchengladbach defender's attention diverted to the flanks, Xing, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, seized the moment. Here, he immediately raised his hand for the ball and surged towards the box. David had previously emphasized to Duisburg and Appos' wingers the exceptional heading and positional abilities of Xing. When organizing attacks from the flanks, they should aim to cross the ball to him rather than adhering to the conventional tactical system of cutting inside or passing back. Without hesitation, the winger, upon seeing Xing demand the ball, delivered a cross into the box. The ball, traveling at a moderate pace, caught the attention of the Mönchengladbach defenders, who momentarily underestimated Xing's presence, failing to mark him closely. This oversight allowed Xing to position himself within the 6-yard box, ready to contest for a header. The nearby Mönchengladbach center-back, realizing the gravity of his lapse, rushed toward the dropping ball. Yet, just as he leaped, he felt a rush of wind beside him. A fleeting glance revealed the number 23 player clad in Duisburg's blue and white stripes soaring upward, his waist level with his eyes. What was happening? Standing at 187 meters tall and possessing a robust physique, he had no rival in aerial duels within the youth league. Yet, how was this player exhibiting such extraordinary leaping ability? Air dominance. As the Mönchengladbach center-back was engulfed by astonishment, a resounding thud reverberated. In the next instant, he landed and hurriedly turned to see the ball crashing into the upper left corner of the goal. A sharp clang echoed as the ball struck the post and ricocheted into the net. Meanwhile, the Mönchengladbach goalkeeper, standing on the goal line, was left in a daze, reduced to a mere backdrop for this spectacular goal. Chapter 31. Rooting and sprouting the ball has entered the net. The score is now 1-1. Duisburg, long suppressed by Borussia Mönchengladbach, has netted the first goal of the match. It was none other than Xing, who just demonstrated his aerial prowess by forcefully smashing the ball into the Gladbach goal, reminiscent of Klinsmann's Golden Bomber. After a fortnight of absence from the field, Xing, having witnessed Klinsmann and Appos' formidable heading ability, could hardly contain his excitement. He dashed towards the corner flag, performing a celebratory slide on his knees. What a magnificent moment. Truly a spectacular goal. Following this, the Duisburg players rushed towards Xing, piling onto his back, showering him with their exuberant praises. At that moment, Xing rose from the ground, warmly applauding the winger who had provided the assist. Well played, brother. The winger, rooted in place, responded in a state of bewilderment. His confusion was understandable. Who could have anticipated that his casual cross, executed merely to fulfill Coach De Witt and Appos' directive, would be converted into a goal by this young Croatian Chinese talent? What an unexpected assist. On the sidelines, the U17 coach of Borussia Mönchengladbach could hardly believe his eyes. Gesturing in disbelief, as the commanding figure orchestrating the match, he had clearly observed the goal. The newly substituted player from Duisburg displayed such exceptional jumping ability that he outmatched their own defenders, forcefully equalizing the score. This was in stark contrast to Xing's earlier demeanor, where he seemed to be merely strolling in the front line. He had assumed this substitution was merely an act of desperation by Duisburg's U17 coach, but what a revelation it turned out to be. When he acted, he did so with astonishing impact. Just from this one goal, the impression of Xing in the Mönchengladbach U17 coach's mind underwent a complete transformation. Everyone, focus. The coach shouted, pointing at his defensive players. Do not underestimate that newly entered number 23, Primo. You will mark him tightly throughout the match. Do not allow him any opportunity to receive the ball. Without needing much elaboration from the coach, Xing's goal had already left the Mönchengladbach players in a state of shock. Undoubtedly, he would become the focal point of their defensive efforts in the ensuing match. In another section of the coaching area, Coach De Witt was nearly leaping with excitement after Xing and Appos' header. The weight of responsibility he bore when selecting Xing to enter the match was immense. Had Xing failed to score, he would surely have faced reprimand from Chairman Aubry. But now, with the goal scored, all was well. The heavy burden in De Witt's heart was finally eased. Regardless of external factors, on the field, Xu was undoubtedly the strongest player on the team. Once he had calmed his exhilaration, De Witt gazed at Xing celebrating on the field, candidly expressing his thoughts. Indeed, my friend. Beside him, Xavier nodded in agreement, suggesting, although Xu and Appos' lifestyle may have some flaws, it is undeniable that his performance on the field is remarkable. The club and Oppo's decision to suspend him is an irretrievable loss for our youth league. Why can't we let Su remain a starter, even if his personal life poses issues? At the very least, he can ensure we do not lose in the youth league. Once he gains some notoriety, he will surely temper his behavior under the pressure of public scrutiny. DeWitt and Amp. Oppo's expression grew solemn as he posed a question to Xavier. If we indulge him, what if he succumbs to alcoholism and it affects his performance? Rest assured, I will continuously engage him in conversation, even supervising him if necessary. I cannot fathom how. With my presence, he could still indulge in drinking all night, Xavier proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. DeWitt nodded, refraining from further comment, yet internally began to contemplate the matter. The youthful Xavier had a wealth of energy to expend, and for the sake of the team, he was willing to undertake such responsibilities. Moreover, with the commitment of his good partner, DeWitt felt he could place his trust in him. Thus, the notion of solidifying Su Xing's position as a starter in the youth league began to take root in DeWitt's mind. The focus returned to the field. As neither team wished to settle for a draw, the brief celebration swiftly concluded, and the match resumed. Su Xing, adhering to his customary strategy, remained concealed within the Gladbach defense, poised for an opportunity. However, following his recent goal, he could distinctly sense that Gladbach had designated him as a primary target for defense. A German midfielder clad in the number 6 jersey shadowed him closely, refusing to yield an inch. Moreover, Su Xing could feel several malevolent gazes fixated upon him. Truth be told, this was not the first time Su Xing had experienced such tight marking. Yet, Gladbach was unlike other teams. He could perceive a palpable aura of aggression emanating from these players. The young athletes seemed to possess boundless stamina, relentlessly sprinting across the field. The only stark contrast was the 6-numbered midfielder who was tasked with closely marking Su Xing. Despite all players running, it was evident that the Duisburg players were predominantly expending their energy on defensive retreats and pressing tactics, seldom finding opportunities to mount organized attacks. Even when the midfielders managed to advance the ball into the opponent and Oppo's half, the defenders of Gladbach, regardless of the situation, would obstruct Su Xing and Oppo's receiving routes. This made it increasingly difficult for Su Xing, who already had limited chances to touch the ball. However, the concentrated focus of all defensive players on Su Xing inadvertently created opportunities for other Duisburg players. The wingers and Captain Brandon had both received shooting opportunities, albeit failing to convert. As time elapsed, the match entered its final 5 minutes. Both coaches opted to substitute players who were nearing exhaustion. Yet, the Gladbach coach chose not to replace the resolute defensive midfielder Primo, for his defensive prowess was unmatched. He was always willing to undertake the dirtiest and most laborious tasks. He was the ideal candidate to mark the opposing team and Oppo's strikers. As the match approached its conclusion, Su Xing found himself increasingly frustrated by the close marking, prompting him to run incessantly, attempting to stretch Gladbach and Oppo's defense and create opportunities for Duisburg. With the game nearing its end, Su Xing maintained commendable stamina and was unperturbed by the prospect of fatigue. In the 90th minute, Duisburg intercepted a pass from Gladbach and initiated a counterattack. Meanwhile, most of Gladbach and Oppo's midfielders had surged forward, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Duisburg in the final moments. This left them unable to retreat in time. Bang! With the ball in possession, Brandon executed a precise through pass to the winger, aiming to facilitate a swift counterattack. By the time the Borussia Gladbach players realized the situation, it was already too late, forcing them to hastily retreat to their own half. In the vast expanse of open space, Duisburg and Oppo's winger fulfilled his duty admirably, swiftly advancing the ball to the outskirts of the penalty area. However, he found himself unable to progress further, as Gladbach and Oppo's defense had already reorganized. Observing this scene, Su Xing recognized that this might be his final opportunity to receive the ball. Should he fail to seize it now, it would likely be challenging for Duisburg to advance the ball to this position again. Pass the ball to me. Su Xing abruptly pivoted and sprinted toward the edge of the penalty area, raising his hand to signal for the ball from his teammate. Defender Primer, wearing the number 6 jersey, hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately chose not to follow Su Xing outside. Given the current circumstances, he believed that Su Xing's aerial prowess was exceptional, only truly manifesting within the confines of the penalty area or even the 6-yard box. By venturing outside the box to retrieve the ball, Su Xing was essentially hampering his own effectiveness. Primer felt it sufficient to monitor Su Xing's potential pass to other advancing teammates before returning to the penalty area. Yet, the next scene unfolded before him, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 32, A Decisive Strike. Upon receiving the ball, Su Xing did not adhere to Primo and Amp, Oppo's expectations by passing it back to the midfielder and reorganizing the attack. Instead, he boldly advanced with the ball, charging directly towards the penalty area. What was he planning? A shot on goal? A flicker of doubt crossed Primo's mind, but he quickly rushed towards Su Xing, determined to intercept his path. In the face of the aggressive Primo, the composed Su Xing lowered his left shoulder and deftly nudged the ball to the left. The opportunity to advance remained, yet if he failed to overcome this obstacle, his progress would come to an abrupt halt. With no other choice, Su Xing resolved to confront the challenge head-on and maneuver past the defender before him. With this thought in mind, Su Xing and Oppo's feet sprang into action as he propelled the ball to the left. The hastily arriving Primo, lacking time for contemplation, swiftly shifted his weight and extended his right foot in an attempt to disrupt Su Xing and Oppo's dribbling. But this was merely a feint from Su Xing. The moment the ball shifted slightly to the left, he executed a shoulder drop and quickly pulled the ball back with his left foot, surging to the right. Simultaneously, he shifted his weight rightward, taking a large stride in that direction. Due to the inertia, Primo found himself unable to alter his movement in time. He could only watch helplessly as Su Xing deftly maneuvered past him. Behind the coach's area, fans in the stands gradually rose from their seats, their eyes fixed intently on Su Xing's silhouette. Flames of fervor ignited within their gazes as they anticipated Su Xing's impending strike. Now in stoppage time, with only 3 minutes indicated by the fourth official, a goal at this moment would mean Duisburg would achieve a stunning victory over Borussia Mönchengladbach on their home turf. Such exhilarating moments evoke unbridled anticipation, regardless of the league. On the field, with a powerful thud, Su Xing took several strides forward, adjusted his shooting angle, and unleashed a ferocious shot that rocketed towards the goal of Borussia Mönchengladbach. The center-back, initially positioned between Su Xing and the goal, was momentarily deceived by Su Xing and Oppo's feint and failed to reposition himself swiftly. This shot would see Su Xing face the goalkeeper directly. Under the expectant gazes of fans and Duisburg players, and amidst the terrified expressions of Borussia Mönchengladbach players, the ball hurtled towards the goal's corner with remarkable force, yet low enough to avoid sailing over the crossbar. As the ball drew closer, a glimmer of despair flickered in the goalkeeper and Oppo's eyes. The impact of this thunderous shot was overwhelming. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the ball crashed into the upper left corner of the net, leaving a dent in the fabric. Following this, the sound of the goalkeeper tumbling to the ground echoed through the stadium. The goal was scored, 2-1. Duisburg had delivered a dramatic blow to Borussia Mönchengladbach. Oh, magnificent, Su. Thank you. I can scarcely believe we triumphed over Borussia Mönchengladbach. Wind. You are my deity. The players of Duisburg rushed towards Su Xing, and before he could celebrate, they tackled him to the ground, piling on top of him in a joyous display of camaraderie, celebrating their hard-fought victory. This goal was nothing short of spectacular. Fans in the stands waved their arms in exhilaration, genuinely praising Su Xing. Who would have imagined that the player casually strolling in the front line would score the decisive goal? It had been years since Duisburg achieved such a thrilling last-minute victory. I am utterly astonished. He certainly possesses the talent to join the first team. A player of such caliber emerges from the Huaxia community. Perhaps we should reconsider our biases, as he might well become the linchpin of Duisburg in the future. I told you he exhibited remarkable prowess in his debut match. Surely now you believe. This match saw him net both goals. On the sidelines, within the Duisburg coach and Oppo's area, David and Xavier, having suppressed their emotions for too long, finally erupted in joyous exclamations, waving their arms to release their pent-up excitement. It is simply astonishing that our first victory of the new season comes against Borussia Mönchengladbach. As the celebration subsided, David still seemed incredulous. So, do you now believe Su can become a starter? Xavier spread his hands, a hint of pride on his face. After all, it was his suggestion to replace Su Xing that turned the tide. This attests to his keen insight. Rest assured, David nodded, a smile gracing his features. After this match, I shall speak with Chairman Aubry to lift Su's suspension. From the next game onward, he will start, and I will devise suitable strategies for him. With such a prodigious talent within the team, David felt an uncontainable excitement to score a last-minute winner against Borussia Mönchengladbach as U17. This was an extraordinary achievement for a 17-year-old newcomer. If only he could run a bit faster. He might already be contending for the starting striker position in Duisburg's first team. In stark contrast to Duisburg's jubilation, Berisha Mönchengladbach's coach inhaled deeply, his heart heavy with disappointment as he slumped onto the bench. Undoubtedly, being defeated in stoppage time was a bitter pill to swallow. The sensation of victory slipping to a draw and then to defeat is one no one wishes to experience again. All of this transpired because of an unassuming substitute player. The Chinese athlete clad in Duisburg and Appos' number 23 jersey. Soon, as the celebrations waned, the match resumed. However, only a minute remained on the clock. Berisha Mönchengladbach and Appos' players, clearly bereft of hope, began to slow their offensive efforts. Beep, beep, beep. Ultimately, as a long pass from the Mönchengladbach midfielder sent the ball soaring into the air. The referee blew the whistle to signal the match and Appos' conclusion. Thus, this youth league match came to an end. The players of Berisha Mönchengladbach lowered their heads in dejection as they trudged off the field. Halfway out, their coach could not resist pausing to glance back at Xing and Appos' figure. This player, who had single-handedly ushered Berisha Mönchengladbach U17 into despair, lingered in his memory, stirring a desire to bring him into the fold. Sometimes, it is precisely the strength of an opponent that leaves a lasting impression. Chapter 33, Conspiracy after the match concluded. The players of Duisburg U17 gathered to express their gratitude to the fans who had come to watch. They then proceeded towards the changing room, where they needed to wait for their head coach, De Witt, to finish his address before they could freshen up. Sue, thank you for your contributions to Duisburg today. As Xing entered the changing room alongside Brandon, the elderly De Witt disregarded any notions of formality and approached Xing, embracing him with palpable excitement. Patting Xing on the back, De Witt continued, I will uphold my promise and persuade Chairman Aubry to lift your suspension. This season, I firmly believe that with your presence, our team will achieve remarkable success. The other players, hearing their coach's intention to advocate for Xing's reinstatement, were momentarily taken aback. It seemed to imply that it was not Xing who had insisted on playing, but rather De Witt who had requested his participation. Who would have thought that the obstinate coach De Witt would take such a step? I will do everything in my power to help the team secure the Youth League Championship. Xing, having earned De Witt's approval, wore a radiant smile. For a player transitioning to a new club, gaining the coach's endorsement is of utmost importance. Clearly, a mutual understanding had been reached between De Witt and Xing. It is highly probable that Xing would soon usurp Brandon and Appos' position, becoming De Witt and Appos' new protege. Subsequently, De Witt provided feedback to the other players. When discussing this topic, De Witt maintained a serious demeanor, meticulously encouraging or critiquing his players. It seemed that his smiles were reserved solely for two individuals, the soon-to-retire Captain Brandon and the newly acknowledged talent, Xing. Once he had concluded his remarks, the Duisburg U17 players were finally permitted to take a shower. All the players who had participated in the match were drenched in sweat and had eagerly awaited this moment. Old buddy, when do you plan to discuss this matter with Chairman Aubry? After the players vacated the changing room, Xavier, while organizing his data, directed a question at De Witt. In response, De Witt lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling the first puff before replying, There's no rush, next Monday. Chairman Aubry will summon me to his office to report on the U17 match. At that point, I will inform him. As he spoke, De Witt shifted the conversation to Xavier, saying, however, you have something pressing to attend to. What matter? Xavier, still young and unencumbered by familial obligations, was well aware of his responsibilities at the club, but was genuinely puzzled as to what could be of such urgency. Just as he was pondering this, De Witt shot him a sidelong glance, exasperatedly remarking, Xavier, your memory is truly abysmal. Did you not say you would keep an eye on Sue and ensure he doesn't indulge in nightlife? With the team having a day off tomorrow, it was only logical that Sue would likely venture out tonight. Xavier suddenly realized, slapping his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten about that? He then mimicked a gesture often seen from De Witt, striking his chest with determination. I will definitely manage this matter. I will follow Sue closely. I refuse to believe he can drag me to a nightclub. De Witt nodded in affirmation, though a glimmer of concern still lingered in his eyes. Later that evening, in a lavish hotel in the heart of Duisburg, two impeccably dressed middle-aged men sat at a table adorned with a sumptuous feast. Marcus, is it truly just the two of us for the dinner you arranged? Asked the slightly older man, puffing on a cigar with a mischievous grin directed at Marcus. It is indeed my honor to host Mr. Joshua for dinner. How could I possibly invite anyone else? Marcus replied with a light chuckle, promptly uncorking a bottle of expensive red wine to pour for his companion. Mr. Joshua, a major shareholder of the Duisburg Club, regarded Marcus with a pleased expression after savoring a sip of the wine. Now, what brought you to invite me out this evening? Marcus began. I thought we hadn't seen each other in a while and wished to catch up. Given Marcus's stature as the club's sports director, it was evident that Mr. Joshua was not an individual to be trifled with. As the evening progressed, with several bottles of fine wine consumed, both Marcus and Joshua found themselves pleasantly tipsy. Sensing the opportune moment, Marcus decided to be straightforward. Mr. Joshua, the Duisburg Football Club is, after all, an enterprise invested by your family. I cannot stand idly by as it descends into decline. Oh, Joshua feigned surprise, furrowing his brow. What do you mean by that, Marcus? Since Aubrey assumed the presidency, the club's performance has plummeted. Last season, we even found ourselves playing in the 3rd division. This is an utter disgrace for Duisburg. Joshua nodded in agreement. Indeed. Duisburg was once a regular fixture in the Bundesliga, yet since the dawn of the 21st century, our achievements have been dismal. Precisely. Marcus's emotions were palpable as he spoke about Duisburg's struggles, frustration evident on his face. This season, we had hoped for a better outcome upon returning to the 2nd division. Yet look at the policies Aubrey has implemented, focusing solely on youth training. Does Duisburg have the luxury of time? Clearly not. After 2 rounds of the season, we have yet to score a single goal. How absurd is that? If this continues, merely surviving in the league will be a challenge. This clearly indicates that Aubrey and Oppo's strategy is flawed. I even question his capability to lead the Duisburg club. At this point, Marcus paused, allowing Joshua a moment to reflect. After a prolonged silence, Joshua seemed to have grasped the gravity of the situation and slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression becoming serious. Marcus, I will consider this matter further with the other shareholders. Upon hearing Joshua's response, a satisfied smile spread across Marcus's face. Very well, Mr. Joshua. I shall await your favorable news. Chapter 34. A night of indulgence. Meanwhile, it was not only Marcus, the sports director, who was enjoying himself outside. Even the assistant coach, Xavier, was in high spirits. Watching Su Xing lead the way ahead, Xavier's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Su, you're not planning to take me to a nightclub for drinks to celebrate the team's first victory of the season, are you? At this, Su Xing halted, turned around, and spread his arms with a smile. Mr. Xavier, as you know, I am of Chinese descent. Both my parents hail from China, where there is a custom to share a drink with friends and family during joyous occasions. Since you mentioned wanting to celebrate tonight, it's only fitting that I take you to a nightclub for a toast. Xavier, having heard of the rich culture of drinking in China, understood that this was no mere fabrication. Over the years, such customs had subtly influenced many Western countries. Although Xavier had not experienced it firsthand, he was aware that Su Xing spoke the truth. The situation became somewhat awkward as Xavier had initially decided to follow Su Xing, curious to see if he would indulge in excessive drinking at the nightclub. Now that Su Xing intended to bring him along, he was torn between following him or persuading him to return. After careful consideration, Xavier ultimately resolved to accompany Su Xing to the nightclub. After all, Su Xing's brilliant performance in Duisburg's victory over Borussia Mönchengladbach deserved to be celebrated, and as an assistant coach, he did not wish to dampen the spirits of such a commendable player. Very well, the Germans are quite adept at drinking. I shall join you for a drink. Xavier nodded, refraining from further objections as they made their way to the nightclub. With no reservations, Xavier followed in Su Xing's footsteps, even stepping ahead of him at times. Before long, Su Xing led Xavier to a familiar bar. As usual, they reserved a private room, sitting across from each other, enjoying the ice-cold beers that Germany is renowned for. As they drank and gradually became tipsy, Xavier's confidence grew, prompting him to engage Su Xing in conversation. Naturally, the topic of Su Xing's frequent visits to nightclubs arose. Su, your talent far surpasses mine. I played for several years and never managed to secure a starting position. Xavier downed his beer in one go, continuing to speak. Yet here you are, blessed with such talent, wasting it by frequenting nightclubs. Are you perhaps seeking companionship with a few ladies as well? Su Xing waved his hand dismissively. No, the daily training exhausts me. I simply lack the energy for such pursuits. I relish the feeling of intoxication. Once drunk, my body feels light, and the fatigue of the day dissipates. Xavier furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Su Xing's claims. At his age, With financial means, was it not the norm to indulge in nightlife? Was he truly only there to drink away his sorrows? Reflecting on his own experiences upon joining Duisburg's first team, where he too had sought pleasure during breaks, he had prepared to share his stories with Su Xing, only to find that his planned discourse was rendered unnecessary. Once the conversation began, both Su Xing and Xavier drank with increasing fervor. Su Xing had assumed his youth and frequent drinking would allow him to outlast Xavier, but to his surprise, Xavier proved to be a seasoned drinker. Eventually, Su Xing lost consciousness, retreating into a mental training session, while Xavier remained upright, calling out to Su Xing to continue drinking. Nevertheless, engrossed in his training, Su Xing was oblivious to Xavier's encouragement, continuing his mental exercises with Klinsmann's Inter Milan teammates. Unburdened by concerns, Su Xing reveled in the night's festivities. When he finally awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. His skill proficiency for Klinsmann's Golden Bomber had reached an impressive 425 points. Recently, Su Xing had gleaned much from Klinsmann's heading techniques, enhancing his proficiency by nearly 300 points during the night's training. Furthermore, Xavier's decision to join Su Xing at the nightclub indicated that head coach De Witt was subtly attempting to influence Su Xing's behavior using gentle methods. Thus, Su Xing merely needed to demonstrate that he had been drinking and resting at the nightclub each night, and De Witt would likely refrain from suspending him. According to the training model for Inzaghi's poaching talent, Su Xing could achieve level 2 of Klinsmann's Golden Bomber within 30 to 40 days, leading to a dramatic enhancement in his heading abilities. Even in the Bundesliga, his dominance could continue. As Su Xing stirred from the sofa, Xavier glanced at him and offered a bottle of yogurt. "Well, young man, I thought you could handle your drinks better. How is it that you collapsed in less than an hour?" Xavier, having awakened shortly after 8, had not rushed to rouse Su Xing. Instead, he had bought yogurt from a convenience store, knowing it would aid in recovery after a night of drinking. "Thank you." Su Xing accepted the yogurt without hesitation and explained, "I enjoy the feeling of intoxication, so I prefer to get drunk quickly. Now, can you believe that I am not engaging in any escapades at the nightclub? I simply enjoy the sensation of inebriation." Xavier shook his head, posing a profound question. Then why not drink at home instead of going to a nightclub? Drinking must be done in a nightclub, otherwise, there's no atmosphere, Su Xing insisted, unable to suppress his emphasis. This left Xavier somewhat speechless, as he had observed Su Xing drinking solely in the private room, completely detached from the external ambience. After Su Xing finished the yogurt, Xavier took him back to the club, intending to speak with head coach De Witt, who lived nearby, about the events of the previous night. At Coach De Witt and Apos' residence, he poured Xavier a cup of coffee and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Xavier, where were you last night? Why did your wife call me to say you didn't return home, and your phone was unreachable?" Xavier held the coffee, neither drinking nor speaking. The difficulty of his predicament etched on his face. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "De Witt, I'm not sure how to explain this. Last night, I was in a daze." Chapter 35. Dortmund. De Witt was at a loss for words, tapping the table before Xavier with a sense of urgency. "Please, tell me what happened last night. You didn't actually go to the nightclub with Sue, did you?" Xavier nodded, then shook his head vehemently. "I am a married man. How could I possibly indulge in such frivolity? Last night, I merely went out for drinks with Sue to celebrate, and then we both got drunk and ended up sleeping at the nightclub." De Witt covered his face with his hands, his expression one of disbelief. "I knew you would mess this up." Xavier quickly clarified, "It and Apos. It's not as you imagine. We simply drank too much at the nightclub, which led to us not returning home. We had a lengthy conversation. He is not that kind of person. With you around, so naturally had to take you out for drinks. Can you guarantee that he only gets drunk and sleeps at the nightclub every day?" De Witt, clearly exasperated by Xavier and Apos' defense, raised his voice slightly. "I can assure you that Sue is not that kind of person. For the days to come, I will keep a close watch on Sue to see what he is truly up to." Xavier, steadfast in his convictions, refused to back down, even willing to forego his rest to monitor Sue's activities. De Witt, upon hearing this plan, found it acceptable. "Very well. Then you can keep an eye on Sue from now on." He spread his hands, revealing a mischievous grin. "But before that, you should return home and explain to your wife what transpired last night." Realization dawned upon Xavier as he acknowledged this truth, hastily bidding farewell to De Witt and rushing home. On that day, the Duisburg U17 team, as was customary, took a day off. The majority of the players chose to rest in their dormitories, while a few, like Brandon, A paragon of discipline, continued training on the field. In the afternoon, many players spontaneously gathered in the dormitory to watch the Bundesliga match between Duisburg and Bochum. For the youth players, the most anticipated prospect was to catch the eye of the first-team coach and be promoted to compete at that level. Thus, watching the first team and Oppos' matches was essential to gauge their chances. They hoped to discern which positions lacked key players, believing that if they exerted just a little effort, fortune might favor them. However, the match between Duisburg and Bochum left the U17 players feeling disheartened. Throughout the game, Duisburg was thoroughly dominated by Bochum. From any perspective, the first team exhibited significant flaws, including frequent errors by certain players and substantial issues with basic coordinated defense. Consequently, Duisburg suffered a dismal defeat, losing 3-1 to Bochum. The sole goal they managed to score came from a penalty awarded for a foul in the box, a reflection of their struggles to penetrate Bochum and Oppos' defense otherwise. The following day, the Duisburg U17 team resumed training, and Coach DeWitt formally included Sue in the starting lineup, replacing Brook. Sue trained alongside the starting players and received special attention in tactical design. DeWitt chose to trust Sue's scoring abilities, encouraging teammates to pass the ball to him more frequently during offensive plays, even allowing him to abstain from defensive duties. This transformation established Sue as the undeniable core of the team. The starting players harbored no grievances against Sue, fully aware of his technical prowess, which made him the team and Oppos' standout player. They realized that if they were unable to score, they could simply assist Sue, which was a gratifying prospect. Thus, Sue diligently followed the team and Oppos' training regimen daily. After completing his German lessons with Benjamin in the evening, he unabashedly ventured out to the nightclub. A few days prior, assistant coach Xavier had accompanied Sue, and upon noticing Xavier and Oppos' presence, Benjamin understood that the coaching staff had tacitly approved of Sue and Oppos' nightlife, refraining from interference. After several days of observing Sue's nightly outings, Xavier concluded that Sue genuinely only went to drink, and he ceased accompanying him, opting instead to discreetly monitor him to ensure he was not merely putting on a facade. To Xavier's surprise, Sue was indeed just visiting the nightclub for drinks. When this news reached DeWitt, he was astonished. Yet, after his initial surprise, he concluded that as long as Sue and Oppos' drinking did not interfere with training or matches, his role as the team's pivotal player remained untroubled. Time swiftly passed, and soon the match day arrived again that Saturday. The upcoming game promised significant intrigue. Duisburg U17 was set to face Borussia Dortmund U17 away. As a club with a rich heritage in German football, Dortmund has always placed great emphasis on developing its youth academy. Many renowned football stars emerged from Dortmund and Oppos' youth ranks. Thus, the Dortmund U17 team boasted numerous young talents already gaining recognition. Duisburg U17 and Oppos' encounter with such a formidable opponent seemed fraught with peril, likely to end in a heavy defeat at Dortmund and Oppos' home ground. However, opportunity and risk often coexist. The involvement of Dortmund U17 in this youth league match would attract scouts from various European clubs, eager to observe promising players. If a player in Oppos' performance impressed, the scouts could easily recruit them from the youth academy, a far more economical option than waiting for them to make a name in the first team. Of course, such maneuvers carried inherent risks for the clubs involved. Yet, those who sought to maximize profits were typically unfazed by these investments. While the scouts observed player performances on the field, their attention would not solely be fixed on Dortmund and Oppos' players. Should an opponent display remarkable talent, the scouts would also report back to their respective clubs. This inadvertently provided Dortmund and Oppos' adversaries with a chance to be discovered by elite clubs. Chapter 36. The match begins at 2:00 and Oppos' clock in the afternoon. The midday sun cascaded over North Rhine-Westphalia. Within the training facility of Borussia Dortmund, over 1,000 fans of varied backgrounds poured into the stadium, eager to secure a prime vantage point for the upcoming Youth League match. It is considered a profound embarrassment for Dortmund supporters to be unfamiliar with the prodigious talents emerging from their youth academy, having produced numerous young stars. Only by closely following the academy's progress can they truly appreciate these gifted players. Consequently, it was evident that the turnout for the Dortmund U17 match far exceeded that of other teams. Before the match commenced, the Dortmund fans erupted in thunderous cheers along the sidelines. Indeed, such a fervent football atmosphere could only be found within the confines of Dortmund and Oppos' academy. 10 minutes later, Following the pre-match ceremonies, both teams took to the field, aligning in their respective formations. Naturally, at the center-forward position for Duisburg U17 stood Su Xing, making his first starting appearance of the season. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the start of the first half, igniting the contest between Dortmund and Duisburg. Duisburg initiated the match, and after Su Xing passed the ball back to Brandon, he pivoted and surged towards Dortmund and Oppos' territory. As the game unfolded, Duisburg players quickly orchestrated their midfield play, attempting to mount an offensive. Observing this, Dortmund players immediately engaged in aggressive pressing. Within the realm of youth academies, a hierarchy of disdain exists. The contempt among the youth academies of the Bundesliga mirrors that among the Bundesliga teams themselves. Yet they share a common thread. All Bundesliga academies uniformly look down upon the youth players from the second division. Thus, the talented players from Dortmund and Oppos' academy held a deep-seated disdain for their Duisburg U17 counterparts, unable to fathom being defeated on their home turf. Fueled by determination, the Dortmund players pressed fiercely, their technical prowess visibly surpassing even that of Borussia Mönchengladbach. Under such circumstances, the Duisburg players struggled immensely, frequently thwarted before they could advance the ball near the penalty area, falling victim to Dortmund and Oppos' staunch defense. Subsequently, Dortmund unleashed a series of rapid counterattacks, relentlessly assaulting Duisburg and Oppos' backline. In the 8th minute, Dortmund U17 earned a corner kick. The corner taker delivered a rather unassuming cross, aiming to loft the ball into the center of the penalty area. However, the obvious intent allowed Duisburg's defenders to easily intercept the ball. Ultimately, the outcome was still favorable, as a towering Duisburg center-back cleared the ball. The second ball sailed towards the outskirts of the penalty area, swiftly controlled by a Duisburg midfielder who had rushed to reclaim possession. Perhaps the Dortmund players had not anticipated this turn of events, leaving a significant gap in their midfield, with only the two center-backs providing cover, while the wing-backs had pushed forward to join the attack. This presented a golden opportunity for Duisburg, as they prepared to mount a threatening attack early in the match. Numerous Dortmund fans instinctively gasped in anticipation. But in the next moment, the star defensive midfielder, Leonard Ernest, swiftly appeared near the Duisburg player in possession. Initially, the Duisburg midfielder aimed to evade Ernest and passed the ball to an advancing winger. However, due to Su Xing and Oppos' proximity to Dortmund and Oppos' two center-backs, he found himself unable to receive the ball. As the Duisburg player progressed a few steps, an unbelievable event unfolded. The distance between him and Ernest had not only failed to widen but had, in fact, diminished to an arm and Oppos' length. Observing this, the Duisburg winger ceased his forward run, opting instead to retreat and offer support to his teammate. Should Duisburg maintain possession, they would have a chance to launch an attack. However, losing the ball would subject them to continued pressure from Dortmund. Without granting the Duisburg player any respite, Ernest closed in, employing a robust physical challenge. Simultaneously, he executed deft footwork, attempting to disrupt Duisburg's possession by nudging the ball away. With a resounding thud, the two players collided, the ball swiftly falling under the control of an onrushing Dortmund player. Nearby, the Duisburg players immediately raised their hands to signal a foul as their teammate fell to the ground. Yet the referee, stationed a short distance away, shook his head and gestured for play to continue. What a relief! Thank goodness for Ernest. He was truly the savior of the team. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the Dortmund supporters, Brandon, sprinting forward, expressed his frustration by shaking his arm in dismay. This had been Duisburg and Oppos' best offensive opportunity thus far. Had they managed to traverse the halfway line and deliver the ball to Su Xing, he might have been able to score the opening goal. Yet, in the realm of football, there are no guarantees. Resentful yet composed, Brandon swiftly redirected his focus, racing back towards his own goal to participate in the defense. On the sidelines, Duisburg and Oppos' coach, De Witt, displayed dissatisfaction with the referee and Oppos' decision. He raised his arms, vociferously protesting, "No, my player was tripped and lost possession. Such an obvious foul. And you choose not to blow the whistle. I truly cannot comprehend your reasoning." Observing De Witt and Oppos' simmering frustration, Xavier promptly nudged him toward the substitutes and Oppos' bench. "Mate, you know not to provoke these referees. If you berate them, they won and Oppos' acknowledge their mistakes. Instead, they may brandish a yellow card your way." This counsel proved effective, as most coaches instinctively quieted at the mention of a card. De Witt, too, relented with a huff, turning towards the substitutes bench, inadvertently kicking a nearby water bottle in his path. There was no other outlet for such frustration that would avoid a card. On the pitch, Dortmund, having regained possession, reorganized their attack. Their winger, receiving a precise through ball from a teammate, penetrated the penalty area and executed an incisive shot. However, the ball narrowly missed the post, failing to find the back of the net. At this juncture, the tension on the field began to ease, and a few middle-aged men in the stands relaxed their expressions, setting down their pens and engaging in conversation. Chapter 37. The graceful dancer Ernest truly lived up to his reputation. His defensive performance on the field was nothing short of spectacular. Should he have the opportunity to grace Stamford Bridge in the future, he would undoubtedly unleash his full potential. What a jest! How much could Chelsea offer Borussia Dortmund? Could it surpass our Bayern Munich and Opos' bid? Indeed, the seasoned men among us are scouts, traversing the globe in search of promising young talent. At this moment, approximately 10 minutes into the match, Ernest and Opos' display had already captivated the majority of scouts present. Any club in need of a defensive midfielder had likely prepared a comprehensive scouting report, ready to be submitted to the club president the moment the match concluded. No one wishes to overlook a prodigious talent, nor do they desire to be outperformed in the stands. The focus shifted back to the pitch. In the 14th minute of the match, it was perhaps a foregone conclusion that Dortmund would strike first at their home ground. After intercepting the ball near midfield, Ernest delivered a precise long pass that sliced through Duisburg's defensive flank. The winger sprang into action, deftly maneuvering into the penalty area, before delivering a low cross to the far post. The onrushing striker casually found the back of the net with a well-placed shot. Everything unfolded seamlessly, as if the match against Duisburg was merely a training drill. This exemplified the prowess of the Dortmund U17 squad. They stand as one of the strongest teams in the world at this age level, boasting numerous members who are key players for their respective national youth teams, and most will likely advance to the top 5 leagues in the future. Applause erupted from the sidelines as Dortmund U17's head coach, Reginald, celebrated the exquisite goal. He turned to his assistant coach, a triumphant smile gracing his face. What a remarkable collaboration. I truly wonder who in the youth league could possibly impede our progress. This season's championship is destined to be ours. The assistant coach nodded in agreement, offering a few words of affirmation before cautiously reminding him, Mr. Reginald, this match may not be as easy as it seems. Duisburg U17 has a Chinese striker who, in just 2 matches, has netted 4 goals in a total of 80 minutes. He might pose a significant threat. Reginald couldn't and Opos' help but scoff, spreading his hands in a display of pride. So what if the Chinese player averages 2 goals per match? Have you seen our fortress-like defense? They haven't been able to threaten our goal in the slightest. You must understand, Duisburg is not facing just any team, but us, Borussia Dortmund. The assistant coach hesitated, his thoughts caught in turmoil. While Dortmund U17 undeniably surpassed other youth teams in Germany, his careful review of Duisburg U17's match footage left him feeling uneasy. He lifted his gaze back to the field, and what he saw made him furrow his brow. Duisburg and Opos' renewed attack had advanced into the midfield. The attacking midfielder, Brandon, was in possession, frequently scanning the field for opportunities. Meanwhile, 2 Dortmund defenders charged towards him. However, Duisburg's winger swiftly created space, alleviating some of Brandon and Opos' pressure. Thud. Brandon then executed a diagonal pass, delivering the ball to Su Xing in the center. Without hesitation, Su Xing spun and began advancing towards Dortmund and Opos' goal. Despite his moderate pace, the Dortmund defenders were closing in, converging on him like a vice, seemingly poised to intercept the ball. In that critical moment, Su Xing glanced at the field, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the distance between him and the 2 defenders dwindled, he abruptly halted, deftly nudging the ball to his right. Before the Dortmund players could react, Su Xing pivoted and darted to the right, the ball slipping through the legs of a Dortmund defender and returning to his control. Bam! The 2 Dortmund defenders, unable to halt their momentum, collided with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground in pain. All they could see was the elegant back of the player donning the blue and white striped jersey, number 23. Just moments ago, Reginald had lauded his team and Opos' impenetrable defense. Yet they had been outmaneuvered by Su Xing. Undoubtedly, the spotlight was now on the graceful Su Xing, who was orchestrating a stunning display on the field. Stop him! Reginald shouted, urgency lacing his voice, taken aback by the swift turn of events. He could only hope that his fellow defenders could halt Su Xing's advance, preserving a shred of his dignity. On the field, One of Dortmund and Amp, Oppo's central defenders lay groaning on the ground, while the other struggled to rise and charge towards Xing, clearly unable to pose any real challenge. Observing this, Dortmund's fullback and defensive midfielder, Ernest, rushed to provide support. Thud. After surveying the situation once more, Xing opted to make a slight adjustment towards the flank. Noticing Xing and Oppo's movement, the Dortmund fullback immediately positioned himself to block the path to the goal, preventing Xing from advancing further. Now in this position, Xing employed a familiar tactic, feinting several times in an attempt to change direction, forcing the Dortmund fullback to shift his weight and reach out in a futile attempt to disrupt him. Yet these were mere deceptions. Xing danced with the ball, his fluidity reminiscent of a graceful dancer. As the Dortmund fullback finally created some space, Xing delicately nudged the ball to the right, adjusting his angle for a shot. As he approached the goal, the space for ball control dwindled. Aware of his physical limitations, Xing understood that forcing his way through might result in a catastrophic tackle from Ernest. At this moment, he lacked the skills of a superstar to navigate through defenders. Though he possessed some signature dribbling techniques, charging forward in this position could lead to injury, which was far from his desires. Furthermore, his graceful approach did not necessitate a forceful confrontation. As Xing stood still, contemplating his next move, Ernest, who originally aimed to block Xing and Oppo's shot, altered his strategy and charged towards him. Taking a slow breath to calm himself, Xing glanced at the goal, then extended his body, raising his right foot to execute a delicate lob towards the far corner of the Dortmund net. At this moment, he was bound to trust in his relentless spirit. Chapter 38. The Shadow of Berbatov Bang. The football, struck with tremendous force, soared into the air, tracing an unusual descent. In truth, players can often discern the likelihood of success in their shots merely through the sensation of contact with the ball. Xing, propelled by unwavering determination, executed a delicate lob that resonated with his instincts, resulting in a remarkably precise strike. The goalkeeper of Dortmund displayed a flicker of astonishment. He had never anticipated that this striker from Duisburg would opt for such an audacious approach. However, contemplating this now served little purpose. He could only approximate the direction and launched himself towards that side with fervor. He stretched his arms as far as he could, risking injury, in a desperate attempt to thwart the penalty kick. As he watched the ball descend with increasing velocity, a glimmer of despair crossed his gaze. His arms were still too far from the ball and Oppo's landing point. Thud. A crisp sound echoed as the ball struck the net and Oppo's far corner and entered the goal. It was a trajectory that seemed to descend from the heavens, and the Dortmund goalkeeper ultimately failed to keep it out. The ball was in. 1-1. The lead Dortmund had secured mere minutes ago had been swiftly equalized by Duisburg. Elated, Xing dashed towards the corner area, performing a dazzling slide on his knees. This was Dortmund and Oppo's home ground, and triumphing over Dortmund and Oppo's U17 team was a testament to Xing and Oppo's prowess, rivaling that of the youth trained at the illustrious Westfalenstadion. Dortmund epitomized the pinnacle of the German Youth League, suggesting that Xing's abilities were sufficiently refined to compete at a higher level, potentially becoming a true professional player. Oh! On the sidelines, the Dortmund fans erupted in a chorus of astonishment, wholeheartedly cheering for Xing and Oppo's remarkable goal. What a spectacular strike! His technical skills are truly exceptional. Why is he still in the youth team? His talent could easily see him as a substitute in the second division. It seems utterly unfair to Dortmund. It must be admitted, this lob was brimming with creativity, surpassing many goals seen in the Bundesliga. The conversation among the spectators was lively, with some questioning the scarcity of breathtaking goals in the Bundesliga. Meanwhile, in the Duisburg coaching area, an exuberant De Witt waved his arms vigorously, releasing the pent-up emotions he had felt. To be honest, he had felt quite uncertain facing Dortmund. The Dortmund U17 team held an absolute dominance in the youth league, and many teams faced overwhelming defeats against them. De Witt had feared that conceding a goal within the first 10 minutes would demoralize his players. Yet, Xing and Oppo's goal ignited hope, not only in him, but also among the Duisburg players. De Witt and Oppo's decision to center the team and Oppo's strategy around Su was indeed a perfect choice. After his own celebration, assistant coach Xavier, filled with excitement, placed a hand on De Witt and Oppo's shoulder, sharing in the joy of the moment. Wasn't and Oppo's he just saying how he enjoyed playing with flair on the field? Su had just disrupted Dortmund and Amp. Oppo's defense single-handedly, and that lob, did it not evoke the essence of Berbatov? DeWitt pondered this thought and nodded earnestly. Indeed, Su Xing and Oppo's lob in the penalty area had almost flawlessly replicated Berbatov and Oppo's iconic lob during his time at Manchester United. This match had fortified DeWitt's belief that Su Xing's future would grow into something formidable. In stark contrast to Duisburg's jubilation, the Dortmund U17 coach, Reginald, felt quite disheartened. This season, Dortmund U17 had been undefeated, crushing opponents with overwhelming force. Yet, why was the current match unfolding in such a manner against Duisburg, a team far inferior to Hamburg and Oppo's U17 squad? The disparity was undeniably disheartening. Soon, the match resumed. Reginald was unwilling to accept a humiliating defeat on home turf against Duisburg. Indeed, even a difficult victory was unacceptable. Dortmund U17 must win spectacularly. Attack from the flanks. Ernest, keep a close watch on the opposing striker, Reginald commanded, gesturing emphatically to his players, directing the flow of the game. Under Reginald and Oppo's guidance, the Dortmund youngsters seemed to be infused with adrenaline, racing across the pitch, unwilling to accept an unsightly scoreline at home. The intensity of Dortmund and Oppo's offensive display escalated, surpassing even the fervor exhibited at the match and Oppo's outset. Whether pressing forward or orchestrating attacks, the players embodied a fierce determination. In this fervor, some Dortmund players drew yellow cards from the referee, yet they maintained a firm grip on the game's dynamics. Duisburg's possession had dwindled to a mere 40% and then sank below 30%. With Dortmund pressing relentlessly, Duisburg's two wingers were compelled to retreat towards the midfield, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, as long as they could prevent Dortmund from scoring, Duisburg could continue to launch rapid counterattacks. In terms of seizing opportunities, Su Xing's ability was undeniably superior. In the 42nd minute, a Dortmund winger's inward curling shot flew into the stands, granting Duisburg a goal kick. Following DeWitt's instructions, the Duisburg goalkeeper took a long kick, propelling the ball forward. Although the pass had minor imperfections, it was fortuitously close to Su Xing and Oppo's position. With an astute sense for the ball and Oppo's trajectory, Su Xing arrived early, eager to contest for possession. As he anticipated the ball and Oppo's landing, Dortmund and Oppo's players surged toward him. A tall center-back and Ernest surrounded Su Xing, preparing to challenge for the aerial duel. Chapter 39. Overpowering Dortmund. The central defender of Borussia Dortmund was not only robust in physique, but also slightly taller than Su Xing. During the previous defensive play, he had been outmaneuvered by Su Xing. Now, as they prepared to contest a header, he glanced at Su Xing's build and felt assured that this would be his moment to reclaim his pride. Soon, the ball descended from the sky, and Dortmund's defender lifted his head, fixating on the sphere as it approached the optimal height for a jump. However, to his horror, he noticed that Su Xing had already leaped into the air. In a moment of panic, he too sprang upwards, managing to keep pace in the aerial duel. Yet, upon jumping, he realized he was merely a fool in this contest. Su Xing soared above him, towering a full head higher. Logically, if Su Xing had jumped earlier, he would have reached the apex first and begun to descend. But the duration of Su Xing and Oppo's hang time defied all expectations. As the ball began to fall, Dortmund and Oppo's defender was already descending, having lost all chance of competing for it. On the other hand, Ernest, who was not particularly tall, had only ventured forward to mark Su Xing and had no intention of contending for the ball. Without question, Su Xing won the header, sending the ball forcefully to his left-wing teammate. The Duisburg winger, well aware of Su Xing and Oppo's aerial prowess, displayed little astonishment. He quickly initiated a run, bringing the ball under control and advancing into Dortmund and Oppo's half. After the aerial contest, Su Xing wasted no time upon landing, immediately turning and sprinting towards Dortmund and Oppo's penalty area. "Quick! Stop him!" Ernest shouted, pointing at the advancing Duisburg winger before he too followed in pursuit. Typically, Dortmund and Oppo's defensive line would withdraw in unison to establish a solid position near the penalty box. However, Ernest had a more pressing task at hand and could not afford to chase back, placing his hopes in his teammates. With no defenders to impede him, the Duisburg winger gallantly progressed toward the edge of the penalty area. However, two Dortmund defenders were keenly watching him, prepared to thwart any attempt to cut inside. Realizing his shooting path was obstructed and the option to penetrate the box was futile, The Duisburg winger decisively passed the ball back to the awaiting attacking midfielder, Brandon. Having already assessed the situation on the field, Brandon understood that Xing was not in a position to receive the ball. Even if he crossed it into the box, Xing would struggle to rise above the crowd. Thus, without hesitation, Brandon unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Thud! Brandon and Oppo's shot was commendable, the ball rocketing towards Dortmund's goal like a cannonball. Yet, due to Brandon's less-than-ideal position and the interference of other Dortmund defenders, he directed the ball towards the far corner. Dortmund's goalkeeper, however, was no novice. He accurately anticipated the shot's trajectory. With a spectacular leap, he successfully parried the ball away. The deflected ball rolled into the penalty area, where it was promptly seized by a Dortmund defender. He raised his head to survey the field, instinctively preparing to play a short pass to a retreating midfielder, hoping to initiate an attack. Yet, as he transmitted the ball a mere 2 meters, a player in a contrasting jersey color appeared between them. Number 23. It was Xing. Seizing the moment while Dortmund and Oppo's players were still in shock, he swiftly intercepted the ball, deftly maneuvering to create space. Instantly, the Dortmund players in the penalty area were aghast. Being dispossessed in such a position was akin to conceding a goal. Unsurprisingly, after regaining possession, Xing wasted no time and launched a shot, not allowing Dortmund and Oppo's defenders a moment to react. Thud! With a seemingly unremarkable push, the ball traveled towards the far corner of the Dortmund goal. At that moment, the Dortmund goalkeeper had only just regained his footing, still in a state of shock, and did not anticipate that the Duisburg striker would seize the ball and shoot again. As despair washed over the goalkeeper and Oppo's face, he could only watch helplessly as the ball crossed the goal line. Another goal. Duisburg had seized this opportunity with unexpected ease, taking the lead with a score of 2-1, as Xing, bursting with exhilaration, sprinted towards the corner flag. The Duisburg players outside the penalty area were still somewhat bewildered. The chaotic scene in the box had obscured their view of Xing and Oppo's interception and subsequent goal. It was only when the referee blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle, signaling the goal and Oppo's validity, that they finally comprehended what had transpired. Subsequently, the Duisburg players dashed towards the direction of Xing and Oppo's celebration. They reached him just as he performed a sliding knee celebration, tackling him to the ground in jubilation. "Su, you are the hero of the team. I cannot believe we are actually leading Dortmund." On the sidelines, in the Dortmund coaching area, head coach Reginald knelt on the grass in disbelief, hands clasped over his head, staring intensely at his own goal. He could hardly fathom how Duisburg striker had managed to score in such a manner within the penalty area. Reflecting on Dortmund's offensive organization, from the aerial duel to the final goal, Xing's presence was undeniable. What manner of player possesses such dominance in the youth league? Damn it, what on earth is happening today? Not only could Dortmund and Oppo's defense not contain Duisburg and Oppo's number 23, but they also made such a glaring error within the penalty area. Regaining his composure, Reginald furiously pounded the ground with his fist, expressing his frustration. At this rate, regardless of the match and Oppo's outcome, the Dortmund U17 players would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from their coach post-match. On the other side, in the Duisburg coaching area, head coach David was overwhelmed with joy. He had initially thought it would be a significant achievement for Duisburg to draw against Dortmund, but now they were leading? Would anyone in Duisburg and Oppo's club believe such news? Subsequently, David lavishly praised Xing's performance from the bench, feeling vindicated for his bold decision to lift Xing's suspension, allowing him to start as the team's central striker. Without Xing, the team would not have achieved such success. Undoubtedly, David could now confidently boast to Chairman Aubrey about his accomplishments. Chapter 40. The frenzied pursuit of Xing after the restart. The regular time of the first half swiftly came to an end. The fourth official raised the board to indicate that there would be 2 minutes of stoppage time. In the rapidly changing landscape of football, 2 minutes can indeed create numerous opportunities. However, this was not the grand stage of the 5 major leagues, but rather a mere youth league match in Germany, where few young players could exhibit extraordinary skills on the pitch. The players from both sides engaged in fierce competition in midfield, showing no signs of relaxation in the dying moments of the half. Beep. As the time approached, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. The players from both teams made their way to the bench to rest and hydrate. Meanwhile, in a corner of the field, several scouts from various countries feverishly jotted down notes. Among them, A scout from Manchester United in the Premier League wrote the following in his notebook: Duisburg U17. Player number 23, plays as a striker, approximately 1.8 meters tall. Exceptional heading ability, outstanding at creating opportunities in the penalty area, and possesses excellent football intelligence and positioning skills. Weaknesses include apparent poor stamina, insufficient movement on the pitch, and lack of defensive awareness. Talent rating, 80. The other scouts likely pinned similar observations, all revolving around Xing, as they were captivated by the talent he had just displayed. One could not help but wonder about the utility of such notes. Would Manchester United truly invest in a young player with real potential? A Spanish scout, upon seeing the Manchester United scout's notes, could not resist a sarcastic remark. Doesn't he your club only buy players favored by the head coach? The Manchester United scout scoffed, retorting, and what of it? At least we are wealthier than your Barcelona. With that single comment, the previously beleaguered Manchester United scout managed to shift the tide of the conversation. The Barcelona scout shot him a glare before wisely retreating to the side. At that moment, the focus of all scouts was firmly fixed on Xing. A striker with exceptional talent could not be compared to a defensive midfielder. Even if their club did not utilize him after acquiring him, they could polish his talent and sell him at a premium to lower-tier teams, reaping substantial transfer fees. As the scouts exchanged banter and continued their note-taking, a peripheral scout broke the mold and stood up to make a phone call. Chairman, there is a remarkably talented striker in Duisburg U17. He is undoubtedly the finest player I have seen in recent times. He remains relatively unknown. If we could sign him at a low price, we could nurture him well. In the future, he would not be valued at less than 5 million euros. Hearing the phone conversation, the other scouts turned their heads, casting disdainful looks at him. Realizing their unfriendly gazes, the scout hastened his speech, urging the club and APO's chairman to make the acquisition. As one scout began to express interest during halftime, the others promptly set aside their pens and rose to call their respective clubs. They had almost forgotten whom they had come to watch in this youth league match. Originally a star defensive midfielder for Dortmund U17, Ernest now paled in comparison to the dazzling Xing, whose brilliance eclipsed all others. The innate flair of Xing led all scouts to believe that his future achievements would be remarkable. There was nothing more exhilarating than uncovering a hidden gem. Soon enough, the 15-minute halftime break concluded, and the players returned to the field. Duisburg made no adjustments for the second half, while Dortmund opted for a personnel rotation. Trailing on the scoreboard, Dortmund needed to intensify their offensive efforts to equalize and ultimately secure victory. Therefore, head coach Reginald shifted the team to a 3-defender formation and introduced a forward to bolster their attacking presence. This strategy ensured that Dortmund would have a numerical advantage in midfield, exerting greater pressure on Duisburg and APO's defense. As the second half commenced, Dortmund's players charged fervently toward Duisburg and APO's defense. This momentum caused a flicker of panic in Duisburg and APO's head coach, David. He surmised that Dortmund and APO's coach must have delivered a fiery pep talk during halftime. Otherwise, his players would not be exhibiting such vigor. Subsequently, David decisively directed his players from the sidelines, instructing the wingers to retreat to midfield while the defensive midfielder moved closer to the penalty area to defend, temporarily shifting to a 5-4-1 formation. Clearly, David and APO's tactical adjustments proved quite effective. Duisburg and APO's defense, fortified by their formation, stood resolute against Dortmund and APO's relentless onslaught, successfully holding their ground despite the mounting pressure. However, the flow of the match remained in Dortmund's favor as Duisburg struggled to mount effective counterattacks. The ball seldom reached Xing's feet, guarded closely by Dortmund players. At this juncture, had Xing chosen to make more off-the-ball runs to evade Dortmund's marking, he would have surely found promising opportunities. Yet, he refrained from doing so. As a starting player, he had been running since the first minute, and his stamina was insufficient to squander further energy. Thus, the contest hinged on the determination of the players from both teams, waiting to see who would falter first and make a critical error. In the 68th minute, Dortmund earned a corner kick. The penalty area was crowded with players from both teams vying for position. Amidst the chaos, Dortmund and APO's striker leaped high and successfully directed the ball towards Duisburg and APO's goal. Nevertheless, Duisburg's attentive goalkeeper managed to parry the header. However, in the ensuing scramble, Dortmund's attacking midfielder, with keen instinct, pounced on the loose ball and scored. 2-2. After over 20 minutes of intense battle in the second half, Dortmund had valiantly equalized, prolonging the suspense of this youth league encounter. Chapter 41. A Fantastical Passo. Instantly, the stadium resonated with the fervent cheers of Borussia Dortmund fans. The U17 player, who had just scored, sprinted to the edge of the pitch, executing a celebratory slide while proudly displaying his jersey number to the supporters in attendance. In releasing his pent-up emotions, he also ensured that the fans would remember him. With the score now level, both Dortmund and Duisburg found themselves back on equal footing. Under such circumstances, it can be said that the mindsets of the two head coaches were entirely different. Duisburg, which merely needed to defend their goal to secure victory, found this task far easier than attempting to score again. However, reality seldom aligns with expectations. De Witt's dreams were dashed, compelling him to direct his players to launch a counterattack. After all, Dortmund had breached Duisburg and Oppo's defense within the first 20 minutes, and De Witt could hardly believe that his team could withstand the ensuing 30 minutes. The match resumed swiftly. The morale of the recently scored Dortmund players surged, and their pressing game exhibited a newfound vigor. Thud, thud. The continuous sound of passing echoed as Dortmund players, adeptly controlling the ball, commenced a patient build-up, intent on stretching Duisburg's defense to secure a last-minute winner. Young players, enamored with the field, yearned for opportunities to showcase their talents, often undeterred by the formidable presence of their opponents. In these crucial moments, Duisburg's players were resolute in their determination to prevent their team from being defeated at the last gasp. As Dortmund's players surged towards the penalty area, the other Duisburg defenders threw themselves into the fray, risking fouls to thwart the offensive threat before it could materialize within the box. Consequently, two Duisburg defenders received yellow cards from the referee. Dortmund, in turn, earned a pair of promising free-kick opportunities. However, the U17 team lacked a master of set pieces. One midfielder attempted a direct shot from a free kick, only to see the ball sail high over the crossbar. Another opted to cross, but the Duisburg goalkeeper easily gathered the ball. As the match clock dwindled, both coaches opted for substitutions, replacing fatigued players in key positions. De Witt, mindful of his players' bookings, promptly withdrew the two defenders who had received yellow cards. At this juncture, Duisburg could only tenuously withstand Dortmund and Oppo's onslaught. Should a player receive a second yellow card, it would spell disaster for Duisburg. In the 89th minute, just moments before entering stoppage time, Duisburg and Oppo's defensive midfielder seized upon a mispass from Dortmund, intercepting the ball in his own half. Possession shifted, presenting Duisburg with a precious counter-attacking opportunity. At this moment, the fourth official raised a board indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time in the second half. The physical confrontations had intensified, leading to some delays. The ensuing 5 minutes constituted the final opportunity for both teams. A long ball. Aware that time was running out, De Witt gestured emphatically, urging his Duisburg players to embrace the counterattack with boldness. Frustrated by Dortmund's aggressive offensive stance throughout the second half, he decided to take a gamble, even in defeat. He believed that no one would harbor regrets. Responding to the coach's command, Duisburg's holding midfielder advanced the ball without hesitation, sending a precise long pass towards the flanks. Thud. Perhaps fueled by pent-up frustration, his long ball was executed with remarkable quality, landing securely in the left flank of the midfield. The left winger, already in motion, deftly controlled the ball and surged forward. Sensing the impending danger, the Dortmund players gritted their teeth and frantically pursued. Suddenly, the pressure shifted entirely onto Dortmund's shoulders. In the midfield, Duisburg's winger found his energy reserves dwindling, unable to utilize his celebrated speed to breach Dortmund's defenses. Fortunately, Brandon arrived just in time. The two executed a series of skillful 1-2 exchanges that propelled Brandon to the edge of the penalty area. Thud. Upon seeing Xing retreat to receive the ball, Brandon did not hesitate to pass it. Dortmund players rushed forward to apply pressure, but Xing, unusually, sprinted a few meters, gaining possession before the defenders could intervene. Indeed, the typically stationary Xing had opted to make a decisive run. After receiving the ball, he took a moment to survey the field rather than turning immediately. As the player in possession, wearing number 23, the Dortmund defenders felt a palpable sense of anxiety. They had witnessed Xing and Oppo's astonishing capabilities and dared not allow him to penetrate the box. Even the towering Dortmund center back prepared himself for a physical confrontation should Xing attempt to break through. Observing the situation meticulously, Xing began to maneuver, attempting to pivot away from the oncoming defender. Yet, regardless of the direction he chose, he encountered other defenders poised to provide support. It seemed as though Dortmund had entirely stifled Xing's potential, determined to deny him any opportunity. Nevertheless, Su Xing remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile. He executed a familiar move, attempting to pull the ball back in turn. The defender, tightly marking him, instinctively extended a leg to disrupt the play. However, was Su Xing genuinely attempting to evade? Clearly not. Just as the Dortmund defender lunged, Su Xing subtly raised his right foot, positioning it strategically before the ball. Following this, he deftly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it rolling through the defender's legs toward the other side of the penalty area. At that moment, Duisburg and Appos' right winger had already anticipated the trajectory of the ball, positioning himself perfectly to receive it. Chapter 42. Dreams amidst the astonishment and bewilderment of the Borussia Dortmund players. He struck the ball with precision. Bang! Swiftly drawing back his bow, he confidently directed the ball towards the goal. The Dortmund defenders, caught off guard, could only turn back in haste, placing their hopes solely in the hands of their goalkeeper. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. The Dortmund keeper, fixated on Su Xing, positioned himself in one corner of the goal, anticipating a potential lob from Su. Consequently, the opposite corner was left wide open. The Duisburg right winger's shot was akin to a tap-in into an empty net. In disbelief, the Dortmund goalkeeper watched as the ball rolled over the goal line. A goal. Duisburg had taken the lead against Dortmund once again, with the score now standing at 3-2. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Su Xing executed a remarkably imaginative backheel pass, assisting his teammate in delivering a devastating blow to Dortmund. With less than 2 minutes remaining in stoppage time, Dortmund had no means to equalize the score. This was the brutal reality of football. It was no fairy tale. How could one expect to witness so many last-minute heroics followed by equalizers? The Duisburg players who scored raised their hands in jubilation, rushing towards Su Xing in a frenzied embrace. That pass was exceptional. Su, thank you so much. This is my first goal of the season. Overwhelmed with emotion, he struggled to articulate his feelings, tightening his grip around Su Xing, gasping for breath. Su Xing patted his teammate and Appos' back. Your positioning was equally brilliant. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to handle that ball. And Clyde, could you please let me go? I can hardly breathe. Upon hearing Su Xing and Appos' plea, Clyde, the right winger, quickly released him, sheepishly scratching his head. Soon after, other Duisburg players flocked around Su Xing, showering him with praise for his splendid performance. On the sidelines, numerous Dortmund fans unexpectedly applauded Su Xing and Appos' remarkable assist. Unlike the first team, the results of the Youth League primarily concerned the club and Appos' management, while fans care about whether the match is worth their attendance. Clearly, today and Appos' Youth League match met the expectations of these fans. They had to admit that this match was even more thrilling than some matches in the second division. The sidelines were filled with excitement, but this time, it was not Duisburg's head coach, De Witt, who was losing his composure. Coach, I will definitely appeal this decision to the German Football Association. The Duisburg winger was clearly offside, so why did you not blow the whistle? How could such an obvious offside escape your notice? I seriously doubt your judgment. The irate voice of Dortmund's head coach, Reginald, did not sway the referee's decision. In fact, the referee shot a fierce glare at Reginald, perhaps only refraining from issuing a yellow card due to a semblance of pity for Dortmund's plight in this match. Subsequently, under the referee's direction, both teams quickly resumed their positions for a restart. Noting the referee's disregard for his protests, the increasingly frantic Reginald turned his ire towards his own players, vocally urging them to equalize in the final 2 minutes. However, some impatient Dortmund players soon lost possession in the attacking third, and Duisburg and Appos' players opted to play conservatively, passing the ball back to their defenders and engaging in a possession game. Beep, beep, beep. Before Dortmund could regain possession, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. It was unfathomable that Duisburg U17 had triumphed over their formidable rivals, Dortmund U17, on their home turf. Moreover, in terms of possession and shot count, they had been completely outperformed by Dortmund. This was a testament to Duisburg and Appos' astonishing conversion rate, with Su Xing being the standout performer. In his first starting match of the season, he contributed 2 goals and 1 assist. After the match, the Duisburg players gathered together to celebrate this milestone victory over Dortmund U17. Even the substitutes could not resist rushing onto the field to commend their teammates. Undoubtedly, Su Xing received the most accolades. Su, thank you for leading Duisburg to victory against Dortmund today. Following the celebrations, team captain Brandon approached Su Xing, solemnly patting him on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I believe that with your presence this season, we will undoubtedly clinch the Youth League championship. Together, we will ascend to the first team and restore Duisburg's former glory." Xing smiled and high-fived Brandon. "All right, Captain. It's a promise." Considering Xing's current performance, Brandon recognized that it was merely a matter of time before he joined the first team. He possessed the talent to compete for a starting position, while Brandon himself occupied a role in Duisburg's first-team midfield, a position that was notably saturated. Even if he excelled and was promoted to the first team, he would likely find himself in a substitute and Oppo's role. Nevertheless, Brandon harbored a resolute desire to fight for Duisburg and his hometown. Aspiring to aid Duisburg in returning to the Bundesliga, this was his dream, a dream that had been nestled within his heart since he became a youth training player. Chapter 43. Change on the other side. Despite suffering a defeat on their home turf, the players of Dortmund did not leave the field in immediate despondence. Instead, they gathered around their coach, Reginald, encircling the referee and assistant referee, vocally demanding an explanation, seemingly aggrieved. Among the Dortmund U17 squad, Ernest stood out as one of the few clear-headed individuals. There was not much to say about the match, although Dortmund had dominated Duisburg throughout. Their entire forward line was eclipsed by the impact of a single player, Xing defensively. Ernest believed that the backline he led, while perhaps not impenetrable, was certainly stable and organized. Yet, under Xing's relentless assault, significant gaps emerged. In light of this, rather than arguing with the referee, it would be more prudent to reflect on the team and Oppo's shortcomings. However, Ernest could also empathize with Coach Reginald's mindset. This season, Dortmund U17 had finally achieved a series of victories in the Youth League. Yet, unexpectedly, they had not faltered against formidable youth academies such as Bayern Munich, Borussia Mönchengladbach, or Bayer Leverkusen, but instead fell to a Duisburg youth team that had just ascended from the regional Liga to the Bundesliga. Such an outcome would be intolerable for any coach. With his head bowed in disappointment, Ernest slowly approached the Duisburg players. He did not stride directly into their midst. Instead, he stood by, waiting for their celebrations to conclude before turning his gaze towards Xing, who stood among the crowd. Upon seeing Ernest, the Duisburg players instinctively displayed a hint of caution in their eyes. Following a match, conflicts often arose among players, and it was evident that the Duisburg squad was wary of Ernest and Oppo's intentions. However, Xing did not share this apprehension. The two had been engaged in a contest for nearly 80 minutes, during which Ernest had refrained from any unsporting behavior, his defensive maneuvers above board. Thus, Xing held a favorable impression of him. With a subtle wave to his teammates, Xing approached Ernest. "I've heard your teammates call you Su. May I address you as such?" Ernest inquired politely after scrutinizing Xing. "Of course. My name is Ernest," he replied, nodding. "You are the strongest opponent I have faced in the Youth League. Losing to you today, I concede wholeheartedly. I believe you understand that this is merely a Youth League. In the future, we shall grace larger stages, and I look forward to competing against you once more." Xing was taken aback that Ernest had sought him out to discuss this matter post-match. Nonetheless, it was clear that Ernest was a mature player, harboring aspirations for a genuine professional career. "Absolutely. I look forward to seeing you in the professional arena," Xing said, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. After a brief pause, Ernest extended his hand to briefly shake Xing's before turning and heading towards the locker room. As he departed, a newfound determination gleamed in his eyes. It was a pact forged between rivals. Perhaps Ernest believed he could ascend to the professional league before Xing. Yet he was certain that Xing would also one day grace the professional realm, and that day would not be far behind his own. They would meet again. The significance of today's match for this homegrown German prodigy was beyond verbal expression. It could be said that henceforth, Ernest would train with even greater diligence within the team. In due time, he would reveal a transformed version of himself to Xing. The following day, after savoring a resounding victory, all the Duisburg players were in high spirits. Coach DeWitt, adhering to tradition, granted the players a day off, while assistant coach Xavier generously treated the entire squad to a dinner out of his own pocket. However, as the Duisburg U17 players enjoyed their meal at the hotel, a significant change quietly loomed over Duisburg Club. In the conference room at the top of the administrative building, a group of sharply dressed middle-aged men glared intensely at the club president, Aubrey, who sat at the head of the table. "Aubrey, now that the board is gathered, perhaps you could provide us with an explanation?" inquired Joshua, seated beside Aubrey, his tone almost accusatory. Why has Duisburg failed to secure a single victory this season? Aubrey, seated at the center, furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. The individuals surrounding him were the upper echelons of the Duisburg board. They rarely convened unless it was for significant matters such as electing a president. Noticing Aubrey and Appos' silence, Marcus, the sporting director, wore a mocking grin as he addressed him. Aubrey, have you forgotten how you assured the board? Did you not promise to lead Duisburg back to the Bundesliga? Yet last season, Duisburg was relegated to the regional Liga. What a disgrace that is. And although Duisburg has returned to the Bundesliga this season, look at the matches played. Have we not suffered humiliating defeats? We couldn't even win at home against Düsseldorf? As he spoke, Marcus spread his hands, surveying the room as if seeking support from the other board members. However, these seasoned board members were shrewd. Not all had chosen to align with Joshua before the meeting. They merely glanced at Aubrey, awaiting an explanation. The weight of so many scrutinizing gazes undoubtedly imposed immense pressure on Aubrey, rendering him almost breathless. Taking a deep breath, Aubrey understood that there was no turning back. He had to confront the situation head-on and provide the gathered officials with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, he would not leave the office unscathed that night. The reason Duisburg has not won this season is likely apparent to everyone present. Aubrey raised his voice slightly. In the regional Liga, our roster was indeed competitive. However, upon transitioning to the Bundesliga, the caliber of the teams we face is undeniably stronger. We must acknowledge that this current squad lacks the requisite quality to compete at this level. Yet, I do not believe this is solely my fault. The individual capabilities and tactical understanding of these players fall short compared to others. Even if we had world-renowned coaches like Guardiola or Mourinho, they would struggle to achieve better results. As he spoke, Aubrey gestured openly to convey his sense of helplessness. The issues surrounding the team's roster were not solely his burden to bear. And what shall we do now? Aubrey, you need to provide us with an answer. Chapter 44. The dismissal of Aubrey. Currently, Duisburg faces challenges akin to those encountered by many clubs transitioning from lower divisions back to the higher leagues. The solution is straightforward. Invest significantly in the transfer market to bolster the squad. However, Duisburg is no longer the founding team of the Bundesliga. Years of fluctuating league performance have, over time, eroded the club and Appos' foundation. Moreover, the recent decline in performance has left the club and Appos' financial situation precarious. With a severe imbalance between income and expenditure, expecting the shareholders present to allocate funds for player acquisitions is evidently unrealistic. After a moment of contemplation, Aubrey articulated his vision for the team. Given the current squad and Appos' composition, achieving commendable results this season appears exceedingly challenging. It is imperative to enhance the squad during the winter transfer window to secure the possibility of relegation survival. Nonetheless, perpetually relying on the transfer market is detrimental to the club's long-term development. I believe the club should adhere to my strategy, which emphasizes grassroots development through youth training, nurturing young talents from Duisburg to eventually integrate them into the first team, thereby addressing the root of our club and Appos' issues. Upon hearing this, Joshua scoffed, spreading his palm toward Aubrey as if cradling him, with a tone laced with sarcasm. Listen to our esteemed chairman's words. How he longs for our youth academy to thrive. But what is the reality? Over the years, our U17 team has consistently languished at the bottom of the youth league. Aubrey, why not suppress your sense of shame and admit your inadequacy before the board? The severity of the team's issues, are they not largely of your making? As tensions escalated, Joshua no longer concealed his intentions, directing all blame squarely at Aubrey. This was the very purpose of the emergency board meeting, to oust Aubrey from the chairmanship and install his confidant, Marcus, in his stead. Aubrey had anticipated Joshua's ulterior motives, but was taken aback by the extent of blame directed at him. What do you mean, Joshua? Even with a composed demeanor, Aubrey found it difficult to restrain himself, rising to point an accusatory finger at Joshua. The club is overly fixated on immediate results? Very well. If a considerable sum is allocated for the winter transfer window, I assure you the club will solidify its standing in the Bundesliga this season and aspire for a respectable ranking next season. But can you provide such funds? Do not delude yourselves into thinking that the woes of the club are solely my fault. Do none of you share any responsibility? Aubrey and Appos' poignant inquiry left many board members shamefacedly lowering their heads. The club and Appos' fixed annual investments already constituted a significant expense, and they were loath to contribute additional substantial funds for transfers. Yet, this was precisely the scenario Joshua sought. Had Aubrey sincerely analyzed the club and Amp, Oppos, S problems and explain them to the board, it would have been difficult for Joshua to act against him. Now, however, the situation aligned perfectly with Joshua's expectations, allowing him to manipulate the meeting's direction at will. Do you see? Joshua rose to address the board members. Aubrey and Oppos' current state is unsatisfactory. Given his present circumstances, I believe he is no longer fit to serve as the club and Oppos' chairman. We ought to nominate someone well-versed in football to lead Duisburg onto the right path. I support Joshua's proposal. I agree. Board members aligned with Joshua swiftly raised their hands in favor of his suggestion. Even some neutrals, swayed by self-interest, joined in support. In an instant, the atmosphere in the meeting room became clear. The majority of board members were in favor of Joshua's decision to revoke Aubrey's chairmanship. Witnessing this, Aubrey glanced around the room with a desolate expression. Recognizing the futility of the situation, he nodded somberly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Very well. Since this is the consensus, I shall resign as chairman. You may elect someone more capable. With that, Aubrey left his seat without hesitation, storming out of the room. Joshua, offering no quarter, shouted after him, "Correction, Aubrey, you have been dismissed by the board, not that you resigned voluntarily." Once Aubrey exited, the attendees of the meeting began deliberating the election of a new club chairman. With Aubrey no longer present, Joshua, leveraging his authority within the board, effortlessly positioned Marcus as the new chairman. This upheaval within Duisburg's upper echelons ultimately resulted in the ascension of Marcus, Aubrey's staunch adversary. A brief comparison of their capabilities reveals that Aubrey undoubtedly surpassed Marcus. Following his retirement from Duisburg, Marcus had engaged solely in club management, while the elder Aubrey, a revered figure, had ascended from youth coach to first-team manager, ultimately winning the hearts of fans and the board, who elected him as the club and Oppos' chairman. Not to say Aubrey and Amp, Oppos' tenure as chairman was flawless, but he undoubtedly had the club and Amp, Oppos' best interests at heart, dedicating years of tireless effort, which had even turned his hair prematurely gray. The following morning, Duisburg's official website announced the outcome of the previous night's board meeting. Former chairman Aubrey was dismissed by unanimous vote due to his inability and poor decisions during his tenure, which led to the club and Oppos' dismal performance. The new chairman would be Marcus, the former sports director. Upon reading this announcement, Duisburg's fans were left astounded. In their eyes, Aubrey remained the great coach who had guided the team to the quarterfinals of the German Cup amidst adversity, a chairman who had tirelessly devoted himself to the club. Chapter 45. A bold and decisive shift nonetheless. Among the supporters of Duisburg, there exists a faction deeply concerned about the team and Oppos' performance, attributing the relegation to the third division to Oberli and Oppos' miscalculations. They suspect that his continued endorsement of the current head coach stems from ulterior motives, wishing to meddle in the coach and Oppos' decisions regarding the team. In the wake of Oberli and Oppos' dismissal from the club, a torrent of vitriolic criticism emerged against him. The once beloved president, revered by fans, swiftly became a contentious figure among Duisburg supporters, eliciting a spectrum of opinions. The following day, the newly appointed club president, Marcus, summoned the majority of the management team to his office for his inaugural address. It is a well-known adage that a new leader often brings forth immediate changes, and Marcus's first act was directed at those who had previously supported Oberli. Under the guise of budgetary constraints, he dismissed Oberli's longtime associate, Benjamin, from the club. This loyal employee, who had dedicated years to Duisburg, was abruptly removed from his position, leaving him bereft of the livelihood he had relied upon. Perhaps due to Benjamin's relatively insignificant standing within the club, few rose to defend him. The youth team coach, David, was among those familiar with Benjamin. Yet he himself belonged to Oberli and Oppos' camp. Caught in the throes of his own predicament, he felt ill-equipped to assist Benjamin. After a moment of contemplation, Marcus's gaze fell ominously upon David, instantly tightening the latter's nerves. "David, I recall that Oberli had brought back a youth player from Espanyol named Sue. Is that correct?" Marcus inquired. David, uncertain of Marcus and Oppos' intentions and fearful of incurring his wrath, could only nod in acquiescence. "Indeed, his name is Sue, and he has been performing exceptionally well in the youth league, becoming the linchpin of the U17 team," he replied. Upon hearing this praise, Marcus furrowed his brow. David may have intended to inform Marcus of the player's commendable performance, yet he had committed a grave error. Sue was a player handpicked by Oberli. If he excelled in the youth league, it would reflect positively on Oberli's decisions regarding youth development. "David, what use is it to deceive me now?" Marcus and Amp, Oppos' voice was tinged with anger. Do you think I haven't reviewed this week's youth camp data report? A starting center forward in the youth league has barely managed to cover 5,000 meters in a match. Are we training such inept players in our youth camp? An awkward expression crossed Devitt's face as he shook his head in protest. No, Mr. Marcus. While Su's distance covered may be lacking, his on-field contributions are remarkable. In the recent match against Dortmund U17, he scored 2 goals and assisted 1, leading the team to a thrilling victory. At this revelation, the head coach of the first team turned his head in surprise, disbelief etched across his features. Overwhelmed by the first team and Oppo's pressing demands, he had neglected to monitor the youth player statistics. This oversight had been a matter closely overseen by President Oberli. Had he known earlier, he would have advocated for promoting this promising young talent to the first team. However, it was now too late to rectify matters, and any further discussion was futile. Humph. Marcus scoffed, feigning incredulity. Devitt, I now harbor serious doubts about your capabilities. With such poor running statistics, how can one expect to compete at higher levels? While Dortmund U17 may be formidable, can they truly be compared to teams in the second division? I believe, Marcus continued, that given your current performance, you are no longer suited to lead the U17 team. You shall be reassigned as an assistant coach for the U15 team, where you can refine your skills. Devitt, despite his reluctance, dared not counter Marcus. Unlike Oberli, who might have confronted Marcus head-on, Devitt needed this job to support his family. As for the player named Su, he was to be temporarily sidelined from training, awaiting further directives from the club. With this matter settled, Marcus proceeded to outline the remaining arrangements within the club. The demotion of personnel necessitated the elevation of new individuals, predominantly those loyal to Marcus. The final topic of this meeting, the most critical one, concerned the first team's directives. Marcus instructed the head coach to amass as many points as possible during the first half of the second division season. When the winter transfer window arrived, the club would allocate a modest transfer budget to bolster the roster. This funding would subsequently be solicited by Joskel from the shareholders to support the club. The motivations behind Joskel's willingness to assist Marcus, while refusing to allocate a single penny to Oberli, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was evident that their conspiracy would eventually be unveiled. Following the announcement of personnel changes within the club, reactions varied widely. Uncle Benjamin left the club-provided residence with a heavy heart, while Su moved back to the youth training dormitory. Many U17 players, rallied by Brandon, actively assisted him during this transition. The players expressed their skepticism regarding the club's decision to suspend Su from training, voicing their concerns to assistant coach Xavier. However, with Devitt's demotion and the situation still unclear, he could only advise waiting for the new U17 head coach to address the club. Consequently, Su, suspended from training, opted to engage in alternative training at nightclubs, relishing the newfound freedom the state afforded him. His teammates, however, interpreted this as a descent into escapism through alcohol, as the prospect of potentially facing a half-season without competitive play loomed ahead. One evening, in a state of profound despondency, Oberli received a call from an unfamiliar German number. After a brief hesitation, he decided to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Oberli? A deep male voice inquired from the other end of the line. Chapter 46. Coaching Heidenheim? Indeed. It is I. May I inquire who you are? The voice on the other end was unfamiliar to Aubrey, prompting him to maintain composure and respond politely. I am Yashaborn, the president of Heidenheim Club. I wish to express my deep sympathy for your recent misfortunes. Duisburg and Oppo's perplexing maneuvers have cost them an exceptionally talented legendary chairman. However, this has simultaneously presented an opportunity for us at Heidenheim. We have utmost confidence in your coaching abilities and hope you will consider leading our tumultuous first team this season. What are your thoughts, Mr. Aubrey? Although Yashaborn and Oppo's voice was somewhat subdued, Aubrey perceived an underlying eagerness in his tone. He was aware of Heidenheim and Oppo's current season performance, 1 draw and 2 losses in 3 matches in the 2. Bundesliga. Apart from the initial one draw with Munich 1860. The subsequent matches resulted in defeats against Nuremberg and Düsseldorf. Losing to a mid-table team like Nuremberg was somewhat understandable, but a loss to the lower-tier Düsseldorf was simply unacceptable to Yashaborn. Consequently, the president began to lose faith in the current head coach. With Aubrey dismissed from Duisburg, Yashaborn saw a glimmer of hope. It was noteworthy that during Aubrey's tenure, he had led a struggling team to the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal, a feat rarely seen in the tournament and Oppo's history. This illustrious achievement fueled Yashaborn and Amp. Oppos. S hopes for Aubrey and Amp. Oppos. S arrival at Heidenheim. Noticing Aubrey and Amp. Oppos. S prolonged silence, Yashaborn remained patient. Understanding that his deep-rooted affection for Duisburg might delay his acceptance of the club and Oppos' transition. Mr. Aubrey, there is no rush. Take your time to consider. However, I must convey my strong desire for you to coach Heidenheim. At this juncture, the two Bundesliga had only seen 3 rounds, and Heidenheim and Oppos' solitary point was not yet catastrophic. Yashaborn merely feared that Aubrey and Oppos' decision might come too late. Just as Yashaborn was about to continue persuading, Aubrey interrupted. Mr. Yashaborn, since you have such confidence in me, I would like to know what authority I would possess should I accept the coaching position at Heidenheim. Upon hearing this, Yashaborn recognized that Aubrey was at least contemplating the offer, and he responded with elation, rest assured, once you join Heidenheim, no one will interfere with your management decisions. Though Aubrey had been unceremoniously cast aside by Duisburg, he could still enjoy a comfortable life with his current assets. However, many individuals with aspirations refuse to live a life of mediocrity. Aubrey was one such person. He harbored a profound yearning for football and wished to lead a team to notable success. Now that he was no longer tied to Duisburg, the prospect of coaching another team seemed to align with his ambitions. Furthermore, he felt compelled to demonstrate to the Duisburg board that his decisions were sound. Very well, Mr. Yashaborn, I agree to coach Heidenheim, and I shall arrive shortly. Aubrey and Oppos' demeanor transformed as he spoke, his eyes now brimming with determination. Splendid. Mr. Aubrey, let us discuss the contract details. I will also send you the team's recent data reports to your email tonight. Yashaborn was so exhilarated that he nearly sought to finalize the contract with Aubrey immediately, envisioning bringing him to the employee welfare housing arena. I have no interest in such matters. You may simply offer me the current salary of the Heidenheim head coach, Aubrey replied. However, before I head to Heidenheim, I would appreciate your assistance in bringing a player from Duisburg with me. Certainly, please specify, and I will ensure it is done. Yashaborn agreed without hesitation, although he had yet to disclose the current coach's salary to Aubrey. The latter's immediate acceptance indicated his eagerness for the opportunity at Heidenheim, a trait that could lead the team to commendable achievements. The player Aubrey sought was a U17 talent from Duisburg, a Croatian Chinese named Xing. Upon conveying his intention to acquire Xing to Yashaborn, Aubrey experienced no delay in action. After hanging up, Yashaborn promptly instructed his staff to proceed with the arrangements. Nonetheless, Yashaborn harbored some curiosity about why a U17 player would captivate Aubrey and Oppos' interest to such an extent, compelling him to bring the player to his new team. This sparked an anticipation within Yashaborn regarding the player, Xing. The following day, Marcus, the president of Duisburg Club, arrived early at the president's office. Seated in the chair once occupied by Aubrey, savoring his coffee with delight, the exhilarating sensation of triumph over a rival and occupying his position filled him with joy. Knock. Knock. A series of knocks interrupted his reverie, and Marcus gestured for the visitor to enter. His assistant, who had recently transitioned from the sporting director to the esteemed role of the president and Oppos' assistant, stepped inside. Mr. President, this morning, the club received a fax from Heidenheim, expressing interest in loaning a young player from our U17 team, the assistant reported, placing the document on the desk. Marcus nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he picked up the file and began to peruse its contents. This was undoubtedly the loan request that Yashaborn and Oppos' staff had hastily compiled the previous evening. Given that it was not the transfer window, Heidenheim could not directly purchase Xing from Duisburg and Oppos' U17 team. They could only request a loan with an option to buy later. Fortunately, as Xing participated in the youth league, regulations allowed him to be loaned to another team during the season, provided the leagues were of differing levels. This arrangement served as a means for lower-tier teams to bolster their squads while granting opportunities for substitutes and youth players from Bundesliga teams to gain more playing time. Chapter 47. The loan agreement. Marcus, formerly the club's sporting director, possessed a certain familiarity with the U17 players. He was perplexed as to why Heidenheim would seek to loan players from Duisburg and Oppos' U17 squad, questioning whether any club would even deem those players worthy. However, he swiftly discerned the identity of the loanee, Xing, Ably's former protégé, whom he loathed. It was an unexpected boon, as Marcus had been contemplating how to deal with Xing when a club emerged to loan him. He recalled the significant sum Bly had invested in acquiring Xing from Espanyol, making a direct dismissal unpalatable to Marcus. Upon further examination, the loan agreement stipulated that Heidenheim would remit a 200,000 loan fee to Duisburg for Xing, covering half a season. Furthermore, Heidenheim expressed a keen interest in securing Xing's permanent transfer during the winter window, appending an exclusive option to buy for 800,000. Upon reading this, Marcus emitted a derisive chuckle, exclaiming, "It and Oppos. It's astonishing that there are still fools in this world." He marveled at the notion of a club expending 1 million on a player with severe physical deficiencies and a lack of enthusiasm. He deemed it an act of sheer charity. Undoubtedly, Heidenheim's offer surpassed Marcus's expectations for Xing. By finalizing this loan agreement, they would recoup all expenses incurred on Xing, with a surplus to boot. Without prolonged deliberation, Marcus consolidated the documents and entrusted them to his assistant, instructing them to promptly contact Heidenheim to execute the contract. Marcus was eager to finalize the transaction, as this loan deal would enable him, in his inaugural day as club chairman, to generate nearly 1 million for the club. This would unequivocally demonstrate his superior competence compared to Bly in the role of team president. He surmised that Bly, upon receiving Heidenheim and Oppos' loan proposal, would have rejected it. Given his personal interest in Xing, little did Marcus know that Heidenheim's desire to acquire Xing stemmed entirely from Bly's vision. What countenance would Marcus adopt if he were privy to this information? Derision? Scorn? Or a silent, furrowed brow? By midday, with both clubs in accord, the loan agreement was swiftly ratified. Duisburg neglected to solicit Xing's input, recognizing his precarious situation following Bly's departure, which could potentially lead to a dearth of playing opportunities. Thus, they presumed Xing would embrace the loan to Heidenheim without hesitation. When Duisburg and Oppos' staff conveyed the news to Xing, he had just returned to the youth training dormitory from a nightclub. His countenance betrayed neither surprise nor reluctance, as Bly had informed him of the matter via text message the previous evening. Aware of his predicament at Duisburg, Xing harbored no reservations about joining Heidenheim. Moreover, he was being loaned to Heidenheim and Oppos' first team, not the youth academy. This implied that, under Bly and Oppos' tutelage, he would likely secure a starting position this season. This marked Xing's third club change in a short span. However, this occasion differed from previous ones, as he was now venturing into the Bundesliga, striving to make an impact in professional soccer. This represented a significant stride in his footballing odyssey. In truth, Xing had not anticipated such a rapid ascent into the Bundesliga. Moreover, it was not with Duisburg and Oppos' first team. This underscored the ever-changing nature of the world, where opportunities abound. Many young players who transition from youth teams to first teams often fade into obscurity, unable to compete with seasoned veterans for playing time. However, Xing remained undaunted. He was confident that, with his current technical and tactical prowess, he could contend for a place in the team. Even if the coach was not his admirer, Bly, he intended to secure the coach and Oppos' favor through his abilities, earn a starting berth, and establish himself at Heidenheim, making his debut before a global audience of fans. Subsequently, Xing executed the contract presented by Duisburg's staff and commenced packing his belongings in preparation for his journey to Heidenheim. As he was packing, Brandon and a cohort of players arrived at Xing's dormitory. Brandon gazed at Xing, a hint of wistfulness evident on his face. However, he forced a smile, embraced Xing, and patted his back, remarking, "I had envisioned us ascending to Duisburg's first team together, competing in the Bundesliga. But I never imagined you would be loaned to Heidenheim so soon." Brandon and Oppos' eyes betrayed a trace of envy, but he added, "Your move to Heidenheim is a positive development. Duisburg's U17 may no longer have a place for you. But it's all right, you're joining Heidenheim's first team. With your talent, you'll undoubtedly contend for a starting position. I and Oppos' see you on the field in the Bundesliga." Xing reciprocated by patting Brandon and Oppos' back, responding, "I and Oppos' see you on the field in the Bundesliga." On the field, Duisburg and Oppos' U17 had consistently relied on their seamless coordination to unlock opportunities. This had forged a deep friendship between the two. Now, as Xing prepared to depart Duisburg and Oppos' U17 for a grander stage, Brandon felt both a sense of loss and elation for Xing. However, Brandon remained confident that he would soon join Xing in the Bundesliga. Following a brief farewell ceremony, Su Xing gathered his essential belongings and boarded a plane bound for Heidenheim. Meanwhile, at Duisburg's administrative building, in the chairman's office, Marcus continued to radiate happiness and a sense of liberation after Su Xing's departure. In recent days, he had resolved two major concerns. Moreover, by dispatching Su Xing, whom he viewed as an ill-mannered jinx, he had generated substantial revenue for the club. It was a win-win scenario. He ardently hoped that Su Xing would secure playing time at Heidenheim, thereby prompting Heidenheim to acquire him permanently during the winter window. At that moment, his female assistant, swaying her hips, re-entered the office, still clutching a stack of documents. "Are there so many documents to process again?" Marcus exclaimed, a headache looming as he beheld the files in his assistant's hands. He had not anticipated the sheer volume of paperwork required of a team president. Chapter 48. Is he worth 10 million? Upon hearing the words, the female assistant and Apos' face bore a hint of embarrassment. She was well aware that these documents primarily pertained to Su Xing. After laying the files before Marcus, she pursed her lips and continued, "Mr. Marcus, do you recall the U17 player Su Xing who was recently loaned to Heidenheim?" Marcus nodded in confusion, his brow furrowed. "I remember. His loan contract with Heidenheim has been finalized, and he is likely already on a plane to Heidenheim." Although the matter concerning Su Xing was ostensibly settled, Marcus felt an inexplicable tension upon observing his assistant and Apos' expression. Rather than discussing Su Xing, he preferred that she share something more agreeable to his ears. In the last Youth League match, they faced Dortmund and Apos' U17 team, where numerous scouts were present, focusing on Dortmund and Apos' prodigious talent. Ernest. Yet, in the end, these scouts were captivated by Su Xing and Apos' performance, returning to report favorably to their respective clubs. Consequently, numerous requests for Su Xing and Apos' loan and permanent transfer had flooded in. Upon hearing his assistant's comments, a look of incredulity spread across Marcus's face. Was it possible that someone was willing to purchase a player he regarded with disdain? It was evident that Su Xing and Apos' movement on the field left much to be desired. Anyone who observed him closely would recognize this. What were those scouts thinking to have singled out Su Xing? Unwilling to believe there was a flaw in his judgment, Marcus mentally berated the scouts from those clubs before finally taking the documents his assistant had provided. These were faxes from other clubs, neatly printed and organized by her. As he opened the documents, the crest of the illustrious Premier League club Manchester United caught his eye. Manchester United wishes to loan Su Xing for a season at a fee of €600,000, accompanied by a €10 million option for a permanent transfer. Please grant us permission. What? After reading Manchester United's loan request, Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that United would hold such a high opinion of Su Xing. Willing to pay €600,000 for his loan, along with an option for a €10 million buyout? This meant that once Su Xing and Apos' loan period concluded, United could unilaterally purchase the player at the agreed price, leaving the original club with no recourse. This signified that regardless of the player and Apos' future valuation, the loaning club retained the right to purchase him at that price. Exhaling a deep breath, Marcus suddenly entertained a rather amusing thought. Could it be that only Manchester United scouts were misguided in their evaluation of Su Xing? Or perhaps the club was so flush with cash that they were willing to gamble on a young player. With this notion in mind, Marcus flipped through the subsequent pages of the documents, only to be left in utter bewilderment. Indeed, it appeared that all the clubs and Apos' scouts were mistaken. His own judgment was undoubtedly sound. The following documents were from Premier League giants Manchester City, Bundesliga contenders Schalke 04, and La Liga powerhouse Atletico Madrid. Without a doubt, they all held Su Xing in high regard, seeking to loan him while securing a buyout option. While their offers may not have been as high as Manchester United's, they still exceeded the bid from Heidenheim by several million euros. So high. Did the outside world genuinely hold such optimism for this Croatian Chinese center forward? A sense of unwillingness crept into Marcus's gaze, and his expression twisted with frustration. Duisburg had already loaned Su Xing to Heidenheim. And even with the buyout clause of €800,000, the total was merely €1 million. This was not even on the same level as the offers from Manchester United, Manchester City, and Schalke 04. This meant Duisburg would face a potential loss of nearly €10 million. Grimacing at the thought, Marcus picked up a cigar from the table, lighting it as he pondered possible remedies. However, the reality was that the contract had already been signed, and Su Xing had embarked on his journey to Heidenheim, leaving no room for redress. Would Duisburg truly suffer a loss of nearly €10 million? Yet soon, Marcus realized that even if clubs proposed buyout clauses worth several million euros, it did not guarantee they would immediately execute the purchase. Only if the loaning club was satisfied with Su Xing's performance would they consider invoking that clause. But could Su Xing genuinely meet their expectations? Marcus believed that was highly unlikely. These prestigious clubs were likely blinded by Su Xing's solitary stellar performance. Once he arrived at training, they would surely recognize his shortcomings. By the end, even Heidenheim might be reluctant to secure his services. With this clarity, Marcus felt a wave of relief wash over him, the furrow in his brow easing. Sometimes, people are so intent on rectifying their mistakes that they remain unperturbed by the future of others. Noticing the change in Marcus's demeanor, the assistant felt a sense of relief herself. Otherwise, Marcus's fury would undoubtedly have included her in his tirade. "Mr. Marcus, shall I proceed to decline these club's loan requests?" Marcus exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, inform them that Su Xing has already been loaned to Heidenheim for half a season. If they have further intentions, they may present their offers during the winter transfer window." After concluding these matters, the assistant nodded and swayed her ample figure out of the office, leaving Marcus to ponder alone. In his solitude, Marcus suddenly recognized a troubling realization. Had he been too exacting in his expectations of the player? Setting aside the concerns regarding physical endurance, Su Xing appeared to possess abilities that surpassed many contemporaries. Even some players in the second Bundesliga. Was this not the hallmark of a prodigious talent? If Su Xing were to enhance his physical conditioning, how formidable could his abilities become? Marcus hesitated to contemplate further. This situation undoubtedly posed numerous disadvantages for him. If the club were to incur a loss nearing 10 million euros, what would the board and Oppos' management think of him? A pang of regret washed over Marcus, prompting him to slam his fist on the table in frustration. He rose, extinguishing the cigar in his hand. He longed to inquire about renegotiating the contract with Heidenheim. Yet, upon glancing at the 3 blank sheets bearing both his and Su Xing's names, Marcus understood that such a possibility had slipped away. Chapter 49. First appearance in Heidenheim. Damn it! Marcus exclaimed once more, frustration evident as he rubbed his temples, compelling himself to refrain from dwelling on such matters. With no recourse left, he could only pray that Su Xing was not excelling too greatly at Heidenheim, hoping for no remarkable performances. He envisioned a scenario where, after half a season, Heidenheim would dutifully return him, allowing Marcus to offload Su Xing to a modest second-division team. Otherwise, he truly could not bear it. The following day, in Heidenheim County, Baden-Württemberg, Germany, an intense training match unfolded at the Heidenheim Football Club's first-team training ground. Established in 1846, Heidenheim's football club, despite the modest population of the county, boasted a remarkably well-structured organization. On the sidelines, Duisburg and Amp, Oppos' former president, Mr. Obli, conversed with Heidenheim and Amp, Oppos' chairman, Jahrborn. "This weekend, we will be facing Sandhausen at home in the second division. It may be our best chance to secure our first victory of the season." Jahrborn expressed with a hint of concern, questioning whether the team could be re-energized under the new coach and Oppos' guidance to achieve a resounding win. The Heidenheim squad had a decent caliber on paper, yet even a renowned former second-division coach would require time to secure quick victories. However, Jahrborn feared that Heidenheim could not afford to wait. Obli diverted his gaze from the training field back to Jahrborn, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, Jahrborn, I am confident that I will lead these players to triumph against Sandhausen. I am well aware of the team's current condition. The previous coach favored a 4-4-2 formation. However, the number 18 attacking midfielder, Griesbeck, has underperformed with his finishing, squandering numerous golden opportunities. Therefore, I plan to switch the formation to 4-3-3 and replace Griesbeck." Jahrborn pondered for a few moments, his face reflecting confusion. "But there are no capable players in the team who can play as a center forward?" A faint smile graced Obli's lips. "Have you forgotten the player I arranged for you to loan from Duisburg SU-17? He occupies the center forward position." "What?" A flicker of shock crossed Jahrborn's eyes. "You intend for this young talent straight from the youth academy to start for the team?" "Of course. I won't thrust him into the starting lineup immediately," Obli clarified, shaking his head. "I will introduce him as a substitute to acclimate to the pace of second-division football. And once he establishes rapport with the other players, the starting center-forward position will undoubtedly belong to him." This revelation piqued Jahrborn's interest. After Obli proposed the loan of Su Xing, Jahrborn had conducted a background check on him. Although he lacked formal football training, his skepticism remained after reviewing Su Xing's data reports. Could a center forward with such poor physical conditioning truly start? Such a player might struggle to endure an entire match. Initially, Yahaborn assumed that Obli brought him in to nurture the young talent as a future asset, perhaps to fill a substitute role, emerging as a secret weapon in the second half. Yet now, Obli proposed to make him a starter? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Yahaborn refrained from questioning Obli's decision, mindful that this was the new coach he had just hired. It would be illogical to create discord from the outset. Thus, Yahaborn turned his attention back to the field, preparing to observe Su Xing closely, eager to understand the basis of Obli's trust in him. On the field, the Heidenheim first team engaged in a fierce scrimmage. The substitute team donned yellow jerseys, challenging the starting lineup, clad in red, from their previous match against Düsseldorf. The newcomer, Su Xing, naturally occupied the center-forward position within the substitute squad. As the training match commenced, Su Xing's relatively slight frame appeared somewhat fragile among the seasoned players of the second division. However, given that these were merely lower-tier second division players, he managed to cope with the intensity of the match. Were he to face top teams in the major leagues, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. "Come back for the ball," shouted the midfielder from Su Xing's team during a possession advance. Su Xing and Oppos's failure to retreat in time to receive the ball forced the midfielder to pass it to the wing, resulting in an interception by the opposing defense. Frustrated, the midfielder gestured with exasperation towards Su Xing, signaling his dissatisfaction. It was evident that after a few failed offensive attempts, the midfielder had grown increasingly annoyed with Su Xing. In a professional setting, every player felt immense pressure to perform well in training matches, striving to impress the new coach for future opportunities. With a coaching change, making a strong impression in this initial training session could lead to significant future prospects. In such a competitive environment, players often forge their character through adversity. Nevertheless, Su Xing had mentally prepared himself for this carefree style of play. Unperturbed, he merely nodded at the irate midfielder before turning to jog back towards the center, following the opposing defender. He was not there to exert pressure defensively. Instead, he aimed to maintain formation and avoid being offside. Entering a second-division professional team for the first time, he understood the importance of seizing every precious opportunity. However, he found it challenging to maintain vigorous movement. What on earth is he doing? Yahaborn could not help but voice his frustration to Obli. Having observed Su Xing's recent contributions, his initial impression rapidly plummeting. He believed that youth players often faltered when stepping into the competitive realm of professional football. Not all youth players who excel in training academies can stand out in professional leagues, he thought, recalling the caliber of starters in most teams, all former top prospects from various youth academies. Not so, Yahaborn. Don't be hasty, Obli replied patiently. He possesses exceptional talent. Observe closely, and you will soon discern his impact on the front line. With Obli's reassurances, Yahaborn reluctantly crossed his arms and forced himself to continue watching the field. Just then, Su Xing, the newcomer to Heidenheim, finally found his chance to showcase his abilities. Chapter 50. Entrusting a great responsibility on the field, near the backcourt of the red team. Su Xing suddenly sprang into action while leisurely pacing, raising his hand to request the ball. Harlow, the central midfielder for the yellow team, deftly nudged the ball forward, eager to gauge the prowess of this newcomer from the Duisburg youth training team. Everyone yearned for formidable foreign reinforcements. Otherwise, poor team performance could lead to relegation, which would be detrimental to all. However, based on the first 10 minutes of the first half, Su Xing seemed poised to disappoint. Harlow had always played a rotational role within the team and was no slouch in terms of skill. His short pass was executed with great stealth, leaving the red team's defenders momentarily oblivious. As Su Xing received the ball and turned to sprint towards the red team's goal, he remained vigilant, surveying the unfolding scene. The defender beside him, after a brief moment of hesitation, charged forward, intent on presenting this rookie player with a rude awakening. It was evident that this wingback possessed far superior skills compared to those in the youth league. He swiftly lowered his center of gravity to prevent being easily bypassed by Su Xing simultaneously. He spread his arms, preparing for a physical challenge upon contact with Su Xing. As they closed the distance, Su Xing feigned a leftward shoulder drop, leading the red team's wingback to believe he would cut in from the left. However, just as the defender pivoted to pursue him, Su Xing launched himself with a powerful left foot push, his body seamlessly following suit. A fluid and graceful Marseille turn unfolded on the field. The red wingback was taken aback, completely unprepared for Su Xing's deceptive maneuver. As he attempted to hastily turn to recover, His lowered center of gravity became a hindrance, rendering his legs cumbersome and heavy. He was utterly outwitted by Xing. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, the red wingback, humiliated by being outplayed by a fresh addition to the club and Oppo's ranks, resolved to execute a textbook sliding tackle to reclaim some dignity. Yet, Xing had already released the ball. With a resounding thud, the football shot from beneath Xing's foot, arcing perfectly towards the vacant space on the right flank. The winger, positioned just right, received the ball comfortably and advanced into the penalty area. As he entered the box, he felt a surge of excitement. Opportunities to play for Heidenheim this season had been few and far between, often relegating him to the bench until the starting winger was fatigued or injured, granting him mere minutes on the pitch. With this exhilaration coursing through him, the winger took a shot at goal. Yet, the more one is caught in excitement, the more prone one is to falter. The angle of his shot was not ideal, though it carried some power. The red team and Oppo's goalkeeper, caught off guard, managed to deflect the ball with his fists, sending it back toward the small box. In an instant, the red defenders prepared to regain control of the ball and launch a counterattack. But the next moment, all the players in the red backline widened their eyes in disbelief. Xing, having passed the ball moments earlier, had mysteriously appeared in the small box, leaping to challenge for the header. In the astonished gaze of the red defenders, Xing's remarkable aerial prowess was on full display. With no interference, he confidently connected with the ball using his forehead, redirecting it with tremendous force towards the goal. The red goalkeeper, evidently unprepared, instinctively knelt to block the incoming header only upon realizing the ball was hurtling towards him. Yet, in that brief distance, the powerful shot slipped beneath his arms and into the net. Remarkably, the yellow winger who had failed to score from Xing's earlier assist rushed over to celebrate, cheering for Xing with fervor. The look in his eyes had shifted, now filled with admiration. Other yellow team players joined in the celebration, praising Xing's earlier contributions. His sharp instinct in front of the goal had propelled the yellow team to an early lead. Even the attacking midfielder who had previously chastised Xing for his lack of movement approached him to exchange a celebratory high five. The earlier disdain completely vanished. Such is the nature of the field, prowess commands respect. Through this goal and the series of actions leading to it, Xing had undeniably earned the esteem of his teammates. Wait, when did he get into that position? One defender mused, bewildered. I have no idea. In the wake of the yellow team's goal, several red defenders stood in stunned silence, heads bowed in discussion over their defensive lapse. They had underestimated the young player who had recently joined from the youth academy, resulting in their failure to mark Xing, allowing him to score with a header. Momentarily, the two red center-backs near the small box found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Yet, they recognized the mistake was indeed theirs. Come on, guys. We can't let this newcomer look down on us, urged Schnatter, the Heidenheim first-team captain and number 7 winger, who had strolled over to encourage his teammates. Upon hearing their captain and Oppo's words, the two center-backs nodded, their resolve visibly strengthening. Having witnessed Xing and Oppo's capabilities, they no longer considered showing him the ropes, but rather, they aimed to ensure he wouldn't underestimate their defensive prowess by the match's end. In the time to come, they would need to devise a strategy to contain Xing, ensuring he recognized that Heidenheim's defense was not so easily breached. On the sidelines, Aubrey, having witnessed Xing's dazzling display, nodded excitedly and turned to Chairman Ashburn. Did you see that? This young player possesses extraordinary talent. His instincts in front of goal are remarkably sharp, always seizing opportunities to execute brilliant plays. Ashburn's expression softened slightly, the furrows in his brow relaxing. He had begun to form a favorable impression of Xing and anticipated his future performances. Yet, he pondered whether this 17-year-old prodigy could truly shoulder the weight of responsibility. Soon enough, as Xing continued to meander across the pitch, he awaited his second opportunity with bated breath. Chapter 51. Regaining the lead on the field. The yellow team was awarded a favorable throw-in in the attacking half. After securing the ball, the throw-in player surveyed the situation and tossed it to a teammate advancing towards the far post. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the yellow team achieved a rare lead in their internal training match, and instead of rushing, they began to circulate the ball frequently in an attempt to stretch the red team's defense. In stark contrast to the yellow team's patience, the red team was composed of starters from their previous match. Their performance against Dusseldorf had been less than stellar, making it imperative for them to showcase their full strength in this training match. The defenders of the red team stood resolutely, leaving no room for complacency as they executed their defensive duties with utmost caution. For a time, the yellow team and Oppos's organized attack struggled to penetrate the red team and Oppos's defense. Seeing no progress after sustained pressure, the other yellow team players were unable to pass the ball effectively, prompting Xing to drift towards the flank in hopes of creating opportunities for his teammates. Internal training matches typically do not last the full 90 minutes, so Xing believed he could muster enough stamina to endure until the end. As Xing began his run towards the wing, the two central defenders of the red team immediately shifted their focus to him, closing in. Having just experienced a lapse in defense, they were determined not to underestimate him again, sensing that Xing's technical ability surpassed that of the other players on the yellow team. This diversion allowed the yellow team's other players to face significantly weakened defenses. Often, when a cohesive defense is breached, it leads to a chain reaction affecting other points. At this moment, with the attention of the two red team defenders diverted, a midfielder from the yellow team seized the opportunity to advance rapidly with the ball, aiming to bypass the defender in front and penetrate the red team's penalty area. However, the overall strength of the red team was considerably superior to that of the yellow team. A deep-lying midfielder from the red team, recognizing the moment, the yellow team midfielder advanced, surged from the side, and executed a textbook tackle, sending the ball flying from beneath the yellow team player's feet. The yellow team midfielder, having sensed the impending challenge, leapt to avoid falling. The ball rolled towards the left, precisely where Xing had drifted. As Xing occupied the area originally designated for the yellow team's winger, he slightly adjusted his position, positioning himself in the space between the red team's defenders. The ball fortuitously landed in that same space. Without hesitation, the yellow team and Oppos's winger rushed forward, swiftly reclaiming possession from the red team defender who shared a similar objective. In that fleeting moment of securing the ball, the yellow team winger had not yet devised a plan for its subsequent handling. The best outcome seemed to be a simple back pass to the midfield to reorganize the attack. Here, a somewhat unfamiliar yet compelling voice resonated. The yellow team and Oppos's central forward immediately turned towards the sound, only to find Xing, who had ceased his run. Bang! In that instant, the yellow team winger and Oppos's eyes sparkled with hope. After creating a bit of space, he swiftly turned and played a through ball to the sprinting Xing. The red team's central defenders, now fixated on Xing, were hot on his heels. Realizing that Xing was about to seize the ball, another red team defender rushed over for support. However, that distance was insufficient for him to mount an effective challenge, allowing Xing to control the ball safely at his feet. Positioned on the left side of the penalty area, Xing was approximately 20 meters from the goal, a relatively secure distance. Nevertheless, the red team defenders remained vigilant, refocusing their attention on the newcomer. Taking a moment to assess the unfolding situation, Xing began to advance with the ball. As he surged forward, the red team defenders closed in, ready to thwart his attack. Given Xing and Oppos's current abilities, he could likely secure a stable starting position among mid-table teams in the second Bundesliga. However, due to the system's influence, he had already grasped the techniques of several prominent players at a young age. Most crucially, he had learned Inzaghi's knack for positioning. With this innate talent, Xing could not only sense the ball's trajectory in front of the goal, but also anticipate the run paths of his teammates. This was precisely why he frequently observed the movements of other players on the field. After executing a couple of feints, Xing deftly maneuvered past the defender before continuing his advance. Yet, as he pressed forward, the red team defenders had effectively blocked his path. Continuing towards the goal line would result in a significantly constrained shooting angle. However, Xing never intended to take the shot himself. In his run, he feigned an inward cut before delivering a back pass, adjusting his stride before striking the ball forcefully towards the far post. The red team defenders, once again deceived by Xing and Oppos's clever play, reacted instinctively, attempting to intercept the ball and Oppos's trajectory. Yet, it zipped past them in a flash. This swift pass reached the center of the penalty area in the blink of an eye, but as it drew closer, the ball's speed began to diminish. The accompanying midfielder from the yellow team had no difficulty in seizing the opportunity, executing a powerful shot towards the goal. Even the red team goalkeeper, who was fully focused, failed to react in time to the back pass. He made no attempt to save, and a sharp sound echoed as the ball found the net. Goal! The yellow team had scored again, bringing the score to 2-0. The stadium fell into a profound silence until the referee's whistle confirmed the goal, snapping the players back to reality. What a magnificent pass! The yellow team's number 29 player, Strauss, who had just scored, regained his composure and excitedly sprinted towards Su Xing. Your name is Su, right? It and Amp, Oppos. It's been ages since I scored in a match, even in a training session. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Once you and Oppos on the field, I and Oppos, I'll be sure to pass to you. Su Xing and Strauss embraced exuberantly, with Su Xing responding, huh? That goal was possible because of your brilliant positioning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pass to you. This was not mere flattery. Strauss's movement had indeed been exceptional, prompting Su Xing and Oppos' choice to deliver the pass. Su Xing, seeking to showcase his talents on the field, understood that he could do so not solely through goals but also with clever assists. What an impressive young man. This talent could very well add to the competition in the team and Oppos' forward line. The other yellow team players were equally generous with their praise, surrounding Su Xing and lauding him. Though Strauss had scored the goal, it was evident to all that Su Xing was the true architect behind this success. Unbeknownst to them, this group of yellow team players has already been captivated by Su Xing's performance. This seemingly ordinary intra-squad training match has garnered him the admiration of his teammates. Mr. Ashburn, what are your thoughts at this moment? As the yellow team players rejoiced together, Aubrey turned his head with a smile and cast a meaningful glance towards Ashburn. Chapter 52. A Glimmer of Hope for Substitutes? Yaxaborn could not help but nod in affirmation of Su Xing and Oppos' performance on the field. It was indeed a captivating display. In that moment, I dare say, none of the other forwards in the team could have delivered such an exquisite pass. Aubrey smiled as he continued, indeed, Su accomplished this feat, proving he possesses the caliber required for the Bundesliga too, and starting him would pose no dilemma. Hearing Aubrey's words, Yaxaborn felt a deep admiration for his discerning eye. It is a rare occurrence for a 17-year-old talent playing in the youth league to be recognized and entrusted by a club president. Yet, Aubrey achieved this and brought the prodigy to Heidenheim. This gave Yaxaborn a glimmer of hope for the season ahead. Moreover, he had never anticipated that Aubrey would lead the team to remarkable success in his inaugural season. Progress must be gradual. Heidenheim merely needed to secure their place in the league this season, and with some strengthening of the squad next season, promotion to the Bundesliga could very well be within reach. The match continued as the players of the red team, after the kickoff, exuded an intense determination and relentlessly attacked the yellow team and Oppos' goal. It was evident that the red team possessed superior strength compared to the yellow team, yet they found themselves 2 goals down within 30 minutes. This was nothing short of a disgrace. Furthermore, the newly appointed head coach and club president Yaxaborn were present in the stands, and the players were keen to seize this opportunity to showcase their talents. However, Yaxaborn soon received a phone call, hurriedly explaining something to Aubrey before departing the training ground. As a club president, his daily responsibilities were overwhelming, and his attendance at the training match, amidst his busy schedule, was solely out of respect for Aubrey. How many previous coaches had enjoyed such privileges? After understanding the situation, Aubrey bid farewell to Yaxaborn and remained on the substitutes and Oppos' bench to observe the match. As the game progressed, fortune finally smiled upon the red team. Forward Morabit, upon receiving a pass from a teammate in the penalty area, skillfully maneuvered past the defending player and created a clear shot, facing the yellow team's goalkeeper. Morabit remained remarkably composed, unleashing a powerful strike that pierced through the yellow team's net. The red team thus narrowed the score to 1-2. Following the goal, the red team players excitedly rushed towards Morabit, eager to celebrate together. Yet, Morabit waved them off, turning to retrieve the ball from the yellow team and Oppos' goal and signaling to his teammates to quickly return to the center for a re-kick. The first half was nearing its conclusion, and Morabit was not content with the current scoreline. He sought to capitalize on his momentum and launch another attack on the yellow team's goal. However, the yellow team, buoyed by their lead, remained undeterred by the single goal conceded, and the players engaged in a fierce and tense battle for possession once more. Observing this scene, Aubrey glanced at his watch. Nearly 40 minutes had elapsed in the first half, and internal training matches seldom lasted the full 90 minutes. Aubrey adhered to this principle, but decided to take a more extreme approach this time. Jeremy, blow the whistle to stop the match. This confrontation ends here. Aubrey called out to his assistant coach, who was closely monitoring the situation on the sidelines. Jeremy, who had not been favored by the previous head coach and thus wielded little authority, remained with the Heidenheim first team as an assistant coach after the dismissal of the prior coach. Aubrey, as the new head coach without an established coaching staff, needed someone familiar with the first team's dynamics, and Jeremy was his selection. Upon hearing Aubrey's announcement to halt the match, Jeremy displayed a hint of confusion on his face. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning Aubrey's decision, promptly following his instructions and blowing 3 long whistles to conclude the match. When the perplexed hidden time players approached Aubrey, he merely smiled and nodded, assuring them, "You all worked hard today. I witnessed your performances." As he spoke, Aubrey walked up to the captain, Schnittel, and patted him on the shoulder. Following the completion of the first round of the DFB Pokal, it was unnecessary to engage in excessive confrontation. The upcoming match against Sandhausen in the Bundesliga 2 was of utmost importance, and he hoped everyone could rest well and prepare diligently for it. "Thank you, coach." The Heidenheim players expressed their gratitude to Aubrey, led by Captain Schnittel. From Aubrey's words, Schnittel discerned the new head coach and Oppo's fervent desire to lead Heidenheim to victory and achieve commendable results this season. Schnittel shared this sentiment. As a captain, he cared deeply for the team's performance. Subsequently, the Heidenheim first-team players made their way to the locker room in groups. The morning training session had concluded early, and they needed to wash off their sweat before lunch and await the afternoon training. According to Aubrey and Oppo's intentions, the afternoon training would likely not be too strenuous. As Xing, walking at the rear of the group, approached Aubrey, he paused. "Mr. Aubrey, I am honored to receive your recognition." Xing extended his hand to shake hands with Aubrey. "This should mark our first genuine meeting, wouldn't you agree?" Aubrey chuckled to himself, reflecting that during his time in Duisburg, he had seldom observed the training of the youth academy due to work commitments. It and Oppo's, as quite all right. "I know you have always remembered me." Xing held no displeasure regarding Aubrey's unfamiliarity with him in Duisburg. "One must learn to be content, Mr. Aubrey had brought him from Espanyol to Duisburg and now, upon his arrival at Heidenheim, had not forgotten to carry him along. Such kindness that allowed him to play in genuine professional matches would not be easily forgotten by Xing. Aubrey then patted Xing's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Haha, that's wonderful. From the first moment I saw your match footage, I recognized your exceptional talent in football. I hope you will strive even harder in the future, not to squander the trust one have placed in you." At this point, Aubrey paused, seemingly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. This weekend, in the Bundesliga 2 match, I will arrange for you to come on as a substitute. Make sure you perform well." Chapter 53, Communication. Upon hearing Mr. Aubrey announced that he would be featured in the upcoming match against Sandhausen, Xing felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It is only natural for individuals to feel joy in their growth, and for Xing, the transition from youth leagues to the second division of German football epitomizes his development, regardless of a player's prowess. If they do not earn the recognition of coaches at higher levels, and consequently lack opportunities to compete, all talent remains moot. Yet, Xing is fortunate. He caught the eye of Mr. Aubrey while still in the youth academy of Espanyol, and this fortuitous encounter led him to the first team at Heidenheim. Some may perceive Heidenheim merely as a small-town football club, lacking the stature of European football giants. However, Heidenheim possesses the merit of competing in the second division and has granted Xing the chance to showcase his abilities. This opportunity allows him to diligently strive forward, repaying those who have placed their trust in him through his performances on the pitch. In the afternoon, under the guidance of Coach Aubrey, the first-team players of Heidenheim commenced their off-the-ball training. In this regard, the players have developed a fondness for their new coach, as off-the-ball drills are notably more relaxed compared to those involving the ball. However, as the training progressed, the majority of Heidenheim's players were taken aback by a startling revelation. The newly recruited Xing exhibited surprisingly poor physical fitness. The team's number 11 forward, Mayer, who was often affectionately dubbed Short-Leg Mayer due to his own fitness struggles during the second half of matches, seemed to fare better in comparison to Xing. While Mayer was still sweating profusely and pushing through the training, Xing had already succumbed to fatigue, sitting on the ground to rest. "How can your fitness be so lacking? I hope you weren't frequenting nightclubs during your time in Spain," jested Morabit, the team's number 9 forward, who was training alongside Xing. Having had the privilege of visiting Barcelona once, he was quick to jest about the abundance of beautiful women there. His playful banter incited laughter among the surrounding Heidenheim players. Morabit, although only 27 years old, had established himself as a key forward in the team, holding a prominent position just below the captain, Schnatterer. It is customary for Heidenheim's players to tease newcomers, not out of malice, but rather as a means to facilitate their integration into the team and foster camaraderie. Well, Morabit, You might be onto something. I did frequent such places while in Barcelona. Su Xing replied with a cheerful demeanor, undeterred by the teasing. However, while his teammates laughed at his response, they were evidently skeptical of his claims. At just 17, possessing remarkable technical skills, heading ability, and high football intelligence, it was hard for them to believe that he could be someone who regularly frequented nightclubs. In truth, Su Xing was not fabricating. He did indeed enjoy the nightlife, and had plans to explore Heidenheim and Appos' nightclubs that very evening. Time flew by swiftly, and by 6:00 and Appos' clock. Following Coach Aubrey's address, the training session concluded. After exchanging farewells, most players made their way to the parking lot to depart from the training facility. The quality of life for first-team players is incomparable to that of youth academy players. They exist on entirely different planes. For instance, the club arranges accommodations for first-team players, providing them with suitable housing nearby the training facility, and if the distance is too great, they are even provided with cars. As for their meals, first-team players enjoy greater freedom, often dining out and enjoying a variety of foods. However, those fortunate enough to play in professional leagues typically adhere strictly to the dietary recommendations of club nutritionists, avoiding foods detrimental to their professional aspirations. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the samba dancers from the Pampas, who delight in liberating themselves and seeking enjoyment in their personal lives. It is essential to note that while Su Xing indulges in the nightlife, he is fundamentally a person brimming with positive energy. He would not venture to nightclubs if it were not for the purpose of training. After the session, Su Xing headed straight to the locker room to change and return to the temporary apartment assigned by the club. His current living arrangement, much like his locker, is situated on the periphery of the locker room. Despite being a player personally endorsed by Coach Aubrey, he is still a newcomer to the second division and does not warrant prime locker space or a high-quality apartment, nor a dedicated vehicle. All such privileges will only be earned through his future contributions to Heidenheim and Appos' success. Su, you haven't and Appos' left yet? Morabit greeted him with a smile as he entered the locker room and noticed Su Xing gathering his belongings. Given that Heidenheim is ultimately a small-town club, the investment from his family cannot be excessively lavish, resulting in a squad predominantly composed of local German players. Morabit, hailing from France, is one of the foreign players brought into this quaint club, and thus he holds a favorable impression of Su Xing, appreciating the talent of this young player. Oh, it's you, Morabit. Su Xing responded respectfully to the senior player. Coach Aubrey just spoke to me for a moment, which took a bit of time. I and Appos, am just getting ready to head back to my apartment now. Morabit nodded and replied, I believe your place is not far from mine. I can give you a ride. Initially hesitant to impose on Morabit, Su Xing reconsidered, realizing that returning home sooner would afford him more time for training at the nightclub. All right then, I appreciate it, Morabit. Chapter 54, Skill Upgrade. At the Heidenheim training base, in a nearby nightclub, Su Xing arrived alone before 7 o'clock. He reserved a private room, and after consuming several glasses of wine, he soon slipped into a state of hazy reverie. In his mind and Appos' the football pitch was once again populated by the familiar faces of Klinsmann's teammates from his time at Inter Milan. Su Xing tirelessly sprinted across the field, surrounded by these well-known companions. His training sessions with these veteran Inter players had exceeded his normal daytime practice hours. Now, his synergy with these teammates had reached an impressive level of tacit understanding. He instinctively knew how a player would handle the ball as they advanced. All he needed to do was position himself accordingly, ready to leap for a header. Indeed, the player with the ball broke past the defense and delivered a cross into the box. Su Xing soared into the air, showcasing Klinsmann and Appos' heading prowess, firmly directing the ball into the net. In this dreamlike environment, fatigue was a foreign concept for Su Xing. The ebb and flow of attack and defense continued, providing him with numerous opportunities to practice. This not only honed his heading ability, but also gradually enhanced his other attributes. Throughout the silent night, he lay on the sofa in the private room, diligently training. As dawn broke over Heidenheim County, Su Xing awoke from his slumber. Eagerly, he whispered to himself. Open attribute panel. He was keen to assess his current stats. Host, Su Xing, age, 17 years, 203 days, height, 183 centimeters, shooting ability, 67, long shot, 65, volley, 68. Header, 75, curve, 62, penalty, 60, technical ability, 65, ball control, 70, dribbling, 65, ball possession, 69, short pass, 63, long pass, 57, physical ability, 64, strength, 68, speed, 70, coordination, 65, reaction, 66, stamina, 50, talent. Inzaghi poaching LV 21123430000, skill, Klinsmann's Golden Bomber, LV 19108 10,000. In just under 10 hours that night, he had improved his proficiency in Klinsmann and Amp, Oppo's, Golden Bomber by over 500 points. In a few days, he would elevate this skill to level 2, transforming his heading ability on the pitch. Additionally, over the past month of training, all his attributes had seen a gradual increase, with the heading skill advancing at an impressive rate, thanks to the supplementary boost from Klinsmann's Golden Bomber. Although his overall attributes were still below 70, it was important to note that this was with a stamina score of only 50. Had his stamina been at a normal level of around 80, his overall rating would likely hover around 70. This score would suffice in the 2. Bundesliga, allowing him to lead Heidenheim to victory, provided his teammates supported him effectively. Initially, he might have worried about the team and Oppo's tactical alignment not revolving around him, but that was no longer a concern. Heidenheim and Oppo's head coach, Abuli, was a benefactor, and there was no doubt he would prioritize Su Xing's development. If this trajectory continued, by the end of the season, Su Xing could acquire at least 2 exclusive star skills, pushing his overall rating above 80, which would enable him to compete in higher-tier leagues. After leaving the nightclub, Su Xing returned to his apartment, rested for a couple of hours, and then had breakfast before arriving at the Heidenheim training ground by 9 o'clock. He could manage his personal time freely, yet he understood the importance of adhering to the team and Oppo's basic regulations. Being late for training was simply not an option. In the following 2 days, Su Xing followed the team's training regimen. Coach Abuli, with a touch of exasperation, began assigning him additional physical conditioning exercises. In the highly professional football environment of Europe, every professional team integrated cardiovascular training into their routines to maintain players and Oppo's fitness levels. However, for Su Xing, this was a daunting challenge. His stamina had stagnated at 50, making it futile to waste time on this aspect. Yet, he found himself unable to express this to Coach Abuli. Would he dare say, "My stamina cannot be improved. I might as well train my shooting"? Undoubtedly, Abuli would respond with disdain. It was better to wait until he had led Heidenheim to notable achievements, at which point he could present his requests. On Friday night, with the next day marking Heidenheim and Oppo's 4th match in the 2. Bundesliga, Coach Abuli emphasized the need for proper rest to avoid any subpar performance during the game. However, this concern held little weight for Su Xing, who once again ventured alone to the nightclub nearby, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. After a night of training, when Su Xing opened his eyes, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Indeed, his Klinsmann and Oppo's Golden Bomber had reached level 2. Skill, Klinsmann and Oppo's Golden Bomber, LV 218 30,000 now. Su Xing was filled with anticipation for the day and Oppo's 2. Bundesliga match. He couldn't and Oppo's wait to step onto the pitch and unveil his newfound skills. This overwhelming exhilaration stirred his spirit, and a smile crept upon his lips. As time passed slowly, it soon became 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. At the center of Heidenheim County, near the Workers' and Oppo's Welfare Housing Arena, throngs of fans donned in Heidenheim and Oppo's red and blue jerseys gathered around the stadium. Just yesterday, the Heidenheim club's official website had announced the appointment of Abuli as the new head coach following the dismissal of the previous one. This news left many Heidenheim supporters astonished. Although the team and Oppo's performance had been less than favorable, replacing the head coach after merely 3 matches into the season was evidently a contentious decision. Many fans flocked to witness the changes this Duisburg native would bring to the team. In summary, the 4th round of the 2. Bundesliga was about to commence, with Heidenheim facing Sandhausen at home. Chapter 55, Dreams Come True. Heidenheim. Before long, as the fans surged into the Workers' and Oppo's Welfare Stadium, the arena erupted with deafening cheers. With a capacity to accommodate 15,000 spectators, over 11,000 supporters of the Heidenheim home team, alongside more than 3,000 fans of the visiting Sandhausen, eagerly awaited the commencement of the match. They anticipated a thrilling spectacle and hoped for a triumphant 3 points for their beloved team. Particularly, the Sandhausen fans, brimming with high spirits. matched the volume of their Heidenheim counterparts despite their smaller numbers. Although Sandhausen is not traditionally regarded as a powerhouse in the second division, they had made an impressive start to the season. They had first triumphed over the formidable Braunschweig with a 3-1 victory on the road, followed by a nail-biting win against the strong Union Berlin at home. In their last match, they had annihilated Paderborn with a staggering 6-0 scoreline. Thus, the Sandhausen squad was united in their ambition, fully focused on climbing the league ranks, seemingly disregarding their current opponents, Heidenheim. In contrast, Heidenheim had endured a winless streak across 3 matches, suffering 2 consecutive defeats in their last outings. Under such circumstances, the fans yearned for their coach to steer the team away from this downward spiral. They hoped for a miracle in this match. Bang, 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 bang. We need victory. Under the auspices of the Heidenheim Fan Association, the loyal supporters illuminated the club and Oppo's emblem in the stands. Accompanied by the rhythm of small drums, they chanted fervently for Heidenheim while simultaneously applying pressure on the visiting Sandhausen. The strength of the team did not diminish the fervor of the fans, a hallmark of Western football culture. Even if their team faced relegation, they would still display their unwavering fighting spirit against formidable foes. This phenomenon is not unusual in the highly professional realm of European football, where fan associations maintain strict discipline and frequently orchestrate grand events. Even in the second division, such fervor is commonplace in football-enthused Germany, a standard that many top leagues in other countries cannot match. Sandhausen. Sandhausen. Victory is ours. Hearing the resounding cheers from Heidenheim, the visiting Sandhausen fans did not shy away. Organized by their fan association, they raised their voices in unison from the away stands. With the match yet to officially commence, a palpable tension filled the air as the fans of both sides engaged in a spirited rivalry. Just then, the time until the match and Oppo's official start dwindled to mere moments. At the center of the pitch, a commentator from Germany began the pre-match introductions. Dear fans, welcome to the 4th round of the 15-16 season in the 2. Bundesliga, featuring Heidenheim at home against Sandhausen. The recent forms of both teams differ significantly. Sandhausen is riding high on a 3-match winning streak, boasting elevated morale across the squad. At this juncture, the commentator paused slightly before contrasting it with Heidenheim and Oppo's dismal state, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, raising the question of whether they would falter further in the forthcoming games. The disparity in team strength was evident, often leading to 2 extremes: a scoring fest for Sandhausen or a resilient Heidenheim rising to the challenge in a fierce offensive duel. Regardless of the outcome, today's match promised to be thrilling. All right, the match is about to begin. Next, I will introduce the starting players for both teams. The German commentator, while discussing the team's recent performances, seemed to lean towards praising Sandhausen. The newly appointed Heidenheim coach, Oberli, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at this, as he believed the probability of Heidenheim and Oppo's victory was not insignificant. He harbored an urgent desire to validate Heidenheim and Oppo's capabilities. However, this was a customary tactic employed by German football commentators to heighten anticipation before the match. Soon, amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the referee escorted the starting players from both teams onto the pitch. The substitute players followed, donning their vests and taking their seats on the bench. Among them was Xing, who felt an overwhelming sense of awe as he emerged from the tunnel. He had only witnessed such scenes on television before. The youth leagues he previously participated in could not compare to this grand spectacle, where thousands of fans awaited the match. Stepping onto such a vast field for the first time, he was profoundly impacted by the cheers of the crowd, even though he was not a starter. Gazing out at the 15,000 fans, with their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation for the match to commence, Xing shared their eagerness, albeit with a personal longing to showcase his talents on the pitch. Beyond the exuberant fans, numerous media personnel were bustling about, meticulously checking their equipment before the match. Every individual present at the Workers' Welfare Stadium was focused on the upcoming contest and the 22 players who would soon take to the field, who would undoubtedly become the center of attention, basking in the fervent gaze of the spectators. Each of their movements would also resonate deeply with those watching from the stands. Taking a moment to absorb the atmosphere, Xing closed his eyes and savored the experience, slowly exhaling a breath of tension as he sought to calm his racing heart. The sensation was indescribably exquisite. Although he had previously played for Croatia in the UEFA European Under-21 Championship, where the atmosphere was even more electric, This match held a unique significance as he would be competing as a genuine professional player representing Heidenheim. Such a feeling was unattainable during the European Championship. As this thought crossed his mind, Xing and Oppos' gaze drifted to the serious expression of Coach Oberli on the sidelines. He pondered when Oberli would choose to bring him into the game. This anticipation stirred excitement within him, as he hoped the coach would grant him playing time in the second half, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the match experience. Beep. 10 minutes later. As the pre-match ceremonies concluded, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. The contest in the two Bundesliga had officially begun. Chapter 56. The warm-up. The first half commenced with Sandhausen initiating the kickoff. Following a swift engagement from the center circle, they launched an immediate offensive, skillfully orchestrating passes from the midfield. The home team, Heidenheim, quickly responded with a high press, plunging both sets of players into a tense competitive atmosphere. Sitting on the bench, Xing observed the unfolding drama on the field with keen interest. This marked his inaugural close encounter with the matches of the two Bundesliga, allowing him to witness the league's intensity firsthand. After a few minutes of play, Xing was compelled to acknowledge that the players in the two Bundesliga exhibited a fierceness that was markedly more pronounced on the pitch than during training sessions. Every ball was fiercely contested, and every confrontation with opponents was executed with maximum effort, resulting in a rather vigorous contest. Whenever a gap appeared on the field, players surged forward at remarkable speed, ever ready to receive the ball and initiate an attack. Defensively, the same fervor was observed. Upon any breakthrough, teammates would unhesitatingly fill the gaps, even if it meant leaving an opponent unmarked. This intensity rendered the match visually captivating, and even players with less remarkable footwork did not diminish the spectators' and Oppos' enjoyment. Watching them passionately embrace the game, Xing found himself increasingly eager for his own debut. As the first half progressed beyond 20 minutes, Sandhausen, despite boasting superior possession and shot statistics, was unable to convert their chances into goals. In the starting lineup, Coach Aubry had adhered to Heidenheim's customary 4-4-2 formation. Given the team and Oppos' insufficient cohesion, a change in formation at this juncture could indeed be counterproductive. Nevertheless, Heidenheim and Oppos' struggles in attack were glaringly evident. A promising opportunity arose at the edge of the penalty area, yet Heidenheim and Oppos' number 11 forward, Mayer, squandered it by miscontrolling the ball. From that moment, Sandhausen seized complete control of the match, launching relentless attacks that left Heidenheim gasping for breath. Their powerful long-range shots nearly breached Heidenheim's goal. Finally, in the 37th minute, after a prolonged assault, Sandhausen broke the deadlock. A midfielder advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area and attempted a long-range strike, which fortuitously deflected off a Heidenheim defender's leg. The ball fell to a Sandhausen forward, who skillfully controlled it and took a shot, successfully bypassing Heidenheim's goalkeeper, Zimmermann. The stadium erupted with thunderous cheers as Sandhausen and Oppos' dedicated supporters leapt from their seats, exuberantly waving their hands. To them, Heidenheim and Oppos' resilience, though commendable, could not stifle Sandhausen and Oppos' championship aspirations. The workers' welfare arena, originally Heidenheim's stronghold, was momentarily enveloped in the jubilant roars of Sandhausen's fans. The forward who scored swiftly made his way to the sidelines, raising his arms in a provocative gesture towards Heidenheim's supporters. This taunt only deepened the disappointment among the already disheartened Heidenheim fans, some of whom resorted to cursing the Sandhausen player, while others merely expressed their exasperation at their own team's performance. Observing the electrifying atmosphere generated by the goal, Xing felt a heightened yearning for the game. He pondered if he could quell Sandhausen's exuberance with a goal of his own. Such thoughts ignited a fierce determination within him. The prospect of consistently playing on such a stage and relishing the euphoria of scoring seemed profoundly fulfilling. And this was merely a match at the home ground of a lower Tier 2 Bundesliga team. What if he were to play at the illustrious home grounds of Bundesliga giants like Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund, or even the world-renowned venues such as Camp Nou, Santiago Bernabéu, or Old Trafford? In that moment, Xing envisioned the day he would stand on one of those prestigious fields, reveling in the joy of scoring. As the match progressed, the remaining time in the first half dwindled. Both teams continued to engage in a tussle on the field, but the pace had noticeably slowed. Most of the time was spent in passing and contesting, leading to a decline in thrilling displays, with dangerous opportunities becoming increasingly rare. Under these circumstances, Heidenheim's possession surprisingly improved, reaching around 40%. However, this was not the spectacle the fans wished to witness, prompting a chorus of boos from the sidelines. Soon after, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with Sandhausen leading by a score of 1-0 as they headed into the interval. 15 minutes later, the players returned to the pitch to commence the second half. As the second half began, Sandhausen and Oppos's players courageously initiated their pressing game, energetically organizing their attacks. Conversely, Heidenheim and Oppos's players, perhaps affected by their recent back-to-back defeats, seemed somewhat demoralized, opting to fortify their defense in hopes of preventing the scoreline from widening. This situation favored Sandhausen greatly. They merely needed to intensify their offensive efforts to extend their lead or, at the very least, deny Heidenheim any opportunity to equalize. For Heidenheim, however, Coach Aubry found himself in a troubling predicament. The absence of goals would only lead to a gradual demise, potentially resulting in a third consecutive defeat, an outcome that could severely impact the players' and Oppos's mentality. Furthermore, the upcoming matches against formidable opponents loomed ominously, raising the specter of a disastrous start to the season. Such a scenario would undoubtedly dishearten the chairman, Jeremy, have Sue warm up quickly. At last, in the 65th minute, as the team struggled to generate a threatening attack, Coach Aubry called out to his assistant with a furrowed brow. Chapter 57. Voices of doubt. Upon hearing Aubry's command, Jeremy promptly dashed to the bench, instructing Su Xing to prepare for warm-up. In the current circumstances, Heidenheim was clearly at a disadvantage. If this continued, they would inevitably face defeat. Substituting in Su Xing might provide Heidenheim with another chance, perhaps even a miraculous turnaround. Additionally, Aubry had initially intended to introduce Su Xing into the match to acclimate him to the intensity of the two Bundesliga, even if victory eluded them. As long as Su Xing gained valuable experience, Aubry would find it acceptable. Deep down, he firmly believed that Su Xing would evolve into an astonishing player in the future. As Su Xing learned of his impending entrance, a spark ignited in his eyes. He had long awaited this opportunity, and with the second half winding down, he realized that if Aubry delayed his entry any longer, he would only see a few fleeting minutes of play. Amidst the envious gazes of his fellow substitutes, Su Xing hurried to the sidelines for his warm-up. Meanwhile, Aubry was not idle. He began to relay tactical adjustments for Su Xing and Oppos's substitution to assistant coach Jeremy, ensuring that his strategies would be communicated to the other players. A few minutes later, Su Xing was ready and followed Jeremy to the side of the pitch for the substitution. Upon initially loaning Su Xing, Heidenheim swiftly completed all necessary paperwork, making the process seamless for his entry. The fourth official simply noted the change and adjusted the substitution board, awaiting the match stoppage. Soon, the substitution board was raised, signaling Heidenheim's change. Off came number 18, Gressbeck, and on came number 24, Su Xing. During his time with Duisburg's U17 team, Su Xing had worn the number 23 jersey. Upon joining Heidenheim's first team, he intended to continue with the same number, but since it was already taken, he opted for number 24 instead. At the 67th minute, Su Xing's professional debut had finally arrived. Despite the excitement coursing through him, he managed to maintain a composed expression, not allowing the joy to betray his demeanor. Only when Gressbeck approached him for a congratulatory handshake did Su Xing begin to jog towards his designated position on the field. Gressbeck, who had played as a defensive midfielder, was substituted for a clear tactical purpose. Su Xing would take up a central forward position, allowing the two forwards on the field to stretch wide and create space for him. This shift would enable Heidenheim to diversify their attacking strategies, avoiding predictability. Of course, removing one of the two defensive midfielders would momentarily expose the team's defense. However, Aubry was unconcerned about this. The priority was to score in the offensive zone rather than risk being breached again by Sandhausen. The sensation of stepping onto the damp pitch was delightful. As Su Xing surveyed the field, he noticed that all the Sandhausen players had turned their attention to the newcomer. Undoubtedly, they regarded Su Xing as a legitimate opponent, prepared to mark him closely during the match. The fact that Heidenheim was substituting a player in the forward line indicated their intent to create additional opportunities, which was a bold move by the coach, considering the potential risks of conceding further goals. As the 67th minute ticked by, the German commentator in the stands expressed a hint of confusion upon witnessing Su Xing and Oppos's entrance. He had not noted this player while analyzing the lineups before the match. However, his commentary skills shone through as he briefly introduced Heidenheim's substitution while simultaneously searching for information on Su Xing. Soon, the commentator found Su Xing's profile and continued. This player is named Su Xing, a Croatian of Chinese descent, who previously featured in a match for the Croatian U17 team during the European Championship, scoring 2 goals in his debut. The commentator's voice reflected a slight astonishment. It had been quite some time since he had seen a player of Chinese heritage, especially one with such impressive credentials in a European tournament. It was now confirmed that he was merely 17 years and 205 days old, likely to become the youngest player to appear in the 2. Bundesliga this season, as well as the youngest in Heidenheim's history. The commentator expressed anticipation for the impact Xing might have on the team. After providing this context, the German commentator turned his attention back to Xing, eager to witness his performance. The footballing prowess of Chinese players was widely acknowledged to be lacking in recent years, and the commentator pondered how a 17-year-old could transition from showcasing talent in the U17 European Championship to competing in the professional arena with Heidenheim. In the stands, as Xing took the field, the fans were filled with both confusion and surprise. For Heidenheim supporters, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar player in such a crucial match was bewildering. How had this young talent emerged so suddenly to join the squad and take the pitch in a decisive moment? Many fans voiced their frustrations, questioning whether players from China could truly compete at this level. With Heidenheim only trailing by a single goal and over 20 minutes remaining, the decision to deploy an under-18 player against seasoned professionals raised eyebrows. This led to a chorus of doubts about Aubrey's judgment, particularly given the high stakes of the match. Chapter 58. Opportunity on the other side. Unlike the fans of Heidenheim, the supporters of Sandhausen regarded Aubrey's substitution as a farcical act. They harbored deep-seated doubts about the Chinese player, yet he was on the opposing side. Thus, it was of no consequence. Heidenheim was the one at a disadvantage, while Sandhausen could more comfortably secure victory in the match. Amidst the chorus of skepticism directed at Heidenheim and Amp, Oppos, as coach Aubrey and Xing, Aubrey felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In his inaugural match as coach, he faced a Sandhausen side that had recently been in formidable form. Losing this game would undoubtedly place him in a precarious position. However, he had no alternative. He chose to trust Xing and allow him the chance to prove himself. Yet, as time wore on, the sentiment towards Xing grew increasingly hostile. Upon entering the field, Xing adhered to his habitual playing style, meandering slowly while maintaining the team's formation. There were few bursts of speed or proactive movements to retrieve the ball, which reignited the discontent among Heidenheim supporters. What is he doing? Is he here for a leisurely stroll? Why would Coach Aubrey permit such a player on the field? The crowd speculated, suspecting a questionable connection between Aubrey and this player, perhaps even suggesting corruption to warrant his presence. On the sidelines, in the Heidenheim coaching area, Aubrey bore the weight of immense pressure. Yet, he found himself powerless to rectify the situation. He knew Xing and Oppos' sluggish movements could not be altered mid-game. Even if he shouted encouragement from the sidelines, it would bear no fruit. Aubrey understood this well and adhered to a principle of trust. Since he had chosen to believe in Xing, he felt compelled to let him complete the match. Perhaps, if Xing delivered an astonishing performance, helping Heidenheim equalize against Sandhausen, it would silence the critics effectively. Taking a deep breath, Aubrey steadied his emotions and focused intently on the game. Training young players is fraught with pressure for both the coach and the youth. If successful, they could become celebrated figures in football lore. If not, both would bear the brunt of the team and Amp, Oppos' defeat. At this moment, Aubrey could only hope that Xing would not falter but instead showcase the prowess he had demonstrated in training. Standing beside Aubrey, assistant coach Jeremy observed his superior and Amp, Oppos' silhouette with a heavy heart. As the assistant coach, he was acutely aware of the team and Amp, Oppos' current plight. If there were viable alternatives to remedy their offensive struggles, would they entrust the team's fate to a debuting young player? Absolutely not. Such was the state of Heidenheim. On the field, Xing continued to move slowly. He was certainly aware of the jeers directed at him from the sidelines. Yet such criticisms had accompanied him since he first stepped onto the pitch. All he needed to do was await his opportunity to dispel the doubts surrounding him. The match swiftly approached the 80th minute. During this time, Xing had yet to receive a suitable pass from his teammates. Nevertheless, he had gleaned enough about Sandhausen and Oppos' defenders and Oppos' habits. These defenders were somewhat clumsy with their footwork, relying predominantly on physical confrontations to seize the ball. Faced with such defenders, Xing felt confident that, by managing his pace and timing, he could maneuver past them. Furthermore, due to his earlier lackluster performance, many of Sandhausen and Amp, Oppos' defenders had begun to overlook him, particularly the two central defenders, who were now more focused on the wingers. This oversight created an opportunity for Xing. Indeed, he yearned for victory in this match, as the system's current task required him to win a championship in any league to earn rewards. Now, having arrived on the stage of the Bundesliga, he recognized the challenge ahead, yet it was far preferable to languishing on the sidelines of the Duisburg Youth League. In the 82nd minute, boom. Sandhausen, frustrated by their inability to score, began to attempt long-range shots from just outside the penalty area. However, one such attempt went badly astray. The ball was deflected by Heidenheim's defenders and rebounded to the flanks, where it fortuitously found its way to the captain, Schnatterer, wearing number 7. Upon receiving the ball, Schnatterer swiftly turned and advanced. Instantly, the Heidenheim players, who had been under pressure from Sandhausen, saw a glimmer of hope and surged forward, eager to seize this opportunity for a rapid counterattack. In the forward position, as Xing observed Schnatterer carrying the ball towards the opposing half, he instinctively recognized that an opportunity had arisen. As Sandhausen's defenders began to retreat, Xing closely trailed behind, attentively monitoring Schnatterer's movements. Seeing Xing sprinting forward, the central defenders of Sandhausen expressed surprise. They had assumed Xing was merely a placeholder on the field, lacking even the most basic of movements. Yet, his current speed was anything but negligible. Soon, Schnatterer reached the Sandhausen half, but was confronted by two defenders, making it difficult for him to advance the ball further. Meanwhile, most of Heidenheim and Oppo's other players were still racing forward, making it unrealistic for them to receive Schnatterer and Oppo's pass. In this moment, Xing and Oppo's eyes ignited with determination. He pivoted and moved towards the midfield, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Boom. Recognizing Xing and Oppo's request, Schnatterer immediately passed the ball to him. Confident in Xing and Oppo's exceptional abilities, which were on par with the other forwards in the Heidenheim first team. Ultimately, Xing was renowned for his outstanding heading ability, and Aubrey had devised a tactical plan that involved crossing the ball to him in the center. However, with no other options available, Schnatterer had to resort to this last measure. As Schnatterer delivered the ball to Xing, Sandhausen and Oppo's defenders swiftly closed in on him, attempting to restrict his movement. Upon receiving the ball, Xing was acutely aware of the challenge he faced. The two towering central defenders of Sandhausen were formidable. He clearly lacked the physicality to overpower them. However, the Sandhausen defenders found themselves equally stymied by Xing, as their attempts to dispossess him proved futile. This was the opportunity for Heidenheim. Chapter 59, the debut assist. Unbeknownst to him, a defender from Sandhausen had closely marked Xing, seemingly attempting to use his core strength to push him aside. However, Xing possessed remarkable ability to hold the ball with his back to the opponent. He skillfully pressed his left hand against the chest of the Sandhausen defender while expertly controlling the ball with his right foot, continually glancing around to assess the situation on the field. In this moment, Xing found himself unable to break free for a dribble or shot. Yet, he could create an opportunity for his teammates. With a sudden realization of a teammate making a forward run, Xing forcefully nudged the defender behind him while deftly pushing the ball forward, sending it sharply to the left. This surgical pass sliced through Sandhausen's defensive line. The already alert number 9, Morabit, was not offside. He took a few steps forward, adjusted his shooting angle, and swiftly unleashed a powerful strike. The ball soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Sandhausen goal with tremendous force. Although the distance to the goal was not vast, the Sandhausen goalkeeper had time to react. After assessing the trajectory of the ball, he sprang into action to make the save. Yet, Morabit's shot was expertly angled and delivered with sufficient power, easily slipping through the goalkeeper and Oppo's fingertips. The ball found the net. Heidenheim, through the connection between Xing and Morabit, had equalized the score. The young debutant Xing had made a crucial assist for his team. This goal came as a surprise, just a moment ago. Xing had been unable to shake off his marker, and in the next instant, he delivered a precise assist that resulted in a goal. The fans in the stands, initially stunned, took a few seconds to absorb the moment before erupting in joyous celebration, waving their arms in excitement. Oh, a deafening cheer arose, as thousands of Heidenheim fans joined in unison to celebrate this magnificent goal. They had never anticipated such a moment. A player they had underestimated seizing a less-than-ideal opportunity to set up Morabit for the score. The shock of it all felt overwhelmingly surreal. Yet it was undeniably real. He had assisted Morabit in scoring. I believe that pass was purely luck. to achieve an assist on his debut. Perhaps this young Chinese lad is not as lacking as we presumed. I only saw his ability to hold the ball. I perceived nothing else. Regardless, Heidenheim still had a chance to claim victory. Go Heidenheim! The fans shouted excitedly, their faces radiating enthusiasm, while many still harbored doubts about Xing. He had nonetheless contributed to Heidenheim's goal. This lifted the spirits of the fans, casting aside their previous disappointment and filling them with hope for the outcome of the match. The clock now read 83 minutes. Undoubtedly, this goal was pivotal, injecting suspense back into the match. Whether the teams would shake hands in a draw at the Workers' Welfare Stadium or whether one would claim all 3 points remained uncertain. Yeah, on the field, Morabit, who had scored, rushed excitedly towards Xing, embracing him tightly. That pass was absolutely exquisite. Regardless of whether Xing's assist was a stroke of luck, Morabit was grateful to him for providing the opportunity to score. This French veteran had seldom experienced such a thrill. After their embrace, Xing raised his hands towards the Heidenheim supporters in the stands, slightly lifting them. The fans responded with even greater enthusiasm, cheering for Heidenheim. However, perhaps they misunderstood Xing's gesture. He intended to convey to them, "What does it matter if I don't run? As long as I can contribute to the team. Whether through an assist or a goal, I prove myself to be a worthy striker. If recognition from the fans eludes me for now, I shall win them over through my prowess. All right, young man, the fans may not yet acknowledge you, so continue to score and showcase your talent. Once they recognize your abilities, they will warmly invite you to their homes and treat you as family." This is the charm of Heidenheim football. At that moment, Heidenheim's captain, Schnatterer, approached and patted Xing on the shoulder, clearly having heard the fans' doubts and understanding Xing's intent in raising his hands. However, there were still more pressing matters to attend to. The match had not yet concluded, and Heidenheim still had a chance to secure victory. "Okay, Captain." Xing nodded with a smile, celebrating with a high five with Schnatterer. "Let us seize more opportunities on the pitch, score more goals, and become the hero of Heidenheim." Schnatterer looked towards the cheering fans, his eyes filled with excitement. "Now, let us get ready to restart the game." Hearing this, Xing nodded and turned alongside Schnatterer towards the center of the field. "I knew my judgment was spot on." On the sidelines, Heidenheim's coach, Aubrey, sprang from his seat, wildly waving his arms in exhilaration. "Sue has done it. He has brought us a moment of vindication." After saying this, Aubrey turned to embrace his assistant coach, Jeremy, in celebration. Heidenheim still had a chance. We could defend our dignity at home and claim all 3 points, right? Yes. Jeremy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not witnessed such a spirited Heidenheim in quite some time. For reasons unknown, Xing's presence seemed to have infused the team with a newfound energy, sparking a chemistry that revitalized the previously lethargic squad, filling them with determination. With just over 10 minutes remaining in the match, every player was resolute in their commitment to fight fiercely for those 3 points, striving for their first victory of the season. On the field, in stark contrast to the jubilant Heidenheim players, the Sandhausen squad wore expressions of disbelief and disappointment. Most were incredulously gazing at the young Chinese player, Xing, who had just delivered that brilliant assist. They were left wondering, is this truly his debut in the German second division? At just 17, he had stepped onto the pitch late in the game, tasked with altering the outcome for Heidenheim. He had succeeded, delivering a pass that was nothing short of surgical, equalizing the score. This was an utterly difficult pill to swallow. Had it been a seasoned veteran or a renowned young star, they might have accepted it. But the fact that it was a fledgling Chinese lad made it all the more challenging for them to accept. The Sandhausen fans were equally perplexed. They were uncertain whether to lament Xing's extraordinary luck or to acknowledge his exceptional ability to seize opportunities. In essence, the ball found the net. Sandhausen and Oppos' anticipated 3 points were dashed, and they even faced the potential of a last-minute, morale-boosting goal from Heidenheim. Where did this Chinese-descended lad suddenly appear from? It and Oppos' truly perplexing how a player known for his lack of mobility managed to retreat and secure the ball at such a pivotal moment. Damn it, Sandhausen and Oppos' 2 center-backs were unable to prevent him from gaining possession. What exactly were they doing? Chapter 60. The distressed Marcus as the Sandhausen fans grumbled from the stands. The commentator at the press box was already exuberantly shouting, "Goal. The ball is in." The young Chinese substitute from Heidenheim delivered a magnificent pass at the edge of the penalty area, assisting Morabit in scoring. This goal showcased his exceptional ability to receive the ball with his back to the goal, his remarkable vision, and his impeccable timing. Congratulations to him for achieving an assist in his debut match in the Bundesliga. This will undoubtedly be an unforgettable memory for him, and I find myself eagerly anticipating his future performances. Meanwhile, far away in the Ruhr Valley of North Rhine-Westphalia, in the Duisburg Administrative Building, the chairman's office was fixated on the live broadcast of the match between Heidenheim and Sandhausen. Following Heidenheim's recent goal, the camera shifted to capture the ecstatic Heidenheim bench and coaching staff. Witnessing this scene, a profound silence enveloped the Duisburg chairman's office. Just yesterday, on the eve of the match day, Heidenheim and Oppos, as official website, announced their new head coach, Aubrey. This news left Marcus feeling increasingly uneasy. Last week, Heidenheim had just loaned the Croatian Chinese player, Xing, from Duisburg's U17 team, with a buyout clause signed. At that moment, Marcus thought the Heidenheim coach had lost his mind, frantically grasping at straws. Now, he realized that it was all part of Aubrey and Oppos' strategy. Thus, a frustrated Marcus resolved to watch Heidenheim and Oppos' match today, curious about how his old friend Aubrey was faring as a coach. To his disbelief, the player he had underestimated, Xing, appeared on the substitutes and Oppos' list and indeed came on in the second half, contributing to a goal. This indicated that Duisburg might truly lose a talented player, incurring a loss of nearly 10 million euros. With a heavy sigh, Marcus sat silently on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, his gaze betraying a hint of resentment. Observing Marcus and Oppos' demeanor, the current Duisburg head coach and Marcus and Oppos' loyal confidant, Markin, frowned and spoke up. Mr. Marcus, since Aubrey is willing to take this Chinese player, let him go. What significant loss could it bring to Duisburg? Markin reasoned, adopting a serious expression. It's merely one assist in his debut. Do you truly believe he will achieve anything remarkable in the future? A player with such poor physicality is unlikely to amount to more than a tactical substitute in the latter half of matches. How high could his market value possibly rise? Besides, Su is just a lone player from Heidenheim. If he performs well, we should be happy for him. As the head coach of the first team, Mayerkin's analysis was not unfounded, especially since he was unaware that Xing carried a priority buyout clause. Chapter 61. An exhilarating game-winning goal. As the captain of Heidenheim, Schnatterer undoubtedly possessed a strong sense of collective honor. He could have attempted a direct shot from this free kick. If he had scored, he would have become the hero of the match for Heidenheim. However, if he had missed, even if no one on the team blamed him, some fans would have criticized him. At this moment, choosing to loft the ball into the box would have clearly offered a higher probability of scoring. Furthermore, Schnatterer was merely a midfield linchpin for a lower-tier Bundesliga 2 team. His long-range shots were decent, but he was by no means a free-kick maestro. Passing the ball to Xing for a header would have been the best, unselfish choice for Schnatterer. In the blink of an eye, the soaring football began its descent, arcing through the air and gradually changing direction. However, the ball did not land squarely on Xing and Oppos, as Schnatterer had envisioned, but rather drifted slightly toward the center of the goal. Damn it, if you can't defend this, you can all go back to the reserves. The Sandhausen coach's voice thundered across the field from the technical area. In front of the goal, Xing had initially secured a good position, perfectly poised to leap for a header. However, because the ball and Oppos' trajectory was not precisely aimed at his head, he had to start edging toward the center of the goal. But now, that was no longer an option. Two Sandhausen defenders sandwiched him tightly, like wrapping a dumpling. The player in front strained to push Xing backward, while the player behind tugged at his jersey, preventing him from moving forward. In this situation, there was no way he could jump and contest the header. Reluctantly, Xing turned and darted out of the crowd, heading toward the edge of the penalty arc, seeing Xing withdraw from the header contest. The two Sandhausen defenders did not foolishly follow him. Instead, they rejoined the throng, vying with other Heidenheim players for the header. Aubrey and Jeremy on the sidelines were somewhat surprised by this scene. Schnatterer had clearly intended to feed the ball to Xing. By running away and foregoing the header contest, he was essentially abandoning his heading ability. What was he trying to do? Before Aubrey could voice his doubts, the ball had already descended to a contestable height. More a bit, Heidenheim's player positioned at the ball's landing point cried out in agony as he collided heavily with a Sandhausen player vying for the header and fell to the ground. The ball was headed away by a Sandhausen player. However, due to the collision with Morabit, he did not clear the ball far, and it continued to drop inside the penalty area. Quick, clear the ball. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Sandhausen captain roared, urging his nearby teammates to clear the danger. Suddenly, the Sandhausen defender who had just turned around froze in place. His mouth agape in astonishment. It wasn't that he didn't want to step forward and continue clearing the ball. It was that the ball was already in the net. In the mere 2 seconds after the ball was headed away by the Sandhausen player, it had already flown into the Sandhausen goal. The Sandhausen goalkeeper was completely unresponsive. It wasn't that he didn't want to react, but the ball was simply too fast. He hadn't even seen its flight path. At that moment, Xing, gritting his teeth, struggled to his feet from the turf in front of the goal. Just as the players on the field stood in stunned silence, staring at the goal. The referee blew his whistle, signaling a valid goal. Heidenheim. Many Heidenheim fans who were further away had not clearly seen what had transpired in the penalty area, only knowing that Heidenheim had scored. They immediately rose from their seats, waving their arms and excitedly celebrating Heidenheim and Oppos's goal, which most likely sealed a victory against Sandhausen and secured their first win of the season. Who cared if they had seen it clearly? Celebration was the priority. Did you see that? In the Heidenheim technical area, Coach Aubrey stared blankly at the field, asking in disbelief. Yes, Mr. Aubrey. That guy is a header savant. Assistant coach Jeremy exclaimed with excitement, shaking his head in disbelief. His judgment of the ball's trajectory is incredibly acute, and he has so much confidence in his jumping ability and heading prowess. Choosing to score with a diving header from that position is simply astounding. On the field, Schnatterer, standing on the edge of the penalty area, had a clear view of Xing and Oppos's entire sequence of actions. Just after the Sandhausen defender cleared the ball to the edge of the penalty arc, Xing had exploded into action like a cheetah. As if he had foreseen the ball's trajectory, he had launched himself forward in a diving header. Leaping from a considerable distance, Xing had waited in midair for the incoming ball after a terrifying hang time. While still airborne, he met the ball and firmly directed it into the goal, like a slam dunk. A few seconds later, Schnatterer, regaining his senses, excitedly ran towards Xing. Before Xing could fully rise, Schnatterer pinned him to the ground again, exclaiming with fervor, "You're a football genius." That diving header was simply imaginative. The other Heidenheim players quickly joined in the celebration, swarming around Xing. "You're Heidenheim's hero. That goal was absolutely brilliant. No matter what. I and Oppos's am treating you to a big meal tonight." Conversely, the Sandhausen players inside the penalty area mostly remained rooted to the spot, as bewildered as the fans in the stands who hadn't seen the goal clearly. At this moment, the stadium's big screen replayed the spectacular moment of Xing's goal. As Schnatterer had seen, Xing had anticipated the play, leaping into the air to meet the incoming ball and precisely heading it into the net. These 2 seconds unfolded so quickly that it was difficult to fully appreciate Xing and Oppos's actions without the benefit of multiple video replays from various angles. Unexpectedly, it was this Chinese player who delivered the game-winning goal against Sandhausen. I take back what I said earlier. This player does possess some skill, and he is fully capable of competing for a starting position at Heidenheim. Put away your vanity. Right now, this number 24 player is undoubtedly our Heidenheim hero, all right? The elated Heidenheim fans commented on the situation on the field from the stands. In any case, these spectators had clearly been captivated by Xing and Oppos's magnificent header. Chapter 62, A Dream Realized. A goal. Splendid. The young Chinese substitute from Heidenheim has scored a magnificent header from the edge of the small penalty area. This goal is truly priceless, delivering a fatal blow to Sandhausen, clinching the match. My goodness, I can hardly believe my eyes. Heidenheim, who had been under constant pressure from Sandhausen throughout the game, has pulled off a dramatic last-minute victory. If you were present at the Workers' and Oppos's welfare arena right now, you would hear the ecstatic shouts of Heidenheim supporters. Of course, you would also witness the disappointment and despair in the eyes of Sandhausen fans. Congratulations to Heidenheim. Additionally, we must commend the young talent Xing, wearing the number 24 jersey, for scoring on his debut, and what a decisive strike it was against Sandhausen. He is set to become the youngest goal scorer in Heidenheim's history. Remarkably, this is only his debut in the second division. I firmly believe he will have more opportunities to shine and score in the future. I find myself eagerly anticipating the heights he may reach. The excited voice of the German commentator echoed once more on the television, a flurry of words accompanied by the jubilant cries of Heidenheim fans, which plunged Marcus's office into a profound silence. Marcus, alone, awkwardly puffed on his cigar, his gaze fixated on the television screen. speechless. He longed to hear a few kind words from Markin, perhaps acknowledging that a player loaned out achieving such success should be a cause for celebration. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that Heidenheim had signed a priority buyout clause for Xing with Duisburg, and it was possible that Obli would take him away during the winter transfer window. Duisburg would then find themselves bereft of both talent and resources. Sigh. With this thought, Marcus, at a loss for words, sighed heavily, his anger reaching a boiling point. "Mr. Marcus, why do you sigh?" Markin queried. "Isn't Sue's loan only for half a season? He can return to Duisburg in the second half of the season." Enraged, Marcus abruptly discarded his cigar and shouted at Markin, "Are you just waiting to see me fail? Do you think I am inferior to Obli because he has taken away our young talent?" Marcus sneered, his tone dripping with malice as he continued, "If that's the case, so be it. This season, Duisburg still has 2 matches against Heidenheim to play. If we lose to Obli, you can leave the club. That and Appos, as not." Markin quickly rose, hands raised in a placating gesture. "Chairman Marcus, I didn't and Appos. Team mean it that way. Leave. I do not wish to hear you speak." Without allowing Markin to finish, Marcus pointed towards the office door, demanding his exit. Despite Markin having more to explain, he chose not to further entangle himself with the furious Marcus. He nodded to Marcus with a heavy heart and departed from the office, bewildered by the chairman and Appos' intense anger. Did he truly resent witnessing Heidenheim, under Obli and Appos' management, achieve success? Markin had just watched the entire match broadcast on television, gaining a clearer understanding of Heidenheim's strength. Given Duisburg's current situation, defeating Heidenheim would be exceedingly challenging. Even the young Chinese talent Xing, loaned from Duisburg and Appos' U17 team, was not guaranteed to be effectively contained. Unless the club could provide a substantial transfer budget during the winter window to acquire several capable players to bolster the squad, and then have Xing return to Duisburg as a starting player, he could only await his inevitable dismissal by Marcus. The scene shifts back to the workers' welfare arena. As the Heidenheim coaching staff celebrated, the Sandhausen coach slumped in his seat. With stoppage time approaching, was it truly so difficult to defend against that player? That number 24 was not even an exceptional scorer. How could he have been afforded such space? Feeling a headache coming on, the Sandhausen coach rubbed his temples, diverting his gaze from the field. His assistant coach, noticing the despondency in his superior, instinctively offered words of encouragement. "Come on, the match isn't over yet. There may still be 3 or 4 minutes in stoppage time. The players can still mount an effective attack. They need you to rally them." The Sandhausen coach, unable to meet his assistant and Appos' gaze, averted his eyes to the surroundings. What he saw, however, was the disappointment etched upon the faces of the distant Sandhausen fans. They had taken the time to travel and support their team in Heidenheim, hoping to witness a victory. Yet now, they were compelled to admit that this had been a dismal performance. The team and Appos' overall display was lackluster, failing to secure 3 points from a Heidenheim side struggling with form. Such a reality was difficult for them to accept. "Alas, it seems hopeless," the Sandhausen coach sighed, a flicker of regret in his eyes. There would hardly be any time wasted in the second half. Stoppage time would not exceed 4 minutes. Given the circumstances, Heidenheim would undoubtedly adopt a defensive strategy. On the pitch, with the referee urging them on, Heidenheim's players refrained from prolonging their celebration, returning to their positions as the match was set to resume. As Sandhausen's forward kicked off from the center circle, the fourth official raised the board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time for the second half. As anticipated, the match did not drag on unnecessarily. The officiating team only allotted 3 minutes of stoppage time, even falling short of the 4 minutes expected by the Sandhausen coach. Consequently, Heidenheim began to fortify their defense, with all players except Xing, the lone forward, stationed near their penalty area to deny Sandhausen any opportunity. When Heidenheim gained possession near the sideline, they even managed to pin the ball along the boundary, preventing their opponents from regaining control, thus stalling the game. Such tactics of time wasting are common in football. Rather than launching an attack that could grant the opponent a chance to equalize, it is often more prudent to maintain possession and run down the clock. In pursuit of victory, such actions are hardly shameful. Chapter 63, The First Victory. Under the stringent defense of Heidenheim, Sandhausen found themselves utterly incapable of seizing any opportunities. As time dwindled, many despondent Sandhausen fans, who had traveled from afar, rose from their seats. They had come to support their team in pursuit of a resounding victory at the Employee Welfare Arena, aiming to vanquish Heidenheim and earn the glory of 3 points. However, With the match nearing its conclusion and the score lingering at 2-1, hope for Sandhausen to alter the outcome had all but vanished. In this predicament, what could be gained by remaining? Would they witness the Heidenheim fans reveling in the stadium after the final whistle? If so, what significance remained in attending this match? Consequently, numerous Sandhausen supporters opted to depart prematurely, preferring to leave this sorrowful venue rather than witness their team suffer an unexpected defeat on foreign soil. With one leading the way, a tide of early exits swept through the away fan section. Those Sandhausen fans who remained did so not out of a lingering attachment to the game, but simply to avoid carrying their disheartened spirits outside. I never anticipated witnessing such a match in Heidenheim, if they cannot even triumph over Heidenheim, yet boast of ambitions to climb to the top of the league. It is truly absurd. This has been an utterly dismal performance. I have only observed a group of demoralized players and a head coach, Barros, who remains inactive in the technical area. At this rate, I cannot fathom when Sandhausen might ascend to the Bundesliga. The Heidenheim number 24 striker has already displayed a stunning prowess since his introduction. Yet why is he not being marked? What is Barros doing? Undoubtedly, the remaining Sandhausen fans were rather irate, vocally expressing their frustrations. They were not far from the Sandhausen coaching area, and their words were clearly audible to the coaching staff. Even though Coach Barros longed to refute their claims, it seemed the fans spoke the truth. But how did it come to this? He had emphasized the need to mark the opposing number 24. Yet why was he still uncontained? For minutes flew by in an instant. Just as the Sandhausen fans had yet to fully unleash their dissatisfaction, the referee blew the final whistle. Beep, beep, beep. 3 long blasts signaled the conclusion of this Bundesliga match. The Heidenheim fans erupted into euphoric cheers, rising to wave their arms exuberantly, brandishing their flags, and even embracing one another in passionate kisses. On the sidelines, the Heidenheim substitutes rushed onto the pitch to celebrate alongside the players, while the coaching staff applauded excitedly. In stark contrast, the Sandhausen players trudged off with their heads bowed, as if their souls had been lost, slowly making their way to the bench. This was not their home ground, and as the vanquished, they were not entitled to partake in the post-match revelry. Meanwhile, not far away in the Heidenheim administrative building, Chairman Ekeborn watched the match from his office, witnessing the first league game following the club's managerial change. Ordinarily, he would have been present to observe the match up close. But recent events at Heidenheim had demanded an extraordinary amount of his attention, rendering him unable to do so. Mr. Ekeborn, it seems your decision to appoint a bully as the head coach of Heidenheim was indeed a wise one. As the German commentator congratulated Heidenheim on their victory, Maria, the chairman and Oppo's assistant, applauded enthusiastically alongside him. Hearing these words, Ekeborn adjusted his glasses and wore a relaxed smile. Indeed, it appeared that the team's relegation battle should pose no significant issue this season. Maria nodded with a smile, though a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. If that is the case, Chairman, should we consider granting a bully's request to bring in a middle-aged man named Benjamin to work at the club? After officially taking over Heidenheim, a bully had suggested to Ekeborn that Benjamin be allowed to join the club. Their relationship had always been amicable, and Benjamin had lost his position at Duisburg largely due to a bully's influence. Out of loyalty and reason, a bully felt obliged to assist Benjamin. However, when he relayed this request to Ekeborn, the chairman had not immediately acquiesced, stating he would consider the matter later. Ekeborn's response was a strategic one, as he wished to observe a bully's performance with the team. Should the results prove satisfactory, Ekeborn would undoubtedly extend a courtesy to a bully by arranging a suitable position for Benjamin within the club. Very well. Look for an appropriate role within the first team for him, Ekeborn said in a good mood, without overthinking it. I have heard that Benjamin shares a good rapport with that Chinese player, Xing, having taught him German. The victory over Sandhausen was, in large part, attributable to Xu. He is an exceptionally talented player who may very well lead Heidenheim to greater heights in the future. Arranging this would allow Xu to perceive Heidenheim as a club with a warm and welcoming atmosphere, encouraging him to stay and contribute long-term. Receiving Ekeborn's directive, Maria nodded in response. Understood, Mr. Ekeborn. I shall ensure this matter is handled. Returning our focus to the Heidenheim players. Upon the match and Oppo's conclusion, Coach Bully was in high spirits. His first match back after years away from the game resulted in a thrilling comeback, and nothing could be more exhilarating. Thus, despite some issues among the first-team players during the match, a bully chose not to utter any harsh words that might spoil the celebratory atmosphere in the locker room. After offering a brief encouragement to the players, he decided to release the team, granting them a day off the following day. This marked the first holiday for Xing since his arrival at Heidenheim. Many clubs opt to grant their first-team players a well-deserved break when the schedule permits, provided the team's performance has met the coach's expectations. The players of Heidenheim fulfilled their on-field commitments, and as they left the stadium, they rallied together, calling for Xing to join them in a celebration in the heart of Heidenheim. Chapter 64. The Relentless Arena. Sue, I recall you mentioning at the training grounds that you frequent nightclubs, one of Heidenheim and Oppo's first-team players jested, playfully nudging Xing during a gathering at a hotel suite in Heidenheim's heart. Since we're unexpectedly free from training tomorrow, how about the lads and I show you the fervor of Heidenheim's lasses tonight? They had all presumed Xing to possess an effervescent personality, taking his prior statements as mere hyperbole. After all, what could a 17-year-old lad truly grasp? They intended only a bit of playful teasing. However, they had clearly underestimated Xing's splendid. Xing exclaimed with a hearty laugh, unabashedly accepting the invitation. But let it be known beforehand, it and Oppo's on your tab. My current wages hardly permit me to slumber in the arms of damsels nightly. Hiss, every night, you say? You and Oppo's VE got quite the appetite. Confirmed. The reason for Sue's subpar stamina is his nightly sojourns to such establishments. I shall report this to Coach Schmidt forthwith. A wave of uproarious laughter erupted from Heidenheim and Oppo's first-team players. The camaraderie within the squad was remarkable. Imperceptibly, Xing had seamlessly integrated himself with his fellow players. Who could possibly resist a young lad with impressive skills and a jovial demeanor, who respectfully addressed them as senior on a daily basis? Ahem, Captain Schnatterer cleared his throat, interrupting the banter. You are all far too frivolous. Sue is still young, with a long career ahead. Can't you impart some more virtuous lessons? Schnatterer, 31 years of age, had served Heidenheim for many years, and his family had settled entirely within the Heidenheim district. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it was highly probable that Schnatterer would assume the role of assistant coach within the club upon his retirement. Having quelled the players and Oppo's jesting, Schnatterer turned to Xing, who sat beside him, and spoke with earnestness. Sue, I acknowledge your exceptional talent. At such a tender age, your footwork is already among the best in the team. However, your career's zenith undoubtedly lies beyond this point. If you have the time, you should dedicate more effort to training on the pitch and minimize your visits to such places, as they can significantly impact your physical well-being. Schnatterer and Oppo's words, though seemingly laced with a hint of criticism, were not perceived as such by Xing. He was the youngest member of the first team, and some of the older players had sons who were only 6 or 7 years younger than him. As captain, Schnatterer was fully entitled to impart such wisdom, and the underlying intention stemmed from his admiration and a desire to prevent him from squandering his talent and becoming just another face in the crowd. This was entirely for his benefit, so why should he take offense? Seeing that Xing seemed to have taken his words to heart, Schnatterer continued, at your age, it and Oppo's normal to have such desires. Why not just engage in a normal courtship? Have you considered German girls? I may not be able to offer much advice on football, but having spent so many years in Heidenheim, I know quite a few young ladies and would be happy to introduce you to some. Upon hearing Schnatterer broach this topic, his teammate, Morabit, Kuden and Oppo's resisted jibe. Please, Schnatterer, just be quiet. Remember the kind of women you introduced me to last time? Schnatterer awkwardly retorted. That was merely an unfortunate incident. Before Schnatterer could finish, Morabit glanced at him and continued. Besides, let me tell you, don't be fooled by Schnatterer's seemingly carefree demeanor. He recently confided in me about the tribulations of married men online, which he has already experienced firsthand. With that, Morabit broke into a mischievous grin. He clearly fancied himself an old hand. Within Heidenheim's first team, Morabit was the only one who dared to mock the venerable captain in front of everyone else. The other players joined in the laughter, casting sympathetic glances at Schnatterer. Haha, thank you, Captain, Xing chuckled. But I and Oppo's am still too young and not considering dating for the time being. I and Oppo's rather prioritize my career. Hearing Xing and Oppo's response, the players ceased their teasing and steered the conversation toward Schnatterer and Oppo's married life. The Heidenheim celebratory feast finally drew to a close around 10:00 and Oppo's clock. After the meal, the players departed the hotel in groups. Morabit, residing near Xing, opted to walk back with him. Sue, Are you free tomorrow during the day? Morabit inquired as they strolled along. Huh? What and Amp? Oppos. S up. Morabit? Are you planning to take me on a tour of Heidenheim and Amp? Oppos? S city center tomorrow? Su Xing asked quizzically. Not quite. Morabit replied, shaking his head. With you on the team, our goals have changed. As a veteran player, I must seize the opportunity to improve myself. For I and Oppos, I'll end up being a liability to the team. So, I was wondering if you and Oppos, be willing to join me for extra training at the training grounds tomorrow morning. If you and Oppos, free. Upon hearing this, Su Xing wore an awkward expression. I and Oppos, am sorry, I might not be available tomorrow. It and Oppos, it's my first day off, and I intend to tidy up my apartment. Su Xing offered a random excuse. Morabit and Amp, Oppos, S face revealed a hint of disappointment, but he didn't and Amp, Oppos, T pressed further. Soon, they reached a nearby intersection, bid farewell, and returned to their respective apartments. Su Xing understood Morabit and Amp, Oppos, S mindset, to fulfill the system and Amp, Oppos, S mission. Su Xing would exert every effort to assist Heidenheim in securing the Bundesliga 2 title this season. If the team were to advance to the Bundesliga next season, they would undoubtedly reinforce their weaker positions. Morabit, who struggled to dominate in Bundesliga 2, would likely become a lower-tier player at risk of being eliminated once they entered the Bundesliga. Having foreseen this situation, he had no choice but to seize the opportunity to enhance his abilities to avoid being purged from the team. This differed somewhat from Su Xing and Oppos' situation. Su Xing merely needed to indulge in nightly revelry at nightclubs, and in a tipsy, inebriated state, he could gradually improve his attributes and learn the skills of various football stars without physical exertion. Conversely, those without a system, like Morabit, could only dedicate all their spare time to running tirelessly on the training grounds to avoid being abandoned by the league. This epitomized the ruthlessness yet also the allure of competitive sports. Only the strongest players could stand on the pitch, showcasing their talent under the gaze of thousands of fans. To avoid elimination, one had to exert 100 times more effort than others. To surpass others and Amp, Oppos, talent with the sweat of one and Amp, Oppos, S brow. After returning to his apartment, Su Xing rested briefly before heading to the bar near the training base under the cover of night. Unlike his teammates, he didn't and Oppos, fear being eliminated, but he equally dreaded being unable to stand on a higher stage. Chapter 65, the test the following day at the Duisburg U17 players and Oppos dormitory. News of Su Xing's debut yesterday in Heidenheim, where he scored a goal and assisted the winning goal against Sandhausen, spread like wildfire. The young players gathered together, discussing this remarkable event. I can hardly believe it is true. Just last week, Su was training with us, and now he has made a stellar debut in the second division of German football. I always said Su's skills were more than sufficient to compete for a starting position in the 2. Bundesliga. This feeling is surreal. At just 17. If he continues on this path, he could very well become a resounding star in the football world. However, one must consider that there have been many young talents who showcased their gifts early on, but ultimately did not achieve notable success. Still, I genuinely hope Su becomes a renowned star, as he could help us in the future, right? Indeed. While the other players engaged in conversation, Duisburg U17 captain Brandon sat silently in the middle. He struggled to articulate his feelings. On one hand, he was thrilled that his best friend from the team was excelling at a higher level, but on the other, he recalled Su's earlier promise to join him in the Duisburg first team and fight for their club. Given Su's current performance, it seemed unlikely he would return to Duisburg after his loan. The thought of no longer battling alongside his friend, of failing to fulfill their promise, and possibly becoming rivals on the pitch left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. Thus, Brandon found it difficult to feign joy when discussing Su and Amp, Oppos' achievements with his teammates. Nevertheless, deep down, he wished Su all the best. Even if he could not keep pace with Su, he could still look up to him as a role model and strive to improve alongside him. With this thought, Brandon realized he had been slacking lately and hadn't been training diligently. If he wanted to catch up to Su, he would have to put in hard work to keep up with him. It seemed he needed to commit to extra training moving forward. The seeds of following Su had begun to blossom in Brandon's heart. And this, indeed, was the power of a role model. In another corner, a small group consisting of Brooke, Barlow, and a few others sat together. It was hard to believe that this kid had such good fortune, getting a chance to play as soon as he arrived in Heidenheim. Barlow scoffed, somewhat begrudgingly. In his eyes, Heidenheim was merely a bottom-tier team in the 2. Bundesliga. Had he been loaned there, he would have been capable of becoming a rotation defender. Hearing this, Brooks' expression darkened further. Logically, Brooks should have been the happiest after Su's departure, as it would allow him to reclaim his position as the starting striker for Duisburg U17. However, during the last Youth League match, the newly appointed head coach had substituted him before halftime due to his poor performance. Now, hearing about Su and Appos' impressive progress felt like a slap in the face, making him feel inferior to Su. Do you think Su will return to Duisburg? Brooke asked through gritted teeth, his face clouded with frustration. Noticing Brooke and Appos' foul mood, Barlow patted him on the shoulder and said, "What are you thinking? Heidenheim wouldn't want to let such an excellent player go back. Moreover, even if Duisburg refused Heidenheim and Appos' transfer request and forced Su to stay, he would certainly not remain in the youth team but would instead play for the first team. This wouldn't affect your position in the squad at all." Barlow's attempt at reassurance was rather simplistic. What did it mean that even if Su returned to Duisburg, he would surely play for the first team? Was Brooke content to spend his life in the youth ranks without dreams of ascending to higher leagues? Clearly not. Barlow, if you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Brooke retorted fiercely, glaring at Barlow. Realizing his misstep, Barlow sheepishly rubbed his head and fell silent. In the following days, Su Xing's life returned to a semblance of normalcy. While other players might follow a monotonous routine of commuting between home and the training center, Su had an additional commitment: the nearby nightclub where he underwent specialized training every night, regardless of how late he returned home. His daytime activities mirrored those of his fellow players, but this was his second week at the club. Undoubtedly, Su and Appos' standing within the team had shifted dramatically from the previous week. Initially, the other players had overlooked the 17-year-old Chinese player loaned from the youth academy. However, after witnessing Su's decisive performance against Sandhausen, all the players began to accept him, acknowledging his talent. More teammates greeted him at training and in the cafeteria. They would sit together, engaging in conversations about Su's cultural background. Over time, their deep-seated perceptions were dismantled. Not every Chinese individual lacked footballing prowess. They simply had not yet showcased their abilities on the grand stage, much like Su. With every performance, Su proved that when he took the field, he left a lasting impression. In summary, everything was progressing favorably, and Su and Appos' camaraderie with his teammates was blossoming. Su relished this newfound camaraderie. The week of training swiftly passed, leading to a new match day. This Saturday, several fixtures in the Bundesliga would take place, and Heidenheim would face the season powerhouse VfL Bochum away. Bochum is a storied football club that once shone in the Bundesliga but was relegated in 2009 and has since struggled to regain its former glory. Although Bochum has not garnered significant accolades, having only reached the DFB Pokal finals in the last century, they were undoubtedly a formidable opponent compared to Heidenheim, which had yet to compete in the Bundesliga. Undeniably, this match would be a tough contest, testing Heidenheim and Appos' mettle. However, buoyed by their recent victory over a confident Sandhausen, the Heidenheim players were filled with determination and ready to face any challenge. Chapter 66. Battle for Heidenheim. On Friday afternoon, the first team of Heidenheim ceased outdoor training, gathering entirely in the locker room. Head coach Aubrey stood before a blackboard, elucidating the tactics for tomorrow's away match against Bochum. In recent years, Bochum has consistently employed a 4-4-2 formation. Their two forwards possess formidable dribbling skills, often utilizing their exceptional footwork to breach opponents and Appos' defenses from the flanks and penetrate the penalty area to score. Notably, the player wearing number 14, Mrapa, has netted 4 goals across the first 4 matches, averaging 1 goal per game. In the upcoming match against us, his current form suggests he will likely start, and our defensive line must closely monitor him, leaving him no opportunity to exploit. As long as we prevent Bochum and Appos' strikers from entering the penalty area, their long-range shooting ability diminishes significantly, potentially thwarting their scoring chances. Therefore, tomorrow, we must maintain a compact defensive line to avoid being easily bypassed by Bochum. Now, I will announce the 18-player roster for tomorrow and Appos' match. As Aubrey reached this point, his gaze swept across the faces of every player in the locker room. He has a habit of unveiling the lineup following his tactical briefings. Each football club and Appos' first team comprises nearly 30 players, yet only 18 can make the matchday squad, leaving many without even the chance to be a substitute. From the eager expressions of the Heidenheim players, it was evident that each one fervently hoped Aubrey would call their name, granting them the opportunity to participate in the forthcoming match. Soon, Aubrey did not prolong the suspense and directly revealed the squad for the upcoming game. After reviewing Bochum and Appos' recent match footage, Aubrey had likely solidified his selections in his mind. The starting players included Schnatterer, Morabit, and Su. As anticipated, Su Xing, who had performed admirably in the previous match, was indeed included. Furthermore, he was named a starter. This decision by the Heidenheim coaching staff affirmed their belief in Su Xing's capability to assume the role of the team and Appos' starting center forward. Despite Su Xing and Appos' relatively stationary style of play, it is undeniable that even his restrained movement can significantly contribute to the team and Appos' efforts. Aubrey, both logically and emotionally, had every reason to appoint Su Xing as a starter. Many players, older than Su Xing by several years, could not help but reveal a hint of envy upon witnessing Su Xing, having joined the team less than 2 weeks prior, ascend to a starting position. It was simply a testament to Su Xing and Appos' superior starting point. When they were of Su Xing and Appos' age, most were still competing in youth leagues, hardly qualifying as true professionals. Meanwhile, Su Xing, seated on the bench and sipping water, paused momentarily upon hearing Aubrey announce his name as a starter. He had not anticipated his mentor would so decisively elevate him to the position of starting center forward, especially considering he had only recently joined Heidenheim. Nevertheless, Su Xing felt a profound satisfaction with Aubrey's decision. This starting position held immense significance for him, symbolizing a substantial step forward in his professional journey. From youth team substitute to starter in the youth league, and now from a substitute in the second division to a starting player in the first team. Su Xing's ascent had occurred in nearly a month's time. This rapid progression stirred an exhilarating anticipation within him. Tomorrow would herald a new dawn, marking a pivotal victory in his career. Undoubtedly, he had drawn closer to his dreams. The following morning, Su Xing boarded the bus to Bochum alongside his fellow players. As the bus approached the vicinity of the Ruhrstadion, he gazed out the window, spotting a throng of Bochum fans gathered by the roadside, vociferously demonstrating against the Heidenheim bus. Truthfully, Bochum, as a long-standing powerhouse with a significantly larger population than Heidenheim, commanded an imposing presence with their thunderous cheers. The strength and heritage of Bochum far surpassed that of their previous opponent, Sandhausen. Were it not for financial constraints preventing the acquisition of more exceptional players, Bochum could have certainly climbed higher in the second division standings, potentially contending for the championship. In fact, years later, Bochum indeed achieved promotion, emerging as the second division champions in the Bundesliga, firmly establishing themselves. What a formidable challenge awaited. Su Xing could not help but reflect. This was his first match as a starter, and facing Bochum, he felt uncertain about securing a victory. However, this was a crucial match. Losing in his debut would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride. Moreover, Su Xing and Appos' objective this season was to lead Heidenheim to the second division championship, fulfilling the task assigned by the system. Thus, he needed to ensure that every ounce of his limited energy was devoted to scoring. At 2:45 p.m. local time, both teams awaited the referee and Appos' signal to enter the pitch in the player tunnel of the Ruhrstadion. Undoubtedly, starting the match and stepping onto the field from the very first minute felt entirely different. Which child with a passion for football does not dream of one day donning the jersey of a professional player? Walking onto the green pitch hand in hand with a ball boy? The allure of this moment is simply enchanting. Bochum. Even before the players officially entered the field, the home crowd erupted into a deafening cheer, creating an almost lingering echo. The Ruhrstadion can accommodate 30,000 fans. It is no surprise that in the football-imbued culture of Germany, this match in the second division was a sellout. Approximately 26,000 Bochum supporters were showcasing their team and Appos' might to the visiting Heidenheim fans. Faintly, Su Xing also caught the sound of Heidenheim fans cheering. However, the distance from the player tunnel rendered their voices somewhat indistinct amid the cacophony of Bochum supporters. Yet, this was sufficient. Su Xing understood that Heidenheim fans had traveled from afar to support the 11 players about to take the field. Soon, he would step forward, treading upon the grass of the Ruhrstadion, ready to fight for Heidenheim. Chapter 67. The contradictory coach. The moment has arrived. The referee, standing at the forefront of both teams, signaled the players to advance, cradling the football as he led them onto the pitch. Trailing behind were the players, lined up in 2 rows, accompanied by ball boys who followed the referee and Appos' lead. Beyond the brief and dimly lit players and Appos' tunnel the brilliantly illuminated Ruhr Stadium. Oh, Bochum! Bochum! The fervent cheers of the fans within the stadium resonated clearly, the bright lights casting a dazzling glow upon the players, momentarily transforming them into the focal point of the arena. This long-cherished dream had suddenly materialized, leaving Xing with an ethereal sensation, albeit one that was utterly captivating. Bochum! Rally on! Defeat this group of Heidenheim. This is Bochum's home ground. Let Heidenheim depart in disgrace. The stands near the players and Oppos tunnel erupted in a cacophony of roars from Bochum fans. Xing turned towards the sound, catching sight of numerous fervent faces among the Bochum supporters, brimming with hope for their team and hostility towards the Heidenheim players. This atmosphere exhilarated Xing, sending his adrenaline into overdrive. This is football. This is the allure of the game. It never fails to ignite the passions of young debutantes, instilling them with fervor and determination. Excitedly, Xing stepped onto the verdant pitch of the Ruhr Stadium alongside his fellow players, engaging in the pre-match rituals. Today was a momentous occasion. It marked his first appearance as a starting player, representing Heidenheim at the Ruhr Stadium. As he listened to the jeers from the Bochum fans and the cheers from the Heidenheim supporters, Xing could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his talents on the field, to inscribe a bold chapter in his debut match, whether through scoring or assisting. He longed to prove his mettle at the Ruhr Stadium. To his astonishment, he was indeed starting. Who is that? The Chinese player wearing number 24. Are you unaware? What's the matter? Is he remarkable? Isn't the skill of Chinese players generally considered subpar worldwide? Xu, haven't you followed the last match between Heidenheim and Sandhausen? He performed exceptionally well, clinching victory against a strong Sandhausen team. I worry about his attitude and stamina. Starting in this away match, can he endure the full 90 minutes? God bless. May he shine in this match as well. As the home team's players took the field, Heidenheim fans began to stir restlessly. Some locals, who had not kept up with the previous match, remained unaware of Xing's presence. Yet, this was to be expected. He had only recently emerged as a player, making his debut in the last game, and thus had not garnered significant attention among Heidenheim supporters. Consequently, they harbored many doubts about this young Chinese player. However, they were generally forgiving towards their hometown team, not allowing their uncertainty to manifest before the match had even begun. After all, the referee was no fool. He would not allow a poorly performing player to start. With this mindset, even the Heidenheim fans unfamiliar with Xing refrained from voicing their concerns, instead focusing their anticipation on the players on the field. On the sidelines, Heidenheim's coach, Aubrey, furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought as he observed the players. Their previous victory over Sandhausen had indeed been a promising start. However, facing the formidable Bochum, who ranked high in the standings, Aubrey and Oppos' optimism waned. There existed a considerable disparity between the strengths of Sandhausen and Bochum. Furthermore, the team was still in a period of adjustment, confronting such a challenging opponent. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no trepidation. A draw would suffice for him, but a heavy defeat would be a blow to his pride. Aubrey, are you still worried about today and Oppos' match? Jeremy inquired, chuckling as he engaged in light conversation with Aubrey. Through their recent interactions, he found the seasoned Duisburg coach to be quite approachable and congenial. Aubrey nodded, his gaze unwavering from the field. I wonder if these lads can withstand the pressure and secure a win today. At the very least, they must avoid a humiliating loss at the Ruhr Stadium. In response to this, Jeremy shook his head, smiling. Rest assured, the team's morale is high, and every player is brimming with confidence in their pursuit of victory. He gestured towards Xing, adding, and look at Xu. He shows no signs of nervousness. Rather, he appears eager and ready to seize the moment. I am certain he will score in this match. Aubrey's attention shifted to Xing. Surely not. He is still quite young. His first start in the second division will undoubtedly stir excitement that might affect his performance. He requires years of experience to mature into a core player. Despite Aubrey's optimism for Xing, he maintained a rational perspective, adhering to conventional theories regarding player development. No, I firmly believe that Xu will score in this match. Jeremy countered decisively, having observed Xing's remarkable maturity during their recent interactions, which belied his 17 years. To assert that he had yet to develop the composure of a seasoned player was a notion Jeremy would not entertain. Aubrey, taken aback by Jeremy and Oppos' unwavering confidence in Xing, realized that even legendary players like Messi and Ronaldo could not guarantee a goal in every match. What makes you think a young lad can? Very well, if that is the case, shall we wager, Jeremy? Aubrey turned, extending his hand. If Su scores today, I shall treat you to a drink this evening. Deal. Jeremy replied without hesitation. Deep down, Aubrey could hardly deny his desire for Su Xing to score. However, his motivation for the wager was to encourage Jeremy to adhere to the natural trajectory of player development, avoiding excessive emotional investment. While Aubrey was passionate about football and hoped for miracles to unfold for Heidenheim, he was equally aware of the necessity for rationality. Recognizing that a team is a collective entity, only by nurturing the entire unit could they achieve greatness and establish himself as an exceptional coach. Yet, after making this wager, Aubrey found himself unexpectedly eager for Su Xing to find the back of the net once more. In his eyes, the team and Oppo's victory outweighed personal pride. He truly wished to lose this bet to Jeremy. Chapter 68, a dreamlike beginning on the other side, at the Bochum coach and Oppo's bench. Head coach Gabriel gazed solemnly at the field. Prior to the match, he had reviewed footage of Heidenheim and Oppo's games and had taken note of the impressive performance of number 24, the Chinese player Su Xing. Now, witnessing Su Xing in the starting lineup, he felt an odd sensation in his heart. It is worth mentioning that when Bochum and Oppo's SU-17 team lost to Duisburg and Oppo's SU-17 team in the Youth League, the U-17 coach had suggested to the club that they should consider bringing in the opponent and Oppo's Chinese player, Su Xing. At that time, after watching the match footage, Gabriel believed the player was still quite young and that his abilities were somewhat lacking compared to professional players, particularly in terms of his attitude towards the game. Consequently, he advised the club to observe him for a while longer. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this player named Su Xing had been loaned to Heidenheim. And in the last match, he made his debut with an outstanding performance. This left Gabriel feeling increasingly unsettled. Gabriel, are you worried about that Chinese lad? Did you ever imagine he would actually start? Bochum and Oppo's assistant coach approached Gabriel, patting him on the shoulder and shaking his head. You always focus on every uncertain detail before a match, fearing that the team might lose because of it. But think about it, he is only 17 years old. Even if he has decent skills, this is his first starting match. How could he possibly maintain his training form and deliver exceptional performances every time? Posing a threat to Bochum? We are Bochum, not some weakling like Sandhausen. How could he possibly get past Bochum's entire defensive line? That would be utterly fanciful. At this point, the assistant coach raised his head and pointed to the Bochum fans in the stands. And look at how passionate and spirited our Bochum supporters are. They completely overshadow the cheers of Heidenheim's fans. With so many supporters backing us at our home ground, our players will undoubtedly give their all to win this match. Trust our players. They will surely crush Heidenheim with ease at home. These words rang particularly true. Every head coach fears failure and the subsequent pressure from public opinion. Thus, they must carry this burden and continue to forge their team and Oppo's narrative. They strive to sign players with minimal financial resources, adopt the best strategies to confront their opponents, and navigate media relations with eloquence. Every head coach faces these challenges while managing their team. They are indeed formidable elites in society. Taking a deep breath, Gabriel seemed to come to terms with everything, momentarily easing the weight on his shoulders. You're right, we must have faith in our players. This season, Bochum will undoubtedly succeed in their promotion. Gabriel stood up and exchanged a high five with the assistant coach, revealing a radiant smile. His gaze filled with anticipation for the players on the field. At this moment, the pre-match ceremonies concluded. Both teams arranged their formations, awaiting the commencement of the match. Standing at the forefront for Heidenheim, Su Xing wore a faint smile, looking straight at the Bochum players clad in blue and white. His eyes sparkled with intense determination. He could hardly wait to take to the pitch at the Ruhr Stadium and breach Bochum's defenses. At 3 o'clock sharp, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. Go Bochum! Send Heidenheim back to their hometown. The cheers of Bochum fans resounded throughout the stadium as Bochum's forward initiated the kickoff. The players from both teams immediately engaged in a tense and exhilarating struggle for possession. Meanwhile, Su Xing continued to advance slowly into Bochum's territory. This match, the most significant one for Su Xing thus far, had finally begun. The 90 minutes he had longed for had finally arrived. Yet, despite his excitement and fervor, Su Xing remained composed, refraining from recklessly charging forward to apply pressure. He was aware of his physical condition. Rushing in now might grant Heidenheim a slight advantage. However, Bochum and Oppo's players were also in peak condition, and scoring required the right timing, not something to be taken lightly. As 20 minutes passed, Su Xing pondered. If I run out of energy, what good will I be? Additionally, raising his hand to signal for a substitution after merely 20 minutes would be quite embarrassing. Step aside. I'll handle him. Tackle him. Tackle him. In the midfield, Heidenheim's players communicated vigorously, with Captain Schnatterer directing the team's transitions between offense and defense. This was the typical strategy for most lower-tier teams when facing stronger opponents, to resist fiercely in the midfield, striving for physical dominance rather than allowing the ball to pass through to the penalty area for a staunch defense. The forwards of upper-tier teams often comprised the most formidable strikers in the league. At the beginning of the match, their stamina was abundant, and they were unafraid to squander opportunities. A long-range shot could very well breach the opponent and Oppo's goal and create a dreamlike start. This strategy was sound. But Heidenheim was at a numerical disadvantage in midfield. With Su Xing starting, Aubrey had adopted a 4-3-3 formation. Faced with Bochum's robust four-man midfield, Heidenheim quickly made a critical error. In the 7th minute, Bochum players orchestrated an attack through the center, frequently passing and controlling the ball, attempting to stretch Heidenheim's defensive line. At the center circle, Bochum's attacking midfielder created space before targeting the winger with a long pass, shifting the ball across the field. The advancing Bochum winger skillfully stopped the ball and swiftly surged forward, exploiting the numerical advantage in midfield and catching Heidenheim off guard. As the winger broke through the central defense, all pressure shifted to Heidenheim and Oppo's fullback. Ultimately, he chose to close in on the Bochum winger to prevent him from advancing into the penalty area. However, when the fullback moved forward, he exposed the space behind him. Noticing the gap, Bochum and Oppo's number 14 player, Mrapa, immediately made a run to the flank, and in the next moment, he received a precise through ball from the Bochum winger. After receiving the pass, Mrapa advanced towards the goal, facing only one Heidenheim center back, who, sensing the danger, made a somewhat aggressive defensive move, allowing Mrapa to easily sidestep him. With a few decisive strides, Mrapa created a clear chance, directly confronting Heidenheim and Oppo's goalkeeper, Zimmermann. Bang! Mrapa calmly adjusted his angle and opted for a shot towards the far corner. Zimmermann bravely dove a save, but was unable to thwart Mrapa and Oppo's powerful shot. The ball found the net. In less than 10 minutes, Bochum had taken the lead, achieving a dreamlike start. Chapter 69. The decoy? Oh, the roar. Bochum. Bochum. The home crowd erupted, their cheers reverberating throughout the Ruhr Stadion. They surged to their feet, fist pumping, releasing a torrent of exhilaration. A dream start. This auspicious beginning would undoubtedly embolden the Bochum players, allowing them to dictate the tempo against a perceivably weaker Heidenheim. Bochum was simply unstoppable. In the Bochum dugout, the assistant coach, overcome with jubilation, leaped into the air. His solo celebration culminated in an embrace with head coach Gabriel, as he gestured emphatically towards the celebrating players on the pitch. Gabriel, visibly pleased by Bochum and Oppo's early goal, felt a surge of optimism. Maintaining this momentum would assuredly secure their victory. Perhaps his anxieties concerning the number 24 Chinese player were unfounded. This thought crossed Gabriel and Oppo's mind. In the first 10 minutes, Su Xing had been virtually anonymous, failing to make any significant impact, or even touch the ball. His languid, almost indifferent movement suggested an easy path to victory for Bochum. Perhaps my pre-match concerns were exaggerated, Gabriel mused, nodding slightly. Heidenheim is not as formidable as I anticipated. Victory will be ours. This season, we shall undoubtedly achieve promotion. In stark contrast to Bochum and Oppo's jubilant celebrations, a pall of silence hung over the Heidenheim dugout. No one dared to break the somber mood. They clung to the belief that the current situation was merely an anomaly, and that Heidenheim would soon equalize. To offer excuses for the players would be tantamount to admitting Bochum and Oppo's superiority. As the game resumed after the celebrations, Su Xing stood at the center circle, preparing to take the restart. The fans, whose eyes had been glued to the ball, suddenly remembered Su Xing and Oppo's presence as he stepped up for the kickoff. A wave of unpleasant memories washed over them. What and Oppo's that number 24 doing on the pitch? Is he just a passenger? He looks like he and Oppo's still asleep, utterly lethargic. The Heidenheim faithful attributed their team and Oppo's deficit entirely to Su Xing. They had not witnessed such a player in a long time. Modern football demanded constant movement and dynamism from every player to execute tactical instructions. A player rooted to the spot, like a mere post, disrupted the team and Oppo's offensive flow and passing rhythm. Such a player seemed increasingly out of place in the modern game. Su Xing and Oppo's apparent lack of movement was undoubtedly hindering Heidenheim and Oppo's attacking endeavors, making him a conspicuous presence. He and Oppo's completely detached from the team and Oppo's structure. Why is he even on the field? A good performance in the last match should and Oppo's excuse his current state and warrant his inclusion in the starting 11. What is Ably, the new coach, thinking? He should substitute him immediately. Some fans who had witnessed Xing and Oppo's previous performance attempted to offer an explanation. They had shared the same initial skepticism but now understood his unique style, describing it as laid-back or even effortlessly elegant. Okay, I admit I was surprised to see him in the starting lineup. But on reflection, it's true that players out of form shouldn't be playing, regardless of past glories. Indeed, the starting 11 should consist of consistent performers in peak condition. A player who occasionally scores or assists should and Oppo's be starting, as he disrupts the team and Oppo's overall rhythm. Unless he can consistently replicate his performance from the previous match, he's destined for the bench at Heidenheim, and his career won't progress far. The fans, now sobered by the scoreline, began to adopt a more objective perspective, albeit one firmly rooted in their own biases. Then why is he still on the pitch? Rumor has it that he and Ably both came from Duisburg. Perhaps he got in through connections. That explains it. How else could such a player start in the Bundesliga? Both that player and Ably should be kicked out of Heidenheim. Get out of Heidenheim. The fans underwent a complete volte-face, discarding the hero of the previous match and unleashing their pent-up frustration on Xing and Ably. They jumped to conclusions based on subjective conjecture, mistaking it for objectivity. The Heidenheim stands were filled with a cacophony of jeers and insults that grew increasingly virulent. Until the 18th minute. Thwack! Heidenheim intercepted a Bochum pass and launched a swift counterattack. A long, arcing pass from a defensive midfielder found its way to the wing. In the face of Bochum's offensive pressure, Heidenheim's wingers had retreated into midfield to bolster the defense, leaving Xing as the lone striker. Morabit received the pass on the wing with relative ease. He turned quickly, dribbling towards the Bochum goal. Defend. Get back. Close down the number 24. Bochum coach Gabriel, his serious demeanor returning, gestured wildly, barking instructions to his players. Following their coach and Oppo's orders, Bastian, the Bochum center-back responsible for marking Xing, abandoned his intention to cover the wing and instead charged towards Xing, sticking to him like glue. Xing and Oppo's lack of pace meant that the classic German defender had no trouble keeping up. The game was concentrated on Heidenheim and Oppo's left flank, and Bochum and Oppo's defensive line shifted accordingly. As Morabit exchanged passes with Schnatterer, advancing into the penalty area, Bastian glanced at Xing and noticed his lack of movement. He began to doubt Xing's reputation. Despite being Gabriel and Oppo's designated defensive target, he had been largely anonymous, barely touching the ball in the first 20 minutes. Could his primary role be that of a decoy, designed to divert the attention of Bochum and Oppo's defenders? Bastian pondered. At the same moment, Morabit, having cut inside after reaching the byline, flicked the ball up. All eyes were drawn to the airborne sphere. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 70. Ambitious aspirations. As the football soared overhead, Bastian instinctively shifted to the right to position himself against Xing, aiming to obstruct him from contesting the aerial ball. However, in the next moment, he found himself grasping at thin air. Turning his head, he was astonished to see Xing had already maneuvered behind him, arriving first at the ball and Oppo's descent point. When did that happen? Bastian gasped, hurriedly attempting to pivot and block Xing. Yet, as a robust central defender standing nearly 6'3", he was accustomed to a more grounded style of play, and his formidable physique made it rare for forwards to overpower him. The drawback was all too apparent. His turning speed was sluggish, often likened to that of an aircraft carrier. With no other recourse, he shouted towards the goal, "Quick, stop him. He is about to shoot." Almost in synchrony with Bastian's alarm, the crowd at Ruhrstadion erupted in a collective gasp. At that moment, Xing began to decelerate, adjusting his footwork while continuously glancing at the positioning of the Bochum goalkeeper. Awaiting the ball to fall within the optimal range, he showed no intention of stopping it. In this unchallenged space, his header seemed destined for success. Thump! With a powerful strike, the ball altered its trajectory, swiftly hurtling towards the net. The Bochum goalkeeper braced himself, but the forceful header nearly grazed the goalpost before finding its mark within the net. Thud! A dull sound resonated as the ball struck the net, creating ripples of excitement. Oh well. The Heidenheim supporters leapt from their seats, erupting in jubilant cheers as if witnessing a miraculous event. Brilliant! We and Amp, Oppos, V equalized the score. Morabit's pass was exquisite. And that young Chinese lad displayed remarkable composure. I thought the pass had gone too far, yet he managed to position himself perfectly. If we see more goals like this, I might just overlook his running issues and grow fond of him. Admit it, his movement to seize the opportunity before the goal was quite impressive. The Heidenheim fans eagerly engaged in animated discussions about the recent goal, naturally centering their admiration on Xing, the scorer, and Morabit, the architect of the assist. While it was evident that Morabit's imaginative pass deserved accolades, the majority of praise fell upon Xing, the true hero of the moment. They had not anticipated such a goal from Heidenheim when Morabit delivered that pass. Yet ultimately, it was Xing who salvaged the situation for both Morabit and Heidenheim, redeeming everything. In this context, many first-time observers of Xing and Oppos' play found their perceptions of him slightly improved. At the very least, they could no longer claim he was unworthy of a starting position. Instead, they pondered whether he could be more proactive in his movements, which might lead Heidenheim to victory. On the pitch, Bastian stood in a daze, staring at the football resting quietly in the net. He could hardly believe that the number 24 striker, whom he had consistently underestimated, had so deftly eluded his defense to seize the ball before the goal. What had gone awry? Was that lofted pass truly so precise? Had Morabit intended to pass to him all along rather than to the winger on the other side? Damn it! Just moments ago, he had dismissed the opposing player. And now, with his first touch, that player had scored. What remarkable opportunism! Nevertheless, Bastian refused to succumb to despair. He recognized that his lapse in concentration had been the issue. If he could focus, there was no way he couldn't defend against such an opponent. The other Bochum players mirrored Bastian's shock, having not anticipated that their lead would vanish so swiftly. After all, they were Bochum, a formidable team, while their opponents were merely a county squad. I knew you could do it. As the Bochum players stood in disbelief, Morabit dashed towards Xing, and together they executed a spectacular sliding celebration in the corner area. What a beautiful pass! After their slide, Xing and Morabit exchanged high fives, showering each other with praise. Sometimes, players need encouragement and commendation to bolster their confidence and willingness to make daring passes. Xing thrived on teammates who possessed creativity and could deliver the ball to him. Hot on their heels was their captain, Schnatterer, who rushed from midfield, embracing Xing and Morabit in a fit of excitement. The goal was a product of their combined efforts, effectively unraveling Bochum and Oppos' defense and culminating in a successful strike. The trio happened to be the best of friends within the team, and the joy of contributing to their collective success was profoundly gratifying. You indeed lived up to my expectations. You scored again. After the goal, Schnatterer was visibly elated. This was to be expected. They had withstood Bochum's formidable offense for nearly 20 minutes before finally leveling the score. Returning both teams to an even footing felt exhilarating. Once the celebration subsided, Xing followed his teammates towards the midfield, preparing to resume the match. Meanwhile, on the Heidenheim coaching bench, Jeremy exclaimed, "He did it! He did it!" Enthusiastically shaking Oblitz and Oppos' hand. "I knew Sue would score." "Oblitz, you lost, haha." Oblitz nodded, unable to mask his excitement. "All right, my friend, you win. Tonight. You picked the place, it's on me." A meal was inconsequential for Oblitz, especially since Xing had scored. Perhaps they could even secure victory in this match, certainly a cause for celebration. Jeremy continued with a smile. "This lad is truly gifted, this season. We might just secure a commendable ranking, perhaps even a spot in the top 8. Upon hearing this, Oblitz paused to contemplate. To be honest, since taking over Heidenheim, his efforts had largely yielded only Xing. Thus, he held great expectations for the season. Merely surviving relegation was the goal set by the chairman. As for achieving noteworthy results, that could be addressed next season. This led Oblitz to not even consider the possibility of Heidenheim attaining significant success this season. Yet, Jeremy's sudden mention of the matter prompted Oblitz to reflect. Could Heidenheim truly achieve such heights? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. He and all the players at Heidenheim shared that ambition. Certainly, next season, Heidenheim would emerge as a feared powerhouse, and then, promotion would be within reach. Chapter 71. Stalemate on the other side, in the coaching area of VfL Bochum, head coach Gabriel sat in disbelief, his gaze fixated on the Bochum goal. Reluctant to shift his attention, the recent pass from Heidenheim appeared harmless in his eyes, seemingly incapable of posing any threat to Bochum. Yet, to his astonishment, a header at the back post effortlessly found its way into the net. Once again, it was that talented Chinese player who emerged as the unexpected hero. This sudden turn of events shattered the confidence Gabriel had painstakingly built moments before, causing his body to tremble slightly. Beside him, the assistant coach who had earlier dismissed Xing and Appos' threat now found himself in an awkward predicament upon witnessing that stunning goal. Gabriel, the situation on the pitch is ever-changing. Sometimes players seize opportunities and score unexpectedly. However, it is improbable that they would always be so fortunate. Trust me, victory in this match will undoubtedly belong to Bochum. Gabriel lifted his head and cast a brief glance at his assistant, choosing not to engage further. Clearly, he had begun to doubt the assistant's insights. Once the match commenced, the coaching staff had limited influence over the proceedings. However, placing absolute faith in the players on the field without guidance was a grave mistake. Rising from his seat, Gabriel made his way to the sidelines, loudly exhorting his players. There was no need to persist with attacks from the flanks. They should also attempt to penetrate through the center. Furthermore, they needed to closely mark Heidenheim's number 24, bastions. Regardless of whether he walked or ran, they must shadow him relentlessly. Gabriel could no longer maintain his composure. The beginning of the season was a critical time for all teams vying for points. Bochum had developed excellent synergy among its players this season, and if they failed to seize points now, it would be too late once other teams found their rhythm. What had initially seemed like a certain victory against Heidenheim had been derailed by the emergence of Xing, erasing Bochum's previously established advantage. He now harbored a palpable fear of Xing, intent on suppressing him to prevent any further involvement in the game. It was not that Gabriel doubted Bochum and Appos' overall strength. Rather, in such a lower-tier competition, the presence of a player whose abilities exceeded the league's average could be a formidable threat. While Gabriel could not definitively claim that Xing surpassed all in the two Bundesliga, he was undoubtedly Heidenheim's most technically gifted player. Beep. The match resumed swiftly. Bochum initiated play from the center circle, with players quickly positioning themselves in search of scoring opportunities. The recent goal had not shattered the spirits of Bochum and Appos as players. In football, nothing is ever absolute. Mere theoretical superiority does not guarantee victory. There are instances where underdog teams triumph over giants in cup competitions. Thus, Heidenheim's goal fell within the realm of acceptability for Bochum's players. They regarded it merely as an unfortunate anomaly. Now, united in purpose, Bochum's players aimed to breach Heidenheim's goal once more, determined to reclaim control of the match. The unfolding events indeed aligned with their aspirations. As Bochum gradually seized the advantage in play, Heidenheim's high-pressing and midfield suffocation tactics proved short-lived, as they were mercilessly dismantled by Bochum's players. The players' stamina, though initially ample, began to wane as time progressed, risking exhaustion. Consequently, Heidenheim's players started to retreat, adopting a patient defensive posture as they awaited the conclusion of the first half. This allowed Bochum players the opportunity to press forward and maintain possession. In the final 10 minutes of the first half, Bochum frequently executed short passes in midfield, advancing the ball toward the penalty area. Both forwards and attacking midfielders attempted several long-range shots, yet all straight off target. Bochum's statistics for shots and corners significantly surpassed those of Heidenheim, yet they remained unable to find the net. At the 45th minute, the fourth official announced an additional 3 minutes of stoppage time. Near midfield, a Bochum midfielder executed a lofted pass to their forward. After bypassing Heidenheim's defensive midfielder, the Bochum forward skillfully controlled the ball and surged down the right flank. Bang! After reaching the byline, the Bochum winger opted not to shoot but instead delivered a cross into the center for a teammate to score. Bang! Arriving in the middle was Mrapa, who, without taking a touch, unleashed a powerful shot that hurtled toward the goal. Fortunately for Heidenheim, goalkeeper Zimmermann remained acutely focused and, with his considerable stature, deflected the ball off his left shoulder, sending it into the penalty area where it was cleared by other Heidenheim defenders. This moment was perilously close. Heidenheim's entire back line dared not exhale. Had it not been for the goalkeeper's intervention, Bochum would have entered halftime with a 1-goal deficit. A psychological burden that would have weighed heavily on them. Soon enough, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. The sound was music to the ears of the Heidenheim players, who had awaited this moment for an eternity. In the final 10 minutes of play, Heidenheim was utterly suffocated by their opponents. Had stoppage time extended even slightly longer, they might have succumbed to the pressure and conceded another goal. Fortunately, all was now concluded. They could utilize halftime to rest and strategize for the second half, aiming to score again. After 15 minutes, both teams re-emerged onto the pitch. Bochum made no alterations. Their players still possessed the stamina to continue, and maintaining their current formation and tactics sufficed. Conversely, Heidenheim's frequent high pressing had exhausted one of their wingers, who had nearly covered 10 kilometers in the first half. Thus, head coach Aubry opted to substitute him for a more defensively adept player. In midfield, Heidenheim's depth remained commendable, allowing for the introduction of capable players. However, other positions lacked suitable substitutes. The second half commenced under these circumstances. Heidenheim remained decidedly passive, with their defensive line retreating and adopting a compact defensive strategy, as even their two wide wingers were compelled to backtrack due to insufficient numbers in midfield. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Heidenheim enjoyed a stroke of luck during this away match. Bochum squandered two promising attacking opportunities in the 57th and 58th minutes, both due to Mrapa's various blunders. On one occasion, he charged into the box, falling to the ground, but the referee deemed it a fair challenge and did not award a penalty. On another, Mrapa's shot from the right side sailed just above the crossbar, flying into the stands. No goals were scored. Mrapa thus wasted two golden opportunities for Bochum. This prompted head coach Gabriel to question Mrapa's form, ultimately substituting him in the 72nd minute. The match continued into the 75th minute. The moment is indeed crucial, as the score remains tied at 1 apiece. Both goals were scored shortly after the commencement of the first half, indicating that for nearly an hour, neither team has managed to find the back of the net. At this juncture, it seems that whichever side is able to score a goal will likely claim victory. With this thought in mind, Aubry has made subtle adjustments to the team's tactics, harboring a newfound desire to penetrate Bochum's goal. Chapter 72. The Acceleration. As the match approached its climax, the stamina of both teams' players began to wane considerably. The pace of the game slowed significantly, with both sides engaging more in possession play and fierce physical confrontations. Xing, positioned as a forward, felt a surge of eagerness as he observed the diminishing fitness of his fellow players. For the others, this match might not have been crucial. A draw, yielding a single point, would aid Heidenheim's relegation battle. The entire Heidenheim club yearned solely for survival this season, hoping to fortify the team for the next season to achieve better results. However, Xing could not accept such a fate. His system task required him to secure a championship in any league to earn rewards. Currently, as a member of Heidenheim's first team, he needed to clinch the Bundesliga 2 title. It was unthinkable to request coach Aubry to demote him to the reserve team. Xing could never stoop to such a level of degradation. Thus, he resolved to withstand the pressure and rise to the occasion, aiding Heidenheim in securing victory. Noticing Xing's renewed vigor, Bastians could not help but coldly admonish him. "Kid, don't even think about any tricks. I'll mark you tightly. You won't even touch the ball." Hearing this, Xing merely glanced at Bastians and flashed a radiant smile, saying nothing. Perhaps, due to Xing's lack of involvement in the game since his earlier goal, Bastians had grown somewhat complacent, attributing all credit for containing Xing to himself. In reality, Xing had hardly moved, and Heidenheim had been predominantly in a defensive stance, failing to organize any effective counterattacks. However, the situation was now different. Coach Aubry had begun instructing the midfield players to press forward strategically in a final push. In the 82nd minute, Heidenheim was awarded a goal kick. With the team seeking an offensive opportunity, there was no need to pass the ball to the defenders for a slow build-up. After careful consideration, Zimmermann launched a powerful kick, sending the ball toward the central area. The ball soared, landing near Captain Schnatterer. Instantly, the Bochum players showed no intention of yielding, aside from the defender marking Schnatterer. Another midfielder rushed over to contest the ball. Bang! Heidenheim, lacking numerical superiority in the center, saw no one come to assist Schnatterer, who was instead surrounded by nearby players ready to receive. Under these circumstances, Schnatterer, not significantly disadvantaged in height, could not secure a header. The ball was intercepted by a Bochum defender, but he mishandled his clearance, allowing it to fall at the feet of a Heidenheim player on the right. The Heidenheim player swiftly advanced, controlling the ball and preparing to push forward for a counterattack. However, at the moment he received the ball, Bochum's defenders quickly surged forward, making it difficult for him to advance. In the forward position, aware of the dwindling time, Su Xing observed the difficult situation in the Heidenheim midfield and chose to drop back to offer support. This unexpected move caught Bastians off guard. He had not anticipated that the lethargic player, Su Xing, would take such initiative. Simultaneously, he faced a dilemma. As a center-back, he was tasked with marking Su Xing. But if he followed Su Xing back to midfield, Bochum's defensive line would become vulnerable, granting Heidenheim's wingers greater space to maneuver. Yet, allowing Su Xing to drop back to receive the ball seemed to imply that he would eventually advance again, making it necessary for Bastians to mark him once more. Contemplating this, Bastians hesitated and ultimately refrained from interfering with Su Xing, while the rest of Bochum and Oppo's defense seemed indifferent to the presence of this seemingly lackadaisical forward. In the midfield, the Heidenheim player in possession, out of options, was compelled to pass the ball back to the advancing wingback behind him. The wingback, after adjusting, once again delivered the ball to Schnatterer's feet, the engine of Heidenheim's midfield, orchestrating the team's offensive endeavors. As Schnatterer skillfully navigated through the center, preparing to exploit a gap in Bochum's defense, he encountered relentless obstruction from Bochum's defenders. Suddenly, a confident voice rang out near Schnatterer. Here. Turning to the source, he beheld an astonishing sight, a figure clad in the number 24 jersey, Su Xing. Without hesitation, Schnatterer unreservedly entrusted the ball to him. In that position, Bochum's players were utterly unprepared for Su Xing's presence. Upon seeing him, they instinctively felt a sense of impending doom, rushing toward him. Yet, remarkably, no one was close enough to impede Su Xing from receiving the ball. Upon control, Su Xing immediately pivoted and surged toward the Bochum goal. Why? On the sidelines, Bochum's coach Gabriel erupted in anger, rising to his feet and gesturing helplessly toward his players. Why is the opponent's Chinese player in the midfield? What is Bastians doing? Su Xing's current position posed a grave threat to Bochum, especially with his nimble footwork. Before Gabriel could fully vent his frustration, he barked orders at his players on the field. Charge at him. Tactical foul, stop him outside the box. Upon hearing the coach's furious commands, Bastians was the first to recognize his mistake. However, he remained positioned in the box, believing it to be the most beneficial stance for the team. Subsequently, other Bochum defenders rushed towards Su Xing. With Gabriel's directive for a tactical foul, it would be unacceptable if they failed to stop him outside the penalty area. Embracing this thought, the nearest defensive midfielder lunged at Su Xing with a sliding tackle. Had this occurred when Su Xing first arrived in Germany, he might not have comprehended Gabriel and Oppo's instructions. Yet, now well-versed in German, he was fully aware of the coach and Oppo's commands. Anticipating the impending tackle, Su Xing deftly nudged the ball forward and leaped over the sliding defender. After a slight stumble, he regained his footing and continued pushing toward the Bochum penalty area. The Bochum midfielder and Oppo's face reflected shock. He had not expected Su Xing to be so agile. Observing the first line of defense falter, another Bochum midfielder sprinted towards Su Xing. With Su Xing still positioned just outside the penalty area, it was imperative to thwart him before any fouls committed within the box could lead to a penalty. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 73. Exhaustion. Unexpectedly, Su's speed was akin to that of a cheetah, effortlessly shaking off the Bochum defenders trailing behind. This was the best counterattack opportunity that Heidenheim had awaited for several minutes. The one in possession of the ball was none other than their formidable striker, Su Xing, who had earned his starting position through exceptional performance. Before him stood two Bochum center backs, already in motion, eager to intercept Su Xing. The German commentator for this match erupted with excitement, raising his head with eager anticipation towards the field. The Heidenheim fans instinctively rose from their seats, their fists clenched, eyes fixed on Su Xing, who was in possession of the ball. Should he score, their tightly clenched hands would undoubtedly be thrust into the air in celebration. In contrast, the Bochum supporters displayed little action, but their anxious expressions betrayed their desire to prevent Heidenheim from scoring at this critical moment. There was no doubt that if Heidenheim were to score now, it would be a devastating blow to Bochum. At the sidelines, Bochum's head coach, Gabriel, stood with a look of distress, his hands awkwardly placed. The two defensive midfielders, the linchpins of the team's defense, had failed to heed Gabriel's instructions to keep Su Xing outside the penalty area. This oversight had raised Gabriel's anxiety to alarming levels. Throughout the match, he had experienced numerous psychological clashes with Su Xing. Although Su Xing remained oblivious to this, Gabriel had etched the name of this Chinese player firmly into his memory, perhaps to become a lingering shadow over his season, one he could never forget. On the field, upon entering the penalty area, Su Xing quickly lifted his head to assess the situation, gauging the dynamics of the game. Among the two wingers on Heidenheim's flank, only Morabit on the left had successfully surged forward. The midfielders behind him had yet to position themselves. This meant that unless he could score himself, he would have to pass the ball to Morabit for an assist. However, at the moment, Morabit was closely marked by Bochum's defenders, making it difficult to deliver the ball to him. In this predicament, Su Xing realized he could not afford to delay the tempo of the attack. As time passed, Bochum's other defenders would gradually return to bolster their defense within the penalty area, diminishing the chances of scoring even further. Thus, there was only one option left: to dribble. When one is cornered, it often unleashes the full potential of the body, leading to extraordinary performances. Moreover, Su Xing's belief in scoring at this moment rivaled that of any forward in the football world. In this state, he cast aside any tension or excitement, his focus solely on Bochum's goal. The cacophony of the surrounding fans faded into oblivion, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths. In an unusual calmness, he unleashed the last reserve of his energy, sprinting towards Bochum's defenders at breakneck speed. Though this exertion might render him unable to continue the match, it was, under the circumstances, the best course of action for Heidenheim. To play at a leisurely pace now would squander this hard-earned opportunity. Soon, the first Bochum center-back, Bastian, closed in on Su Xing. It was initially his duty to defend against Su Xing, and now he stepped forward, eager to redeem himself and prove he could contain him. Behind him, another Bochum center-back was astute, his keen eyes fixed on Su Xing, ready to intercept should he choose to break in another direction. With a sudden burst of action, Su Xing's performance commenced. Lowering his center of gravity, he began to dribble, gradually closing the distance to Bastian. Bastian, too, lowered his center of gravity, eyes locked onto Su Xing's feet, determined to reclaim the ball. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity during Bastian's blink, Su Xing feigned to the left, preparing to surge past him. Bastian, highly alert, reacted instantly, extending his foot towards the left. However, at that very moment, he had already lost this battle of wits. The deceptive feint did not hinder Su Xing's movements. His left foot surged forward, deftly pushing the ball to the right. Following through with his body, he effortlessly maneuvered past Bastian. This was not a matter of Bastian's defensive ability being lacking. Rather, the space was open enough for Su Xing to launch an attack from either side. Consequently, Bastian, in his heightened state of tension, had reacted to Su Xing's initial leftward motion and extended his foot. Anyone familiar with football knows that when lowering one's center of gravity to defend, the moment one extends a leg, their weight shifts entirely onto the other supporting foot. For Bastian, that supporting foot was his left. Even upon realizing Su Xing was breaking to the right, he was left helpless, merely watching as he was outmaneuvered. Frustrated, Bastian turned his head, casting all his hopes onto his teammates behind him. Yet, regardless of the match's outcome, he had already exposed too many flaws, and starting in the next game would be a distant dream. I've got this. The Bochum center-back, rushing to cover after Su Xing's breakthrough, positioned himself in Su Xing's path, ready to clear the ball. However, Su Xing had evidently anticipated the defender's movements, his feet moving even faster. With a swift motion, he pulled the ball back with his left foot, rapidly pivoting his body while simultaneously using his right foot to pull the ball back. The Marseille turn. For a forward with exceptional footwork, this maneuver was second nature. The Bochum defender, tasked with providing backup, lost his balance completely, his outstretched right foot striking nothing but air, becoming merely a backdrop to Su Xing's brilliance. Even more embarrassingly, he failed to maintain his balance and fell heavily to the ground, his disarray rendering him a potential laughingstock for the entire team. Oh, the Heidenheim fans erupted in cheers, vigorously waving their arms in celebration of Su Xing's dazzling display of skill. Regardless of whether Heidenheim emerged victorious in this match, Su Xing's remarkable performance had already made them feel that this ticket was worth every penny. Well done, lad. One-on-one. Now put that ball in the net. You will become a hero for Heidenheim. As Su Xing's resolute figure continued forward, the Heidenheim fans cheered, fervently wishing for him to score, sealing Bochum's fate. On the sidelines, head coach Aubrey had shed his formerly serious demeanor, jumping excitedly alongside assistant coach Jeremy, waving his arms, appearing somewhat unrestrained. His behavior resembled that of two fans engrossed in the match rather than a composed head coach. Damn it. You should stay in your position and not give him the chance to break through. If Aubrey and his staff were losing composure, it was impossible to describe the state of Bochum's head coach, Gabriel. He clutched his head, vociferously lamenting on the sidelines, exclaiming how effortlessly he had been outmaneuvered. Bastian, what are you two doing? Defend. Do not let this kid score. It would be a death blow, do you understand? Subsequently, Gabriel advanced a few steps closer to the goal, gesturing emphatically to the goalkeeper on how to execute a defensive save. On the field, Xing once again propelled the ball towards the right flank, effortlessly carrying it to the vicinity of the right side of the goal. This position was indeed in close proximity to the net, yet the angle for a shot was considerably narrow. As Xing approached the right, the goalkeeper of Bochum also shifted to that side, preparing to thwart Xing and Oppos's impending strike. In such circumstances, should Xing opt to shoot, it was highly probable that the Bochum goalkeeper would deny him. If the illustrious football veteran Berbatov were in this position, he might have executed a stunning lob to find the back of the net. However, Berbatov was Xing's idol, and he was not Berbatov. Time was of the essence. Bochum and Oppos's fullback was rapidly closing in on Xing. If he hesitated any longer, Heidenheim would squander this golden opportunity to score. Bang! Xing had no time for further contemplation and decisively struck the ball. Chapter 74. Connection re-established. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the entire stadium, Xing struck the ball with his right foot. Contrary to the expectations of the fans, the ball did not head straight for the Bochum goal. Instead, it rolled towards the center. A back pass. Xing opted not to take the shot himself, but instead returned the ball to the front, granting a scoring opportunity to his teammate from Heidenheim. In essence, he offered a chance to secure victory over Bochum. Inside the penalty area, the gaze of Bochum's defenders shifted with the movement of the ball. Two central defenders swiftly turned, attempting to clear the ball, but it was too late. A spontaneous reaction could never match the speed of a well-planned intention. At this moment, Morabit, donning the number 9 jersey of Heidenheim, had reached the edge of the small penalty area. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to push the ball towards the far corner of the goal. The ball soared from Morabit's foot with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the far corner. Could Bochum's goalkeeper make a save? It seemed highly unlikely. The German commentator seated at the VIP stand erupted with excitement, conveying his visceral reactions to the fans watching the broadcast at home. At that instant, Bochum fans could no longer remain seated. They stood up in terror, gazing towards the goal, praying for the favor of Lady Luck to prevent the ball from entering. In such a dire moment, the ball pressed ever closer to the goal. The Bochum goalkeeper bravely lunged to the left. Although he had anticipated that a Heidenheim player would shoot for the far corner following Xing and Oppos's back pass, his physical response failed to align with his thoughts. Thud. Undoubtedly, the ball crashed into the Bochum net. The goalkeeper's body lingered in midair while the ball had already found its mark, and he could only helplessly crash to the ground. The goal was scored, 2-1. In the 84th minute of the match, Heidenheim regained the lead. Morabit received Xing's back pass at the edge of the small penalty area and calmly slotted the ball home. Heidenheim! 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 The Ruhr Stadium erupted with the deafening cheers of Heidenheim supporters, filling every corner with the exuberance of football. They were swept into a frenzy, fervently waving their scarves and flags, with some fans even tossing their Heidenheim jerseys into the air. In this moment, the celebration at the Ruhr Stadium belonged to the distant Heidenheim fans, who needed this outlet to express their emotions. The underdog Heidenheim, having withstood the pressure after Bochum initially scored, netted 2 goals and completed the comeback as the match neared its conclusion. This was a scene that every Heidenheim supporter dared not imagine when they traveled to the Ruhr Stadium. Yet, it had become a reality. We are winning. We have triumphed over Bochum. Su's performance was truly remarkable. With 1 goal and 1 assist, this young man is certainly a talent to watch. I must concede. His abilities have firmly established him in the 2. Bundesliga. Su, I shall remember your name. In just 2 matches in the professional league, he had already amassed 2 goals and 2 assists. At this rate, he might just claim the 2 Bundesliga Golden Boot this season. I can hardly believe this is all real. The fans shouted in jubilation, while on the sidelines, head coach Aubrey and Jeremy were equally ecstatic. Magnificent. They applauded with enthusiasm and eventually embraced each other in celebration. Without a doubt, their spirits had reached a pinnacle that defied description. If all goes well, this could be the decisive goal. We have defeated Bochum. Jeremy, brimming with excitement, could hardly believe it. Su is indeed a remarkable player. Thank you, Mr. Aubrey, for bringing him to Heidenheim. 2 matches, 2 goals, and 2 assists. I can scarcely fathom the heights he might achieve in the future. Aubrey nodded vigorously. Truth be told, he had initially brought Xing to Heidenheim solely based on his talent. Little did he anticipate that the lad would excel so profoundly upon entering the Bundesliga. Had he been placed directly in the first team upon his acquisition from Espanyol, perhaps these victories would now belong to Duisburg. Yet, this remained merely a fantasy of Aubrey's. Now coaching Heidenheim, all his hopes for the future were rightly placed on this club, not Duisburg. Let Duisburg's aspirations be dashed. We must substitute a defender. Su's stamina must be waning. We need to protect our lead. Suddenly, a realization struck Aubrey, and he turned to shout at Jeremy. Upon hearing this, Jeremy immediately dashed to the bench to summon a central defender to warm up. On the field, Heidenheim's players were engulfed in jubilation. Morabit, overwhelmed with excitement, ran over to Xing, and together they performed a celebratory slide towards the corner flag. When they rose, they embraced joyously. Su, thank you. Your pass was simply exquisite. You have rekindled my goal-scoring instinct. In this match, both of Heidenheim's goals were forged through the collaboration of Xing and Morabit. The first goal saw Morabit deliver a brilliantly imaginative ball to assist Xing's header. This second goal witnessed Xing's solitary yet determined drive into the penalty area, returning the ball to Morabit for a precise shot into the net. Their connection had secured a glorious victory for Heidenheim. Soon, the captain, Schnatterer, rushed over from the midfield, enveloping the two in a warm embrace as he exclaimed with exhilaration, "This could be the decisive goal. We are on the verge of triumphing over Bochum and claiming the coveted 3 points." Though it was Schnatterer who had passed the ball to Xing, the goal's success was largely attributable to Xing's individual brilliance as he skillfully maneuvered into the penalty area. Such a performance is truly astonishing. It is important to bear in mind that Xing is merely 17 years old, and this is just his second match in the Bundesliga. After the celebration, Xing felt his heart racing, a sensation he struggled to calm. He realized that his stamina had reached its limit. With Heidenheim only needing to maintain their lead to secure victory, Coach Aubrey could easily substitute him as the lone forward. He walked towards the sidelines and gestured to Coach Aubrey for a substitution. Chapter 75 Farewell Exit Aubrey, understanding the situation, gestured to Xing with a wave before promptly instructing Jeremy to escort the substitute players to the 4th official for a substitution adjustment. Meanwhile, on the Bochum bench, head coach Gabriel, with a bitter expression, knelt at the sidelines, his hands clasped over his head, clearly unable to fathom the unfolding scene. Why such foolishness? Unable to contain his frustration, he spread his arms wide and shouted at the Bochum players on the field, exclaiming that 2 players were perfectly positioned for a foul. Why would they extend their damned legs to take him down? At the very least, they could have pulled him down by hand. I truly cannot comprehend how they could fail to stop the opponent, unable even to commit a foul. Merely watching as the other team scored and delivered a fatal blow to Bochum. With such a lackluster performance, how could they even dream of challenging for the Bundesliga? Losing to a team languishing at the bottom of the league, I suggest they disband immediately. Gabriel, infuriated to the point of near fainting, uttered such harsh words. A sentiment rarely expressed by a head coach. This clearly illustrates the extent of his pent-up anger. Seeing their head coach in such a state, the assistant coach found himself at a loss for what to do. The player's performance had left him equally enraged, and he felt unable to approach Gabriel with insincere words of comfort. At the very least, he needed to allow him a moment to breathe. Soon, players from the bench could no longer restrain themselves and approached, gently nudging the assistant coach's back, signaling him to console the head coach. "Mr. Gabriel, please do not be so agitated. This is merely an ordinary league match, and Bochum still has many scoring opportunities ahead." After a deep sigh, the assistant coach reluctantly stepped forward and placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. "Is this truly an ordinary match?" Gabriel retorted, turning his head in anger, his gaze icy. "Against a team like Heidenheim, this match is anything but ordinary. Bochum was supposed to secure 3 points, yet now, not even a meager point to show for it. Can this still be deemed a regular match? This is a match that should evoke nothing but shame." Gabriel was utterly consumed by rage, a state that could lead one to act in ways they typically would not. Despite having partnered with the assistant coach for countless years, akin to brothers, he found himself shouting such words at his good friend. Undoubtedly, the impact of Heidenheim and Appos' young player, Xing, had been overwhelming, leaving Gabriel momentarily unable to accept the reality. Had Bochum given their all and lost due to Su Xing's decisive goal, perhaps Gabriel would have found some solace. Yet, the painful truth was that Bochum had squandered opportunities to thwart Su Xing, allowing the opponent to score and seal their fate. This was the crux of Gabriel's frustration. Moreover, Su Xing was indeed a player of considerable talent. Yet, how many times had he touched the ball throughout the match? How many meters had he run? Without even breaking a sweat, he had managed to dismantle Bochum and Oppo's defense. Gabriel sighed deeply, remaining seated on the ground as he began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Was Bastians truly unfit for the starting position? Was it indeed his failure to cultivate the team's defensive capabilities that led to such dismal performance? As Gabriel pondered these questions, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Su Xing, wearing the number 24 jersey, was to be replaced by the number 23 center back. Upon seeing the substitution signal, Su Xing slowly dragged his weary legs toward the sideline. He was utterly exhausted, and with time running short, delaying for a few seconds would benefit Heidenheim. As Su Xing exited the field, the Heidenheim fans, who had traveled to the Ruhr Stadium, erupted in applause, standing in unison to acknowledge his performance. This was their way of expressing gratitude, believing he deserved such a warm send-off, regardless of any flaws Su Xing may have had. His performance in this match was nothing short of remarkable, earning him the admiration of the Heidenheim supporters. Thus, as he left the pitch, the entire Heidenheim fanbase erupted in applause. Hearing the cheers from the away section, Su Xing momentarily paused, turning to face the Heidenheim fans. He raised his hand slightly, waving in response to their encouragement, his face lighting up with a joyful smile, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Wearing the Heidenheim jersey and receiving the fans' approval was his greatest honor. It signified that the Heidenheim supporters had begun to embrace him. This profound connection with the fans filled Su Xing with immense satisfaction. He was no longer fighting solely for himself on the field, but also for the Heidenheim supporters who stood behind him. Before this match, Su Xing vaguely remembered that Heidenheim was positioned 11th in the league. A victory in this match could potentially elevate them into the top 10. At the very least, they could rise to 10th place if they continued to secure victories. With the season still in its early stages, there was a genuine opportunity for Heidenheim to challenge for the Bundesliga title as the season progressed. That would indeed be a time of celebration for the Heidenheim fans. Soon, having exchanged a high five and embraced the substitute center back at the sidelines, Su Xing made his way to the bench. Su, well done. Head coach Aubrey and assistant coach Jeremy were the first to greet him, embracing Su Xing enthusiastically. This was the most thrilling match I have witnessed at the Ruhr Stadium. I believe your name will be remembered by every Heidenheim fan. When you next take the field, they will chant your name in support. With a smile, Su Xing nodded and expressed his gratitude to Aubrey before turning to walk toward the bench. He was genuinely fatigued and needed to sit down and rest. As he approached the substitute bench, all the players stood up, looking at him with respect. Su, your performance today was simply outstanding. Regardless of the match outcome, you will forever be a hero for Heidenheim. If we win, I must treat you to a day of fun at a nightclub in Heidenheim this weekend, my treat. The substitute players were in high spirits, engaging Su Xing in lively conversation and even sharing a few jokes. Su Xing responded to each of them, celebrating with high fives before finally settling onto the bench to rest. Exhaustion washed over him. Yet, it was not yet time to relax completely. Leaning back in his seat, he adopted a comfortable posture, gazing intently at the field. With only a few minutes remaining in the match, he was determined to witness the moment when Heidenheim would claim victory. Chapter 76. Victory belongs to Heidenheim. Heidenheim currently holds a slender lead of just one goal, a margin that is far from secure. The football field is never devoid of breathtaking moments of last-minute equalizers or dramatic winners. However, the expressions on the faces of the players from Bochum reveal a palpable sense of despondency and frustration. Such a team is unlikely to conjure up any remarkable comeback. In this moment, one can only hope that the teammates can steadfastly maintain their defensive line, aiding Heidenheim in securing this victory. Su Xing silently prayed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the pitch. Thud, thud, thud. After the Bochum players resumed play, the rapid sound of passing echoed throughout the field. Despite their apparent loss of spirit, bolstered by the encouragement from their assistant coach and captain, they surged forward in a desperate counterattack. In the face of a trailing score, inaction would only lead them to defeat. An all-out assault, however, might yield a glimmer of hope, however faint it may be. Following substitutions, all Heidenheim players retreated to their half, clearly fortifying their defenses in front of their goal. They fought fiercely, engaging in intense battles for possession with the Bochum players. determined to keep their goal intact in these final moments. Numerous reckless blocks and sliding tackles were made, with some Heidenheim players resorting to tactical fouls just outside the penalty area to thwart Bochum and Amp Oppo's advances. This strategy appeared to be more astute than that of Bochum and Amp Oppo's players, resulting in one Heidenheim defender receiving a yellow card. Yet, these actions were willingly embraced by the Heidenheim players, who were eager to step up and preserve the score, not wishing for Xing and Oppo's efforts to be in vain. As time inexorably ticked away, the Bochum supporters in the stands grew increasingly anxious. Was there truly no hope for even a single goal? They had entered the Ruhr Stadium with the expectation of witnessing Bochum decisively trounce Heidenheim. Yet the stark contrast to their hopes left the fans feeling disheartened. Charge, charge, they urged. Why not attempt a long ball? I can hardly believe that Bochum is the one attacking now. Their performance has been utterly disappointing. If they cannot penetrate, why not take a shot from distance? Perhaps it would find the net. Repeatedly losing possession, the Bochum fans could no longer contain their frustration, voicing their discontent loudly. They were on the brink of exasperation. A match they had deemed a sure victory had turned dramatically due to the efforts of a young player of Chinese descent from Heidenheim. Who could have predicted that the seemingly unstoppable Bochum would falter against a team languishing at the bottom of the league? However, the outpouring of discontent from the stands only served to heighten the psychological pressure on the Bochum players, increasing the likelihood of errors on the field. Heidenheim. In contrast, the Heidenheim supporters stood united, swaying together in rhythm, dancing to uplift their team. Encouraged by their fans, Heidenheim players grew in resolve, executing several selfless clearances. Even the goalkeeper, Zimmermann, bravely leapt to claim a high ball from Bochum. At this point, stoppage time was nearly up. Yet, perhaps due to delays from the officiating, the referee refrained from blowing the final whistle. It was also possible that the referee, having forgotten his watch, intentionally overlooked the time to grant Bochum an opportunity. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Bochum's players faltered. After gathering the ball from the ground, Heidenheim's goalkeeper passed it to the fullback, initiating a series of time-wasting passes on the pitch. At this juncture, the outcome of the match was devoid of suspense. Beep, beep, beep. At last, when a Heidenheim defender sent the ball to midfield, the referee signaled the end of the match. With 3 long whistles, the match in the 2. Bundesliga officially concluded. Heidenheim emerged victorious, defeating the formidable Bochum 2-1 away, securing 3 points. As the final whistle echoed, Heidenheim fans erupted into a jubilant celebration. They waved the Heidenheim flag energetically, their cheers resonating as they sang their team anthem. Having played 5 matches in the league, Heidenheim had now secured 2 victories, and with this away win, they had achieved back-to-back triumphs. Conquering a strong team like Bochum filled the Heidenheim supporters with immense pride. Back-to-back victories. We have amassed 7 points. Little Bochum, easily dispatched. In the Heidenheim coaching area, head coach Oberli embraced assistant coach Jeremy in a moment of exhilaration. Meanwhile, the players on the bench rushed to join Xing, celebrating their victory alongside the rest of the Heidenheim team. The stadium was filled with the fervent cheers of Heidenheim fans. At this moment, the Ruhr Stadium bore no resemblance to a Bochum home ground. The defeated Bochum players, their faces downcast, hurriedly made their way to the bench. They no longer deserved to stand on the field for a post-match celebration. With no Bochum supporters celebrating their efforts, the fans directed their fury at the players. This is our first away victory of the season. In the midst of the field, Captain Schnatterer, in high spirits, approached Xing, draping an arm around his shoulder while gesturing toward the jubilant Heidenheim supporters. Look at how excited these fans are, having traveled to Bochum to support us. They are truly wonderful people. They have begun to embrace you, and in time, you will be hailed as a hero in Heidenheim. You and Oppos, LLB a star. As a small-town football club, if the fans genuinely accept this young player of Croatian Chinese descent, they will showcase their finest selves to him. They will invite Xing to their homes, request his autograph on their jerseys, and feel elated over a photograph with him. Some may even introduce their daughters to him. For he is the hero of Heidenheim, destined to earn the respect and admiration of every Heidenheim supporter. This stands in stark contrast to the initial skepticism. Thank you. Listening to the deafening cheers of the fans, Xing couldn't and Amp Oppos help but envision the electrifying excitement should Heidenheim secure the championship this season. The entire town would likely come alive, gathering around the Heidenheim Football Club, singing the team anthem and raising their arms in fervent celebration. I shall exert all my strength to help Heidenheim achieve even greater success. Our objective this season is not merely to avoid relegation, but to achieve a remarkable feat, such as contending for the Bundesliga championship. This is my dream, the greatest aspiration I have upon arriving in Heidenheim. Xing unconsciously uttered these words, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If his previous pursuit of victory was solely to fulfill the tasks assigned by his system, then now an additional motive has emerged, to honor the steadfast support of the Heidenheim fans who stand behind them. Xing's proclamation momentarily startled Schnatterer, who was standing by. This may well be the transformation that youthful energy brings to the team. Since the beginning of this season, only Xing, the young player, has expressed a desire to contend for the Bundesliga championship. Perhaps this is the exuberance of his debut, filled with ambition. Nonetheless, does the team not require such players? Has Schnatterer, in his youth, ever dared to utter words about leading Heidenheim to challenge for the Bundesliga title? He has not once. However, despite the words emanating from Xing, Schnatterer regarded them as mere impulsive musings. He even hesitated to envision the scene of Heidenheim celebrating a championship victory. Winning the Bundesliga title may still seem a distant dream for Heidenheim. The team's current strength has yet to meet the demands of such an ambition. Securing a position among the league's top contenders and gaining promotion would already be an impressive achievement. Yet, this is inconsequential. For now, Xing remains undeterred by such concerns. As long as the players of Heidenheim yearn for victory, he is prepared to engage in each match, demonstrating through triumph to the rest of Heidenheim's players that victory is indeed within their grasp. Chapter 77. Curiosity killed the cat. Subsequently, the players of Heidenheim formed a line and approached the away fans, relishing the thunderous applause from the supporters. They bowed in gratitude for the fans' journey to support their match. Heidenheim. Heidenheim. The Heidenheim supporters shouted the name of their club, with excitement and joy etched across their faces. Having traveled from afar, they witnessed a different facet of Heidenheim at the Ruhr Stadium today. After a week filled with work and worries, the only outlet for their emotions was the eagerly awaited home league match. The weekend belonged to them. They would rally their friends, indulge in a few beers, and don the colors of their beloved team to passionately cheer them on. A commendable performance from Heidenheim, such as triumphing over the formidable Bochum, would ensure a delightful week ahead. In conversations with friends, they would reminisce about the thrilling moments from the match and eagerly anticipate the next game. This is the essence of football. It serves as a spiritual refuge for the fans. Such hope and anticipation fuel their desire to live well, instilling a sense of expectation for life and igniting passion for tomorrow. If the homecoming evokes an adrenaline rush, then the away finale stirs profound emotions. Xing embodied this sentiment. After delivering a stellar performance, the traveling fans erupted in fervent cheers, applauding their display on the field. Oh! The Heidenheim supporters once again burst into a cacophony of cheers. In this exhilarating atmosphere, Xing instinctively raised his hand, engaging with the Heidenheim fans. The gratitude expressed by the fans lasted nearly 10 minutes, until assistant coach Jeremy urged the players to return to the locker room and prepare for their journey back to Heidenheim. Given the proximity of Bochum to Heidenheim, the team had ample time to return that evening, eliminating the need for an overnight stay. On the Heidenheim bus, despite having run for over an hour on the pitch, the players did not succumb to fatigue. Instead, they joyfully engaged in conversation. Following a resounding victory, head coach Obley granted all players a day off. They discussed plans for the following day, whether to explore the town together or celebrate their triumph over dinner. Naturally, the focal point of their discussions was Xing, the hero of the day. No one had anticipated Heidenheim and Oppo's success against the formidable Bochum, yet they had achieved it. However, every Heidenheim player knew who deserved the credit for this victory. In an instant, their admiration for Xing deepened. To confront weaker teams with strength is one thing. To rise against strong opponents is the mark of a true hero. Consequently, the Heidenheim players had already embraced Xing as the core of their team, akin to a revered figure. Meanwhile, on this day of the Bundesliga, Duisburg faced the formidable RB Leipzig at home. Unlike Heidenheim, they did not rise to the occasion. Instead, they succumbed to a humiliating 4-0 defeat. The entire match passed without a single goal, and enraged Duisburg fans hurled water bottles and debris at their players in frustration. In the Duisburg administrative building, in the chairman's office, Chairman Marcus sat dejectedly at his desk, unleashing his frustration upon the head coach, Mike Kin. Damn it. Not only did we fail to score at home, but we also conceded 4 goals to RB Leipzig. What were you thinking? My kid, have you forgotten the assurances you made to me? You promised to ensure the team's survival. Look at your foolish performance now, 2 consecutive losses. And we're at the bottom of the table. Markin furrowed his brow, hesitant to speak. It wasn't he that he lacked concern for Duisburg. He had indeed devised a defensive strategy against the might of RB Leipzig. Yet the players on the field were so inept that they couldn't even mount a semblance of defense against the opponent's relentless attacks. What could a head coach do in such a situation? Sighing, Markin explained, Mr. Marcus, the current squad is too aged to withstand the onslaught from RB Leipzig. It is time we refresh the locker room and infuse the team with new talent to bolster our depth. Marcus shot him a glare and forcefully tossed the match report onto the floor, retorting, Did I need you to tell me that? The former chairman, Obli, thought the same. But due to the team's financial situation, he could only make indirect adjustments. It was because of his lack of effectiveness that I had the opportunity to oust him. Now, suggesting we bring in new players would only validate Obli's decisions. Markin refrained from responding, standing silently as he awaited Marcus to calm down before discussing the team's predicament. As Marcus's chest heaved with indignation, he reached for a cigar on the table to soothe his frayed nerves. However, as he leaned down to retrieve it, his eyes fell upon a document titled Weekly Report on Loan Players resting in the corner of the desk. Marcus furrowed his brow, hesitating. He was uncertain whether to look at it, knowing it would undoubtedly contain the names of the 2 players he most despised. If he were to read it now, he feared he might not be able to contain his emotions. After much contemplation, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and Marcus pulled the document toward him and began to peruse its contents. Indeed, curiosity had led him to a perilous path. Chapter 78, Proving Themselves to the Fans. Upon finishing the report, Marcus surmised that he might be indulging in masochism, questioning why he had even bothered to open the infuriating document. Why did he insist on perusing the hidden time section of the weekly report? Incensed to the point of irrationality, Marcus slammed his fist on the desk, yet remained unsatisfied. He then swept a teacup off the desk, sending it crashing to the floor. Clatter. In an instant, the once silent office was jolted back to life, albeit with the jarring sound of shattering porcelain. Malkin, startled, retreated a few steps, wary of being struck by debris. He knew, without a doubt, that Oblige Heidenheim had once again emerged victorious. And, in all likelihood, the Chinese player on loan to Heidenheim had delivered a stellar performance, propelling Heidenheim to victory. Huff. Marcus exhaled a turbid breath, his face contorted in a grimace. Unbelievable, he actually started. Who? Malkin asked, momentarily bewildered. Who else? The young prodigy Heidenheim borrowed from Duisburg. Marcus exclaimed, extinguishing his cigar and rising to his feet. Spreading his arms wide, he added with a touch of sarcasm, I am truly foolish, utterly foolish, to loan a talented player capable of significantly impacting the first team to a fellow relegation contender for a pittance. That damned Oblige, even after leaving Duisburg, still seeks to poach our best players. Marcus, drained, slumped back into his chair. Malkin deduced that Heidenheim had undoubtedly defeated Bochum, a formidable team in the 2nd division, in this round of league play. Frankly, he found the outcome rather shocking. Given Bochum and Appos, as current form, they Schuden and Appos, have lost to Heidenheim. Could this upset be attributed to the Chinese player? Otherwise, why would Marcus be so agitated? For Marcus, let's not be so extreme, Malkin said, furrowing his brow. Su and Appos' performance at Heidenheim is indeed remarkable, but ultimately, he remains a Duisburg player on loan. With the loan expiring in half a season, Su will return to Duisburg and undoubtedly bolster the first team's performance. Immediately after finalizing the loan agreement with Heidenheim, Marcus received offers from other clubs, offers of such magnitude that they surpassed his wildest expectations. However, having already signed the loan agreement with Heidenheim, complete with a buyout clause, he kept the matter under wraps within the club. In essence, aside from Marcus and his female assistant, no one else at Duisburg knew that Su Xing and Appos' loan agreement included a preferential buyout option. At that moment, Malkin still believed that Su Xing would return to Duisburg after half a season, a mere figment of his imagination. Malkin and Appos' words, however, only served to reopen Marcus and Appos' wounds. Heh! Marcus scoffed, his eyes reflecting a hint of despair. Malkin, your vision is indeed rosy, but I must deliver some unfortunate news. The loan agreement with Heidenheim includes a preferential buyout clause of 800,000. Upon hearing this, Malkin was thunderstruck, utterly dumbfounded. a preferential buyout clause of 800,000. This meant that, upon the loan and Appos' conclusion, Heidenheim could acquire Su Xing for a mere 800,000. Had Su Xing been an ordinary player, Malkin Wooden and Appos have found it objectionable. But now, the situation was drastically different. Su Xing had established himself in the second division, delivering stellar performances in 2 consecutive matches. How could such a player's future value be capped at around 800,000? Malkin opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, Marcus said grimly, "Malkin, you too wish to mock my folly, Don and Appos, to you? Very well, I concede that I am no match for a Bly in this regard. But as chairman of the team, I refuse to admit defeat. This season, Duisburg will undoubtedly outperform Heidenheim." Having heard Chairman Marcus and Appos' declaration, Malkin could only express his loyalty. "Very well, Chairman Marcus. In the 8th round of the league, Duisburg will face Heidenheim at home, and I will prove to all the fans that, even with Su Xing in their ranks, Duisburg can easily triumph over them." Marcus remained silent, nodding absently before dismissing Malkin. He knew that Malkin's words were unlikely to materialize, but voicing his doubts would only undermine the team and Appos' morale. It was better to place his faith in Malkin, in the hope that he might orchestrate a miracle for Duisburg. 8:00 p.m. The Heidenheim club bus pulled into the center of Heidenheim County. Despite the darkness, enthusiastic Heidenheim fans thronged the vicinity of the Heidenheim Training Center, awaiting the return of their heroes. Not every fan could accompany the team on their travels to other cities, but they would undoubtedly gather in front of their televisions to watch the league broadcasts. When they witnessed Su Xing and Appos' game-winning goal against Bochum, their elation was palpable. Now, they sought to make up for their absence at the match, chanting as the team bus passed by, "Su, Su, Su." The fans had etched the name of the hero of today and Appos' away game into their memories, erupting in deafening cheers. This near-frenzied roar roused some of the Heidenheim players from their slumber on the bus. Sigh. Sitting next to Su Xing, Morabit wore an envious expression. "I envy you, Su. I and Appos' been with Heidenheim for so many years, and I and Appos' never received such treatment from the fans. Even when I scored multiple goals in a match, people would only chant my name during the game, never waiting for me outside the club." At that moment, another Heidenheim player interjected, "Morabit, aside from that hat trick in a friendly, when have you ever scored multiple goals in a league match?" This remark triggered a burst of laughter from the Heidenheim players on the bus. Morabit wanted to retort, but the statement was accurate. He could only stand there, somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 79. Is that Su? Upon witnessing the situation, Su Xing promptly placed his arm over Morabit's shoulder, gently patting his back in a gesture of comfort. "Morabit, these fellows speak without tact. After all, you are the team and Appos' leading scorer. The fans may not be cheering for you as they should. Perhaps because you already had considerable fame in the second division, and their expectations for you are exceedingly high. Unlike me, a mere fledgling who has just graduated from the youth academy. Trust me, the next time you score, the entire stadium will chant your name." Morabit nodded, instinctively affirming Su Xing and Appos' words. However, upon deeper reflection, he sensed something amiss. After all, Su Xing was merely 17, a newcomer to the professional league. How could he possess such maturity? Akin to that of a seasoned veteran comforting him? Was he truly just 17? Doubts began to creep into Morabit and Appos' mind regarding Su Xing and Appos' age. But a glance at Su's youthful visage quelled these thoughts. Perhaps he was simply precocious or possessed high emotional intelligence, Morabit reasoned. He had to concede that Su Xing and Appos' words of consolation were quite comforting. Thus, he dismissed any concerns about seniority, if this trend continued. It was evident that Su Xing would undoubtedly become the cornerstone of Heidenheim in the future. Subsequently, the team captain, Schnatterer, stepped forward to smooth things over, acknowledging Morabit's contributions to the team, allowing the matter to pass. Morabit was not one to hold grudges. There was no need to be upset with players who had merely jested with him. Moreover, in recent years, he had sensed a decline in his own performance. Last season, he had been the team and Appos' top scorer, but it was likely that this season would not follow suit. Yet what of it? The team roster was not static. New talents would inevitably emerge, heralding a changeover. Being surpassed by a gifted player like Su Xing, with whom he shared a good rapport, was not something Morabit resented. The team bus did not drive directly into the training center. Instead, It halted at the club entrance, allowing the players to engage with the passionate fans. Heidenheim was a small-town football club, lacking in illustrious achievements and unable to attract a large fan base beyond their locale. Therefore, it was imperative for them to maintain a cordial relationship with their supporters to garner their backing and enhance peripheral revenues. As the players disembarked, the fans approached in an orderly fashion, eager to take photographs and seek autographs. Heidenheim and Amp, Oppos, as players graciously obliged these requests. Although the majority of the fans clamored around the two match heroes, Xing and other key players also received their fair share of attention. More of it, being among the top 3 players on the team, found his vanity pleasantly stroked. This spontaneous meet and greet with fans lasted approximately half an hour before concluding. The fans were indeed fervent, but not devoid of reason. They recognized that the heroic players had toiled throughout the day and needed rest, prompting them to disperse voluntarily. Thereafter, head coach Aubrey publicly announced the disbandment of the team, allowing the players to tidy up before returning to their apartments. They were free from training the following day, enabling them to enjoy a well-deserved lie-in. Once all the players had departed, assistant coach Jeremy approached Aubrey, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "Mr. Aubrey, you must have some time this evening?" After a moment's contemplation, Aubrey nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have time. What is it, Jeremy? Are you intending to invite me out for dinner tonight?" "Of course," Jeremy replied, spreading his arms wide with a victorious grin. "I and Amp, Oppos, VE been famished all afternoon, and today marks Heidenheim's victory over Bochum. It is only fitting that we celebrate." Aubrey chuckled lightly, acquiescing. He too felt a pang of hunger. Prior to returning from Bochum, the team had only a brief dinner, and his excitement had left him with little appetite. Soon, Aubrey and Jeremy returned to the club to drop off some documents in the office before strolling towards the nearest commercial street outside the training center. Opting to walk rather than drive, they sought a place to enjoy a drink. Heidenheim and Oppos' resident population was not large, and the city did not boast the vibrancy of major international metropolises. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and many restaurants had already closed early. Left with little choice, they settled on a small tavern that appeared to remain open late. They ordered some local delicacies and began to drink beer. In moments of joy, emotions run high. Even Aubrey, who typically shunned alcoholic beverages, found himself indulging more than usual and feeling slightly intoxicated. As the evening progressed, Jeremy opened up, regaling Aubrey with tales from his youth. Aubrey, not to be outdone, shared his own experiences from Duisburg. Jeremy, enthralled by the stories, leaned heavily on one hand to keep himself upright, lest he topple onto the table. This posture caused his gaze to drift toward the outside. Aubrey. Suddenly, Jeremy sat upright, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pointed toward the window. "Is that Sue?" Aubrey and Oppos' lament was abruptly interrupted, and he couldn't and Oppos' help but smirk. Following Jeremy and Oppos' gaze, he indeed spotted a tall young man standing across the street. Blinking in disbelief, Aubrey mused, "That can end Oppos' be possible, can it? It's nearly midnight. Surely Sue must be asleep by now." "Impossible. I would never mistake him," Jeremy insisted, shaking his head with conviction. "I recall that when Sue was still in Duisburg, rumors circulated about his penchant for late-night escapades. Do you think he might be out celebrating after today and Oppos' victory?" Aubrey frowned slightly. "That is true. But the club had imposed a suspension on Sue for his prior indiscretions. Logically, he should have abandoned such poor habits. After all, he is passionate about football and must realize that drinking could jeopardize his future career." As Jeremy suggested that the figure resembled Xing, Aubrey began to regain his composure. The physique did bear some resemblance, yet instinctively, he was reluctant to acknowledge it. In his eyes, Xing was an exemplary player, not one prone to a chaotic personal life. "I know Sue is a remarkable professional, yet the evidence before us compels me to believe we should verify this," Jeremy remarked, glancing at Aubrey with a determined glint in his eye. "What do you say, Mr. Aubrey?" With the conversation having reached this juncture, Aubrey found it impossible to decline. He replied, "Let us go and see." Rising first from his seat, he prepared to settle the bill before accompanying Jeremy to investigate further. Chapter 80. Surrender? Without a doubt, the person who just entered the nightclub across the street was Xing. After the club disbanded tonight, he had shared a late-night meal with several starting players before they all returned home. However, Xing certainly did not choose to go home directly. Instead, he ventured alone to the nightclub for specialized training. It cannot be said that Xing's nightly regimen is exceedingly arduous. At the very least, While others are repetitively engaged in muscle training on the practice field, he merely needs to get drunk and sleep at the nightclub. Yet, to enhance his skills and augment his attributes, he must spend every night in the nightclub. This place indeed invites scrutiny. At 17, the age of blossoming youth, one might wonder how he could remain untainted by desires, especially when contemplating the companionship of a German maiden. Undoubtedly, he yearns for such companionship. However, should he acquire a girlfriend, how would he explain his nightly absences at the nightclub? Wouldn't he that simply invite trouble? Thus, Xing resolves to postpone such thoughts until his skills reach a level sufficient to dominate the top 5 leagues. Upon entering the nightclub, Xing confidently approached the front desk and conveyed his request to the attendant. This time, however, the attendant disregarded his words. Her face alight with admiration as she gently exclaimed, "Su, is that really you? I knew I was mistaken." After this declaration, the curvaceous blonde German beauty rushed to Xing and Appos' side, grasping his hand excitedly. "I watched the match between Heidenheim and Bochum this afternoon, and your performance on the field was truly commendable. May I request a photograph with you?" Men, when faced with such an enchanting woman, are nearly defenseless, especially a boy like Xing. Thus, he did not decline her request, happily posing for a picture and signing an autograph. Once everything was concluded, Xing awkwardly asked, "Now, may I have a private room?" Oh, the excited attendant seemed momentarily dazed, almost unable to believe the scene before her. "I almost forgot you came here for a room. However, Mr. Su, do you really come to the nightclub alone at night to drink? Heidenheim won the match today. Why would you want to drink?" The German beauty and Appos' voice was laced with confusion. Xing scratched his head and explained, "Indeed, we won the match. But I simply enjoy drinking. You always come alone and drink the whole night. Just as my shift is about to end, would you like some company?" Her demeanor was somewhat flirtatious, even casting a few coy glances at Xing. This left him momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. He understood her intentions but was solely focused on training. "I and Appos, am sorry, but I prefer to drink alone. Perhaps another time?" Upon hearing Xing and Appos' rejection, the German beauty glanced at herself, momentarily doubting her allure and questioning why she failed to captivate him. Nevertheless, she did not immediately reveal her disappointment, instead leading Xing to the private room with a hint of melancholy. After attending to her duties, she returned to the front desk, only to encounter the hurried arrival of Aubrey and Jeremy. Nearly every resident of Heidenheim is a football fan, even if, like this attendant, they do not watch every match. They certainly recognize the 2 coaches of the team. "Oh my God, what a day. I can't believe I've seen Heidenheim's head coach again." The attendant rushed to Aubrey, respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Aubrey, what brings you here? Are you here to drink with Su? One must admit, he is an exceptional player. I'm delighted you have faith in him and brought him to Heidenheim." Despite the attendant's praise, there was no trace of joy on Aubrey's face. He could ascertain from her words that Xing had entered alone. "Did Su come in by himself?" Aubrey asked, irritation creeping into his voice. "Yes," the attendant replied, somewhat bewildered, unsure why the head coach seemed so cold and even slightly angry. Perhaps this was simply his nature? "Since joining our team, it seems Su has been coming to the nightclub every night, drinking alone until dawn," she continued, indicating the peculiarity of his behavior. "He drinks alone?" Jeremy remarked incredulously. "Yes. I found it quite strange. After winning today's match, he still chose to drink alone. The most outrageous part is that he even rejected my invitation. Was I not beautiful enough today?" Aubrey, somewhat speechless, replied, "No, it's just that Su has some issues with his character. You are indeed a beautiful lady. Thank you for your assistance today." After this exchange, Aubrey gestured to Jeremy, and together they exited the nightclub. After receiving Aubrey and Appos' affirmation, the attendant felt considerably better, reassured that her charm was not lacking. With nothing else to do, she settled on a sofa and posted her photograph with Xing on her social media platform. Opportunities to capture moments with a star from Heidenheim are rare. Upon leaving the nightclub, the 2 men strolled down the somewhat desolate street. Jeremy inquired, "Mr. Aubrey, why didn't you confront Su and make public his drinking habits, compelling him to abandon this detrimental behavior?" Hearing this, Aubrey paused, contemplating Jeremy's words before responding. "Jeremy, have you considered the consequences of such an action? Su was previously suspended for drinking while at Duisburg. I had hoped he would change, yet here he is, still drinking every night since arriving at Heidenheim. Do you truly believe that confronting him will lead to a change in his habits?" Aubrey spread his hands, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "No. You cannot be certain. However, if this matter comes to light, facing the pressure from fans and media, Su is likely to be suspended again. But Heidenheim cannot afford to lose him. Do you comprehend my meaning? Jeremy stood frozen, his prepared arguments dissolving in an instant. Just as Coach Aubrey had articulated, he had not considered the broader implications of his original thoughts, which solely aimed to rectify Su Xing's lifestyle. Striving to be a competent professional player might also enhance his physical fitness. Yet, if Su were to face punishment, what would become of Heidenheim's upcoming matches? He dared not assert that the team could maintain its winning streak without Su Xing. After a moment of contemplation, Jeremy grasped the entirety of the situation. Nodding in understanding as he asked, "What then? Shall we simply turn a blind eye and allow Su's physical condition to deteriorate?" Aubrey did not respond but instead turned and continued towards the club. Jeremy had no choice but to follow in his footsteps. "I shall handle this matter with a gentle approach." Along the way, Aubrey abruptly came to a halt, not turning back, as if speaking to Jeremy, yet also appearing to engage in self-reflection. Chapter 81. Turmoil resurfaces the following day. All personnel of the Heidenheim first team entered a state of respite, with players indulging in their personal lives. However, the light in the head coach's office within the administrative building was still illuminated promptly at 9 in the morning. Having recently joined Heidenheim, Coach Aubrey had few friends aside from his colleagues at the club, with no regular recreational activities to engage in. He opted to extend his hours at the club, diligently preparing for the upcoming round of the Bundesliga. Heidenheim's next match would see them face Kaiserslautern at home. Kaiserslautern was not a weak team. If one were to describe them with a single adjective, miracle would suffice. Those familiar with the lore of German football would not be strangers to the Kaiserslautern myth. Even those indifferent to the Bundesliga would have heard of it. In 1997, after being relegated to the Bundesliga, Kaiserslautern, under the guidance of Otto Rehagel, returned to the Bundesliga in their first year and, astonishingly, won the league title in their second year, a feat that created a legend in the realm of football. This was not a tale from a region lacking in football development, but rather from one of the world's top 5 leagues, making it truly miraculous. Currently honing their skills in the Bundesliga, Kaiserslautern could very well return to the Bundesliga in the coming years. Last season, Heidenheim faced Kaiserslautern twice, achieving 1 draw and 1 loss. Notably, earlier this year, Kaiserslautern had decisively defeated Heidenheim 4-0 at the Workers' Welfare Arena. Thus, the upcoming league match represented not only a crucial opportunity for Heidenheim to secure points early in the season, but also a chance to redeem themselves. The Heidenheim fans attending the match would surely recall the earlier encounter, compelling Aubrey to prepare meticulously and provide the supporters with a satisfactory performance. With unwavering focus, Aubrey repeatedly analyzed Kaiserslautern's recent tactical formations on his computer. In the first 5 rounds of this season, Kaiserslautern had achieved 2 victories and 3 draws, remaining unbeaten. They temporarily occupied 6th place in the league standings with 9 points, while Heidenheim stood at 10th with 7 points. Kaiserslautern and Oppo's overall defense was notably fluid, with seamless connections between the midfield and defense. Their average possession rate in the last 5 matches hovered around 65%, a formidable presence indeed. Bang! Just as Aubrey tirelessly scrutinized Kaiserslautern and Oppo's offensive organization, the door to his office was abruptly thrust open. He turned to see a flustered Jeremy rushing in. His hasty demeanor suggested urgency. Observing Jeremy and Oppo's state, Aubrey felt no ire. He understood that such a lack of decorum would not occur without significant cause. "Indeed, Mr. Aubrey. You must take a look at this." Jeremy hurriedly approached Aubrey, taking a seat before him and placing his phone on the desk. Parched from his rush, he seized a can of soda from the table and took a sip. Aubrey furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze to Jeremy and Oppo's phone, which displayed a German news report. "Attention, observe every gentleman entering the nightclub, for he may very well be a key player for a certain team." Recent revelations indicated that Su Xing, the Croatian Chinese forward on loan to Heidenheim, had been frequently visiting a local nightclub, often staying out late. One might assume this was merely a coincidence. But contrary to that belief, investigative reports revealed that Su had been indulging in excessive drinking nearly every night, regardless of impending matches. Despite his commendable performance on the field, Su had earned a starting position in the last game, though video footage suggested that his apparent success was merely luck. His lack of movement on the pitch was likely a consequence of his habitual drinking. The publication expressed confusion over the coaching staff's decision to field such a morally compromised player, especially given his tender age of 17, a period crucial for a player's development. Was Heidenheim truly a poorly managed football club? Upon reading this, Aubrey's anger flared, and he slammed his fist onto the desk. How had the reporters discovered Sue's nightclub visits? Gritting his teeth in frustration, he looked up at Jeremy, who was taken aback by Aubrey's reaction. "Mr. Aubrey, look here," Jeremy said, scrolling through his phone until he found the image he wanted to show Aubrey. It was a screenshot from a social media platform featuring a photograph of a blonde woman with Sue in the nightclub. Had Aubrey not visited the establishment the previous night, he might have wondered who the woman was. However, he recognized her immediately. She was the waitress from last night. Aubrey and Appos' expression soured. It appeared a reporter had unearthed this photograph and sensationalized it. "I cannot comprehend how they can stoop so low for attention. Truly, what a waste of time." However, the reporter's pointed criticism of the club could bring about significant negative repercussions. Jeremy appeared equally disheartened, harboring a deep resentment towards the reporter. Aubrey leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples. He loathed the media. Aside from generating public pressure and vexation for the club, what good did they bring? What Heidenheim needed was loyal supporters, not a cadre of troublemaking journalists. Given Heidenheim's position in the Bundesliga, the absence of star players was a blessing. If the team were filled with luminaries, the media would undoubtedly sow discord within the locker room. Any shred of goodwill the media once possessed in Aubrey and Appos' mind had evaporated. After a moment of contemplation, Aubrey exhaled deeply, gazing at Jeremy with a grim expression. "How do you suggest the club handle this situation?" Jeremy paused for a few seconds before responding decisively. "It and Appos' akin to last night's incident. If we impose a suspension on Sue, Heidenheim and Appos' season could be jeopardized, intensifying the relegation pressure." He stroked his chin thoughtfully before proposing. "I believe the club should impose an alternative form of punishment, such as a salary deduction. This would alleviate external pressures on the team while providing Sue with a measure of reprimand, encouraging him to rectify his errant lifestyle." Aubrey nodded, considering Jeremy and Appos' suggestion favorably. He then picked up the phone on his desk to initiate the necessary arrangements. That afternoon, the media department of Heidenheim Club announced on their official website that Su Xing would face a penalty of a 3-month salary deduction, along with the cancellation of all bonuses during his loan period. Fans online had mixed reactions to the club's decision. Some argued that a young player's chaotic private life could severely impact his future career and, consequently, the team's performance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 82. A reporter's inquiry amidst this situation. It was the supporters of Heidenheim who felt the greatest displeasure towards these commentaries, irrespective of Su Xing's personal life beyond the pitch. They believed that as long as he exhibited excellence on the field and contributed to the team, he was a commendable player and a hero of Heidenheim. Consequently, the Heidenheim faithful engaged in fervent disputes online with other fans who held dissenting opinions. The narrative centered solely on Heidenheim. Hence, the supporters of Su Xing fiercely defended him, overwhelming the comment sections. Other fans merely voiced their opinions, without any detriment to their own teams, and most of them eventually grew weary of arguing with the Heidenheim supporters. Under these circumstances, the comment section of the news article was successfully overrun by Heidenheim fans, with the majority of comments now supporting Su Xing and denouncing Deutsche Bild Sport. Upon observing the state of the comment section, Heidenheim's chairman, Jachburns, felt somewhat relieved. While he granted Aubrey complete autonomy in managing the first team, he would intervene if the public discourse exerted an excessively negative influence on the club. Initially, he had contemplated that if the comments unanimously attacked Heidenheim, deeming the club and Appos' penalty as biased towards its own players, he would have to step in, escalate Su Xing and Appos' punishment, and even impose a suspension. However, he also recognized that Su Xing was instrumental in Heidenheim and Appos' consecutive victories at the start of the season. Yet, in the intricate web of life, one is not always at liberty to act according to one's desires. That evening, Su Xing, a habitual surfer of the internet, naturally came across the club's penalty concerning him, as well as the comments from fans online. Frankly, he was rather surprised by the outcome. Typically, a club's management would opt for a suspension as the most expedient solution. However, Heidenheim merely imposed a fine. While other fledgling young players might feel disheartened upon seeing such a substantial fine, Su Xing was different. With a wealthy father, he had no financial worries, and the club's salary was merely supplementary income. He joined Heidenheim and Amp. Oppo's first team solely to fulfill the system and Amp. Oppo's mission and as a stepping stone to the top 5 leagues in the future. As long as he could play and secure the season championship, he would be content. Later that night, Xing, disguised and wearing a mask, ventured out once more. He would not allow the public discourse to deter him from frequenting nightclubs. That was simply out of the question, as it was crucial for his special training. In recent days, Xing had been wholly engrossed in mastering Klinsmann and Oppo's Golden Bomber technique, determined to elevate it to level 3. At his current rate, he estimated that he would need approximately 2 more months to complete the upgrade. Upon doing so, his dominance in the second Bundesliga would reach new heights. This would enhance his prospects of completing the system's championship mission and securing new rewards. However, given that his recent exposure occurred at the nightclub nearest the training center, he decided to disguise himself and visit a more distant establishment for his training. Although it was farther away, he felt more secure and less apprehensive about being recognized. If someone were to identify him despite his mask, it would likely be another first-team player from Heidenheim. Thus, Xing diligently adhered to the team and Oppo's training schedule throughout the week. Each evening, he would journey to the more distant nightclub for his special training, leading a life that was both monotonous and fulfilling. The other players in the club were both relieved that Xing had not been suspended and concerned that he might face financial difficulties due to the fine. After all, not everyone was aware that Xing was the scion of a wealthy family. Time elapsed swiftly. Soon, it was September 12th, the match day for the 6th round of the second Bundesliga. On this day, Heidenheim would face the miracle team, Kaiserslautern, at home in the Voith Arena. As customary, Heidenheim held a pre-match press conference. Aubry announced the starting lineup for the match, and unsurprisingly, Xing, the team and Oppo's current linchpin, was included. This prompted an inquiry from a news reporter. Mr. Aubry, a female reporter with black glasses, began. According to recent media reports, Heidenheim's Croatian Chinese prodigy, Xing, has been exhibiting signs of inebriation. It is highly probable that he was out late last night. Do you believe it is appropriate for Heidenheim to field such a player in the starting lineup today? Upon hearing this, Aubry glared at her and retorted with some indignation. Did you witness Sue at a nightclub last night? The female reporter remained composed and shook her head triumphantly. No, but based on the reports, it is highly likely that he did. Since you lack concrete evidence, why would you assume this? Aubry asked, spreading his hands and continuing with a stern expression. Much of the previous coverage of Xing was inaccurate. I am more familiar with my players and Oppo's lifestyles than anyone present. You are not qualified to discuss these matters with me. Similarly, the starting lineup is determined through discussions among the coaching staff. We select the players who are in the best condition and who will deliver an outstanding performance for Heidenheim. They will breach Kaiserslautern and Oppo's defense and secure our 3rd consecutive victory of the season. At this point, Aubry felt that he had clearly conveyed his stance. He waved his hand, indicating that the reporter should not continue with her questions. He then rose and abruptly left the press conference. Due to Aubry's premature departure, the pre-match press conference for Heidenheim concluded. News reporters merely seek to unearth sensational stories to capture attention. Now that Coach Aubry had left, whom else could they question? Certainly not the other uninformed staff members of Heidenheim. Evidently, that was not a viable option. Following the press conference, the time remaining before the match was dwindling. Could Heidenheim redeem themselves at home and secure their 3rd consecutive victory of the season? How would Heidenheim and Oppo's fans treat their allegedly inebriated player at home? All the attending news reporters were filled with anticipation. Chapter 83, The Players and Oppo's, Tunnel, September 12th, Heidenheim, Germany, outside the Voith Arena. Heidenheim supporters, adorned in their team and Oppo's colors, brandished flags and erupted in cheers, accompanied by the rhythmic beat of drums. It and Oppo's no wonder Schnatterer considered them an endearing bunch. The unwavering support of the fan clubs was palpable as they rallied the players with unopened bottles of beer in hand. Indeed, many male fans enjoy a refreshing brew while watching the game, often sharing a celebratory drink with friends when their team gains an advantage. Western clubs are generally permissive in this regard, allowing beverages into the stadium. Conversely, the atmosphere at Chinese Super League matches is subdued, with strict regulations imposed on attending fans. This seemingly minor detail highlights the cultural disparities between China and other countries. The stunted growth of football culture in China can be attributed, in part, to the restrictive approach of team management. As the home team, Heidenheim and Oppos. Players arrived at the Voith Arena early, avoiding the throngs of cheering fans outside, though they surely would have noticed the beers in their hands. Soon, over 10,000 Heidenheim fans and 3,000 visiting Kaiserslautern supporters streamed into the stadium in an orderly fashion. At 2:40 p.m. local time, inside the Voith Arena, the players from both teams stood in neat rows within the tunnel, awaiting the referee's signal to enter the pitch. Having already made his starting debut for Heidenheim in the previous match, Xing wasn't amp. Oppos. As visibly excited this time. However, this marked his first home start. Standing in the tunnel as a starting player, he was still awestruck by the portraits adorning the walls. This area served as a display of Heidenheim and Oppos' club legends. Many players were depicted in antiquated jerseys, captured in black and white photographs, a testament to their historical significance. These were the celebrated players who had contributed to Heidenheim's legacy since its inception. As he gazed towards the field, he observed a gradual evolution in the images, with the photographs becoming clearer and the jerseys more modern, resembling the one he currently wore. The interconnected portraits formed a chronicle of Heidenheim's history, immortalizing the exceptional players who embodied the spirit of this small-town football club and its legendary culture. Their brilliance served as a guiding light for all Heidenheim players. Every player aspired to become a hero of Heidenheim, with their portrait enshrined here, illuminating the path for future generations. Gazing at the images, Xing recognized several stars, whose reputations resonated throughout the club despite their antiquity. He began to ponder whether he, during his brief tenure with Heidenheim, could make a significant contribution and have his own portrait displayed alongside them. Perhaps leading Heidenheim to a Bundesliga II title this season would make it possible. What an experience that would be. Unbeknownst to him, Xing and Oppos' desire for the title intensified. Well, look who it is. At that moment, Kaiserslautern and Oppos' center back, Hubach, standing close to Xing, pointed at him and sneered, "It's Heidenheim's alcoholic player. And he's starting today? Hasn't his embarrassing behavior reached foreign football circles yet?" Hubach's words sparked laughter among the other Kaiserslautern players. "What did you say, kid?" Hearing the taunts directed at Xing, Morbit's temper flared. He stormed towards Hubach and bumped him with his chest. The Kaiserslautern players' jeers were loud and grating in the confined space of the tunnel, audible to the nearby Heidenheim players. Forwards often possess a shorter fuse than players in other positions. The older Morbit, unable to tolerate the pre-match insults aimed at his friend, decided to stand up for him. Seeing their teammate being confronted, several Kaiserslautern players surrounded Hubach, offering support. Hubach, however, refrained from further physical confrontation. He turned his gaze towards Xing, a smirk playing on his lips. "Am I wrong? Didn't you spend last night partying? How can such a feeble player get past me on the field? It's laughable." Morbit was about to retort when Xing held him back. "Football requires more than just brawn. It requires brains too, you oaf," Xing said through gritted teeth, directing his words at Hubach. "Just wait until we and Oppos on the field. I and Oppos, I'll show you how I and Oppos, I'll get past you." Such pre-match confrontations are common, but some players are more level-headed and avoid escalating the situation into a brawl. Xing was one such player. He chose to settle the score on the field, believing that disputes arising from the game should be resolved fairly on the pitch. He would use his skills to demonstrate the folly of their pre-match taunts and prove that the player they underestimated could dismantle them with his talent. He would show Kaiserslautern that Heidenheim was a force to be reckoned with. As Xing finished his retort, the referee, sensing the tension behind him, turned to investigate. Fortunately, the team captains intervened after Xing and Oppos' response, pulling back the involved players. Seeing that no physical altercation had occurred, the referee issued a brief warning before returning to the front of the line, ready to lead the teams onto the field. Even before the match began, the players' tunnel was charged with animosity. Soon, following the announcer's invitation, the referee signaled the teams to follow him onto the pitch. The cheers of the fans reverberated throughout the stadium. The starting players, hand in hand with young mascots, entered the field. This highly charged match was about to commence. Chapter 84, Tifo Heidenheim. Heidenheim. As the two teams engaged in their pre-match rituals, the cheers from the Heidenheim supporters resonated with extraordinary fervor. They completely overshadowed the distant Kaiserslautern fans, lifting the home atmosphere to its zenith. Look, at the handshake moment, Morbit suddenly elbowed Xing beside him. Xing turned his gaze to see the devoted Heidenheim fans unveiling a massive tifo, emblazoned with the words in German, "Every Heidenheim citizen loves beer." Accompanied by the enthusiastic chants from the Heidenheim supporters, each fan raised their beer high above their heads, swaying rhythmically. Undoubtedly, this was the Heidenheim fans and Oppos' response to recent media derision aimed at Xing, mocking him for his alleged drinking habits and suggesting the club and Oppos' inability to manage him. Through this display, they chose to support Heidenheim and Xing, countering the media and Oppos' narrative. If the media claimed Xing was a chronic drinker, then the Heidenheim fans were proclaiming that a love for beer is part of their culture. The club and Oppos' players simply cherish the culture of Heidenheim. What fault is there in that? Witnessing this passionate display of support, Xing felt a swell of emotion, his eyes misting over. He had always believed that his vices would only serve as fodder for criticism from the media and fans alike. Yet here in Heidenheim, the supporters embraced and backed him. This is the allure of small-town football. This is Heidenheim. In that moment, Xing was profoundly moved by the Heidenheim fans. Even contemplating dedicating several years of his professional career to the club, he would only consider leaving Heidenheim after achieving remarkable success with the team, perhaps to pursue greater heights. Maybe next season, after leading Heidenheim to promotion, he could remain to help them clinch the Bundesliga title or even reach the Champions League quarterfinals or semifinals. Kid. Now is not the time for sentimentality. The Heidenheim fans are delightful, and if you appreciate them, respond with your performance today. Morabit chuckled, patting Xing on the shoulder. Xing nodded in agreement, understanding that he must express his gratitude to the Heidenheim fans through his actions. Soon, after concluding all pre-match formalities, both teams took to the pitch, arranging themselves in formation. Beep. With preparations complete, the referee promptly blew the whistle at 3:00 and Oppos' clock in the afternoon, signaling the start of the match. Heidenheim kicked off the first half. After Xing initiated the play from the center circle, he began to advance slowly into Kaiserslautern's territory. He hovered between the defensive midfield and the back line, waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Højbjerg, playing as a center back for Kaiserslautern, would be directly opposed to Xing throughout this match. Noticing Xing's languid demeanor, Højbjerg couldn't resist taunting him again. Still hungover, kid? With a player like you, how can Heidenheim expect to win? Xing turned his head, offering a cold smirk but refraining from any verbal response. What he sought was an opportunity, a chance to score against Højbjerg and make him pay for his mockery. As the match commenced, Heidenheim began circulating the ball in midfield, aiming to stretch Kaiserslautern and Oppos' defense and set Xing up for the decisive strike. However, it was still early in the game, and both teams displayed tremendous energy. Kaiserslautern and Oppos' players pressed forward aggressively, showing no signs of retreat. Consequently, both teams became embroiled in an intense struggle for possession in the midfield. Kaiserslautern deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation, with their two defensive midfielders effectively sweeping the area and providing solid cover, hampering Heidenheim and Oppos' attacking efforts significantly. Despite Heidenheim and Oppos' strong start and high possession, they struggled to break through Kaiserslautern's defensive line. Numerous attempts to connect were thwarted by Kaiserslautern's two defensive midfielders. In the 8th minute, Kaiserslautern's defensive midfielder intercepted the ball, regaining complete control. Gradually, Kaiserslautern began to dictate the flow of the game, firmly establishing possession. Even when they occasionally lost the ball, Kaiserslautern and Oppos' players always managed to reclaim it before Heidenheim could mount a rapid counterattack. Kaiserslautern and Oppos' defense was commendable, though their offensive strategy had its shortcomings. Heidenheim and Oppos' coach, Aubrey, had meticulously studied Kaiserslautern and Oppos' attacking tactics prior to the match, instructing his defensive midfielders to disrupt the connection between Kaiserslautern and Oppos' lone striker and the midfielders. This prevented the speedy forward from gaining momentum or utilizing his skills to penetrate Heidenheim's defense. However, Heidenheim had left some space on the flanks, allowing the two wingers to advance. Unfortunately, compared to their counterparts, these wingers lacked the necessary strength. Each time they attempted to break through to the flanks, they struggled to cut inside for a long-range shot or deliver a direct pass to the forwards. With no other options, they resorted to crossing from the byline. Yet, Kaiserslautern and Oppos' lone striker was physically disadvantaged, and the attacking midfielder and Oppos' aerial challenges yielded little success. Nevertheless, this situation granted Kaiserslautern several corner kick opportunities. In the 15th minute, after a series of corners, Kaiserslautern's attacking midfielder stood poised to take the corner. aware of their weakness in aerial duels. He opted to deliver the ball to the edge of the penalty area for a long-range shot. The ball landed at the top of the box. With most of Heidenheim's defenders preoccupied with guarding against aerial threats, the ball was skillfully controlled by a Kaiserslautern player. After securing possession, the Kaiserslautern player swiftly distributed the ball to the right side. A right-sided winger seized the opportunity within the penalty area. After adjusting his stance, he advanced forward, creating a favorable shooting angle before decisively unleashing a shot. Thud. Following a powerful impact, the ball soared towards Heidenheim and Oppo's goal, creating a moment of chaos within the penalty area. Nonetheless, the quality of the long-range strike was exceptional, slicing through the crowd with a clear target. Heidenheim and Oppo's goal. Chapter 85. Respect even in stealth amidst the chaos in the penalty area of Heidenheim. Every player held their breath, eyes fixated on the ball soaring towards their goal. The players of Kaiserslautern contracted their limbs, striving to avoid any contact that might alter the ball and Oppo's trajectory, while the Heidenheim players clasped their hands behind their backs, deliberately positioning themselves to block the shot. Bang! The long-range effort from a Kaiserslautern player did not penetrate Heidenheim and Oppo's defenses as anticipated. Instead, it ricocheted off the leg of player number 6, Reinhardt. The Heidenheim players believed their blockade would clear the ball, but after the deflection, it merely changed direction and continued its relentless journey towards the Heidenheim net. Whoosh! The ball found the back of the net. The Heidenheim goalkeeper, Zimmermann, stood awkwardly rooted to the spot, only able to watch as the ball, still with momentum, nestled into the goal. The unexpected deflection left the goalkeeper no time to react or execute a meaningful save. Who could have predicted that the ball would collide with another player's leg and alter its course? It can only be said that fortune did not favor Heidenheim in the first half. Oh! The Kaiserslautern player who scored erupted in ecstatic shouts. Sprinting towards the sidelines, arms raised in celebration, the distant Kaiserslautern fans rose to their feet, cheering exuberantly. This sensation was simply exhilarating for them. They had come to the Workers' and Oppo's Welfare Stadium to witness Kaiserslautern triumph over Heidenheim, leaving the field with pride. Within a mere 10 minutes of the match, Kaiserslautern had secured a dream start, and it seemed highly likely that the more formidable Kaiserslautern would emerge victorious. On the sidelines, Kaiserslautern's coach, Armstrong, was brimming with excitement after his team and Oppo's goal, high-fiving his assistant coach in jubilation. "I told you, today Kaiserslautern will surely win." Armstrong and Oppo's face radiated enthusiasm, revealing his high expectations for the match and unwavering belief in his players. In stark contrast to the exhilaration on the Kaiserslautern bench, Heidenheim and Oppo's coach, Aubrey, and assistant coach, Jeremy, sat in silence on the sidelines. Aubrey and Oppo's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kaiserslautern would score in such a manner. The ball had ricocheted off a Heidenheim player and Oppo's leg, resulting in the goalkeeper and Oppo's inability to make any valuable save. Yet, it was not the goalkeeper's fault. It was simply a matter of bad luck for Heidenheim. There was still ample time left. Kaiserslautern could not possibly rely on such fortune for every attack. Gritting his teeth, Aubrey spoke to Jeremy in a subdued tone. Though addressing Jeremy, it was evident that he was also reassuring himself. Meanwhile, the jubilation of the Kaiserslautern fans had not yet subsided. However, this was Heidenheim's home ground, and their fans were unwilling to tolerate the sight of Kaiserslautern celebrating triumphantly. Suddenly, a chorus of boos erupted from the Heidenheim supporters, who began to counter the Kaiserslautern cheers, dismissing the recent goal as unworthy of celebration. The number of Heidenheim fans was almost 3 or 4 times that of Kaiserslautern, quickly overshadowing the latter and Oppo's jubilant shouts. Subsequently, the Heidenheim fans rallied together to cheer on their own players. In such an environment, the Kaiserslautern player who had scored found it difficult to continue celebrating. Faced with a cacophony of boos, raising his hands in triumph would have felt somewhat awkward. Thus, he reluctantly ceased his celebration, casting a few glares at the Heidenheim fans before turning to jog towards the center, preparing for the restart of play. "Reinhardt, this is not your fault. Do not bear too heavy a psychological burden. Just focus on the game." Heidenheim and Oppo's captain, Schnatterer, approached Reinhardt, who had assisted in the Kaiserslautern goal, patting him on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Reinhardt nodded solemnly, following Schnatterer back to their half of the field. As the captain of Heidenheim, Schnatterer effectively calmed the emotions of his teammates, performing admirably. Even though the goal was not an own goal caused by Reinhardt and Amp, Oppos, as clearance. The opposition and Oppos' ability to score was still indirectly linked to him. At such a moment, any player could feel a weight on their shoulders. And it was the captain's duty to step up and help his teammates regain their composure. Soon, the match resumed. Xing initiated the kickoff for Heidenheim from the center circle. As he ventured into Kaiserslautern's territory, he distinctly sensed the Scrutiny Chapter 86, a unique celebration upon hearing the fervent shouts of the head coach from the sidelines. All players of Kaiserslautern felt a surge of tension, swiftly retreating to their defensive zones. Højbjerg, too, prepared himself for the challenge. As this marked his first direct confrontation with Xing in this match, he needed to intercept Xing's play and prove that Xing was nothing but a liability. As Xing advanced with the ball, he frequently lifted his gaze to assess the unfolding situation on the field. This attack from Heidenheim was not a rapid counterattack following a turnover. Consequently, most of Kaiserslautern's defenders remained in their half, leaving minimal gaps in their defensive line. He noticed that the wingers on Heidenheim and Oppos' flanks, despite their intent to push forward, found themselves unable to coordinate with Xing due to their positioning. This meant that Xing could only rely on his own abilities. Soon, as Xing approached the edge of the Kaiserslautern penalty area, Højbjerg emerged directly in front of him. With a faint smile, Xing glanced at him before swiftly changing his footwork and executing a quick maneuver. Højbjerg lowered his center of gravity and leaned in towards Xing. At that moment, the defensive midfielder from Kaiserslautern, who had just been easily evaded by Xing, trailed closely behind, his gaze fixed on Xing and Oppos' feet, ready to pounce for an interception. Together, Højbjerg and the midfielder flanked Xing, effectively surrounding him. Xing maintained a serene smile, devoid of any fear or anxiety, embodying a spirit of resilience. As the distance between the two defenders closed, Xing deftly touched the ball, feigning with his shoulder to deceive Højbjerg, and opted to break toward the left. At this juncture, Højbjerg had not anticipated Xing and Oppos' audacity to slip through the narrow gap between them. Consequently, he lunged to intercept the ball, thereby relinquishing the immediate opportunity to block Xing's path. However, the Kaiserslautern midfielder, witnessing this, quickly advanced, clutching Xing's shirt in an attempt to reclaim possession through minor physical tactics. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that Højbjerg and Oppos' imposing physique could easily foul Xing, while the midfielder was of similar stature to Xing. With a slight twist of his body, Xing managed to escape the midfielder and Oppos' grip and burst through the encirclement, distributing the ball to the flank. At this point, he found himself with limited space to maneuver, having reached the periphery of the penalty area, which was his utmost limit. Ahead of him loomed two more Kaiserslautern defenders ready to close in. Xing played a diagonal pass to the left, where the Heidenheim left winger, who had previously made a forward run, seized the opportunity. Upon receiving the ball, the Kaiserslautern defenders swiftly altered their course to confront him. In the left flank, where there was ample space, the Heidenheim winger remained composed, patiently waiting for the defenders to close in before deftly nudging the ball back toward the center. In the middle, Schnatterer followed closely, executing a brilliant 1-2 with the left winger. As they pulled apart Kaiserslautern's defensive line, the Heidenheim left winger advanced a few steps before sending a soaring cross toward the goal. Amid the chaos of Kaiserslautern's frantic defensive efforts, their back line was thrown into disarray, unsure of their positions. As the ball soared towards the goal, Højbjerg, the center back, suddenly realized that Xing, whom he had been marking, had slipped away from his sight. What was happening? He quickly turned to his left, searching for Xing's figure. Indeed, Xing had positioned himself to the right of the goal, poised for the ball and Oppos' descent. Before Højbjerg could react, the ball fell at the goal line. When it came to instincts for goal scoring, few in the entire second division could match Xing's prowess, accurately predicting the ball's trajectory. Xing extended his foot for a subtle touch, redirecting it towards the Kaiserslautern goal, positioned less than 3 meters from the goal. The Kaiserslautern goalkeeper had yet to react when a dull thud echoed through the air. Thud. The sound of the ball striking the net resonated. A goal. Heidenheim equalized just before halftime. On the sidelines, Kaiserslautern and Oppos' head coach, Armstrong, widened his eyes in disbelief. He raised his hands towards the assistant referee, seemingly questioning whether Xing and Oppos' touch had been offside. The assistant, however, remained silent. The referee pointed towards the center circle, blowing his whistle to signal that the goal was valid. "Oh, Heidenheim! Heidenheim!" With the final whistle, Heidenheim supporters leaped from their seats, waving their arms and erupting into thunderous cheers. This was Heidenheim's home ground, and the fans' exuberance filled the stadium, a stark contrast to the cheers of Kaiserslautern supporters just moments before. Following the goal, an elated Xing sprinted towards the sidelines, executing a dramatic slide as a celebration. Once he came to a halt, he raised his arms high, reveling in the adulation of the fans. Hot on his heels was the Heidenheim left winger, who had provided the assist. To be honest, he was quite aware of his own technical abilities to score independently. He needed to wait for the right moment. However, since Xing joined the team, everything had changed. He no longer had to dwell on scoring. He simply needed to adhere to the tactics laid out by Coach Aubrey, passing the ball to Xing and assisting from behind. Surely, this was far simpler than scoring for himself. As Xing rose, his teammates enveloped him from behind, celebrating this crucial goal together. At that moment, Heidenheim fans began to raise their beers, taking a sip before raising them towards Xing on the field. Xing! 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 Once again, the Heidenheim supporters chanted Xing's name, celebrating in a manner unique to Heidenheim. Watching the jubilant celebration of the Heidenheim players, the Kaiserslautern squad experienced a tumult of emotions. Just a minute ago, they had held the advantage. In an instant, a moment of negligence allowed the striker, who had been invisible for over 30 minutes, to help Heidenheim level the score. The sensation was disheartening. Among the Kaiserslautern players, none felt the sting more acutely than Højbjerg. The player he had consistently underestimated, Xing, had just scored against him. Moreover, the Heidenheim fans were celebrating him with beer and tifo. Had he been in the players' and Oppo's tunnel, the ridicule from Kaiserslautern's other players would have been inevitable. No, he had to mark him tightly. Højbjerg clenched his fist, resolutely vowing within himself. Chapter 87. Provocation. Starting Su was undoubtedly a prudent decision. He consistently finds the net in pivotal moments. In the coaching area of Heidenheim, assistant coach Jeremy rose to his feet, his voice tinged with excitement. In contrast, his head coach, Aubrey, merely clenched his fist a few times, his forehead slightly relaxing, showing no other frenzied reactions. Regardless of the external pressure from public opinion, Aubrey chose to believe in Su Xing, starting him due to his unwavering faith in Su and Oppo's goal-scoring prowess. While technical skills can be honed through diligent practice, the innate football intelligence and ability to seize opportunities are often gifts of nature. Such talent is challenging to cultivate later in life and achieve a qualitative leap. Aubrey understood this principle, and upon recognizing Su Xing and Oppo's innate abilities, he remained committed to nurturing him, patiently awaiting his development. Su Xing, in turn, delivered a delightful surprise. With his system, he surpassed all his peers in technical growth, reaching heights unattainable by the average individual at the tender age of 17. As for the future, with appropriate modifications to eliminate his flaws and encourage more vigorous movement, Aubrey believed that Su and Oppo's achievements could rival those of legends like Messi and Ronaldo. Soon, the match resumed as Kaiserslautern took the kickoff from the center circle. The players from both teams engaged in fierce competition in the midfield area. At this moment, the most anxious individual regarding the score was undoubtedly Kaiserslautern's head coach, Armstrong, having witnessed commendable performances in the early matches of the season. This was a crucial time for the team to secure points. During this period, they faced opponents who were not among the strongest in the two. Bundesliga, Heidenheim, for instance, languished in the lower half of the league. Thus, Armstrong viewed this match as essential, especially as he aimed to replicate their previous resounding victory over Heidenheim. However, the defensive line and Oppo's overall performance had been subpar. As Heidenheim celebrated their goal, he took the opportunity to reprimand the defenders. Now, as Kaiserslautern sought to organize an attack, he fervently directed from the sidelines, hoping to regain the lead before halftime. Yet, sometimes, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. As the first half progressed, the players of Kaiserslautern exhibited signs of fatigue. To endure the entire match, they refrained from expending excessive energy. This resulted in a lack of remarkable displays from both teams, with the contest remaining tightly contested. Nevertheless, overall, Kaiserslautern maintained a slight advantage, holding approximately 60% possession and leading in corner kicks and other statistics. However, they could not extend their lead. Before long, the referee and Oppo's whistle signaled the end of the first half. The teams retreated to the sidelines, tied at 1 goal apiece. For a hydration break, 15 minutes later, the players returned to the field to resume the match. Neither team made personnel changes, maintaining their lineups from the first half. After the kickoff, Kaiserslautern swiftly mounted an offensive, frequently attempting plays along the flanks. Following the intermission, it appeared that Armstrong had invigorated his players, who seemed in excellent form, undeterred by the opponent's earlier goal. However, Heidenheim's players were equally hungry for victory, exerting every effort in defense, offering Kaiserslautern no opportunities. Although Heidenheim and Oppos' defenders might not contribute to scoring, they excelled at safeguarding their goal, ensuring it remained intact. As the physicality of the match intensified, both teams began to incur fouls. Initially, the infractions were minor, with neither side receiving yellow cards from the referee. This indicated the referee and Oppos' inclination to allow some physicality, encouraging a competitive spirit on the field. Sensing this leniency, the players gradually adapted to the referee's standards, avoiding actions that might provoke his ire. However, as the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. In the 65th minute, a Heidenheim defensive midfielder executed a sliding tackle, bringing down a Kaiserslautern attacker just outside the penalty area. The nearby referee promptly blew his whistle, issuing a yellow card to the Heidenheim player. He deemed the tackle, though it made contact with the ball, to be dangerous due to the use of studs. Consequently, he awarded Kaiserslautern a free kick. The location of this free kick was favorable, situated just at the edge of the penalty arc. Under the referee's guidance, Heidenheim's players formed a wall as Kaiserslautern prepared to take the free kick. With the clock reading 66 minutes, Kaiserslautern's captain stepped up to the ball. Instead of opting for a direct shot on goal, he chose to lift the ball into the area. Inside the box, Højbjerg executed a magnificent header, successfully directing the ball into Heidenheim and Oppos' net. It all unfolded so abruptly, in the blink of an eye, Kaiserslautern had regained the lead. The Kaiserslautern fans erupted in a fervent cheer, while Højbjerg celebrated with an impressive slide into the corner flag. His physical prowess had indeed shone through, as he outmaneuvered several Heidenheim defenders to secure the lead for Kaiserslautern once more. Following the celebration, both teams wasted no time, preparing to kick off again and continue their offensive strategies, stabilizing the flow of the match. With plenty of time remaining, Kaiserslautern's single-goal lead did not extinguish the suspense of the game. As Højbjerg made his way back to his position, he brushed past Xing, casting a smug glance his way, a smile betraying his satisfaction. It was a blatant provocation towards Xing. While he had indeed failed to mark Su earlier, allowing him to score, he had now redeemed himself with a goal of his own. In the stands, the Heidenheim fans furrowed their brows, their expressions tense. With time running short, would Heidenheim be able to secure a victory in this match? The suspense lingered on. Chapter 88. Overpowering the mountain. Soon, the match resumed. Heidenheim's coach, Aubrey, gazed intently at the field, scrutinizing the evolving situation. With Kaiserslautern having taken the lead, their coach immediately instructed the players to fortify their defense, establishing an impenetrable barrier while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. There was no longer any need for haste in launching offensives. That urgency now resided with Heidenheim. At this juncture, Heidenheim's players, fully aware of the lurking traps, found themselves compelled to launch aggressive assaults against Kaiserslautern's defensive lines. A team trailing in score lacks the privilege and conditions to execute counterattacks. In such circumstances, Heidenheim and Oppos' players grew increasingly anxious, often attempting to orchestrate plays through the center. They aimed for the flanks, seeking chances for long-range shots. Faced with the unfolding situation, Aubrey was compelled to alter his strategy, urging his players to attempt shots from distance. Kaiserslautern's compact defense made it challenging for midfielders to pass the ball to forward Xing. Even if the ball reached Xing, the intensity of Kaiserslautern's defense would make it nearly impossible for him to penetrate alone and deliver a decisive blow. While Xing indeed possessed physicality, he was not particularly adept in confrontations, unable to forge a path through Kaiserslautern and Oppos' penalty area. As the match progressed, despite Heidenheim's possession rate soaring, surpassing that of Kaiserslautern, they still failed to create significant opportunities. Several attempts at long-range shots lacked precision and fortune, consistently missing the target. Indeed, had Heidenheim possessed players with exceptional long-range shooting capabilities, they would not have started the season with only a single goal in their first 3 matches. In the 81st minute, Heidenheim earned another corner kick. Captain Schnatter hurried towards the corner area, his expression grave. As he passed Xing, He subtly grasped his arm and whispered, "Captain, watch my positioning and pass the ball to me." Schnatter, meeting Su Xing and Amp, Oppo's determined gaze, nodded without hesitation. At that moment, if there was any doubt in trusting Su Xing, Heidenheim might truly have lost their chance for a comeback. Before long, Schnatter stood at the corner flag, anxiously surveying the field. Inside the penalty area, Heidenheim's physically imposing defenders surged forward, poised to seize any opportunity at the goal. Su Xing, too, positioned himself strategically in front of the goal. In earlier corner situations, he had lingered at the back post, awaiting a chance. However, Schnatter and Oppo's previous crosses had been too obvious, easily thwarted by Kaiserslautern and Oppo's defenders. Thus, Su Xing opted for a position at the front post this time. Kaiserslautern and Oppo's defenders maintained a keen awareness of Su Xing upon his positional change. Two defenders immediately closed in to sandwich him. In such a position, even with exceptional jumping ability, Su Xing would struggle to gain a favorable position to contest the ball against his opponents. Consequently, he began to maneuver swiftly, searching for a gap to await Schnatter's pass. "I'll mark him," observed Højbjerg, who promptly followed Su Xing, shifting positions within the penalty area. Højbjerg's heading ability was well regarded by other Kaiserslautern players, allowing them to focus their attention on the corner area while trusting Højbjerg to contain Su Xing. With a resounding thud, Schnatter launched the corner kick. Su Xing continued his movement, not seeking to shake off Højbjerg and Amp, Oppo's marking but rather to find an open space. Schnatter's intentions aligned with Su Xing's, as his cross aimed towards an unguarded area in the box. There, Kaiserslautern and Amp, Oppo's defenders were engaged in a tussle with Heidenheim and Amp, Oppo's players, revealing a small gap. As the ball descended, the Kaiserslautern players anticipated its landing, engaging in physical contests to claim possession. Yet, before they could secure the ball, Højbjerg had already arrived at the vacant spot and leaped to contest for it. The Kaiserslautern defenders felt a wave of relief. Surely, Højbjerg's attempt posed little threat. However, just as Højbjerg leaped, he sensed a powerful gust from behind. A glance revealed Su Xing closing in, prompting a bemused reaction from Højbjerg. In terms of speed, he might indeed find himself outpaced by Su Xing, risking being surpassed. Yet, in aerial duels, he held confidence against any Heidenheim player. But before Højbjerg reached his peak, the smug expression on his face vanished. What followed was sheer astonishment. Su Xing, leaping from behind, had caught up and embodied an unstoppable force intent on scoring once more. Countless Heidenheim fans rose, tiptoeing as they gazed towards Kaiserslautern's goal, their eyes alight with hope. Realizing Su Xing and Amp, Oppo's remarkable jumping ability, Højbjerg quickly adjusted his strategy, leaning back to position himself, attempting to block Su Xing. Yet, how could one possibly impede Su Xing and Amp, Oppo's momentum towards scoring? He was the beacon of hope for Heidenheim. Soaring into the air, Su Xing swiftly surpassed Højbjerg, unaffected by his presence. As time eluded Højbjerg, his efforts to obstruct were in vain, and he began his descent. Having reached his apex, he was now descending, while Su Xing soared above him, embodying the might of a mountain. With a thunderous impact, Su Xing did not disappoint the Heidenheim supporters, delivering a powerful header that thundered towards the Kaiserslautern goal, though some distance remained between him and the net. Kaiserslautern's goalkeeper had a chance to react and make a save. He quickly adjusted his position, readying himself for the impending shot. However, the ball defied the goalkeeper's expectations, striking the ground just before the goal and ricocheting. It then slipped between the goalkeeper and Oppo's legs and into the net. A dull thud echoed as the ball struck the net. It was a goal. Chapter 89. Good news. The fervent fans of Heidenheim, eagerly anticipating a goal, raised their hands high and shouted with all their might, celebrating a magnificent strike. It was him again. This goal was nothing short of spectacular. Fact, his leaping ability is simply astonishing. Amidst the cheers of the Heidenheim supporters, the entire bench erupted in jubilation. Substitute players stood up, embracing each other in celebration. And even Aubrey and Jeremy could not contain their excitement, rising to high-five each other. Although they had hoped for Su's goal to equalize, when the moment finally arrived, their emotions were overwhelming. After scoring, Su seemed to unleash his exhilaration, raising his hands in triumph as he sprinted towards the corner area. In his dash, he glanced back at the stunned Højbjerg. This was his retort to Højbjerg and Amp, Oppo's prior bravado regarding his heading prowess. With a decisive aerial challenge, he made it clear how foolish Højbjerg truly was. Upon reaching the corner area, Su raised his arms, reveling in the applause of the crowd, and performed an elegant sliding celebration. His silhouette was undeniably graceful. From the moment the corner was taken, he weaved through the throng, positioning himself perfectly to score with the simplest of touches. He showcased the finesse of a young star on the pitch. Perhaps it is only during goal celebrations that one can witness the fervor with which he runs. Su has scored again. It is simply unbelievable. His heading ability is extraordinary, outmaneuvering the Kaiserslautern defender to secure this goal. Such a powerful strike, reminiscent of the great Ronaldo. If not for his jersey, one might mistake it for a legendary goal. Just how exceptional a player is he? At the tender age of 17, he has replicated the iconic goals of his predecessors in the second division. It is difficult to envision the heights this player could reach in the future. The German commentator on site was already beside himself with excitement, his voice nearly a roar as he relayed the events to the viewers at home. He is a seasoned commentator of the second division, having previously covered a match featuring Su. This was only his second time commentating on Su's game, yet he had already fallen deeply in love with the player. His style of play is often debated. On the field, his movement can appear lethargic, and he seldom contributes to defensive efforts. However, when he has the ball and initiates an attack, he transforms into a graceful dancer, mesmerizing the fans with his exquisite goals. How could one not adore such a player? On the field, Heidenheim and Appos' players swarmed around Su, showering him with praise. Su relished the accolades from his teammates, yet with time running low, he did not wish for the match to end in a stalemate. Thus, he urged his teammates to quickly return to the center for the restart. Naturally, the other Heidenheim players agreed with Su's sentiment. The match resumed swiftly. At this juncture, the clock displayed 85 minutes, and both coaches began to make substitutions. Some players had reached their limits, and fatigue would only hinder performance, while others needed opportunities to shine. Interestingly, despite Su and Appos' lack of running, he remained on the pitch, demonstrating remarkable endurance. "Aubrey, I have wonderful news to share," Jeremy exclaimed, bounding towards Aubrey, his phone in hand. "What good news?" Aubrey asked eagerly as Jeremy presented his phone. "The team's data analyst just called to inform me that the teams ranked above us have all suffered defeats. If we secure 3 points in this match, we will ascend to 6th place in the league. With this match being only the 6th round of the second division, a mere 3 points could significantly alter the standings, especially considering the losses of teams in the top tier." Upon hearing this news, Aubrey could hardly contain his excitement, his face lighting up with joy. With only 34 rounds in the second division, and although it is still early in the season, maintaining such a position would grant Heidenheim substantial leverage. Should their performance falter, relegation should not pose a threat. Conversely, if they excel, Heidenheim might find themselves in contention for promotion. Moreover, with their current momentum and the players' unwavering spirit, aside from facing formidable opponents, they stand a chance against most teams. This season, we might just attempt to vie for a Bundesliga spot. Aubrey and Appos' sparkled with determination as he nodded, declaring, "We must secure this match." With that, he rose from his seat and moved to the sidelines, strategizing Heidenheim and Appos' tactics. Currently, the score stood at 2 apiece. A conservative approach might ensure at least a point. Yet, this was not Aubrey and Appos' desire. Given the opportunity to strive for a higher ranking, why not take a bold leap? "Come on, lads. If we win this match, we will be 6th in the league." After outlining the offensive strategy, Aubrey relayed this news to all Heidenheim players, igniting their morale. His words sparked a fervor in the players on the pitch. Indeed, each player yearned for victory, aspiring for an elevated ranking. No one wished to be part of a team merely fighting to avoid relegation. Everyone desired to sprint towards the Bundesliga. Emboldened by this encouragement, the Heidenheim players began to press forward, relentlessly attacking. They were willing to expend every ounce of energy in their pursuit. In an instant, the Kaiserslautern players found themselves on the receiving end of Heidenheim and Appos' resurgence, bewildered by the sudden intensity. Though they had equalized the score, Kaiserslautern continued to play conservatively, perhaps believing that securing a point would suffice to maintain their current standing. Chapter 90. Penalty. The competition on the field remained intensely fierce. In the dying moments of the game, the players of Heidenheim raced against time, relentlessly attacking the Kaiserslautern goal. The Heidenheim players prioritized the larger picture, committing few fouls during this critical period, as doing so would only disrupt the flow of the game and waste precious time. Soon, the fourth official raised the board indicating that there would be 4 minutes of stoppage time in the second half. Aubrey, taking a bold gamble. Substituted a central defender for an attacking midfielder during the stoppage. In an instant, Heidenheim transformed into a 3-4-3 formation. One could say that Aubrey was staking everything on this match, striving to ascend the league standings. As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the Employee Welfare Stadium was palpably tense among the fans. Neither team appeared willing to concede, suggesting that the match might not end in a 2-2 draw. In the 92nd minute, leveraging their numerical advantage in midfield, Heidenheim executed a commendable wall pass. The ball was with Schnathel, who, after surveying the field, opted for a lofty through ball, finding Su Xing on the opposite flank. Positioned perfectly, Su Xing stood on the offside line, poised to exploit the gap in Kaiserslautern and Oppo's defense. The ball sailed gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in front of Su Xing. Having already anticipated the pass, he successfully evaded the offside trap and sprinted towards the ball. Desperately, the Kaiserslautern captain shouted for his teammates to defend as Su Xing advanced towards the penalty area. In an instant, all the Kaiserslautern defenders were on high alert, rushing back to intercept. From this position, should Su Xing penetrate the box, he would find himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Most players can convert such opportunities, especially a skilled player like Su Xing. The Kaiserslautern defenders dared not allow him entry. Within seconds, Su Xing had traversed into the penalty area unchallenged. Here, he could attempt a direct shot at goal. However, the opportunity was fleeting. If Su Xing failed to score, Heidenheim might miss their chance to clinch victory over Kaiserslautern. Moreover, having created a one-on-one situation, which forward would not relish the prospect of being closer to the goal. As he glanced up, Su Xing noticed the Kaiserslautern fullback rapidly closing in. The defender was about to intercept him, but Su Xing remained unfazed, with absolute confidence in his abilities. Such minor interruptions could not deter him from scoring. He began to adjust his footwork, preparing to maneuver past the Kaiserslautern fullback. Suddenly, as Su Xing neared the small box, he made contact with the Kaiserslautern defender. A dull thud echoed in his ears, followed by a surge of pain radiating from his foot throughout his body. Su Xing collapsed within the penalty area. The referee, positioned nearby, unhesitatingly blew his whistle for a foul, pointing to the penalty spot. A penalty kick. The Kaiserslautern defender had, in fact, tripped Su Xing within the box. In the final minute of stoppage time, Heidenheim had been awarded a penalty. This presented a golden opportunity for Heidenheim to surpass Kaiserslautern. Blasted. On the sidelines, Kaiserslautern's coach Armstrong threw his hands up in exasperation, vociferously berating the referee. That was a blatant dive. Can't you see? Awarding a penalty will make you an enemy of Kaiserslautern. On the field, as Su Xing lay on the ground, Heidenheim players rushed to his side, checking on his condition while also exchanging heated words with the Kaiserslautern fullback. Even after the penalty was awarded, they expressed their discontent towards the defender and Oppo's foul. Before the referee could address the minor altercation, Armstrong and Oppo's shouts rang out, echoing from the Kaiserslautern technical area. The referee, unyielding, approached the edge of the Kaiserslautern coach and Oppo's zone and brandished a red card towards Armstrong, signaling for him to leave the sidelines and join the fans. Despite receiving the red card, Armstrong continued to berate the referee. "You foolish referee. I will lodge a complaint with the league officials." Witnessing the referee and Oppo's furious expression, Kaiserslautern's assistant coach swiftly intervened, apologizing in an effort to quell the escalating situation. Applause erupted throughout the stadium, as Heidenheim fans celebrated their team's penalty while also expressing approval of the referee's decision. Furthermore, Armstrong was now unable to approach the Kaiserslautern fan area. It was too distant. And with the match nearing its conclusion, it seemed pointless to venture so far, especially when communication with his coaching staff would be hampered. Consequently, as Armstrong made his way towards the Heidenheim fan section, he was met with their enthusiastic derision. With a grimace, Armstrong chose to disregard the taunts, focusing instead on the unfolding scene at the penalty spot. The referee returned to Kaiserslautern and Oppo's penalty area to oversee Heidenheim and Oppo's penalty kick. Yet, an awkward situation arose. Su Xing, who had earned the penalty through his own efforts, had managed to rise from the ground and walk towards the penalty mark. However, Heidenheim and Oppo's designated penalty taker was Morabit. Given that Su Xing had been the one to earn the penalty, it was only logical for him to take the shot. The Heidenheim players stood awkwardly, exchanging glances between Su Xing and Morabit. Even the referee urged Heidenheim to prepare for the kick. "Su, while I am the designated penalty taker, this penalty is yours to take." Amidst the scrutiny of all, Morabit approached Su Xing, patting him on the shoulder and encouraging him, "Don't let us down. Go for a hat trick." Chapter 91. The First Hat Trick. In truth, Su Xing found himself grappling with the question of who deserved the penalty. To be candid, his penalty-taking prowess was not so formidable as to overshadow all players in the German second division. However, as long as his ability was within reasonable bounds, the likelihood of success was significantly high. This penalty represented the opportunity for him to achieve his inaugural hat trick in his professional career. For Morabit, this penalty could augment his goal tally for the season, potentially impacting his market value in the future. Yet, from Morabit and Appos' perspective, he was more concerned about helping his junior, Su Xing, attain his first-ever hat trick. "Morabit, thank you." Su Xing nodded solemnly in gratitude towards Morabit, without hesitation positioning himself at the penalty spot. He required this penalty to fulfill the milestone of his first hat trick, and as for Morabit and Appos' act of generosity, he resolved to repay it by providing more assists to Morabit in the future. Soon, under the referee and Appos' direction, the players were ready, and the whistle was blown for the penalty kick. Morabit, the number 9 forward for Heidenheim, graciously handed the penalty to Su Xing, who now stood at the 12-yard mark, prepared to take the shot. The commentator from Germany in the VIP box gazed at the unfolding scene with anticipation, excitedly addressing the fans at home. If he scored, this 17-year-old Croatian Chinese prodigy would accomplish his very first hat trick. Would he succeed? The commentator and Appos' tone shifted as he focused intently on the action on the field. At the 12-yard mark in front of the Kaiserslautern goal, Su Xing exhaled slowly, calming his nerves. This was his first professional penalty, and it was impossible to be entirely unperturbed. Such pivotal moments inevitably induce psychological pressure for any player. Even the most composed athletes contemplate the direction in which to send the ball. Su Xing did not dwell on whether he would score. After deciding the trajectory in his mind, he began his approach towards the ball. With a swift motion, he struck. In the next instant, the dull thud of the ball striking the net reverberated through the air. The ball crashed into the goal. It was in. The Kaiserslautern goalkeeper misjudged the direction, and the ball rolled directly into the net. Ah, yay! The Heidenheim fans erupted with exhilaration, jumping up and unleashing a deafening roar of jubilation. A last-minute goal. Su Xing had netted the penalty in the dying moments of the match. They adored Su Xing. He earned the penalty and converted it himself. How magnificent! On the sidelines, Heidenheim and Appos' coach, Aubrey, leapt up in excitement alongside Jeremy, embracing each other fervently. Aubrey and Appos' gamble paid off. His decision to launch a fierce assault in the final moments was vindicated. 3 points secured. Heidenheim triumphed over Kaiserslautern and would ascend to 6th place in the league standings after this match. The Heidenheim players, brimming with exhilaration, rushed towards Su Xing, pinning him down in celebration before he could reach the corner flag. They employed a celebration style reminiscent of a human pyramid, which young people adore. Hat trick. Hat trick. Su. Splendid work. I knew you could convert that penalty. Fact. I can hardly believe what I am witnessing. He's only 17 years old. How long has he been in professional football? Talent. This is undoubtedly talent. Who would have thought that Heidenheim would witness a hat trick this season? All of Heidenheim cheered exuberantly, paying no heed to the pin-down Su Xing, who was starting to struggle for breath. Get off. I can't breathe. Eventually, when Su Xing could no longer endure. The jubilant Chapter 92. The press conference. In a short while, the crestfallen players of Kaiserslautern, under the referee's urging, resumed their positions on the field, awaiting the restart of the match. Truth be told, even the referee was acutely aware that the game had lost its significance. It was merely a formality, as the time had yet to expire. Heidenheim. Heidenheim. The fans from Heidenheim joined hands, jumping in rhythm with the drums, vociferously chanting their team's name. In their previous encounter at the Workers' and Appos' Welfare Arena, Kaiserslautern had ruthlessly triumphed over Heidenheim, yet in this match, Heidenheim relished their moment of glory, sending the Kaiserslautern players back in utter disarray. The atmosphere in Heidenheim and Appos' home ground reached a fever pitch. The distant supporters of Kaiserslautern wore expressions of sheer disappointment, some regretting their decision to travel to the Workers' and Appos' Welfare Arena. Inevitably, a few Heidenheim fans began to taunt the Kaiserslautern supporters, which left the latter feeling quite embarrassed, prompting them to exit the stadium prematurely. The disheartening spectacle of the match was certainly not worth their continued presence. Beep, 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 upon the restart. Before Kaiserslautern could even make a few passes, the referee, impatiently, blew the final whistle. The previous celebrations of Heidenthime's goal had consumed ample time, and the referee merely sought to symbolically compensate for it. 3 long blasts of the whistle marked the conclusion of the match. Heidenheim had defended their dignity on home soil, successfully defeating Kaiserslautern and securing 3 vital points. I love Heidenheim. I love Sue. The match had been eagerly anticipated, and the disdainful Kaiserslautern supporters were urged to return home. Clown Armstrong, take your players and leave the workers and amp, Oppos, welfare arena. The Heidenheim fans erupted in exuberant cheers, their chants rising and falling, showing no signs of waning. As the match concluded, Kaiserslautern and Oppos' coach, Armstrong, made his way down from the Heidenheim fan section, his face a canvas of anger and indignation. Knowing full well that the return journey for Kaiserslautern would be fraught with tension. On the Heidenheim bench, all the substitute players rushed onto the field to join their teammates in jubilant celebration. Coach Aubrey and Jeremy stood at the sidelines, engaging in light-hearted conversation, sharing the surprises brought by Sue's performance in this match. Undoubtedly, with the conclusion of the match came the announcement of the best player of the game. Sue was awarded a remarkable score of 9.5. Subsequently, the Heidenheim players, led by their captain Schnatterer, began to express their gratitude to the fans who had come to witness the spectacle. Many praised Sue while also acknowledging Coach Aubrey, who beamed with pride as he thanked the supporters. Once the round of appreciation concluded, the Heidenheim players returned to their bench, while Aubrey offered encouraging words to each player who had participated. When it was Sue's turn, Aubrey shook his hand and then embraced him excitedly. "Child, your performance on the field today was nothing short of astonishing." After patting Sue on the shoulder, Aubrey continued, "Following this match, the club will hold a press conference, and I believe all the reporters are eager to hear from you. Come join me shortly." Heidenheim and Oppos' recent performances had been nothing less than impressive. Moreover, due to the media frenzy from the previous week, numerous German news outlets were keenly observing Heidenheim's matches, looking to interview Sue post-game. Aubrey hoped to allow Sue the opportunity to clarify the earlier media controversy during the press conference. "Very well," Sue nodded in agreement. Following Aubrey to the Heidenheim club's press room. This was his first attendance at a team press conference, and the entire experience felt novel to him. "Mr. Aubrey, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory in this match, and Heidenheim now stands 6th in the 2. Bundesliga." A reporter, noticing Aubrey and Sue taking their seats, immediately rose to pose a question. "Could you kindly introduce us to the player seated beside you?" The recent media incident regarding Heidenheim has left us somewhat unfamiliar with him. Yet he delivered a brilliant performance today. "Certainly," Aubrey nodded, replying, "This is Sue, a Croatian Chinese player who was only loaned to us from Duisburg a month ago, and he is merely 17 years old." 17. A hint of astonishment flickered in the reporter and Oppos' eyes. The last report by Bild Sports had first covered the story, and upon reading it, she had assumed the player was merely a young talent with media hype surrounding him. Hearing Aubrey confirm his age, however, filled her with disbelief. It is indeed rare for someone so young to score a hat trick in the second tier of Europe's top leagues. "Sue, may I address you as such?" She tentatively began, and upon receiving a nod from Sue, she continued, "Your performance on the field today was particularly outstanding, and you were named the best player of the match. May I be so bold as to inquire whether the incident reported by Bild Sports last week was indeed true?" At this, Sue adjusted the microphone in front of him, confirming its functionality before responding. "Indeed, the reports by Bild Sports regarding me are factual." The moment the words escaped his lips, every journalist in attendance was suddenly alight with anticipation, their eyes fixed on Sue. Journalists thrive on topics that spark public interest, aiming to boost the visibility of their articles. However, Aubrey furrowed his brow slightly, aware that Sue and Oppos' statement could potentially tarnish his public image and impact his future prospects. Logically, one would expect Sue's maturity to prevent such a misstep, yet why had he chosen to say this? Aubrey paused, listening intently. "As you all know, I am a player of Chinese descent, and the culture of alcohol is quite prevalent in my hometown. Likewise, enjoying beer is part of the local culture in Heidenheim, just as the beloved Heidenheim supporters proudly display in their tifo. I hold a deep affection for the fans of Heidenheim and cherish the culture here. Thus, I see nothing inappropriate in my actions. In contrast, it is Bild Sports that." Chapter 93. German news. The Image Sports newspaper has become a topic of discussion. Xing paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of journalists in the press conference room. The manner in which the news was sourced has infringed upon my personal privacy, and should not such behavior warrant corresponding legal accountability? I believe that before delving into this matter, the journalists present ought to familiarize themselves with the pertinent laws and denounce the actions of the Image Sports newspaper, thereby imposing necessary boundaries on certain media and safeguarding the legitimate rights of individuals. This statement effectively silenced all journalists eager to pursue inquiries regarding Xing and AMP, Oppos, as reports from the previous week. As practitioners within the media industry, it is disheartening to witness some individuals encroaching upon my personal privacy. While the Image Sports newspaper may possess a lower standard of professionalism and be unaware of the relevant laws, I am now informing you. Will you continue to willfully ignore this? Such a notion is evidently untenable. The Western value system venerates freedom, and the protection of individuals and AMP, Oppos, rights is notably stringent. Yet, the prevalence of tabloid journalism remains unabated, with few willing to openly address these issues. Xing, however, stands apart. He possesses the audacity to directly condemn the Image Sports newspaper's conduct at the press conference. If one were to dispute the authenticity of the reported incident, one cannot simultaneously claim a violation of personal privacy. Yet, Xing candidly acknowledged every aspect and aligned himself with the fans of Heidenheim. With their support, he fears not becoming a target. A female journalist, who had risen to pose a subsequent question, found herself compelled to swallow her inquiries upon hearing Xing's remarks, returning to her seat in frustration. "Su, your performance today was remarkable, and your age is indeed astonishing." Another journalist stood and inquired, "Could you share your feelings regarding this match? Additionally, what are your aspirations for this season?" Xing nodded in response, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Entering my third match of my professional career, achieving a hat trick in my second starting appearance is an exhilarating accomplishment. I am immensely grateful to Coach Aubrey for his trust and to my senior teammates for their encouragement. Without them, I would not have attained this success. This season, my goal is to lead Heidenheim to the championship of the two Bundesliga and to secure the Golden Boot." As his words concluded, an air of silence enveloped the press room, all present astonished by Xing's ambitious declarations. Many teams, if not facing formidable opponents early in the season, often achieve commendable results. Take Sandhausen and Kaiserslautern, for instance. While they may be recognized as competitive teams in the two Bundesliga, few would regard them as title contenders. After all, the two Bundesliga is home to many hidden talents, and securing the championship necessitates a consistent performance throughout the season, unlike cup competitions that may hinge on serendipity. Heidenheim, currently riding a wave of 3 consecutive victories, boasts high morale, with Xing's performances in each match exuding a sense of remarkable prowess. It is only natural that many harbor expectations for his forthcoming displays. Yet, to assert that he will guide Heidenheim to the two Bundesliga championship and compete for the Golden Boot might be perceived as overly audacious. Such thoughts slightly tarnish the journalists' impressions of Xing. Nevertheless, their overall professionalism prevailed, as they refrained from displaying any abnormality during the press conference. Instead, they sought to probe deeper into Xing's motivations for such grand proclamations, eager to unearth further sensational topics. Observing this, Aubrey took the reins of the dialogue, steering the conversation towards matters of lesser interest to the journalists. Consequently, the frequency of questions diminished, and within a mere 20 minutes, the press conference concluded hastily. Following the event, the journalists did not leave immediately, but sought out other Heidenheim players for further interviews. These players, seasoned veterans of the professional league, remained unfazed by the journalists' and AMP, Oppos, inquiries, responding only to their preferred topics while remaining tight-lipped on matters the reporters wished to explore. Shortly after the match, news articles regarding the two Bundesliga remarkably surged in popularity on German football as trending topics. German sports newspaper. It is hard to fathom that a player from a team like Heidenheim would audaciously proclaim his intention to lead the team towards the two Bundesliga championship and compete for the Golden Boot at the mere age of 17. Berlin sports newspaper. 3 consecutive victories. Heidenheim is in formidable form, currently sitting third in the two Bundesliga standings. The Croatian Chinese 17-year-old prodigy, Su Feng, has achieved his first career hat trick. Kicker, we wholeheartedly endorse Xing's statement. The media should not infringe upon the privacy of individuals, especially that of a talented young player. Heidenheim's recent outstanding performance positions them as potential dark horses in this season's two Bundesliga. Kicker's football journalist even published photographs from their interview with Heidenheim players. expressing dismay over the Image Sports newspaper's exposure of Su Xing's private life. Such Matters Chapter 94, The Revelation in the Match Between Kaiserslautern and Heidenheim. Kaiserslautern took the lead twice, only to be equalized each time, ultimately succumbing to a penalty that sealed their fate. Head coach Armstrong, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of insults at the referee, resulting in his expulsion to the stands, where he found himself amidst Heidenheim and Amp, Oppos, as supporters. This dramatic sequence, coupled with images of Heidenheim fans applauding Coach Armstrong, has been humorously dubbed a masterpiece by European fans, propelling the relatively young coach into the limelight. The following day, within the opulent confines of the Espanyol Football Club's administrative building in Barcelona, Spain, head coach Upton of the U17 team furrowed his brow as he knocked on the door of the sports director's office. Upon receiving permission, he entered and took a seat on the sofa opposite Director Chester. "Upton, is there something of great importance that you wish to discuss?" Chester inquired, pausing mid-sip of his coffee upon noticing Upton's troubled expression. Upton raised his gaze to meet Chester's. "Mr. Chester, do you not keep abreast of the football news from Germany?" "Why would I concern myself with German football news?" Chester replied with a light chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "Is there a secret to winning La Liga hidden there? Do you not find your response somewhat amusing? If there is something to discuss, you need not be so cryptic." Upton sighed, his demeanor darkening as he reminded Chester. "The news regarding yesterday and Oppos' match between Kaiserslautern and Heidenheim." Chester, expecting something of significance, burst into laughter, interrupting Upton. "Ah, is that what you and Oppos were referring to? I read about that absurdity last night." The Kaiserslautern coach berating his own players from the stands of the opposing fans while they reveled in his folly, applauding him. Upton and Amp, Oppos' expression soured further at Chester and Amp, Oppos' words. Had he not retained a semblance of composure, he might have been tempted to point an accusatory finger at Chester. "Is that the crux of the matter, Mr. Chester?" Upton exclaimed, his chest heaving with suppressed frustration. In that match, a player from Heidenheim completed a hat trick, single-handedly securing all the team and Oppos' goals. That player is Su Xing, the Croatian Chinese talent you sold to Duisburg just months ago from Espanyol and Oppos' U17. Chester and Oppos' hand trembled slightly, splashing hot coffee onto his lap, but he remained unfazed. "You cannot be serious. That Croatian Chinese player started for Heidenheim?" "Indeed," Upton affirmed, nodding. "If you doubt me, you may peruse other reports on Heidenheim." Chester cast a sidelong glance at Upton, confirming that the latter was not jesting, before retrieving his phone to browse German football news. He ignored the coffee staining his trousers. Heidenheim had gained considerable attention in German football news, trailing only behind the prominent Bundesliga clubs in terms of media coverage. Consequently, Chester easily located articles regarding Heidenheim. As he scrolled through the news, Chester's expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom why a player he had nearly condemned would transition from Duisburg to Heidenheim and even secure a starting position. Fortunately, Su Xing had recently become a hot topic in the Bundesliga, leading to numerous media features detailing how he was loaned from Duisburg and Oppos' U17 to Heidenheim. The accompanying fan discussions praised Su Xing as a prodigious talent, noting his remarkable ascent to a starting position at just 17, with hopes that he might lead Heidenheim to victory in the Bundesliga this season. "I concur. If Su Xing is not deemed a prodigy, I cannot imagine who would be worthy of such a title," Chester mused. "He has shattered numerous records for young players in the league, including a hat trick at 17, and may yet claim the record for the youngest Golden Boot winner." Nonetheless, Upton interjected, "Su Xing is merely on loan from Duisburg, who are currently struggling to avoid relegation. I've heard their loan agreement only extends for half a season, and it is quite possible they will recall him. Indeed, Duisburg acquired him from Espanyol's youth academy just this past summer. I wonder what Espanyol was thinking, letting such a talent go for so little." Chester pondered. "Is Su Xing truly without flaws? I have watched footage of Heidenheim and Oppos' matches, and his movement appears lackluster, bordering on lethargic. In a full game, his distance covered seems to barely reach 5 kilometers. Such a player may find it challenging to establish a foothold in one of the top 5 leagues." It is beyond comprehension how Chester, the sports director of Espanyol, felt as he perused the fans' comments, grappling with a sense of despair over his decision to sell Su Xing at such a low price. Exhaling deeply, he struggled to alleviate the weight of his regret and ultimately resorted to lighting a cigar. "What are your thoughts on this matter, Upton?" Chester asked. his frustration evident as he turned to his companion. After a moment of contemplation, Upton replied with conviction, "I believe Su Xing will undoubtedly shine in one of the top 5 leagues in the future. As he embarks on his journey in the 2. Bundesliga, his valuation remains modest, and with his solid foundation from Espanyol and Opos' youth system, he may very well be inclined to return if we were to offer a bit more. This would be a prudent investment. Even if he does not fit into our plans, we could easily resell him to another club."